Hello everyone, I need some support, so please support on Google Pay. Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next parts. Love you, not you only, ladies. Please tell me everyone about this voice, it's okay, yeah, change. Chapter 1, I choose dragon role. Marine headquarters, recruits graduation ceremony, officers rob recruits. Akainu pointed to Deluo below. Kyuzan, I want this recruit. Sorry, I also like Deluo. Aokiji's tone was calm, but he didn't give in at all. Two Marine admirals, Marine's highest combat power, because of one recruit, they are facing each other. The tone became more and more intense. The other officers coincidentally focused their attention on Deluo in the recruit queue below. Standing at the forefront of recruiting, this year's recruiting camp is the best. Nothing special. How did the two admirals compete? The first place in this year's recruit camp will not make Admiral like this. Weasel Vice Admiral frowned. The strength you showed just now is at most comparable to when I graduated. Why didn't Admiral fight for me when I graduated? Indeed, it's about the same as us. Many Vice Admirals are puzzled but envious. Snatched by Admiral, worth a lifetime of bragging. Marshal Sengoku rubbed the center of his brows, observed Deluo again and again, but still couldn't figure out what he deserved from the two admirals. He knows the strength of the top few in this recruit camp. Deluo and Smoker are the top two, in his eyes, average. The quality of the new generation is not good, and the mood is not good. Coupled with Admiral's conflict at this time, Sengoku's mood is even worse. He inadvertently looked at Deluo with slight displeasure. Zephyr, what's so special about this recruit? No. Zephyr knows Deluo very well, and his strength has been fully demonstrated just now. Then why Akainu and Aokiji are fighting for him? Sengoku doesn't understand. Back then, the recruit camp produced monsters such as Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru. More recently, there were also geniuses such as Momuzagi-jun and Tea-Pork Cake. When they graduated, their strengths far surpassed that of Deluo now. And they didn't enjoy the Admiral scramble after graduation. Admiral. Marine has the highest combat power, standing at the top. No matter how monstrous a genius is, he will not end in person. Just discuss it. This year you have one, and the next one is mine. In the past, Vice Admiral quarreled for the sake of high-quality soldiers, but Admiral never did. Sengoku couldn't figure it out. It's yours. Did you learn that you are lazy and have nothing to do? Then Deluo will be useless. He recognizes my ideas in his heart and is one of my complete righteous heirs. Akainu exuded a scorching breath, and the surrounding air was twisting. He remembers. 2 years ago, I went to the recruit camp to give lectures to convey my thorough concept of justice. Deluo's recruit, the answer, shocked him. On the central thought of thorough justice, Akainu did not expect that someone in this world would recognize his ideas so much. Deluo blinked innocently. When will I be your heir to Akainu? Justice? Sorry, it's hard for me to empathize with the anime world. Justice, or not, has nothing to do with me. On the central thought of thorough justice is nothing more than Deluo being named and answered by Akainu in class, and facing Admiral's question. There's no need to quarrel with Admiral for no reason, just put on some theories from the previous life. Unexpectedly, Akainu was astonished. Become a pawn of Akainu. Deluo is not interested. Sorry, as far as I know, Deluo doesn't approve of your concept of justice, but rather has my temper. Aokiji's words also became sharp. Deluo looked at Aokiji again. From the beginning, I planned to join Aokiji's team. Let's bask in the sun together, soak in hot springs, look at beautiful women, and be carefree. Hang around for a few years, then choose a remote area, become the chief of one base, become the local emperor, and domineering. Deluo is self-aware. I practice hard, but I just surpassed the Smoker of the same class. The peak is probably the elite Vice Admiral. If I get a good fruit, the ceiling is at most Admiral. Becoming Admiral is also constrained by the higher level world government. Can't be the god of the world. It's better to live chicly. So leave no trace, stick a little bit with Aokiji, smell the same. But now, Deluo looked at the system that suddenly appeared. It's been a few years. Before the system was plugged in, they all resigned to their fate. At this moment, the system appeared. Ding. Akainu and Aokiji invite you to be their subordinate at the same time. Choice 1, become a subordinate of Akainu, inherit thorough justice. have the form of third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen Impure World Reincarnation, and a Logia Devil Fruit. Choice 2, become Aokiji's subordinate, become a friend with the same temperament as him, have Espadano.1 Coyote Star K Unreturned Blade Form, and a Phantom Beast Devil Fruit. Choice 3, reject them, lead the army alone, have the Tornado form of War Millet, a top Paramecia Devil Fruit. There are 3 choices, and in the future, there will be a deity of this form, descend to the sea, and serve the host, and the way of appearance is subject to the setting of the host. You can set the exit method and exit location. Deluo weighed the pros and cons in his mind. The strength gap between the 3 characters. Suddenly saw the last sentence. The deity comes. Allegiance to host. Without a trace of hesitation. I choose the third option. I just want to know, did she wear tornado? As for setting the method of the tornado coming, you have to think about it carefully. Ding. The selection is over. The host has all the capabilities of the tornado. The system is desperately connecting to the One Punch Man World Tornado. After the connection is made, the tornado himself will descend at the will of the host. Chapter 2. Aokiji vs Akainu. Lazy Justice vs Sweeping Justice. Aokiji's position of justice changed, once because of what Akainu did. This moment. The two stand against each other, and neither will back down. Then solve it by fighting. Akainu's fist exudes high temperature, and the karst surges. Aokiji let out a breath of cold air, freezing the heat wave. Okay. Escalation. It is no longer a simple competition for the source of troops. It's a battle of ideas, the battle of Admiral. The vice admirals were silent, the topic was too big for them to get into it. What are you two doing? The affiliation of a recruit, as the Marshal Sengoku, did not want to intervene. Unexpectedly, the dispute between Aokiji and Akainu reached this point. We can no longer stand by and watch. Battle of Admiral. Once staged, it is difficult to end. Since everyone wants the recruit Deluo, let him choose. That way, at least Admiral won't go to war. Can. Akainu nodded and looked at Deluo. He will definitely choose me, he abides by my philosophy. Good. Aokiji also has the chance to win. Before today, he met Deluo by chance and had a few chats. It was obvious that Deluo wanted to be my subordinate. A pawn with a temperament similar to mine would never choose Akainu. Swish. All eyes were on Deluo. It's worth it, he's worth it in this life. The two admirals almost fought because of him. A rear admiral was extremely envious. 2 admirals, troubles of happiness. I don't know who he will choose. Everyone is looking forward to Deluo's answer. This kid, he's pretty calm. The 2 admirals are about to fight over him, and they act like they have nothing to do with them. Sengoku scrutinized Deluo again. Impressive. He is a rare and handsome man in Marine. Facing the current situation, as the protagonist, his expression was indifferent, his eyes drifted away, as if everything that happened had nothing to do with him. The mentality is good, very calm. Up to this point, it has not been a surprise, and the vice admirals also praised it, not bad. Deluo's mind is mainly on the system. Reject or even offend the 2 admirals, and lead the army alone? Can the Marine executives agree? Think about it. Use the tornado superpower directly. Simple and rude. Choose quickly, recruit, the graduation ceremony will continue. Sengoku urged. End this quickly to avoid further conflict between Akainu and Aokiji. Zephyr supports Deluo, Deluo, choose, don't have any psychological burden. Akainu and Aokiji are also his students. He knows that no matter who Deluo chooses, the other one will not be possible or difficult to recruit afterwards. Admiral's pattern is not so low. Deluo, it really doesn't work, come with me and enter the army of Chief of Staff Crane. Behind him, Hina whispered shyly. Follow me to Kyuzen Admiral's unit, we will continue to be rivals in the future. Smoker issued an invitation. Recruit camp. He and Deluo are competitors. I really envy Deluo, it would be great if Admiral chose me. I'm satisfied with Vice Admiral. The envious eyes of the other recruits turned green. Looked up. Deluo looked towards the high platform. Akainu also raised his head, and he seemed to see Deluo looking at him. Aokiji nodded slightly, as if he saw Deluo, he nodded secretly to himself. I feel stable. I reject them, I want to lead my own troops. Deluo gave his answer. Already made a choice. I can only say sorry to Aokiji. As for Akainu, FK off, it has nothing to do with you. It's beyond everyone's expectations. Akainu's raised head froze. Aokiji was stunned. The square was silent. Vice Admiral gritted his teeth tightly and couldn't hold back his smile. This guy actually didn't choose. The two admirals were fighting with red faces, and now they are actually rejected by the recruit, and they look down on them. Puff. Can't help it. Only Chofujiaji dared to laugh out loud at this time. An ordinary vice admiral did not dare. Graduation ability is not the number one, but courage is definitely the number one. Jiaji gave Deluo a thumbs up, and he has never seen Akainu and Aokiji, two admirals, have such a sluggish look. Deluo, you kid, you're crazy. Zephyr stood up. Don't mess around, this is not the time for you to mess around. Marine senior management is there. It takes time to mess around. No choice. Sengoku frowned. Because of you, the two admirals almost fought, causing high-level conflicts. Now you don't choose? Admiral, playing us like monkeys? Aokiji and Akainu looked at each other. The eyes are the same. They seem to be saying, it's all because of you, the pressure on recruits is too great, I dare not choose, so I don't choose. I was serious. Deluo is serious. Jiaji exclaimed, no way, he really didn't like the two admirals, so who would he want to be with, Mr. Garp? When the marshal does not personally lead the troops higher than the two admirals, within Marine, only the Marine hero Garp remains. Garp, you take it. Sengoku looked at Garp. It's fine if Garp accepts it. In this way, there will be no conflicts between Aokiji and Akainu, which is also a good thing. I haven't wanted to bring recruits for the past 2 years. Garp is in a dilemma. In the past few years, he has focused his energy on training those boys in his hometown, East Blue. You can take it with you, anyway, it is difficult for him to become an admiral in the future, just teach him whatever you want. Sengoku thought, get this matter settled as soon as possible. Oh well. Garp stood up helplessly from his seat. I'm serious. I want to lead the army myself and take charge of a warship force alone. Deluo reiterated again. Garp's half-up body was frozen in place. He sat back silently. On the contrary, the old man was not favored. This kid is crazy. Chapter 3. Seriously. Everyone can see that Deluo is serious. I really didn't want to join Akainu or Aokiji's team, even Mr. Garp refused. A recruit, at the graduation ceremony, rejects two admirals, a marine hero. Never had. Why is he puzzled? On strength. All the recruits who have graduated in decades are not able to enter the top 10. That's the confidence. Aokiji and Akainu did not speak and fell silent. I didn't lose to my opponent who was also admiral, but I was looked down upon by recruit, which was embarrassing and depressing. Did you know that the smallest unit in the headquarters has the lowest officer as a major, and you are the captain? Sengoku immediately refused. I have never had a recruit before graduating and leading the army alone. Be stronger when you graduate. You should also learn from veteran officers, including Akainu Aokiji and others, whose graduation strength has surpassed that of school-level officers. They still followed Garp Sengoku obediently and studied for many years before they got the right to lead the army alone. Learning experience. Leading the army is not a child's play, and there is a lot of knowledge in it. Deluo asked, upgrading the military rank requires not only military merit, but also combat power. If I defeat the school-level officer, will I be able to lead the army alone? As soon as the words came out, the vice admirals shook their heads. It was youthful and reckless. Another smooth young man who has never suffered any setbacks. Sengoku looked at Deluo. He had seen many young people like this. First in the recruit battalion, I started to be defiant, thinking that pirates were like that. Only when you have suffered, been fooled, and got your head broken, will you know that there is a price to be paid for being young and frivolous. Okay, as long as you can win, I agree. Sengoku decided to grind Deluo's temper well and let him suffer. Otherwise, a good recruit is easy to be lost in the sea. Fergo, come out. Sengoku points troops. A middle-aged marine in a military uniform and sunglasses stood up, with the rank of a colonel on his epaulets. As long as you can win, I will agree to your request. Sengoku waited to see the good show. It's too bad. Virgo has become one of the pre-selected officers of the Rear Admiral. He will become a Rear Admiral in the near future. He is very powerful. Jiaji looked at Deluo sympathetically. His strength. Just now all the recruits have shown in front of the top management. Good. But it is definitely not as good as Colonel Virgo, and the combat experience cannot be compared to veterans who have experienced many battles. Differs greatly. Sengoku chose it on purpose, so that there is no suspense in this battle, and told recruits to be humble. Deluo, I can't help you. At most, I will carry you back after the incident and take care of the injured you. Hino was very helpless. Recruit listens to the order and backs off. Only Deluo was left in the square. Me. Virgo looked down at Deluo from above. Secretly happy in my heart. Very good, the young master asked me to climb to the top of the marine as soon as possible. Unfortunately, it took 5 years to become a senior colonel. Now the opportunity has come. Virgo sees an opportunity for promotion. Today, Marine high-level executives are all here. It is an opportunity to perform. Unfortunately, the opponent is too weak, and it is difficult to fully express my strength. Virgo looked down on Deluo's strength. The opponent is too weak. It's hard to show your strength. Only show your strength first. Virgo disappeared on the high platform in an instant. In the next moment, it appeared high above the square. Boom. Step in the air. Walk in the air like a leisurely stroll, moonwalk. Appeared in an astonishing manner. Shaved, moonwalk, both strong. Sengoku executives' eyes lit up. Virgo's strength was stronger than what they knew. Shaved with moonwalk, obviously very accomplished. Moonwalk. Fluttering down on the square, Virgo slowly unbuttoned his marine coat, his muscles bulging like dragons. Armament haki hardened. Strong body. With a jet black light, armament haki hardened his whole body. Includes bamboo clarinet weapon in hand. The bamboo knot in my hand lightly touched the bluestone floor. Boom. The ground is sunken, showing deep pits. Haki and power, it's amazing. Garp stood up. This is not the power that a large colonel can have, it is no less than a general vice admiral. Virgo is so strong. The eyes of the vice admirals looking at Virgo are the eyes of existences of the same level. Very good. Sengoku is happy. The future is the mainstay of Marine again. Virgo, let Deluo see his own shortcomings. Akainu crossed his arms and hoped that Deluo would be instantly killed, and then he would better polish Deluo and train him into an obedient soldier. Recruit, are you ready? It's time for class. Don't worry, it hurts but it won't be seriously injured. Virgo moved his body, and there was a crackling sound all over his body. A frightening momentum pushed the recruit who was 100 meters away to continue to retreat. The recruits' faces were pale. The gap is too big. It's impossible to win. Smoker sympathized with Deluo. Not a shred of hope in sight. Medical soldiers are ready. Medics are already in place. Always be ready to treat Deluo. Look carefully, remember, after today you will not be recruits, you have to think about everything, whether you can bear the price. Today, Deluo will personally demonstrate the wrong answer. The recruit instructor said loudly to the recruits. They are all watching a play. Recruit, you're distracted. In an instant, Virgo, across a distance of tens of meters, teleported in front of Deluo. Strength has been shown. Now, all he had to do was instantly kill this so-called number 1 recruit in the recruit camp. Make an even stronger impression among the Marine executives. Ghost Bamboo. A black shadow enveloped Deluo. The ghost bamboo carrying strong wind blasted towards Deluo. The victory and defeat have been decided. The powerhouses with vicious eyes have already written a sentence for this battle. There will be no suspense. Chapter 4. An invisible superpower shield, protecting Deluo. Tornado psychic powers. Boom. The ghost bamboo hits the superpower shield. Vigorously smashed the surrounding bluestone floor. Deluo's feet are safe and sound. This is. Virgo watched the ghost bamboo shatter. A terrifying force rebounded to the body. Look up. Looking at Deluo in disbelief, this is not the strength he showed just now. Pupils dilate. Virgo saw Deluo stretch out his right hand and flicked himself through the air. Boom. Virgo, who was ready, had no strength to resist, and was ejected by superpowers. A jet of black light flew into the distance. Deluo stretched out his hand. Pointing his right hand at Virgo, who was flying upside down, he clasped his 5 fingers and turned around. Inverted Virgo. Freezing in the air, the body twisted like a twist. His so-called armed and hardened body couldn't resist superpowers, and every bone was misplaced. The severe pain made Virgo, a tough guy, look hideous. Virgo, who was twisted into twists, fell to the ground powerlessly, unable to move. I was actually killed by recruit. Virgo wanted to raise his head, but was powerless, with blankness and fear in his eyes, and passed out. The victory and defeat have been divided. A matter of a split second. Looking at the twist-shaped Virgo, Admiral's stiff face was completely blank. Too fast. The speed at which it ended was within everyone's expectations. However, the standing and falling people were not what they expected. Such ability. Akainu's pupils shrank deeply, and a monstrous wave appeared in his mind. For a moment. He can see many things. Before, he only regarded Deluo as one of the successors of his ideas, with talent and strength, that's all. Can now. The perfect air, none of them. Good boy, you actually hide your fruit ability. After Sengoku was shocked, he looked at Deluo with ecstasy. Such ability. Is it gravity? Repulsion? Or mind power? No matter which one, it is a top-level ability with great potential. No wonder he has become an indifferent. It turns out that he is confident. This kid has hidden such a big hole card. Sengoku couldn't help showing a smile, and patted Zephyr's shoulder next to him. It's okay, even I didn't know it. Before, I complained that the recruitment was not as good as the previous one, but I didn't expect that there would be surprises in this one. Zephyr was even more shocked than Sengoku, looking dazed and unable to wake up. Okay, stop pretending, you're student, you don't know what your strength is. It seems that you are here today to watch our show. Sengoku complained to Zephyr. If only I knew earlier. It won't make a fool of myself. I don't know. Zephyr looked innocent. When that kid Deluo became a capable person, I don't know at all, he even kept it from me. It's a mistake, it's so strong, no wonder Admiral wants to fight for it. Such strength, a little arrogant and frivolous, understandable. Weasel Vice Admiral silently took back what he just said. When he graduated, he was far better than me. It's terrible. Now recruits can have such pervert abilities. I, a veteran, am envious. Vice Admirals sighed again and again. Again Akainu Kizaru Aokiji and other characters. When he graduated, he already possessed the top fruit ability of the sea. Save people. Finally someone remembered. The medical soldiers stepped forward quickly. He looked sympathetically at the miserable and lifeless Virgo. Deluo said to the medical soldiers who were preparing for first aid, "Don't worry, the bones will recover, and a few months of rest will be enough. He can restore Virgo in an instant. But don't want to do it. This is impossible, when will Deluo have such a fruit ability?" Smoker was behind, doubting life. Deluo and I have been chasing after each other. I rely on smoke fruit to balance Deluo. Now, it is obvious that Deluo's ability far surpasses Logia smoke fruit. Smoker suddenly discovered that he was actually a clown. If you use your ability, Smoker, you will also be killed by Deluo in seconds. Then, he will have no fun in the recruit camp. Hina stabbed Smoker again. Deluo! Deluo! The recruits shouted Deluo's name. They are all classmates. Deluo wins the glory, so do they. Especially the female soldiers, whose voices completely cover up the boys. Deluo is the only male god in the eyes of the female soldiers in this recruit. Teacher, can we learn from Deluo in the future? On the high platform, Sengoku and other strong men communicated in low voices. It should be his full combat power just now, super powerful, but his physical skills are still weak, and he can't exert the full power of his ability. In this way, his comprehensive ability should be comparable to that of Momuzagi-jun when you graduated. Top-level fruit ability, if haki and strength are upgraded, it will be another monster. There is a possibility of becoming the highest combat power in the future. All gave the highest rating. If haki and taijutsu are stronger, the rating will be higher. Most paramecia fruit abilities need to be based on physical strength if they want to burst into stronger power. Physical strength Deluo is not strong yet. In the eyes of the top management, this is Deluo's current limit. I don't know. Deluo possesses the power of tornado telekinesis. How much has he used just now? Deluo perceives it. 10%? Certainly not. Anyway, he knew that he could turn the entire Marine headquarters into a rag in an instant. The only weakness is that its own strength and haki are not strong enough. Ding. The system voice came, the first battle of superpowers, 10 random devil fruits will be rewarded. System devil fruit users will pledge allegiance to the host. Ding. Short-term mission, defeat or capture 5 pirates who offer a reward of over 100 million. Rewards, 1 will gain 2 years of hard training, 5 will increase by 10 years, and 10 random devil fruits. Chapter 5. Possesses the potential to become the highest combat power. Such an evaluation. In decades of recruiting camps, only 5 people have ever been recruited. Aokiji, Kizaru, Akainu, T-Pig, Momuzagi 5 people. The first 3 have become the highest combat power, Admiral. The latter 2 are the strong ones in Vice Admiral and the future Admiral candidates. Now there is one more Deluo. Wait until you grow up completely. Sengoku turned his eyes on Momuzagi the T-Dolphin and Deluo below, the 3 of them, and the 3 Admirals again. It means that Marine, in the next few decades, the high-level combat power will not be interrupted. The Marshal, he couldn't help showing a smile. Both Jiaji and Momuzagi took an extra look at Deluo. Marshal Sengoku, I have won, where is my army? Deluo's voice came. New reward, Devil Fruit. Let Deluo can't wait to get his own army. Have their own armed forces. Allegiance to me, maybe. Deluo looked towards the Marine headquarters, with a hint of ambition in his eyes. As much ability, so much ambition. Ding. Feel the host's thoughts, long-term mission, master Marine thoroughly, reward, eternal life. Unknown reward? Unknown reward. Eternal life. There are also 2 unknown rewards. The way Deluo looked at Marine changed. Your troops. Sengoku's mouth twitched. He never thought of letting Deluo lead the army alone. When a recruit graduates, no one in history has such a privilege. This opening cannot be opened. Tricked. Sengoku was depressed. He looked helplessly at Chief of Staff Crane. Save the field, help out. The better Deluo performed, the less he was willing to let Deluo lead the army alone. It was too dangerous, inexperienced, and there were many enemies in the sea. If Deluo died young, it would be a great loss. And his temper is so arrogant that he is easy to break. In addition, the weakness of Taijutsu Haki is too obvious, and it is easy to be targeted by the enemy. Most important. After recruit graduates, those few years are the best time to shape. Build character. It is easy to develop subordinates who will steadfastly follow orders. Become an unwavering advocate for the world government. Leading the army alone, who knows if he will go astray. If you say it, I can't help you take it back. Chief of Staff he ran on his old partner, I don't care about the reputation of the Marshal. It's okay to say something. Marshal Sengoku's mouth twitched. Under the watchful eyes of the public, he contradicted his promise, and the impact was too bad. I wanted to teach the ignorant recruit a lesson, but instead, I was sent to the army. When Sengoku was at a loss. Akainu said, if you lead the army alone, the headquarters will issue tasks to check whether the officer is qualified to lead the army alone. Only when you complete the task can you truly lead the army alone. If you can't complete it, you can continue your studies. He also didn't want Deluo to lead the army alone, he wanted to regain Deluo. Sengoku's eyes lit up when he heard that. There are indeed such steps. The usual tasks are not difficult, but as the Supreme Marshal of the Marine, it is just a word to improve the task. Sengoku looked at Deluo and said, okay, I agree, you have an independent army, command a warship, and prepare 300 people. Minimum establishment. Can. Just have your own army. Now that I have 10 devil fruits in my hand, I can have 10 capable subordinates. Get more devil fruit from the system. Needs time. Sengoku looked at Deluo from above, recruit, don't blame the old man, it's for your own good. Deluo obeys and leads the first task. The world government is about to form the 7 warlords of the sea organization. Marine is the operator. This task is given to Deluo. You go to contact these pirates and ask them to agree to cooperate. Sengoku, are you crazy? The 7 warlords of the sea project, can a recruit solve it? Chief of Staff Tsuru looked at Sengoku seriously. Recruits are not eligible to participate in plans that affect the world structure. Those rebellious and ferocious big pirates, if they recruit, they will die. Although it is about cooperation with pirates. But without Vice Admiral or Admiral's status and strength, he is not qualified to talk to those big pirates on an equal footing. Big pirate, how could he quietly listen to the voice of a recruit? Perhaps, there is no chance to even speak. How about cooperation? This is not to make Deluo unable to complete the task, but to die. The expressions of the Vice Admirals changed slightly. They had also heard of the plan. The plan is to be implemented 1 year later. I don't even want to be in my heart, and it is dangerous and difficult to contact the chief of the pirates. Whether this kind of plan will succeed in the end, world government executives can't guarantee 100%. Unprecedented plan. I know, I just let Deluo quit. Sengoku looked at Deluo. Deluo, you have the right to refuse. If you retreat in the face of difficulties, you can take advantage of the situation to take back his military power and let him obediently follow a certain admiral to learn. Wait a few years before letting him lead the army. For his safety, but also for cultivating him, cultivating strength, cultivating character, cultivating philosophy. I took it. Deluo is fearless. Ding. The system just had a new task. 7 Warlords of the Sea mission, midterm mission, convince one of them to become 7 Warlords of the Sea, reward, emission haki, 10 random devil fruits. Convince the 2, reward, unknown. 10 devil fruits. Persuade. Chapter 6. Since you don't want to accept it, let's go back to the topic just now. Kyuzen and Sakazuki, which one do you want to be a subordinate of? What, you accepted? Sengoku suspected he had heard wrong. Looking at Deluo in astonishment. You take the task. Could it be that the old man didn't explain clearly? It must be that you don't understand the real difficulty of this task. It's simply not something you can accomplish, and it's life-threatening. Sengoku hurriedly said, you know, in the next year, you will go looking for Crocodile. Sengoku tells the list of great pirates to contact. Crocodile name came out. Many Marines' complexions changed. I heard that Crocodile just played against Whitebeard in New World. The result is unknown, but it is certain that he is still alive. This is monster. Vice Admiral looked heavy. It's too dangerous to connect with such a character, and it's too difficult to convince him to become a member of shichibukai that never existed. Tyrant Bear. Sengoku speaks the second name. Marine, who knew the Tyrant Bear, took a deep breath. Another monster. Hawkeye my hawk. My hawk? It is said that he has competed with the red-haired Shanks many times, regardless of the outcome. Hai has already heard that he is the strongest swordsman. A school-level officer holding a sword couldn't help but exclaimed. Momuzagi-jun who also wields a sword. His expression moved slightly. This is a powerful monster that she wants to challenge. Deluo is a recruit, and the gap with this kind of monster is still too far away. Gecko Moria. Marine was numb from shock. Another famous big pirate. Gecko Moria fought against Kaido of the Beasts before, and although he lost, it is enough to prove that he is terrible. Kaido of the Beasts is now New World, #1 monster. Marine headquarters are not willing to easily confront Kaido. See Manjinbei. On the side, Kizaru finally concentrated his attention and looked at Deluo sympathetically. He knew the strength of Hixia Jinbei, and he had escaped from him before. Empress Hancock. Who is Hancock? Some Marine, never heard of her name. Hancock, the Emperor of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, and also the captain of the 9 Snake Pirates, seems to have heard that she has a bad attitude towards Marine, a person who is difficult to contact, and her enemy is the enemy of the entire Amazon fighting country. After hearing the introduction, Marine was dumbfounded. Another scary monster. Phosphor. Sengoku speaks one last name. It caused an uproar again. It's another monster, a powerful pirate with a reward of hundreds of millions. I heard that he has entered the New World and has already confronted the Beast's pirates. Deluo, who had always been indifferent, looked up. Not Doflamingo? Memories of the original. It seems that Doflamingo became the 7 Warlords of the Sea, robbing the gold in the sky, threatening the world government, and becoming the 7 Warlords of the Sea. 7 names. The 7 pirates representing the mighty sea. Anyone? Vice Admiral looked serious. Some of them, even Admiral felt tricky. Deluo, do you know that your task is to find these 7 pirates within 1 year and convince them to become 7 Warlords of the Sea? Are you confident? Sengoku is confident. Now the old man will tell you all the details of the mission. Do you still dare to accept it? Pick up again. That is not self-confidence, but lack of self-knowledge. I took it. Deluo didn't hesitate. Got it, picked it up alone. The vice admirals looked at Deluo in disbelief. The character we dare not pick up, you pick up? It's crazy. One person plus 300 elite troops? It is simply impossible to accomplish this task. Being able to come back alive is the greatest victory. Admiral may be able to convince a few people, but it is very difficult for one person to convince 7 people in a year. It is too difficult. It is very difficult for the shichibukai plan to succeed by relying solely on the marine forces. It needs the leadership of the government to make it possible for these rebellious pirates to agree. Everyone had fun watching Marshal Sengoku. General again. What to do? Agree, even if Deluo is sent to die, that is to kill a genius marine on purpose. This responsibility, as a marshal, is not easy for him to bear. Sengoku stared straight at Deluo. What did you say? Quickly refuse. Don't say yes. Otherwise, how will the old man end up? Do I still have to beg you to refuse? Feeling helpless, please refuse. I took this task. Deluo's tone was indifferent. Pick up what? Sengoku stuttered a little. I took the task of 7 warlords of the sea. I will ask these people to agree to cooperate with the government. Admiral Vice Admiral looked at Deluo blankly with wide-eyed eyes. Sengoku is a little confused. Now how to do? Received. This is how to do? How can you accept the mission of sending someone to die? Are you not afraid of death, and are you really so bold and arrogant? But how to take it back? I can't get it back. And we can't just watch Deluo go to his death. He is the top combat force of Marine in the future, an important force for maintaining justice and government rule, and he cannot be lost. Sengoku's mind raced quickly. Since he can't let him retreat. But after his failure, he can take back his military power, let him become Admiral's subordinate, train for a few years, shape him for a few years, and then give him the right to lead the army alone. This task is sure to fail. Needless to say. The result is destined, we just need to keep Deluo safe. Sengoku looked around at the upper floors. Which one of you is free? Go to Deluo's unit temporarily. Protect him. And teach him. Pass the idea of marine and government to him. The vice admirals looked at each other. Everyone has their own troops, or as the highest officer of the branch base, how can they have time? And this mission is doomed to fail. And danger looms. Ordinary vice admiral, no guts. Whoever is coming for 1 year, take a vacation. Sengoku asked directly in an orderly manner. Momuzagi-jun stepped forward. Chapter 7. Momuzagi troops have just carried out a major mission, the troops are resting, for a short time, there are no new missions. She is free. Okay, you go. Sengoku glanced at Momuzagi. The strength is very strong. Among the vice admiral, it is among the best. On the sea, as long as they don't meet those new world people, it is enough to protect Deluo's safety. Another kind person. The justice that bears never wavers. It should be able to influence the young man Deluo. Sengoku issued an order to Jun, temporarily become the chief of staff on the Deluo warship for 1 year, just watch and don't intervene if it is life or death. Just keep it safe. Don't worry about anything else. Yes. Mr. Sengoku, I'm free too. The T-Dolphin leaned forward and said, let me replace Jun to protect Deluo, and don't let Jun get tired. Forget it. Sengoku dismissed Cake in disgust. Sengoku gave an order to Deluo on the side. Deluo, promoted to major, in charge of the small warship combat force, 300 people, the highest officer Deluo, temporary chief of staff Jun. Deluo wondered why there was Momuzagi Jun in it. Sengoku added, don't worry, Jun won't meddle in your military affairs. The old man just wants to see how long you can persist. It is estimated that after contacting any one of the 7 people, you will understand how terrible and difficult this task is. The old man is waiting for you to ask for help, when you regret it. Then you will come back obediently. I just have a question, Jun Vice Admiral, is she an ability user? Deluo asked with concern. No. Jun looked at Deluo curiously. What a funny and handsome little brother. Deluo is also observing her. The appearance is elegant and refined, like a water lotus that is clean but not demonic. The already opened figure is exquisite and embossed, with attractive curves, laziness, and wildness. Not capable, then I agree. Deluo showed a meaningful smile. Jun Vice Admiral, I will teach you a lot in the future. Primary brother, don't expect me to help you. When I help, it's a crisis moment. Jun has an interesting observation about Deluo, who may become the highest combat power of the same level in the future. Good. It is much more pleasing to the eye than the T-Dolphin. 1 year later, the General Assembly will be held. Regardless of whether the mission is successful or not, you must come back to Deluo at that time. Let the old man see your achievements, and see if your army can grow in a year. Sengoku gives a time limit. General Assembly. It is held every 3 years to check the achievements of the Marines' major units, and to improve the combat power of the entire army through competition. There is still 1 year to go before the next military meeting. If he insists on a head iron, then give him a year. If Jun doesn't take the initiative to take action, Sengoku is sure that it will take a year to return without success, and it will be difficult to grow with a mere 300 troops. 2 things. They can take the opportunity to take back the military power and let Deluo obediently go to the Admiral army to cultivate. Just 1 year. Beside Akainu's eyes lit up. Just over a year, okay, I'll wait another year. Deluo has no pressure, yes. Taking advantage of the situation, I also put forward my own request. 300 elite soldiers, I have a request. Explain. As long as the request is not too excessive, Sengoku can accept it. He probably wants a powerful soldier. I don't want ability users. This is Deluo's request. The last thing that will be lacking in the future is demon fruit power. The devil fruit bestowed by oneself, loyal to oneself. What you think is quite beautiful. You don't need ability users. Do you think ability people are very common? Sengoku looked at Deluo speechlessly. There are a lot of people with abilities in Marines, and they are the most capable people among all the forces in the sea, but among the millions of Marines, there is not one person with abilities in a million. There are many troops without a single ability user. You also despise those with abilities. Even if I wanted to, I didn't. In the eyes of high-level officials, this army is a sacrificial victim. Accompanying Deluo to perform the difficult task of hell will inevitably lead to heavy casualties. The army suffered heavy losses, and as the chief, he must bear the responsibility. Can be used to beat Deluo. It is worthwhile to exchange a small army for the opportunity to educate Marine in the future. Ability users are so precious that Sengoku is reluctant to waste them. Deluo doesn't want it, it's best. There will be a time when you regret it. From now on, you will know how precious people with abilities are in the sea, and how rare it is to have subordinates with people with abilities. Get everything you want. Deluo was about to leave. Just got off the platform. At this time, a wretched face suddenly approached, and Vice Admiral added, "Jun, I want to board your boat." Jiaji stared at Deluo sourly. So? Deluo looked at him. You're not here to threaten me, it's really troublesome. Twist him into a twist too. So? Jiaji raised his head and stared at Deluo. The next action was unexpected by Deluo. He bent down and bowed. Brother, help me take care of Jun. Jun likes to drink tea baofan, yahashi dim sum, she. Like a few treasures, it bursts out all the hobbies and interests of Jun. Take care of Jun, and you will be my brother from now on. If you have any difficulties, come to me. If you are in any danger, tell me, and I will come to the rescue immediately. Plus the humble request. Deluo is speechless. You humble licking dog. Don't worry, I will take good care of her, so that she can't think of leaving, and she can't close her mouth every day. Thank you, my good brother. Take care of me, brother, it's my sister who should take care of you. Jun walked over and looked at Deluo with a smile. When she saw Jiaji, the long sword in his hand came out of its sheath. Jiaji, don't worry about my business, get out. Okay. Jiaji rolled away, and shouted at Deluo from a distance, brother, everything depends on you. The adjutant next to Jiaji was speechless to his chief, and reminded, Sir, you are not afraid of Chief Jun, and Major Deluo, are you in love with each other for a long time? After all, you are on the same boat. Impossible. Jiaji is not worried at all. Pointing to Deluo, he said, he will not pose a threat, and he is my good brother. If you dare to slander his innocence, run me 100 laps. Chapter 8. The next day. A small warship set off from the port of Marine headquarters. Sail into the distance. It's really urgent. On the upper floors of the Marine building, Sengoku watched the warship leave. It is Deluo's warship. It's too urgent. It's the first time to lead troops to perform a mission. If you don't first find out all the information about the mission target, you will set off. You have no experience. The general staff next to him is also not optimistic. Knowing that the task is difficult, it is even more impossible to prepare for it in the early stage. That's fine, the more proud you are hit, the more memorable you will be. It's good to have a longer memory. On the warship. Deluo in the room, the first thing to do is to redeem the rewards he got yesterday. Extract devil fruit. 10 devil fruits appeared in front of him out of thin air. Different colors and different shapes. Each devil fruit is marked with an introduction that can only be seen by Deluo. Chasing fruit, touching someone else's body, you can track that target. Good. Without combat ability, it can be very useful. With such a fruit, chasing the enemy in the vast sea is much easier. Fat fruit, controlling body hair. Junk fruit. Cement fruit, able to produce a large amount of cement in its own body. Good. 3 paramecia, and the remaining 7 are all Zoan. Zoan, short-tailed tiger form. Zoan, white elephant form. Zoan, the toothless elephant form. Zoan, leopard form. Zoan, antelope form. Zoan, buffalo form. Zoan, wild goose form. Finish watching. As expected. Logia, phantom beast species, ancient species, and top-level paramecia are too rare, and the base number of 10 is not large, so it is not so easy to draw. The base is large. Always win. What made Deluo more concerned was a chance to draw a top paramecia. Choose the tornado mode and get a chance to draw the top paramecia. Fruit ability, I don't need it for now. Deluo has no idea of becoming a capable person for the time being. Tornado psychic powers. Comparable to any fruit ability, there is no sea stone disadvantage. This fruit can be given to Jun. Deluo had already thought about it. Subdue Jun who boarded the boat. Once you get on my boat, don't even think about getting off the boat easily. If you don't get something, wouldn't it be a great loss? Jun, a candidate for Admiral, not being able to become Admiral in the future does not mean that she is weak. If she is added with a powerful devil fruit ability, she will definitely have the strength of Admiral in the future. Want to master Marine thoroughly? You don't have to be a Marshal to be successful. Becoming a Marshal, and there are government constraints on it, Admiral can also violate the orders of the Marshal in many ways, and even go against the Marshal. If I want to control Marine, then Marine must be mine. Jun is one of the candidates for Admiral in Deluo's mind. I have to think of a way to make Jun beg me to give her devil fruit, so that she will eat it willingly. Jun on board. I feel a chill down my back. Get on the boat and go into the room alone, my wayward sir. Jun looked at the cabin speechlessly. Marshal Sengoku gave me an order to protect Deluo's life and record his actions this year. This is Jun's mission. Through behavior, Sengoku can judge many situations. You can get a general idea of Deluo's character and his philosophy. After a year, he can be shaped in a targeted manner. Lieutenant Officer, come in for a meeting. In the combat conference room. Deluo, wearing a marine coat, observed the 10 officers in front of him. All lieutenants. 2 captains, 3 lieutenant junior grade, 5 lieutenants, all mid-level and high-level officers on board, the highest warship, Deluo, the only school-level officer. Jun temporary staff, not counted. Major. 10 officers lined up neatly. The 2 leading captains, Wayne and Roy, are both middle-aged veterans. Once belonged to the Akainu fleet. Although he is an unknown middle and lower-level officer, Admiral can follow him. Deep down in his heart, he was unwilling to leave the original army. The lower-level Marines can't pursue 3 things: safety, credit, and growth. Clearly, under Admiral, all 3 are guaranteed. Follow Deluo, the newcomer. They panicked. In particular, he knew that he was going to perform tasks with a high risk factor, and he was even prepared to die in the line of duty. Some Marines on board sighed and complained in private more than once. Complain. Geniuses are cranky, and we ordinary soldiers need to work hard. My order, do you listen? Strictly follow military orders. Some officers are unwilling in their hearts. Military orders are like mountains, and their responsibilities lie. Deluo's orders, They will not violate them. Very well, now you need to complete one thing. The 10 officers looked solemn. I feel uneasy. Veterans are most afraid of novice officers, and no one knows what whimsical ideas the novice officers have. Eager to make meritorious deeds can easily lead the troops to danger. Here are 10 devil fruits. Deluo took out the box and opened it. 10 devil fruits of different shapes appeared in their eyes. Devil fruit. 10 officers exclaimed. Pupils dilate. Their hearts are overwhelmed and it is difficult to calm down. Admiral may not be able to take out 10 devil fruits at once. Even if they can take out 10 devil fruits, it is impossible to give them to middle and lower level officers like us. The way the officers looked at Deluo changed. What background? Major Deluo, I want to make sure again, these devil fruits, give us. Wayne's breathing became short of breath. Devil fruit is too precious. 100 million Baileys have a price but no market. He has worked hard on the Akainu ship for more than 10 years, and he has done a lot of hard work, but he has never heard that Akainu Admiral will give devil fruit to middle and lower level officers. Right. Deluo nodded. The officers stared at devil fruit scorchingly, and no one dared to move. Will such a precious thing really be given to us? They doubt their worth. Are they worthy? Why, do you want to disobey the order? Don't want to become a capable person. Willing. According to their level, unless they are lucky, it is very difficult to get a devil fruit in this life. Dream. The officers were breathing more and more rapidly. A trembling hand reached out to the devil fruit in front of him. Carefully pick up the devil fruit. Eat it, it's just devil fruit. The officers looked at Deluo with deep respect in their moved eyes. When we first met, he looked at us like this. A scholar dies for his confidant. In the future, we will go through fire and water, and we will not hesitate. Excitedly gobble up and eat their own fruits. Familiarize yourself with your abilities. Yes. The officers remained motionless and watched Deluo leave. There is unwavering loyalty in the eyes. The character habits have not changed, but their inner loyalty has changed. Loyalty to justice, loyalty to the government, loyalty to oneself, all become loyalty to Deluo. Chapter 9. System Panel, Short-Term Task, Defeat or capture 5 pirates with a reward of over 100 million. Reward, defeating 1 rewards 2 years of hard work and 10 random devil fruits. Mid-term mission, 7 warlords of the sea mission. Long-term mission, master marine thoroughly. Marine information, crocodile trail, come out from New World, and most likely will go to Sabayati Archipelago to rest after coming out, so go to Sabayati Archipelago to wait for him. Sabayati Archipelago is also one of the gathering places for pirates in the first half of the Great Route. You should be able to catch 5 pirate with a reward of over 100 million. Target, Sabayati Archipelago. There are 10 officers who are completely loyal to themselves. Deluo entrusted them with all affairs on the warship. There is only one order for the elite soldiers. Practice to death for me every day. Devil Fruit's ability is very important, but his own foundation is also very important. The stronger you are, the more you can exert the power of the fruit ability. Deluo is also training every day to improve her strength. In the training room. Deluo, strength, and haki are your weaknesses now. Jun instructed Deluo to practice self-power and haki, and swordsmanship. Now Jun is better than Deluo. Strength is as important as haki, as is technique. Jun stood behind Deluo. Hold his hand from behind and teach him hand in hand. Let him grasp the power faster. Try again now, and then fight with me. In actual combat, you can use your own strength more perfectly. The two actually fought. If you don't use the fruit ability, don't hold back, I'm not that weak, I can bear it. Jun made Deluo explode with full strength. Trained for hours. Jun and Deluo were sweating. Jun stretched his waist and exhaled hot air. Let's go here first today, and continue tomorrow. One day during training, she found that Deluo was growing slower than expected. Did you miss it? Midnight. I found the pirates, 10 kilometers southeast of the location. The target is the orangutan pirates. Sudden. The warship raised its siren. Very short time. All marines are in place. Guerrilla pirates. Deluo looked at the adjutant next to him. Guerrilla pirates, Captain Quinn, offers a reward of 110 million, and dozens of people under him. Over 100 million. Deluo's eyes lit up. It's not a big problem. Jun on the side relaxed his vigilance. Such an opponent. She estimated that with Deluo's fruit ability, it would be enough to deal with it. I leave it to you. Deluo looked at the 10 capable officers behind him. No need for him to do it himself. Yes. The 10 officers firmly carried out Deluo's order. The ability users produced by the system can also be counted as completing tasks. Just them. Jun looked at Deluo in surprise. Crazy? Relying on 10 lieutenant-level officers alone, it is almost impossible to destroy the pirates with a reward of over 100 million. Even if you win. It's not bad if 1 or 2 out of 10 people can survive. Just mess around. Go. With a wave of Deluo's hand, he wrapped 10 officers with telekinetic force and flew them to the pirate ship. The pirates spotted the warship in the distance. Marine. What troop? The orangutan pirates, Captain Quinn, asked the men on the watchtower. He was 3 meters tall, covered in muscles and scars, and held 2 giant axes, exuding a terrifying aura. A unit I've never heard of. Small warships. With an establishment like Marine, the commander should be a colonel-level officer, and the number of combatants is less than 300. Captain Quinn smiled. Even such a small army dared to provoke Laozi. Suicide. Lean up and kill them. Kill them all. The pirates screamed cruelly. Suddenly, 10 officers flew from the sky. What's this? Roar. Roar and roar. In the air, 7 officers transformed. The 7 Zoans turned into wild beasts in the air, sending out chilling growls. The owner of the fufa fruit, the hair soars, and the hair is like needles covering the sky and covering the sky. The cement fruit officer, with cement pouring out of his body, smashed on the pirate ship. Impossible, so many ability users. Quinn's expression changed drastically. How could there be so many ability users in such a small army? When did Marine's configuration become so high? How can there be so many capable people? Jun's beautiful eyes magnified. He commands 3 large warships and has 3,000 Marines under his command, only 3 of whom are capable. It is far inferior to this small army of 300 people. She is a Marine executive. You know, Deluo's subordinates are already victims in the eyes of high-level officials. Marshal Sengoku couldn't be extravagant enough to assign him 10 capable users. When boarding the ship, it seemed that none of the 10 officers were capable. Jun was stunned and looked at Deluo with his mouth open. He bestowed it? How could he have so many devil fruits, and it was too extravagant to give these mid and lower level officers? 10 capable officers descended from the sky. The wild laughter of the pirates stopped. Desperation permeates. This is the Marine secret force, run. There are so many capable people, we can't be opponents, run away. The pirates panicked. What he was facing was crushed by 10 capable users. The battle was one-sided from the start. Captain Quinn turned into an orangutan and wanted to resist, but was surrounded by several officers from the same Zoan. In the end, the hatred was wiped out. The orangutan pirates will perish within 10 minutes. Go forward and harvest the spoils. The warship approaches. The sluggish Marine looked at the officers who retained their animal forms, frozen like a statue. It's that easy to win. I thought it was a tough battle, a battle of life and death. Unexpectedly, there was no chance to make a move. I can't even take out 10 devil fruits at once. How did Deluo, who just graduated, do it? There was a huge wave in Jun's heart. It seems that this junior has a huge secret. Chapter 10. Ding. Short-term task, 1/5, kill 110 million pirates Quinn, and reward 2 years of hard training. A powerful force. Emerging from Deluo. His own power has skyrocketed a lot. The next day. Training. Boom. The blade slashes. Deluo versus Jun. This. Jun's beautiful eyes looked at Deluo in disbelief. Why did her power suddenly become so much stronger? Jun opened his mouth slightly. You kept it yesterday. No. Jun looked at Deluo in surprise. Probably not, since he was exhausted from training yesterday. It is impossible to hold back. But what is with this force today? Just for one night. I just slept through it. What the hell happened that night? Jun began to doubt life, doubting whether he had an illusion of time, but in fact it has been a long time. Overnight strength gains. It is comparable to Haki, which I have practiced and improved for more than half a year. One night is equal to half a year. Jun looked at Deluo with complicated emotions, and suddenly felt that his talent seemed to be like this. My heart is overwhelmed. He is scarier than we imagined. The skyrocketing strength means that his fruit power can increase again. This kind of growth rate made Jun, who once made others call him a genius, feel the crushed growth rate. Hours of practice are over. Jun also felt a little tired. After a few days, they are all practicing one-on-one with Jun. Why, your cultivation speed has slowed down again in the past few days. Jun was puzzled. That night, she was stunned. But in the next few days, the speed was slower than expected. What happened? Have a problem with your body? Don't worry, I'm accumulating energy, and I'll increase it all at once in a few days. Jun couldn't help but roll his eyes. It can also control the speed of cultivation. I haven't heard of it. It's just a joke. Training. The warship is getting closer and closer to the Sabayati Islands. Only a dozen kilometers away. Huge sequoia trees can be vaguely seen. Deluo and Jun no longer practice. The two came to the bow. Behind them are the Marines who are practicing desperately. Deluo, I heard that you let the Marines practice hard, and after a week, the fastest growing Marines will be given to devil fruit. Jun asked curiously. This problem? She has been curious for a long time. Why do newly graduated recruits have so many devil fruits? She remembered that she saw the first devil fruit on the sea half a year after graduation. I have never heard of a newcomer who has more than a dozen devil fruits after graduation. Right. Deluo nodded. The Sabayati Islands are coming soon. Once the short-term mission is completed, 10 random devil fruits will be given. How did you get so many devil fruits? Jun was puzzled. There are very few opportunities to go out during the recruit camp, and getting 1 or 2 devil fruits is already a burst of luck. Is devil fruit hard to get? Well. Jun froze. Taking out 10 devil fruits casually, Deluo said. It seems impossible to refute. I feel that this sentence is so choking. Deluo casually asked, do you also want to become a person with abilities? Those who can. Jun thought for a moment. Deluo, are you trying to bribe me? My requirements are very high, and I don't look down on mediocre abilities. Strength as Jun. It is not difficult to get a devil fruit. But what she needs is not ordinary ability. It is the top-level ability in line with its own system. The top-level ability that perfectly meets one's own requirements can only be met but not sought after, and can only be resigned to fate. Deluo asked, then what ability do you want, Logia? Zoan Phantom Beast Species? Or Special Paramecia? Ability that matches my strength, but I don't think there is such a devil fruit, and I don't intend to become a capable user anymore. Jun's main combat power is in swordsmanship. It is not certain whether you can have such ability, let alone obtain it. Jun has long lost confidence in finding the devil fruit that suits him. Oh. The corners of Deluo's mouth curled up slightly. You don't really want to help me find it, do you? Don't waste time, the whole Marine may not be able to find it if you search for it. Jun was slightly moved. But I also know that it is not hard work that will produce results. Miraculous luck is required. I have a devil fruit here. Deluo took out a devil fruit casually. Fruit full of cracks. This devil fruit. A fruit extracted from top Paramecia. Split the fruit and decompose everything. Jun's breathing became slightly short of breath. What is your identity? It has top-level ability itself, and took out a top-level ability devil fruit. Marshal Sengoku couldn't even do it. Such ability. Only this fruit remained in her eyes, and the excitement floating on her face could not be suppressed no matter what. Her swordsmanship pursuit is the ultimate sharpness. In an instant, cut off the enemy. It is a perfect fusion with the ability to decompose fruit. This fruit is the ability she has dreamed of and has always wanted. A perfect fruit that fits one's own abilities. Want to. She wants. But she couldn't open the mouth. A top fruit ability, a priceless treasure, how to speak. But if you miss it, maybe you will never encounter a fruit that suits your own strength again in your life. Jun pursed his lips. The slender and well-proportioned long legs inadvertently approached Deluo. Looking at Deluo with soft eyes. Reveal a message. I want. Give it to me please. But he didn't have the courage to speak up, and he didn't report much hope. You want. Deluo raised the devil fruit and approached Jun. Regardless of being reserved, he nodded quickly. For you. Deluo casually threw the devil fruit into Jun. I didn't plan to attack first, and then give the fruit, which is troublesome. With Jun's temperament, it will take years and months to conquer. Let her eat devil fruit willingly first, and be loyal to herself in her heart. Loyalty does not mean love, but loyalty means intimacy, and then it will be much easier to succeed. The latter caught it cautiously. Really give it to me? Jun couldn't believe it, it was true. Such a top-level ability is hard to find in the sea, so just give it to me? There are such generous people in the sea. Do you have any plans for your sister? Chapter 11. Already arrived at the Sabayati Islands, who is going to report the situation to Chief Deluo? I'm not going, Jun Vice Admiral seems to be in Major Deluo's room. I'm not going either, in case I disturb them. Jun Vice Admiral said it was helping Major Deluo clean up the room. Do you believe it? Do you believe it? Several officers, including Roy, gathered around the deck, whispering. In their astonished eyes. Jun took Deluo's marine coat and came out of the room humming a cheerful tune. It's much more comfortable to have someone serve you. Deluo stretched out in the room. With telekinetic superpowers, anything can be done in an instant. It can be replaced by a beautiful boss to help serve. Can it feel the same? Comfortable and comfortable. Under the worshipping eyes of his subordinates, he came to the bow of the ship. Jun held the brand new marine coat behind her and helped him put it on. Afterwards, Marine's heart was filled with huge waves. Marine exclaimed inwardly, Major Deluo, invincible. In just a few days, he took down Jun, the most beautiful general at the top of Marine, and was invincible. The Sabayati Islands have arrived. Deluo looked towards the archipelago ahead. The hunt begins. Sabayati Archipelago. The area at the end of the first half of the Great Route. An archipelago formed by the world's largest mangrove tree. This is the transfer station for pirates. Pirates going to New World will come here to rest and rest. Similarly, pirates coming out of New World will probably make their first stop here. Doomed, Sabayati Islands, demons dancing wildly. In particular, Islands 1 to 29 are known as illegal areas. There is also a marine base in the Sabayati Islands. As long as the pirates don't run amok outside the 29th island, the marine doesn't bother to care about it. There are unwritten rules between the two sides. Sabayati Bottom Islands. The warship has just docked. A large group of marines are already waiting on the shore. Brother, my good brother. Jiaji greeted Deluo excitedly, and moved to Deluo's side, grateful, as expected of my good brother. You must know that I am on duty in the Sabayati Islands during this time, so take the initiative to come to Sabayati Archipelago to find me. I will keep this kindness in my heart. Pat on the chest. Bang bang. Deluo wanted to tell him, you misunderstood, I know shit, who cares where you are? Jiaji, if you dare to touch Deluo again, I will cut off your dog's hand. Jun drew his sword and pointed it at Cake. The latter's face was stiff. What is this for? I'm just exchanging feelings with Deluo. Why are you so excited, Jun? My heart is a little blocked. He watched Deluo and Jun leaving intimately. Sir, Jun and Deluo are a little too close. The adjutant at the side carefully reminded Jiaji. Jiaji frowned, and looked at the adjutant angrily. What do you know? I can only say, my brother, I have done my best to take care of Jun during this time, that's why they have such a good relationship. The adjutant fell silent. Marine behind Deluo looked at Jiaji sympathetically, it was so pitiful. Sabayati Archipelago has no trace of crocodile for the time being. Marine reports on the investigation. How many billions of pirates are there? Short-term tasks have not been completed. 4 places short. Temporarily found 3. Went out. 10 capable users started to move, and Jun rushed into battle. Marine, this is illegal territory, you have crossed the line. Damn it, I'm going to fight you. For a moment, the Sabayati Islands became chaotic. Ding. Kill a 130 million pirate, reward 2 years of hard training, and complete the short-term task, 2/5. Ding. Kill a 108 million pirate, reward 2 years of hard training, and complete the short-term task, 3/5. Ding. Less than a day. The 3 pirates who offered a reward of over 100 million in the Sabayati Islands were all captured. Deluo, increase the power of 6 years of penance. 4/5 of the short-term tasks are completed. One less. For a time, the Sabayadi Islands were jittery. Island number 1. Population auction just established. Young master, will this group of Marines come to destroy our population auction? Doflamingo, who was wearing sunglasses and a feather coat, held a red wine glass. They dare not. I have already greeted the high-level government officials at the auction, and all the people who come to the auction are the nobles of the allied countries, and sometimes the nobles of the world. Marine courage, they dare not come to trouble me. Reporting Major, there are no more than 100 million pirates in the Sabayadi Islands. No. Deluo looked at the system panel. Just one place short. Short-term tasks are completed. You can add 2 more years of power, and 10 random devil fruits. Pluton Rayleigh is in the Sabayadi Islands, and he has a bounty of 2 billion. Far more than 100 million. It's kind of a waste. Just one place short, choose Pluton Rayleigh, what a waste. Just over a billion will do. It's a loss to catch 2 billion big pirates. Is Doflamingo there? Deluo looked towards Island 1. Population auctions already exist, and Doflamingo is behind them. If in, then use him as a top-up. Suddenly, Marine reported the situation. Major Deluo, a pirate ship has docked. Oh. Deluo looked towards the shore. The broken pirate ship walked down alone, ignoring the many Marines on the island. He strolled over with a gloomy expression. Get out of the way, I'm in a bad mood right now. A pirate asked hundreds of Marines to make way. Crazy. Crocodile. Chapter 12. He had a big back, a long, horizontal scar on his face, and he was smoking a cigar. The left hand is a golden hook, wearing a black fur coat. It exudes a terrifying aura that should not be entered by humans. His face was gloomy. It seems that they are here for me, and you all want to catch me. Crocodile's gloomy eyes swept over all the Marines. Marine's expression froze. What a scary look. But when they saw Deluo's back, Marine's eyes sharpened immediately, and he stared at Crocodile fearlessly. Major Deluo even won the Jun Vice Admiral. Still afraid of you? Don't be careless, he is not simple. As a master, Jun felt the strength contained in Crocodile, which was very strong. It is not easy to be selected as a shichibukai candidate by the government Marine. Crocodile, the reward is no more than 100 million, you can't do it. Deluo looked at him. Very dissatisfied. If it exceeds 100 million, the 2 tasks can be completed at the same time. Marine, the look in your eyes made me feel even worse. Crocodile waited for Deluo with a sullen expression. Being defeated by Whitebeard, in a bad mood? Don't worry, you will be in a bad mood later. Crocodile clenched his fists. A terrifying aura emanated from him. Murderous. Said he was in pain. Full of confidence to challenge the strongest man in the sea, he believes that he can win, and he is the one who becomes the king. But the reality is cruel. Flied by Whitebeard with 2 punches. Distraught rolled out of New World. Of course I'm in a bad mood. Now the scar has been untied, and the nameless Marine has threatened and underestimated her. Crocodile looked at Deluo with the eyes of a dead man. You run away, maybe I don't have the time to hunt you down. Jun held his sword and stood in front of Deluo. Also burst out a strong breath. Jun asked in a low voice, Deluo, how to do it? Obviously Crocodile's personality is not that easy to get along with. The swords are on the verge of meeting, and there is no chance to calm down and negotiate. How to convince him to become 7 warlords of the sea? In Jun's mind, there was nothing he could do. By force? There was no fight, and Jun didn't know if he could win. Winning and keeping the other side is even harder. What's more, Shichibukai has 7 members, some of whom Jun has little confidence in winning. In her heart, she is assisting Deluo with all her strength. The Shichibukai plan is difficult for us alone to complete. Beat him first, then talk. Jun, I'll leave it to you. Can't be quiet. Then hit Crocodile first and have to be quiet. Learn. Jun, who was asked by Sengoku not to shoot at will. One word from Deluo. She gave it her all. Court death. Crocodile, who was in a bad mood, became murderous. A gravel sword cut through the ground and cut it. Clang. Jun draws his sword and fights with Crocodile. The sand blade in Crocodile's arm became huge, and he slashed hard. Cleave the earth. Smash the afterimage left by Jun. Not as strong as expected. Jun no longer stays strong. Boom. The sword's edge collided with the golden hook. Crocodile's face changed suddenly, and he felt a force hit him. Impossible, I have already blocked the blade. An inverted crocodile is unbelievable. Could this be Armament Haki's advanced skill, released? Call out. In one fell swoop, Jun caught up with Crocodile in an instant, and thousands of swords blocked Crocodile's body. The sword edge emits fluorescent flow. The ability to decompose fruit, combined with a sharp blade. Gritted. Crocodile's body was broken with gravel. The gravel condenses into a human being not far away. There were several sword marks on his body, dripping with blood. Marine, who only obeys the major, is so strong. Crocodile was dumbfounded. Jun has the upper hand. Boom. Jun relies on amazing speed and powerful force to knock Crocodile into the air again. His golden hook that blocked the sword's edge was riddled with holes. Let's lose to Whitebeard, I can't lose here. Crocodile was a little angry. Erosion of reincarnation. Put your right hand on the ground, use Sand Fruit's large-scale attack ability, and want to change the environment into a favorable terrain. One cut. Jun didn't give him a chance to use his big move, so he slashed down with a knife. The sword light pierced the sky with one knife, tearing everything apart. Crocodile is prevented from further affecting the environment. Haki-infused blade hits Crocodile. Leaving a blood stain on his chest, he flew out again. Keep your feet on the ground. The ground shattered, Jun turned into a horse, and in an instant came to Crocodile who was flying upside down. The pitch-black sharp sword slashed down with one blow. I'm going to fail again. Vietnam War. The more Crocodile was shocked. Unexpectedly, I can't beat Marine, a woman who is younger than me. Such a fact. It was more unbearable and more traumatic than losing to Whitebeard. Walk. Crocodile had the idea of leaving. At worst, just find the place later. Throw it in your hand. The sky is filled with gravel, forming a powerful tornado, which collapses everything. Breakdown. The blade shatters the tornado. Jun looked up. Crocodile has run away. Remember, the person in front of me is not someone unknown, but the famous Momuzagi Vice Admiral of Marine. No wonder he is so strong. Crocodile's half-body was gravel, and he fled at low altitude. Looking back at Jun. The distance has widened. It is safe to retreat. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw Diluo and met Diluo's eyes. His back felt cold. He is just a major, an unknown person, what danger can he bring me? The back is no longer cold, and it is stable. Diluo looked at the crocodile who was running away. The way you run away is embarrassing. That's it? Marine, don't let me meet you in the future, I will give you to. Crocodile had a murderous look on his face. When I met you, without a strong man like Jun by my side, you were just at the mercy of others. How about giving me? Diluo waved. Psychic power controlled Crocodile's body and forcibly pulled him back. Me. Crocodile looked at Diluo who was right in front of him. Shocked. I put down all the harsh words and didn't run away, what should I do? Chapter 13. Gritted. The horrified crocodile instantly turned into yellow sand all over the sky, counteracting the motivation to control his body. It turned out to be a capable person, but unfortunately I am Logia, so it's useless. The yellow sand condenses in the distance. Jun raised his blade. Diluo, let me do it. Need not. Diluo raised his hand casually. On the distant sea surface, the sea surface was surging, and countless seawater condensed into huge water balls. Throw on Crocodile. Can also control seawater? Is what he got the Golden Lion ability. Crocodile pupil dilation. There was no time to escape. The desert sword crazily chopped up the water polo, and the water dripped all over the sky. Safe. Crocodile just breathed a sigh of relief. The water droplets all over the sky condensed instantly, covering the crocodile. The sea water condensed into a water prison, and Crocodile was imprisoned in the sea water. Gila gila. In sea water. Crocodile was spitting blisters feebly. Desperate. The water polo flew in front of Diluo. With a flick. In the water polo, Crocodile's head was above the surface of the water, but his body was still submerged in sea water, and he was still weak. Can manipulate sea water. Diluo's abilities are even more terrifying than Sengoku and the others expected. Jun stared at Diluo in a daze. The heart moves slightly. Unexpectedly, Crocodile, did not die at the hands of Whitebeard, but at the hands of a major marine. Crocodile was not reconciled. I knew how. Might as well be killed by Whitebeard. Now a nameless marine is so scary. Crocodile's inner pride was completely shattered. He was homesick and wanted to go back to his hometown, the sea. It didn't matter if he didn't come. Bring me the letter of intent for Crocodile to sign. Behind Deluo, Marine's subordinates quickly took out the letter of intent for 7 warlords of the sea members. Letter of intent. Crocodile was puzzled. It stands to reason that he was either killed or sent to impel down. What letter of intent? Marine puts the letter of intent in front of Crocodile. The above is related to the 7 warlords of the sea project. Shichibukai, special rights, and status, the arrest warrant will be stopped, and all previous crimes will not be pursued. You can even make individual requests to the world government, but you must accept the world government's compulsory convening and payment of tribute. Obligations and rights are clear at a glance. This is real. Crocodile's breathing became short of breath. Seems promising. But he didn't believe it. Pirates, Marine, and the world government are irresolvable enemies. In history, there has never been such a formal cooperation. Such a huge plan, will the government hand it over to you? Hand it over to a young recruit? Impossible. If Admiral was in front of him, and there were high-level government officials, Crocodile still believed it. Why, don't you sign? Deluo's eyes were slightly cold. Imprisonment. The crocodile water polo compressed rapidly, and the powerful pressure squeezed his body. His veins were swollen and his eyes were bloodshot. He feels death. Crocodile gritted his teeth and spit out a word, sign. Isn't it just a signature? After the big deal is signed, it's fine if you don't admit it. Crocodile signed his name and fingerprint on the 7 warlords of the sea letter of intent. Ding. Convince Crocodile to become a shichibukai, reward, haki emission, 10 random devil fruits. For a moment, Deluo felt that the armament haki in his body was not too much, and it increased a lot. At the same time, he has mastered advanced skills such as armament haki external release and internal destruction. Out to sea till now. Added the power of 8 years of hard training and advanced armament haki emission, without relying on telekinetic power, its own strength is comparable to that of the headquarters Vice Admiral. Leave your contact information and you can go. Contact information. Crocodile was even more angry. Good. Stay and stay. At worst, I can change the contact method later. Looking at the obediently cooperating Crocodile, Deluo was suddenly bored. It's too easy, no means are available. These words made Crocodile's scalp tingle. What is this marine, how can it be so hateful? Can I go now? Crocodile looked at Deluo gloomily. There is endless anger in my heart. Such a disgrace for the first time. Great opportunity, do you want to make a move and teach this marine a lesson? With evil thoughts in my heart. Crocodile is out of trouble. He estimated the distance, and it was only 3 meters away from Deluo. The distance that can kill instantly. His ability is terrible, but he is too young. Taijutsu haki must not be strong. Even if he can't kill him instantly, at least he can teach him an unforgettable lesson, so that he can't make a move in a short time. At that time, Jun alone may not be able to keep me. Think about the success rate of the plan in mind. Very high. Do you want to gamble? Not good. Jun noticed Crocodile's little trick. Deluo, be careful. Deluo's main combat strength is inability. Once Crocodile makes a close attack, it will be dangerous. You want to sneak up on me? Deluo disappeared in an instant, and appeared in front of Crocodile a moment later. The fist is covered with a layer of dark red emission haki. Punch. Boom. Bombarded the unresponsive Crocodile in the chest. Confused, he flew away. Chapter 14. Take the opportunity to sneak attack on Deluo. Crocodile, he admitted that he had a gambling element. But never expected. I haven't done it yet. He was knocked out. Puff. Emission haki, attacking his body, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Power and haki, how can it be so strong, the new generation of marine, is it so scary? Crocodile begins to doubt life. The sea is not a legend. After the era of the great pirates, the new generation of marine is getting worse every year. Why? I've come across monsters like this. Crocodile fell to the ground, his pupils were about to split, looking at the suspended stones around Deluo, and haki was entwined on the stones. hastily said, wait a minute, I am 7 warlords of the sea. Shichibukai, can't you fight? Boom. With a wave. The stones wrapped around Haki, smashed towards Crocodile. A huge deep hole was smashed. The smoke dispersed. In the crater, a miserable crocodile covered in blood appeared. Stare blankly big eyes. Distracted. It turns out that the scariest thing is not Jun, but this Major Deluo. It's too late to understand. A marine came to the pit and brought up the crocodile. What are you going to do again? Crocodile subconsciously trembled. The major orders, let me touch you. This Lieutenant Junior Grade Carter, after mentioning crocodile, threw him cruelly on the ground. Carter Lieutenant Junior Grade has the ability to chase after fruit. Anyone he comes into contact with can be traced. Major Deluo said, dare to play tricks later, escape to Tianyai Kakuza will destroy you. Puff. Crocodile spat out a mouthful of old blood. Too much deception. Me. With bloodshot eyes, Crocodile endured the severe pain and stood up, looking at Deluo. I see. I have become 7 warlords of the sea, and I have great potential in the future. I have made up my mind to find the legendary ancient weapon Pluton in the future, and there is no need to hold on here. Crocodile. Gone. He left without looking back. Go fast. Will that convince Crocodile? Jun stared at Deluo, and Admiral felt a tricky task. Simply convince one. Deluo, how did your haki and strength become so strong? Remember what Deluo said before. His mind was roaring, he could really control the speed of his practice, and it was unscientific to say that it would skyrocket. Marine was also conquered by Deluo's understatement. Major Deluo deserves to be called the strongest of the Marine generation. No, I feel that there are not many high-level people who will be the opponent of Major Deluo. Major Deluo is too strong, no wonder he can conquer Jun Vice Admiral. Those Marines who have not yet taken the fruit, all look at them with admiration. Commander is strong. It is an honor to be a subordinate. Moreover, as long as you practice hard, there will be devil fruit in the future. Such treatment. Admiral can't even give it. Many of my former comrades in arms refused to become Major Deluo's soldiers and didn't come, ha ha ha, I'm still smart. Thanks to the fact that my former officer didn't like me, thinking that if I was handed over to the new officer, I would have no future, but I didn't expect that our future is bright. The Marines laughed and laughed. Suddenly, I felt a cold look in my eyes. Jun turned his head and looked at Marine coldly. There is still a shyness on the expression that cannot be hidden. What did you say about conquest just now? Ah, Jun Vice Admiral, it's scary. Marine was silent, and hurriedly backed away. Is not it? Deluo's voice. The high cold aura that Jun had put on with great difficulty was completely shattered in an instant. The beauty changed slightly, the voice became unclear. You nonsense. Forget, what did you call me in the room? Jun's pretty face instantly flushed red. Say 2 words that only Deluo can hear. Whisper softly. The cold Jun is a little more charming. Jun's voice was crisp, tickling people's hearts. Deluo's heart moved, go back to the room. When turning to leave. Sensing someone approaching quickly. Somebody is coming. Jun sensed it too. His face was shy and hidden, and his aloof temperament was restored. A figure flew from a distance. It landed on a tree trunk not far away. Doflamingo looked mad and asked Marine a question. Hey, Marine, can you tell me that crocodile was here just now? There are so many grains of sand on the ground, it seems that the crocodile is really fighting with people here, is it you? Doflamingo stared condescendingly at Jun and Deluo. The former, he knew. Marine's famous strongman, Momuzagi Vice Admiral. And the latter. Doflamingo's eyes under the sunglasses looked at Deluo with a hint of coldness. Fergo sent back a message, and defeated him. Is it the Deluo in front of me? Doflamingo observed Deluo unscrupulously. As a pirate, face Marine. He is fearless. I heard Virgo, my family, maybe he should pay a certain price, but Jun is not weak. By the way, Virgo sent back a message saying that Jun will not make a move easily, so I will teach him a lesson. It is not a big deal. Doflamingo slowly raised his murderous aura. The fingertips inadvertently pointed at Deluo. As long as Jun doesn't make a move. A mere recruit, even if Virgo is defeated, in the eyes of Doflamingo, it is not worth mentioning. The murderous aura exuded enraged Jun. You are courting death for disturbing us. The blade was unsheathed and jumped up. Split and chop. A sword light covering the sky and the sun descended from the sky. It was as if the entire sky had been split into pieces. What? Doflamingo was dumbfounded. What's the situation? Didn't the Marine executives say that Jun couldn't help Deluo easily? Immediately move forward with both hands, hundreds of thousands of spider silk threads are formed, and a spider web blocks the front. Boom. The blade tore through the spider's web, and Jun didn't spare a blow. Hit Doflamingo, who reacted hastily. What kind of power is this? Armament Haki's hands hardened, and Doflamingo's expression changed drastically after blocking the blade. The whole person was out of control and flew upside down. From Island 4, fly to Island 3. The sword glow spanned 2 islands, and the entire number 4 island was split. In the abyss-like fissure, Doflamingo spit blood and lay on the rubble. Chapter 15. Fergo, he lied to me, didn't he say that she wouldn't make a move? I haven't made a move yet, Deluo hasn't been hurt at all, why should Jun help him? Doflamingo was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. I'm just asking. Watching a play doesn't even count. Just got stabbed. Hurry up, the woman is going crazy, it's terrible. Doflamingo, propping up his bleeding arms, soared into the sky, and left here as quickly as possible. Just left. Jun with a sword descends from the sky. Ran. Jun looked around, and observation Haki sensed that Doflamingo had flown to island number 1. The distance is widened. Deluo flew over. It was Doflamingo just now, the young master of the Don Quixote family, a very powerful pirate. Jun knows Doflamingo well. She was a member of the Crane Chief of Staff before. Crane Chief of Staff has been chasing the Don Quixote family for many years. The two sides fought many times. Doflamingo is very strong, and has a cunning and cruel personality. Why is he preparing to attack Deluo? For whatever reason. Jun, with the intention of killing Doflamingo in his heart. Holding the sword, he chased after island number 1. Doflamingo was always paying attention to the rear, and when he saw the murderous Jun chasing him, his face changed drastically. Damn it, are you still chasing me? Doflamingo speeds up. Reach the population auction gate before Jun catches up. It's safe. Here, Doflamingo starts to get aggressive. Marine, do you still want to make trouble here? Doflamingo looked at Jun and Deluo contemptuously. Pointing to the back. Do you know what stands behind me? Now there are nobles from many countries who are bidding for slaves. Once they are in danger, the allies of these nobles will not forgive you. Marines, you cannot afford such a responsibility. By the way, the population auction is approved by the world government, and slavery is also legal. Be fearless. Doflamingo laughed maniacally. He sneered at Deluo. Young Marine, you are very angry, right? You subvert the justice in your heart, this is reality. Marine. Doflamingo was never afraid. No matter how strong Marine is, he must be disciplined and restrained. What he fears are those unscrupulous monster pirates. Jun's eyes became colder and colder. She knew that Doflamingo was right. The killing intent in his eyes became stronger. She decided to bear such a responsibility. Noisy, Doflamingo, were you going to attack me just now? Doflamingo looked at Deluo disdainfully. What's the matter? Doflamingo's maniacal laughter echoed in the air. Boom. Suddenly, he heard the sound of Ling Lai breaking through the air. Subconsciously looked up to the sky. Hey, are you kidding me? Under Doflamingo's unbelievable eyes, a huge meteorite fell from the sky. Crash location, population auction where Doflamingo is located. Meteorite, this is by no means a natural disaster. Doflamingo couldn't believe that his luck would be so bad. I have never heard of meteorites falling on the Sabayati Islands. It is a man-made disaster. Who is it? Doflamingo looked at Jun for the first time. Is her? Or Deluo? It must be one of them. You crazy people, do you know what you did? Doflamingo asked ferociously. Crazy, crazy. Unreasonable lunatic. Is it Jun again? The woman is really irrational when she goes crazy. She actually did this for marine newcomer Deluo. What is she drawing? Doflamingo desperately uses the fruit ability. One by one, the sharp silk threads drew towards the meteorite. Boom. The meteorite shattered and crashed to the ground. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. The luxurious population auction was wiped out under the impact of a meteorite. Deluo, your ability can already control meteorites. Jun was numb from shock. Even she was taken aback by this shocking scene. This is by no means Sengoku saying that they have the potential to become the highest combat power, but that they already have the highest combat power. She looked at the understated Deluo. This is by no means his limit. Could it be that he is already standing at the top of the ocean? Shocked, Jun couldn't hide his excitement. I am his man. Jun suddenly thought of many nobles from various countries in the auction. Shenzhong said to Deluo, Deluo, the casualties are so heavy, don't report this matter to the headquarters, I will handle it. She will carry it. No, Doflamingo will memorize it. Deluo waved his hand. Disperse the fumes. Ding. Kill a pirate with a reward of over 100 million, complete all short-term tasks, reward 2 years of hard training, and reward 10 random devil fruits. Finished? Deluo looked at the broken pit ahead. Is this how Doflamingo was killed? It's not that useless. The smoke dispersed. The huge deep pit occupied the location of the population auction just now. A figure appeared in Deluo's eyes. Silver beard and hair, wearing glasses, wearing a white windbreaker. On a broken earth, stand out. He is. Jun didn't recognize the other party's identity for a while, but felt that it was extremely dangerous. Standing vigilantly in front of Deluo, he pointed his sword at the mysterious man who was walking towards him. Pluton Rayleigh. Chapter 16. It's crazy, just about to be selected by a nobleman, and there will be gambling money immediately, when a meteorite suddenly falls from the sky. Thunder King Rayleigh walked towards Deluo. Marine, what did you do? His gaze was on Deluo. Jun, he had the impression that he was powerful at a glance, but he didn't feel threatened. And Deluo. The young Marine, seemingly weak, gave Rayleigh a sense of threat. Young Marine, it's a bit too much, but there are still many people in it, so it's not clear why they died like this, isn't it too cruel? Deluo leaned towards Rayleigh, are you preaching to me? I'm just trying to persuade you, young, not to be so extreme in your actions, because it's not an act of justice for one pirate to harm hundreds of innocent people. Justice? Deluo looked at Rayleigh amusedly, since you are so righteous, why didn't you save others just now? Don't tell me you can't do it with your strength. Pluton Rayleigh sighed, in a hurry, I was old and didn't react. I'm afraid your first reaction is not to save people, but because you didn't react. In the population auction, it was deliberately auctioned for so long. I have never heard of any slave who was rescued by Pluton Rayleigh. A mere pirate deserves to talk about justice with me. Pluton Rayleigh's pupils shrunk, how did he know I was a pirate? Watching Deluo wave his hand, the shattered ground suddenly split open, and a dozen slaves protected by the telekinetic shield fell to the ground safe and sound. Jun unchanged hands the slave with the top haki. You are free, let's go. Deluo looked at a dozen slaves. There are no familiar characters from the original. Instead, there was a young mermaid, whom she did not recognize. Thank you, Marine, thank you. A dozen slaves looked at Deluo gratefully. Thank you so much. Some excited people couldn't help but kneel and kowtow to thank. Need not. Deluo stopped them with superpowers and let them go. The slaves who left kept looking back. Grateful eyes are always looking at Deluo. From the beginning to the end, he didn't look at the Pluton Rayleigh who was just boasting next to him. Who is he? I don't know, what does it have to do with us? Witness this scene. Pluton Rayleigh, looking stiff and ashamed. Pluton Rayleigh, the vice captain of the most vicious pirate group in the sea, what justice are you going to talk to me about? Pluton Rayleigh, choked for a long time and couldn't speak. This old man is also for your own good, don't do things too extreme, there is no harm. You are not worthy, take care of yourself first. Deluo waved. Pluton Rayleigh looked solemn, do you want to make a move? It's unnecessary and not interesting to start with a young marine. Wrong. Pluton Rayleigh, looking into the distance. The loose skin immediately tightened, and the indifferent look disappeared. A meteorite fell from the sky. Fall to Island 13. Island 13, the area where Shuki's blackmail bar is located, where Pluton's reclusive home is also located. You are unreasonable. Pluton Rayleigh can no longer rely on the old and talkative. Desperately rushed to the 13th island. Boom. The desperate Pluton Rayleigh punched the meteorite before it hit the ground completely. Removed most of the power. But it still caused Shucky's bar to suffer a catastrophe. The entire number 13 island was riddled with holes from being hit by meteorite fragments. Rayleigh, what have you done wrong again? Shucky stared at Rayleigh angrily, with a cigarette in his mouth. Out of breath, he explained in a low voice, "It's not me, it's Marine." "Marine? Marine found your trail, is Admiral here?" Shucky's words. Let Pluton Rayleigh become serious. "No, my identity has been exposed. I don't know how the Marine headquarters will deal with me. It is not suitable to stay here for a long time." He didn't want to confront Marine. He just wants to live in peace. "Shucky, I'm leaving for a while." "Just leave." Pluton Rayleigh lifted his foot to leave. Shucky asked, "Are you going to hide there for a while?" Pluton Rayleigh bowed his head in thought. "Where are you going?" "Correct." He thought of the location. Amazon is in Calm Belt, where there are few people. It is a good place, and once helped Hancock, the king of Daughter Island. Daughter's Island? Isn't it rumored that Daughter's Island will never allow men to enter, so you can go in and hide? Rayleigh thought about it. It seems impossible. I didn't even have a chance to enter Daughter's Island. There is an uninhabited island near Daughter's Island. I will go there and stay for a few months. I will come back after the wind blows. Marine won't stay in the Sabayati Islands for many years because of my retirement." Pluton Rayleigh left soon after. Very depressed to leave. It was actually caused by a new Marine, who ran away from home and lost his home. When I meet that bad Marine again, I have to make him understand what it means to respect the old and love the young. Chapter 17. Island number 1. Deluo's subordinates are searching the broken earth. "Sir, the death toll is 126. For the time being, no corpses of world nobles, celestial dragons and Doflamingo have been found. Report, found a mysterious lockbox. Survey completed. In addition to the broken corpses, there is only a huge lockbox left. After opening, it's all Bailey. A total of 3.5 billion Pele. It is the entire income of the population auction for several months. Doflamingo has given up a lot of thought and established a population auction, which has just opened for a few months, and its interests and capital are all here. Record the number of corpses, lockbox. Is there any?" Deluo looked at the captain's men. Report, no. Very good. Unknowingly, the lockbox disappeared. Holding the sword, Jun searched everywhere. Deluo, no trace of Doflamingo was found. He should not be dead, he ran away. Doflamingo is not dead. The system judged that the pirate who died over 100 million was not him, and the reward amount was wrong. It should be the unlucky pirate who happened to be in the auction. Ding. Short-term tasks completed. New short-term task, defeat or capture a pirate with a bounty of over 500 million, reward, 10 years of penance armament haki, 10 random devil fruit, and reward 2 ordinary Zoan subordinates for fruit awakening. Nice rewards. Deluo has added 10 years of penance power. Strength is no longer weakness. Armament haki, with advanced emission haki. Master haki's difficult skills such as internal destruction and external release. But the amount of haki is not too much. There is a reward of 500 million pirates, isn't there one in Sabayati Archipelago? He quickly led his troops to Island 13. Pluton Rayleigh ran away. No trace of him was found in the entire Sabayati Islands. Old guy, you're lucky. Dozens of miles away from Sabayati Islands, the Don Quixote family pirate ship. The auction is gone, and the benefits are gone. Such a result. The standing Doflamingo's eyes went dark. Compared with the injuries on the body, the loss of the population auction made him even more uncomfortable. In order to establish a unique population auction in Sabayati Islands, Island 1, the entire Don Quixote family paid a great price. Only then did he get this piece of fat from the mouth of wolves. Seeing that he is about to make a lot of money. Gone. I didn't get it back, so it's gone. Damn it. The face is hideous. Can't wait to kill back immediately. Considering the strength of Jun, and the terrible meteorite that fell from the sky, the strong in the Marine headquarters can support it at any time. Doflamingo balked. Marine, you are too courageous to kill so many nobles from all over the world. Jun Deluo, let me see how you explain it. Spread the news immediately, kill many nobles, and see how they end up. Even if Jun, Deluo, and Marine protect them, they will have to pay a heavy price. The only thing Doflamingo regrets. This time the auction, no Celestial Dragon's world nobles came. Otherwise, the Celestial Dragons will die at the hands of Marine. Genius. Marine couldn't protect him either. At the bottom of the Sabayati Islands, meteorites suddenly fell from the sky. 2 meteorites destroyed 2 islands, number 1 and number 13. Cause a stir. Did it die? Soon, Marshal Sengoku of the Marine headquarters called. Sengoku contacts Jun. Sabayati Islands Marine Base reports, Deluo's troops are at the scene of the incident. What happened? Sengoku, at headquarters, looks gloomy. The nobles of various countries suffered heavy casualties. How should it end? He even wondered if Deluo did it. If it is him. Sengoku's eyes flashed with anger. He was really young, his personality was arrogant and he didn't think about the consequences. So contact Jun, not Deluo. Because he believes. Jun will never hide or deceive himself or the headquarters. Marshal Sengoku, the number 1 island in the Sabayati archipelago, the population auction, the boss behind the scene is the pirate Doflamingo. Jun began to report the situation. These, Sengoku has long known. He turned a blind eye and closed his eyes, ignoring the population auction. Just now, we discovered that Doflamingo went on a killing spree at the population auction, threatening the nobles to hand over all their assets. Deluo's troops got help and went to island number 1 to rescue the nobles. Jun's tone was firm. There was no hesitation. Is that so? Sengoku didn't suspect Jun at all. That madman, Doflamingo, actually did such an insane and evil thing. Sengoku gritted his teeth. Can't wait to send troops to wipe out the Donquixote family immediately. Doflamingo has a cunning and cruel personality, and he is ready to kill. I don't doubt it, but he is not so stupid. The human auction will be more beneficial in the long run. Why kill the chicken to get the egg? Chief of Staff Crane was puzzled. But Jun, she also wouldn't have the slightest doubt. It really does appear that Doflamingo has suddenly become unreasonable. Pirates are short-sighted and usually don't think about the future. Sengoku is even more disgusted by Doflamingo. Report to the government immediately, announce Doflamingo's crimes to the world, and increase his reward. Yes. It was done by the pirates. Sengoku felt more at ease, and could go on a mission. Will not affect the government marine image and dominance. Increase the bounty? Deluo heard Sengoku's voice from the phone bug. Let Jun come over and whisper a few words beside her. That's all. In the eyes of Sengoku, Jun, who will never deceive them, said in a dignified tone in Deluo's arms. Marshal Sengoku, Deluo also discovered that Doflamingo has a huge secret plan. He wants to become the king of the underground world, and he will definitely become the most vicious pirate in the sea in the future. The king of the underground world. Sengoku clenched his fists. Ambitious. That would be fitting for the ambitious Doflamingo. Inform the government immediately and spread the word about the Doflamingo plan. Yes. It has not yet arrived in New World, and the underground world intermediary plan has not yet started, and it is already known to the world. The news spread that a meteorite fell on Island 13, in the Sabayati Islands. What's going on? And Jun in the Sabayati Islands, looked secretly at Deluo. After getting the answer, he said, we found the trace of Pluton Rayleigh. He seems to be related to Doflamingo. The two may plan some other conspiracy. We have conflicts with Pluton Rayleigh, and Deluo has no choice but to use his ability. Pluton Rayleigh is there. Sengoku couldn't sit still. His weight is far higher than Doflamingo. Wait a minute, Jun, you said, those 2 meteorites are Deluo's masterpiece. Chapter 18. Yes. Deluo used his ability to control the meteorite. Snapped. The teacup in Sengoku's hand fell to the ground. He stood up. Like half a piece of wood, it was poked there blankly. I couldn't speak for a long time. Garp walked in, and after learning about the situation from Tsuru's chief of staff, he looked at his old partner Sengoku with disdain. Sabayati Islands, a single small island with a small area, has been destroyed. Is it difficult? He can do it. Admiral can do it too. But he is Deluo, a fresh graduate, only 19 years old. Sengoku raised his tone a little. Garp, tell me, it's not difficult? You are 19 years old, can you do it? Can't do it. Compared with Garp, it is incomparable. Sengoku said, maybe we underestimated Deluo's strength. Garp doesn't think so, it's not possible, we have witnessed his physical strength and haki, and they are indeed not strong. What is strong is the fruit ability. In his eyes. No matter how strong the fruit ability is, but the basic physical strength and haki are not strong enough, and the physical fitness is not good enough, they are not really strong. Don Quixote family. The Cotters sighed. Not long after I came to the Great Line, I was full of energy and wanted to use the population auction as a starting point to gather contacts and reap wealth. Then slowly pry the opening of the underground forces. I don't know. Aiming to dominate the industry, the belly is stillborn. After a day's delay, Doflamingo became confident again, and waved his hand. It's just a small matter, the auction will be rebuilt, but it's just a waste of time. He has a powerful voice. Infected Cotters. That's right, the young master is the one who wants to become the king, and the mere setbacks can't defeat us. Young master, it's not good, the newspaper said. Say what? Doflamingo fetches the newspaper. Speed reading. Boom. Doflamingo's footsteps were unsteady and he took a few steps back, his face turned pale at first, and then turned extremely blood red. The content of the landing in the newspaper. Like a bolt from the blue, Doflamingo was hit hard, and his whole body was numb. Too much deception, Marine, you guys are too dirty. Doflamingo was furious. They actually said that we did it and wiped out the nobles of all countries. Shameless. You Marines are shameless, bah. Beat it up. Also, we intend to control the underground forces, but we haven't acted yet, how does Marine know? The veins on Doflamingo's forehead popped out. Hateful. This time, it is even more difficult to enter the underground forces and become an intermediary. The major underground forces will definitely take strict precautions. On the contrary, the bounty was increased to 400 million berries, which was not taken seriously by Doflamingo. How did Marine get this information? Doflamingo glanced suspiciously at the major Cotters. There is a ghost? There have been Marine ghosts in the family before, so there are still. Who is it? Become suspicious. The final focus is on the two new members who have just joined the family. On the bodies of the two sisters, Granis and Monet. As soon as you join, the information is exposed. They are the most suspect. Sister, I'm afraid. Sugar is hidden behind Monet. Monet was also afraid. Don't dare to look at Doflamingo's scary eyes. Snort. Doflamingo snorted coldly. No evidence, no shot. The most important thing is Granu's ability, he values it very much, and he doesn't want to cut off his arms. But he secretly ordered the Cotters to monitor the two sisters, Sugar. If they were really them, they could even kill their own brother. Brother Ming didn't care about letting Hai Hai have two more corpses. The Sugar sisters under surveillance. Daily panic. Sister, didn't you say that you want to take me into the safest force in the sea? Why do they want to monitor us? Granis is still young, just 10 years old. Ignorant and ignorant. I also know fear. Afterwards, the Daily Doflamingo struggled. Powers from various countries began to seek compensation against the Don Quixote family for killing our nobles. Whatever Doflamingo explains. Tell them. It's not me, it's Marine. No one believed it. Pirates and Marine, in terms of the sea, Marine is more convincing. Young master, the nobles who promised to come to the auction in the next issue all stopped answering the phone. Shall we rebuild the auction? Young master, the underground forces that promised us to cooperate before refused to cooperate. One bad news after another. Let Doflamingo vomit blood every day. Doflamingo's bounty has increased by 400 million, which is less than 500 million. He really can't do it. Help him, and the bounty will not even reach 500 million. Deluo looked at the newspaper. Despise Doflamingo, in the eyes of the Marine government, you are not high enough. Major Deluo, everything about the Sabayati Islands has been dealt with. Waiting for the next action order. Go to the Fishman Island. Deluo determined the target. They are all in the Sabayati archipelago. Naturally, they will go to the Fishman Island to make Hiksia Jinbei a shichibukai. Deluo, the headquarters has always ordered that Marines are not allowed to go to the Fishman Island without authorization, and the Fishman Island is Whitebeard's site. According to intelligence, Jinbei is not in the Fishman Island recently, but in the Whitebeard pirate group. Jun told Deluo that he got the latest news from the Marine Intelligence Department. What should I do? Instead of going to the Fishman Island, why not go to the Whitebeard pirate's lair to find Seaman Jinbei? The Marines were helpless. There is no good way for Jun either. If Jinbei doesn't leave the Whitebeard pirates for a year, the mission has failed. Is it impossible to actually go to the Whitebeard pirate's lair? That is the territory of the strongest man in the sea. Strongest? Who said to use the marine identity to go to the Fishman Island? Deluo already has a plan in mind. Doflamingo certainly won't mind, and take the blame. If you can take the opportunity to help him increase the bounty a little more, to more than 500 million, then use him to complete the task. Plus, Brother Ming is doing mischief on the Fishman Island. Can the Whitebeard pirates remain indifferent? Jinbei will definitely be back too. The Whitebeard pirates offer a bounty of more than 500 million pirates, not a lot. Even looking forward to the arrival of Whitebeard himself. Who is stronger, Tornado or Whitebeard? Deluo was curious. Glanced at the system. The progress of connecting Tornado himself, 16%. 1 day progress plus 1. After 100 days, the Tornado will come. Deluo is looking forward to it not long. Chapter 19. To pretend to be Doflamingo. Naturally, some outfits are unavoidable. First you need a pirate ship. Simple. I killed many pirate groups before, found a good pirate ship, remodeled it, and carved the shape of a pink flamingo on the hull. Waving the Don Quixote family pirate flag. At first glance, anyone will believe that this is the Don Quixote family pirate ship. Doflamingo's standard feather coat and sunglasses are also ready. Everything's ready. Ready to go anytime. By the way, there are still 20 devil fruits waiting for me to draw. Completed the capture of 5 pirates with a reward of over 100 million, and randomized 10 devil fruits. Convince Crocodile to become 7 warlords of the sea with 10 random devil fruits. 20. Pull it out at once. 20 devil fruits, like Chinese cabbage, were placed on the floor of Deluo's room. 15 common zoan, 4 paramecia, and 1 ancient zoan. Deluo looked at zoan's ancient species Carcharodontosaur form. Carnivorous dinosaur. It is no less powerful than the Tyrannosaurus rex. 4 paramecia. One of them is very important to Deluo. Emotional fruit, affecting the emotions of others. Good ability. In this batch, what Deluo values are these 2 devil fruits. Needless to say, the rarity of the ancient species, the emotional fruits also play a huge role. Keep these 2 devil fruits for now. Wait until you meet the right person. 18 devil fruits remain. 15 common zoans. Among them is a fruit in the form of a gray carving, which is not bad and has the ability to fly. For the first time, there was a fruit in the form of a wild goose that could fly, and now there is another one, the Air Force, which has begun to take shape. Slowly see the shadow of the real Legion. And 3 paramecia. Silver fruit. Fishing fruit. Copper fruit. The 3 devil fruits are similar with minor differences. It's not much different from the string fruit owned by Doflamingo, but the thin wire material is different. See these 3 devil fruits. Deluo showed a mysterious smile. If you use this kind of ability, if you don't pretend to be Doflamingo, others won't believe it. Outside. 18 Marines stood outside the door excitedly. They are the 18 fastest growing under Deluo's subordinates during this period. No, give devil fruit to 18 people at once, right? Jun didn't believe it. Too much. The first 10 devil fruits had already shocked her. The rest of the Marines looked at the 18 Marines sourly. Their skills were not as good as theirs, and there was nothing they could do. If they really get devil fruit, I'll train as hard as I can in the future. There shouldn't be so many devil fruits, right? Too many. 18 devil fruits, choose by yourself. Deluo waved his hand. 18 devil fruits were randomly thrown out. It is true. Everyone's eyes became hot and their breathing became thicker. 18 devil fruits, just throw them out like this. Jun's hands trembled slightly. Ordinary fruits are not thrown out like Chinese cabbage. This is devil fruit. Secret treasure of the sea. 18 Marines stared at devil fruit in a daze, their brains went blank, and they stood motionless like a log. Hurry up and use it, and then the legion of capable users, go to the Fishman Island with me, and the rest of the Marines are on standby on the warship. Yes. 18 Marines, like crazy, picked up the devil fruit. Gobble up a few mouthfuls and eat them. Marine in the back has green eyes. It's all true. Train hard, there are really devil fruits, and there are more of them than imagined. Train hard, and you will do the same in the future. Captain Roy comforted the other Marines. The facts are right in front of us. Marine no longer had any doubts. Crazy training. Bailey got from the auction, bought a lot of fleshy sea king's meat, and asked the best medical staff, the best treatment, to serve them. Just need them to get stronger, and devil fruit. Treat like this. They looked across the entire sea, and no force or pirate could do it. Deluo put on a Doflamingo-like feather coat and sunglasses. Set off. Use telekinesis. The energy shield envelopes the Don Quixote family pirate ship and sinks into the sea. Huh? Is that ship our family's pirate ship? Sabayati Islands, the two pirates hiding in the crowd, are puzzled. Didn't the young master leave the Sabayati Islands? And the family didn't give us an order to gather in half a month, and then we will go to the New World through the Fishman Island together. It should be a similar pirate ship. Didn't think much about it. Just forget about it. Chapter 20. The Fishman Island. 10,000 meters under the sea. It was supposed to be a paradise, but it happened to be the only way to reach the New World. Create the Fishman Island, and there will never be peace. After passing the Fishman Island, they are all pirates, and they are all good pirate groups. In addition, mermaids have always been priceless in the sea, and the tragic history of mermaids continues like this. Even if the Fishman Island becomes an ally in Whitebeard's territory. This situation has not changed. At most, the pirates restrained themselves a little, but secretly catching mermaids happened from time to time. The price of a mermaid in the slave market was never less than 100 million, and the profit was too high. Not many pirates could endure such a temptation. Neither does Whitebeard's reputation. There's another pirate coming. The Fishman Island entrance. The guards panicked and raised the alarm, and the bustling city immediately became silent. All mermaids are hiding at home. He didn't dare to show his face, for fear of being captured by pirates and becoming a slave. The mermaids who were captured had a miserable fate. Only one mermaid escaped this year, and the mermaid who just came back was rescued by Marine. Many mermaids have a good impression of the unknown Marine. Deluo and his group entered the Fishman Island from the entrance. In front of my eyes, there was no one there. The city ahead is completely silent. Such a situation. Marine behind Deluo was a little dazed and unaccustomed. In the past, wherever they went, the people were welcoming, especially the allies, most of whom had a good impression of Marine. Is it because we are disguised as pirates? It's normal. The Fishman Island is full of resistance to pirates and Marines, due to historical reasons. Jun is clear. The Fishman Island is an ally. But human beings are generally disgusted with mermaids. Plus, Marine turned a deaf ear to the plight of the Fishman Island. Marine is unwilling to protect the Fishman Island. Protecting the Fishman Island means blocking the only passage for pirates to enter the New World. All the pirates will surely fight back, or force the pirates to venture into the New World through the Holy Land. Both results are unacceptable to Marine. For stability. Sacrifice the Fishman Island, in the eyes of the world government, is worth it. Therefore, Marine has no order and is not allowed to enter the Fishman Island without authorization, for fear of provoking the sensitive nerves of the pirates, and also does not want to confront the Whitebeard pirates. Wayne Ensign asked, "Major, do you need to contact the king of the Fishman Island?" "Not for now, we are pirates, Don Quixote family pirates." Deluo was curious about Poseidon Shirahoshi, who was still very young. "Not urgent. Wait until business is done. Keep the entrance. For some time in the future, any pirate group that arrives at the Fishman Island will leave everything except people for me, and then drive them out. Let these pirates who were robbed by Don Quixote family spread the word." Yes. 28 capable users blocked the entire entrance. In the quiet palace of the Fishman Island. Princess Otohime asked the guard, "Have you found out, who is it?" "It's the Don Quixote family, a scary group of pirates." "Then tell everyone to hide and don't show up. They should be leaving the Fishman Island soon. Stay long on the Fishman Island." Equivalent to provoking the Whitebeard pirates. Next few days. It passed quietly, but the mermaids hiding at home began to panic. "Why don't the Don Quixote family go away?" "Princess Shirahoshi, the princess said that you must not go out these few days." The guard once again stopped Shirahoshi, the little mermaid who wanted to go out to play. Princess Otohime was very anxious. Don Quixote family, what do you want to do? Do you want to stay on the Fishman Island? Procrastinate like this? There is no way. Notify Jinbei, notify the Whitebeard pirates. The king of the Fishman Island issued an order. The mermaids in hiding at home live like ears. In a room. 2 mermaids are hiding. Among them, the mermaid with long green hair persuades her best friend, Arlong's half-sister Shiarli. Shiarli, you must not go out, I was captured by the Don Quixote family before, they are terrible. But in the future I see, they may really be able to bring the Fishman Island security and stability. Shiarli watched Deluo and his party from a distance through the window. Green-haired Vivian mentioned the Don Quixote family, trembling all over. When the figure of Deluo appeared in his mind, he showed a hint of obsession. Impossible, they are pirates, terrible pirates, if not for a handsome marine who saved me, I won't be coming back. Okay, I get it. You have been in my ear for a few days, and you mentioned which marine more than 10 times. I know he is very handsome, and he is your savior. Shiarli was quite curious, and saved her best friend Marine. At this time, the Whitebeard pirates just got word. Deluo also finally waited for the other pirates to reach the Fishman Island. Chapter 21. Cube Pirates. I'm about to enter the Fishman Island, remember our plan, act secretly, we must capture a few mermaids, and then send them to the Don Quixote family auction, take this opportunity to connect with the great Doflamingo. Chris, the captain of the Cube Pirates. The North Blue Pirates grew up listening to the stories of the Don Quixote family, the overlord of the North Blue. I adore Brother Ming in my heart. The names of the pirates are all related to the Don Quixote family. When they enter the Fishman Island. Little ones, act. Suddenly, I saw Deluo and his group blocking the way ahead. I saw Deluo wearing a feather coat, wearing sunglasses, and waving the Don Quixote family pirate flag. The captain of the Cube Pirate had ecstasy in his eyes. The figure of worship is right in front of you. Happiness came so suddenly. I leave it to you. Deluo waved his hand. 28 ability users acted at the same time. The first to strike was the 3 capable men of Silver Thread, Fishing Thread, and Copper Thread. They couldn't reach Brother Ming's level, but the 3 of them teamed up, and the thread formed a long whip to explode the air. There is nothing wrong with such an ability. Captain Cube was very excited. He had collected a lot of information about the Don Quixote family, and that was his ability. Great Doflamingo, wait a minute, I am. Legion of capable users, don't give them a chance to speak. Defeat this group of mediocre pirates in a crushing manner. All wealth is robbed. Some pirates who resisted too fiercely were killed, and the remaining pirates who surrendered survived. Get out. The unlucky pirates were stuffed into their pirate ship and driven out of the Fishman Island. It's gone, it's gone, it's gone. The pirate looked at the captain in despair. It's so clean, it was completely robbed. The enemy is too ruthless and cruel. Captain Cube, who suffered setbacks, looked even more excited. It's no wonder that he is a strong man I admire, and his subordinates are so strong, and the Fishman Island is the Whitebeard pirate group. Doflamingo is going to challenge the Whitebeard pirates. I want to let everyone the world knows what Doflamingo is doing, he's the strongest man in the ocean. Excited and incoherent. The Whitebeard pirates. The Don Quixote family has occupied the Fishman Island and prevented other pirates from entering the Fishman Island. Whitebeard laughed when he heard that. He's here to challenge Laozi again. This situation happens every year. Too many pirates want to reach the sky in one step. Defeating the strongest man in the sea is the most direct way. Countless pirates have come to challenge Whitebeard like moths to the flame. As a result, they all failed. Father, the Don Quixote family seems to be quite famous, who to send? Marco asked. Cotters are needed. Which of you wants to go? Whitebeard looked at his sons. Such little things. He is not worthy of doing it himself. The enemy is qualified only if he has the ability to stand in front of him. I'll go. Marco was bored, so he asked for his order. The other cotters did not dare to guarantee that they would defeat the Don Quixote family. Then leave it to you, Marco, inform Jinbei and bring him along. Learn. Marco, come back early and continue the banquet. Don't waste too much time, the wine you owe us has not been fulfilled. For the rest of the cotters, No one was worried about Marco. Now, Whitebeard is the only existence in the sea, and the beast's pirates are weaker. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Marco turned into a phoenix and flew away. The following days, several pirate groups entered the Fishman Island, but the result was the same. Get ransacked once, then kicked out of the Fishman Island. The news that the Don Quixote family wanted to rob the Fishman Island began to spread across the sea. Rayleigh, you see, the Don Quixote family, the future will really bring peace and security to the Fishman Island. Princess Otohime looked at Rayleigh seriously. The latter nodded very seriously. She did divination more than 10 times, but the result was always the same. It is a group of people who now occupy the entrance of the Fishman Island. Make sure that the divination is correct before you dare to report. Impossible. The Don Quixote family has a bad reputation, and their main business is human auctions. How can they bring peace to the Fishman Island? Hard to believe. The worst wounded by slavery are the mermaids. At this time, there is a sea area 10,000 meters above. With everything in place and boats coated, the Don Quixote family is ready to enter the Fishman Island and enter the New World. Half a month has passed. Doflamingo recovered and thought he could do it again. The loss cannot be recovered, but at least the loss can be minimized. New world, a new beginning, a little bit of setbacks ahead, it's nothing. I, Doflamingo, am the only one who finally stood at the top. Standing at the bow, Doflamingo is in high spirits. To the future. Full of confidence. Full of anticipation. Chapter 22. Don Quixote family ships. Sinking in the deep sea. Already able to see the huge silhouette of the Fishman Island. Senior Cotter Torre Pole asked, Dover, enter the Fishman Island immediately. Mermaids have always been sought after in the slave market. Shall we capture a batch of mermaids and start a new reputation in the population auction? Doflamingo was a little moved. After thinking for a while, he shook his head, no need, the Fishman Island is the territory of that monster Whitebeard. If it gets too big, it won't end well. He didn't want to, just entered the New World. Offend the most powerful force in the sea. There is no need to stay at the Fishman Island, we are just passing by, remember. Doflamingo looked at the officers seriously. Don't make trouble for me. Although those mermaids are highly profitable, they cost more than provoking the Whitebeard pirates. Mermaids can secretly dispatch other forces to capture them. But the profit is less. But this way, it's safe to not face the Whitebeard pirates in person. Yes. I don't plan to make a move, I don't plan to cause trouble. Don Quixote family, relax and enjoy the unique scenery under 10,000 meters under the sea. Laughter. Doflamingo tapped Erlang's leg, holding a red wine glass in his hand, very comfortable. Sit tight, it's time to enter the Fishman Island. There's another pirate coming. The 28 ability users are familiar with it, so get ready. Plop. Don Quixote family vessel, passing through the entrance membrane. Enter the Fishman Island. When they landed on the water, they met Deluo's group on the shore tens of meters away. Same pirate flag. Same feather coat. Same sunglasses. That's right. You are me and I am you. Brother Ming looked at self in front of him. Shocked. With his mouth open, the red wine was flowing down, he couldn't speak for a long time, and shook his head in a daze. I saw myself? Is there a mirror in front of me? Attack. 28 ability users made their moves. First a round of fire suppression. Paramecia, who has long-range attacks, also shot. 3 line series fruit abilities, shot at the same time. Doflamingo and his group were attacked with wires all over the place. Young master, why did you attack us? The Cotters stared at Doflamingo suspiciously, and all retreated away from Mingo. This is your ability, young master. As the boss, why did you backstab us? We were betrayed by the boss. Doflamingo was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is going on with this horse? Is there another me in the world? Am I a fake? Never encountered such a strange situation. Pretending to be others, the sea happens from time to time, the sea is too big, the information is not circulated, many conspirators pretend to be those powerful pirates, and the success rate is not low. It can be fake again. As long as people who are familiar with it can see through it at a glance, they can tear it apart. Now. Seamless. Doflamingo himself began to doubt. Who I am? Who is Doflamingo? The Lord is here. Deluo was also surprised. Looking at Brother Ming and the others, it was such a coincidence that they met the right owner. Didn't wait for the strong white-beard pirates first, and wait for Brother Ming first. All I can say is, Doflamingo, you deserve it. You step back. Deluo made the 28 ability users retreat. Relying on their strength, it is very easy to join hands to eliminate over 100 million pirates, even 200 million pirates have been wiped out. But the overall strength of the Don Quixote family. Relying on them alone is not enough. The Lord is here. When the white-beard pirates come, who would dare to say that Doflamingo wasn't in the Fishman Island before? Deluo threw away the feather coat and sunglasses. Put on the marine coat. Identity restored. It's you. In the past few days, I have dreamed of Deluo in my dreams. I can't wait to eat his flesh and drink his blood, and cut him into pieces. Doflamingo's eyes were tearing, and he stammered a little. You pretended to be me. The upright Captain Wayne stood up. Doflamingo, are you trying to frame the righteous marine? When did our officer pretend to be you? How dare you say you didn't pretend to be me? What is that? Doflamingo pointed at the feather coat that had just been thrown away by Deluo with trembling fingers. The sunglasses are still in hand. The pirate ship behind you is also in the shape of a flamingo. The flying pirate flag belongs to our family. You are shameless. Shameless. Have it. Captain Wayne and the others burned the feather coat, the pirate flag, and the flamingo costume on the pirate ship. Do it all with Doflamingo watching. Then asked. Have it. Deluo glanced at Captain Wayne. Well done, man. Zoan awakened a list and decided to give him one. Chapter 23. Doflamingo has always believed that he is a qualified pirate. For the purpose, the means are unscrupulous. Today, he understood that he was so innocent and pure. Wrong, really wrong. This is Marine. This is the terrible thief in the marine coat. Heartburn. Doflamingo stared ferociously at Deluo, and asked angrily, You pretended to be me, what did I do? With a trace of trepidation. Tell me. You actually did nothing. He was very scared, especially he didn't know what Deluo did with his identity, and how much blame he had to bear. I don't know at all. This is the territory of the white-beard pirates. Doflamingo didn't dare to think deeply. He was afraid that he couldn't bear it and fainted. On the side, Captain Ross, unwilling to be upstaged by Wayne alone, quickly answered, Good thing, we help you protect the Fishman Island and drive away those pirates. These good things belong to the Don Quixote family. We don't want the reputation, it's all yours. Hee. Doflamingo's mouth twitched, unable to smile. Do good things. I'll go to your uncle's. The Fishman Island needs protection. This is Whitebeard's site, and it is the responsibility of the Whitebeard pirates to protect the Fishman Island. If others intervene, it is to overstep and provoke the Whitebeard pirates. It's equivalent to pointing at the Whitebeard pirates and saying, if you can't do it well, leave it to us. Fake, you are fake, the Whitebeard pirates are not that stupid, they will definitely notice. Doflamingo's spirit began to become unhealthy. Muttering in his mouth. Aware. The more he chanted, Doflamingo sank to the bottom of the sea like an iron body. It would be strange to notice it. At first glance, Doflamingo himself almost believed it, and the other party also has the fruit ability of the line series, and he himself is here now. Can't tell. Talk about it, Doflamingo knows, and no one will believe him. Can't prove it. Dead end. Pretend to be me, what is your purpose? Doflamingo gritted his teeth and stared at Deluo. What hatred and what resentment. It's worth you to use so many means to frame me, what can I do? How much he wishes that he has never met Deluo before, how colorful his life was before he met him. I just asked you a few questions. Then install it. Not so. If so, is it too late to apologize? Can you reconcile? Can you help me explain to the Whitebeard pirates that everyone is safe? Doflamingo looked at Deluo eagerly. Anyway, you Marines are not afraid of offending Whitebeard, who are already hostile. Doflamingo, what does all this have to do with us? Captain Wayne reprimanded loudly. Everyone in the angry Don Quixote family almost vomited blood. Sure enough, Marine got dirty, and there were no pirates at all. Young master, what should we do now? The cotters stared at Deluo and the others with murderous looks on their faces. New hatred and old hatred. Young Marine, you brought it on yourself, you brought it on yourself. Doflamingo stared at Deluo with icy cold eyes. I'll block Jun, you kill everyone. Doflamingo gave an order, this is the deep sea, your ability to summon meteorites is useless, it won't fall down. Just grab Deluo. At that time, Jun can be threatened in turn, making her helpless, and can be handed over to Whitebeard. This is the only way Doflamingo can think of breaking the game. Yes. All Don Quixote combat cotters shot at the same time. The war is imminent. Give it to me. Deluo pulled back Jun, who was about to attack. He faced the rushing Doflamingo, and asked Jun to deal with those cotters. Some things need to be discussed with Doflamingo. Yes. Jun led an army of capable users to fight against the cotters in a crushing battle. Nearly 30 ability users frightened Don Quixote's cotters. Plus Jun alone can kill them all. Hold on. Doflamingo doesn't care about the cotters. He rushed to Deluo, letting Jun leave is your biggest mistake, and it's up to you. Exuding a powerful momentum, the terrible conqueror's haki made the air sticky and oppressive. But nothing works. The army of capable users is not weak, and they cannot be stunned by Doflamingo's conqueror's haki. Birdcage. Fight Rich Mingo. First use the birdcage, wrap Deluo and himself in the birdcage. In this way, Jun can't help, even if she defeats all the cotters, as long as I catch Deluo, the initiative is also in our hands. The odds are on. Doflamingo laughed wildly. The ground beneath his feet turned into a wave-like silver tide. String fruit awakening ability. Use the big move at the beginning. You can't escape, now I will show you the true strength of me, Doflamingo. The arrogant voice echoed in the Fishman Island. Chapter 24. Even Tsuru, Chief of Staff, can't do anything to me, Doflamingo. Last time, I retreated because of Jun. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Doflamingo vividly showed his arrogant and domineering attitude. Accompanied by the dreadful conqueror's haki. Really has that kind of momentum. It scared the mermaids who were hiding. Very scary. I don't know which pirate who just arrived has met the Don Quixote family. Put it up again. Doflamingo froze. Got used to. No, the situation is under my control now, I have returned to my original posture, is there a problem? Before the fight, Doflamingo, you need to do two things for me first. Oh? Seeing the danger, you want to talk about cooperation with me again. Doflamingo laughed. It seems to be afraid. What's up? He wanted to listen first, anyway, the two of them were in birdcage, and outsiders could not disturb them. 7 warlords of the sea plan, you know? Contact the world government, let the government also count you in the shichibukai candidates, and let the government increase your reward to 500 million. Otherwise defeat or kill Doflamingo. No real benefit. Can't cheer up. Doflamingo was full of question marks. What is your purpose? He has heard about the shichibukai plan, and he also knows that the Marine headquarters sent the plan to Deluo, and shichibukai has an idea. When the government Marine actually formed the shichibukai organization, Doflamingo thought about using some means to force a quota from the government. But I didn't expect to get the shichibukai spot through Deluo. Marine didn't expect him to succeed. Doflamingo also doesn't believe that the shichibukai organization can be formed successfully by him. Can't complete the plan, want to use me to top up? And how much reward I offer, what does it have to do with you? Don't you want me to increase the reward, and then catch me, so that you will have more credit? Doflamingo couldn't figure out what Deluo was thinking. The cotters were screaming. Remind him not to waste time like this anymore. Unfortunately, I'm not in the mood to talk nonsense with you now. I'll catch you first. Birdcage. Countless silver threads came swallowing like huge waves. I said, you do these things first, and then fight. Deluo's eyes lit up. Psychic superpower, for the first time, without any reservations, it exploded with all its strength. Control everything inside birdcage in a split second. The swarming white line of huge waves froze in place. Doflamingo's body was also restrained by superpowers and he couldn't move. Deluo walked up to the immobile Doflamingo, do you do these two things or not? We'll fight again after we're done. Doflamingo is mentally sluggish. He stared at Deluo in a daze. I was killed in seconds? Hit later? I was instantly killed by you, what else do you want to fight? What else are you talking about? Are you playing with me? Will it be so strong? Doflamingo was desperate. This situation was described in the news sent back by Virgo, but Brother Ming didn't take it seriously, only thinking that Virgo's own strength was too weak. If it were me. How can you be bound by ability and unable to resist? Now, Doflamingo knew that if it was him, he would not be able to resist. If you can accomplish these two things, you can live, but if you can't, today, there is no Don Quixote family. Deluo unleashes Doflamingo. Mingo regained his freedom. Still motionless. Looking at Deluo in front of him, the thought of good opportunity can't help but arise in his mind. Bet or not? I'm a pirate, how can I convince the government? Doflamingo pretended to be stupid. 10 seconds, the phone didn't reach world government, you die. Deluo only gave 10 seconds. You. Doflamingo clenched his fists, Martial Marine is not as domineering as you. Quickly took out the phone bug. Contact senior world government officials. Hurry up. Doflamingo is distraught, those stupid politicians, answer the phone. Doflamingo, what's the matter? I said, you are a pirate, don't contact our government. The phone connects. 9 seconds. Stop talking nonsense. Is the world government going to form the 7 warlords of the sea organization? I want to be one of them. Also, immediately increase my reward to 500 million. Doflamingo's attitude towards the government is very hacky. Dover, are you threatening me? That's right, if you don't do it, don't forget the secret I have, don't promise me, I will. Doflamingo's mind raced quickly. How else can you threaten? I couldn't think of it for a while. Gold in the sky. A reminder next to Deluo. Brother Ming's eyes lit up. Looking at Deluo's eyes, he was even more afraid. Where did the monster come from? It was more threatening and seductive than us pirates. If you don't agree to me, I will go to snatch the heavenly gold in the future. Without the offering of the heavenly gold, what do you use to maintain the luxurious life of those celestial dragons? The other side of the phone bug. A senior government official has an ugly expression on his face. However, because of Doflamingo's identity, he cannot use many methods. Doflamingo, I will report this matter to Lord Five Elders. As for the outcome, I can't guarantee it. You can ask for more blessings. The phone hangs up. Doflamingo looked at Deluo. I have done my best. Whether it will be successful or not, he does not dare to guarantee it 100%. Wait. Deluo doesn't care about wasting time. Doflamingo was uneasy. And the battle outside is over. Jun can kill all the cotters of the Don Quixote family by himself. There is no accident. All the cotters were caught by Marine and put in sea stone handcuffs. Young master, catch him quickly. The cotters looked at Brother Ming of Birdcage eagerly. Now hope is all on the young master. As long as the young master captures the highest officer of the opponent, we will still be the victor. The cotters were caught, and their tone was still rampant. Marine, it is absolutely impossible for the birdcage to be broken. You sir will soon be caught by the young master. At that time, you can only obediently let us go. Doflamingo stared sullenly at the cotter. Shut up. Are you trying to kill me? Or if you didn't notice just now, I was instantly killed. Chapter 25. The 5 elders are discussing the matter of Doflamingo. His status is too troublesome, promise him. Final decision. Include him in the shichibukai pre-selection list as well. Ding. Shichibukai task, convince Doflamingo to become a shichibukai, reward, swordsmanship // 10 random devil fruits. Flashing Flash's strongest stunt, with the help of super high-speed slashing, is very powerful, and can kill 2 dragon-level monsters with 1 sword. Flash, an S-level hero in One Punch Man, ranked 13th. Shichibukai quest, add a quest. Originally, there were only 7 people, but now there are 8 people, which means that Deluo can get 8 rewards for completing the shichibukai task. What if shichibukai plans to pre-select more characters? Deluo thought for a while. It doesn't seem easy. Doflamingo's success is due to his unique life experience. Other pirates dare to threaten the government, and the Marine Army is dispatched directly. Deluo, I contacted my colleagues in Marine, the government has just issued a reward for Doflamingo, 500 million. The latest news from Jun. 2 things. All worked out. It means that Deluo will now defeat Doflamingo first, and then let him sign the shichibukai letter of intent, and can get the reward of 2 tasks at once. Doflamingo asked anxiously, I did it, can I leave now? It's done, it's time for us to officially fight. Deluo put on a posture, let you make the first move. Fighting. Doflamingo's mouth twitched violently, are you serious? You can imprison me in an instant and let you slaughter me, so is it necessary to fight? You are Doflamingo. Be confident. As long as you discover my weakness, you can win. Deluo encouraged Brother Ming. The more he encouraged, the more flustered Doflamingo became. And with a little hope. Perhaps, there is a real chance. The previous defeat was unclear. I should be more vigilant. With my ability, I may be able to turn defeat into victory. If I can win. Doflamingo began to have fighting spirit. As long as I can win, wouldn't I be able to pay back all the humiliation I have suffered? You'll pay the price for underestimating me. Doflamingo is full of momentum, 16 rounds of holy bullets, God kills. In the state of fruit awakening, use the strongest blow. The cotters imprisoned outside shouted again, young master, you are serious, you sir, you are dead. With this move, the young master once destroyed a mountain in an instant. 16 huge waves and white lines wrapped in high-density armed colors rose from the ground, piercing Deluo at an extremely fast speed. Deluo opens his hand. Aim at the god-slaying white line that is coming. The thought power wrapped up and went away. Once again, it turned against the guest and manipulated Doflamingo's ultimate move. The huge white line piercing towards Deluo draws a beautiful arc in the air, and stabs towards Doflamingo in the opposite direction. My big move, betrayed me. Doflamingo's complexion turned gray in an instant. Boom. Doflamingo was penetrated by his ult in an instant, and was riddled with holes. The young master committed suicide. The cotters outside are like mourning and concubine, why are you so overwhelmed, why did you commit suicide? Deluo, be careful, that's not Brother Ming himself. Jun found something wrong. Brother Ming, who was stabbed, did not bleed, but the wound turned into threads. It's a clone. Parasite string. Brother Ming, who was hiding, used the most difficult move, I won. Dozens of lines fell like a meteor shower, penetrating Deluo's body. The thread is invisible to the naked eye and is difficult to detect. Battle experience, this cannot be compensated by the fruit ability. Brother Ming, who is sure of winning, looked at Deluo proudly. I know you can control my body for a split second. Will I continue to stand before you in real life? Created a Shadow Knight string clone early on, using the ultimate to paralyze you. The real trump card is now. As long as I control you, no matter how strong your fruit ability is, it will be useless. Clang clang. Dozens of silk threads that are invisible to the naked eye are blocked by the superpower energy shield and cannot penetrate. Impossible, you resist my big move with all your strength, and still have the mind to create a defense. Doflamingo is not reconciled. The young marine, with such ability and strength, should be defiant. How could he be so vigilant in battle? This trick? Even if I fall asleep, it will protect me. Deluo pointed at the protective shield. In a coma. The superpower shields are still there. At most, it can't compare to the strength of full defense. There is still such an ability. Doflamingo admitted to himself, jealous. In the past, he felt that fruit ability was not important, but development was important. I have always been very proud that I have developed ordinary string fruit to the top level. Now the cruel reality tells him that the difference in ability does not depend on hard work to succeed. I lost. Doflamingo put his hands down helplessly. How to fight this? All the big moves were betrayed, and the strategy that he thought was seamless also failed and could not win. No, you haven't lost yet. The system has not reminded yet. Deluo manipulated Doflamingo's ultimate move, and God's usse assassinated him. Doflamingo's mouth quivered, unable to speak. You might as well just say that if you want to beat me up, I will accept it more easily. God kills. Doflamingo used his ult to fend off the ult that defected to Deluo's side. The same big move, colliding together. A split second. The big move of rebellion, the big move of promoting Brother Ming, suppressed step by step. My big move, can't stop the big move of rebellion. Doflamingo vomited blood. Unacceptable. Even if the ultimate move is betrayal, it can still be upgraded, which is too deceiving. The ultimate move of rebellion is covered with a layer of telekinetic power, so it is of course more powerful. Boom. God kills, chasing Doflamingo and running around. Frantically dodging and resisting. Not good, dead end. Doflamingo watched Birdcage block his way. Want to cry but have no tears. Aggrieved. A scream came from Birdcage. Chapter 26. Ah. The cotters of the Don Quixote family closed their eyes in despair. Can not bear to look. The young master they believed in was extremely miserable at this time. Being stabbed with blood by his own big move, being restrained by his own birdcage, there is no room for maneuver. Why should I encounter such a monster? Brother Ming lying on the ground. There was no look in his eyes. The battle is over and Birdcage retreats. Ding. Short-term task, defeat Doflamingo with a reward of 500 million. Reward, 10 years of penance armament haki, 10 random devil fruits, and the ability awakening of 2 Zoan subordinates. Rewards are in place. Let him sign the shichibukai letter of intent. A few Marines mentioned Brother Ming rudely. Brother Ming signed his name on the letter of intent with trembling hands, and pressed his bloody handprint. It's embarrassing. But I breathed a sigh of relief in my heart, it shouldn't kill me. Ding. Shichibukai task, convince Doflamingo to become a shichibukai, reward, swordsmanship / 10 random devil fruits. 2 rewards. In place at the same time. Deluo's strength improved again. Possesses top-level swordsmanship, / In addition to telekinetic power, there is one more whole card. Deluo stared at Brother Ming condescendingly. Now, it's time to talk about the price of your redemption. How much? Doflamingo resigned himself to his fate. Isn't it just money? He is very rich, there are 2 billion pele on board, is that enough? That's our officers' spoils, not yours. Wayne brought the harvested wealth to Deluo. Brother Ming was in a hurry. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. In the end, under the circumstances that Brother Ming was extremely reluctant and unable to resist, he signed an IOU, owed Deluo 5 billion baileys, and paid it off within 1 year. After chasing the fruit cart lieutenant junior grade, I touched Brother Ming. Within 1 year, if I don't pay it back, I'll come and ask for it myself. It won't be 5 billion to buy my life. The threat made Doflamingo dare not resist. You guys can get out and leave the Fishman Island. The Don Quixote family is free. The same miserable cotter helped up the inhuman Brother Ming. Clean up the messy look. Commander Marine, we are not Don Quixote family cotters, we are forced, save us. Suddenly, Monet took his younger sister Granis and asked Deluo for help. 2 sisters. During this time, I have experienced hellish days. Suspected by Brother Ming, monitored, and experienced the fiasco of Don Quixote family. I no longer have the idea of staying in Don Quixote family anymore. I thought the Don Quixote family was invincible, but I didn't expect it to be so vulnerable. You. Brother Ming had a hideous face. I'm so miserable, you guys still want to betray me, damn it. 5 fingers move slightly. Subconsciously want to kill the 2 Monet sisters. Can feel Deluo's eyes, dare not move. No, my family, it's impossible to betray me. Maybe they did it on purpose. If Deluo can let Deluo relax his vigilance, the situation can be reversed if he comes into contact with him. Brother Ming raised hope again, seeing the possibility of counter-killing. Santang, Monet. Deluo looked at the 2 women. Recognized the 2 sisters who are still young. Elder sister Monet has just come of age, and younger sister Granis is about 10 years old. Santang, a childish fruit-capable person, can be said to be incomprehensible, just like the tornado, it will no longer grow when young. My lord, we were captured by the Don Quixote family. We didn't offer a reward, we are not pirates. The 2 sisters ran towards Marine. Brother Ming's eyes became brighter. The 2 sisters are so pitiful and charming, the young Marine, right? Accept them. Comfort them, touch them. We are asking for help sincerely. My sister has the fruit of childishness. She can turn everyone who comes into contact with her into a toy and erase all related memories. Brother Ming valued her ability and threatened us to become his subordinates. Monet surrendered his sincerity and spoke out about the ability of Granis. Puff. Brother Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. Speak out. It means that it is a real betrayal. Granis also had no chance to touch Diluo and the others. Damn. Diluo is not worried about the sugar ability, he has a superpower shield that exists all the time. It seemed to be true when I took the initiative to say it, so I gave an order to Marine, first arrange a place for them to observe for a while. Observe for a while and see the situation. It's a surprise to have one more incomprehensible subordinate. The two Monet sisters were safely sent away by Marine, and they were sent away under Brother Ming's helpless gaze. He dared not say a word. I am even more afraid of Diluo. Granis becoming his person means that if he offends Diluo, Granis' ability can be used on himself, and life would be worse than death. Can we go? Brother Ming's attitude is very humble. I can't afford to mess with people. Totally admit it. Diluo looked at the exit on the other side of the Fishman Island. Somebody is coming. No hurry, the Whitebeard pirates are here, I'll leave it to you first. With a wave. Doflamingo, including all their subordinates, was wrapped by telekinetic power, crossed the Fishman Island in an instant, and smashed in front of Marco and Jinbei who had just entered the Fishman Island. Both sides. Wide-eyed and small-eyed. I was taken aback for a while. Chapter 27. What a miserable cry, the Don Quixote family is horrible and cruel. The mermaids at home panicked. The screams outside were too miserable. Suddenly, a voice came from the palace, and through the loudspeaker, it spread throughout the Fishman Island, Jinbei is back, and the strong Whitebeard pirates are here. One word stirred up waves. The biggest backer of the Fishman Island is back. There is also the arrival of the most powerful Whitebeard pirate group in the sea. The terrified mermaids were overwhelmed with surprise and rushed out of the house excitedly. They know it, and it's safe. Jinbei and the others can definitely drive away and defeat the enemy. Soon, tens of thousands of mermaids crowded around the exit area behind the Mermaid Island. Are they the Don Quixote family? The mermaids stared angrily at Doflamingo and his party. Because of you, we dare not leave our house during this period of time. And I heard that the Don Quixote family has auctioned off many compatriots. That's them. Vivi, who escaped back, pointed at Brother Ming, they are the ones who took me away. The witnesses and evidence are all there. Marco looked at Brother Ming, very calm, has been waiting for us. The attitude is very cold and arrogant. Don't take us seriously. There is no doubt that he is here to challenge Dad. Brother Ming was very confused at this moment. Suddenly being teleported in front of Marco, he couldn't react. What to do now? Who will tell me what to do now? Don Quixote family, you are going to take the Fishman Island from Dad, you are right. Blue flames emerged from Marco. Don't talk too much. The matter is very clear, in this case, just go to war directly. Brother Ming can't speak, it's not me, I'm innocent, don't talk nonsense, don't spread rumors. It's not me, it's. Brother Ming subconsciously pointed backwards, not daring to speak when the words came to his lips. Marco asked, what is it? Nothing. Brother Ming weighed the pros and cons in his heart. Wouldn't it be courting death to speak out? Offending Whitebeard is better than offending Diluo. At least, Whitebeard wasn't there. So what if it's me? Brother Ming showed an arrogant posture. If the explanation is not clear, then don't explain it. Since offended. It's better to be a little arrogant, and it will have more weight in the hearts of the Whitebeard pirates. Fortunately, Whitebeard is not that kind of vicious pirate. In the worst case, he will never go to any territory of Whitebeard pirates, just hide. Just Marco. Brother Ming still had confidence and left safely from his hands. Then let's see if you are qualified to challenge Dad. Marco turned into a phoenix, soaring into the sky, rushing towards Doflamingo. The war begins. Fruit awakening. Brother Ming endured the pain and used his ability. Master Marco, if you make a move, you will definitely win. That's for sure, Marco is a real strong man. The Murlocs are firmly on Marco's side, full of confidence. Boom. Fierce battles are staged. Brother Ming retreated steadily, his injuries were too serious and he consumed too much. Retreat. With the idea of retreat. Another huge wave of white lines swarmed towards Marco. I didn't want to achieve results, I just wanted to force Marco back, and then retreat. Marco, in the form of a phoenix, faced Brother Ming directly, without fear of his ability, an opponent weaker than expected. Sudden. Marco, who was flying, felt his body froze, as if his whole body was bound by invisible pressure, unable to move. The white line of the huge wave hit Marco. It flew upside down and hit the ground. Ah! Brother Ming was shocked, and so were the mermaids watching. It is obvious that Marco has a great advantage. Why was he suddenly sent flying? In the broken pit, Marco stood up, recovering from his injuries, and looked at Brother Ming and his party seriously. What ability was it just now? Charged up again. Brother Ming responded hastily. Another huge white line pierced through the phoenix. The young master is invincible. The cotters cheered up and shouted Brother Ming's name excitedly. Brother Ming looked at his hands suspiciously. Have I become stronger? Or the second person in the White-Beard Pirates is nothing more than that? Who is it? Marco rushed out, staring at Brother Ming and the others, who was using their abilities to sneak attack. The phoenix of the phantom beast has super resilience and is not afraid of injuries. Marco once again used his body as a test. Not surprisingly. At the critical moment, he was imprisoned again. Was hit by Brother Ming. 3 times in a row, the injury can be recovered, but it consumes a lot of energy. Marco wondered, did he encounter a ghost? It's him. Brother Ming woke up and turned around. It's not that he is too strong, but that Deluo is helping. This kind of ability is him. Why help me? Hit a stick for a sweet date? If this happens. Brother Ming admitted that he seemed to be a little happy. Boom. 16 god kills, runs through Marco. The mermaids who were excited just now panicked and frightened. Marco is no match at all. What to do? I'm going to make a move. Jinbei couldn't stand it anymore and made a move. Stepping on the ground shattered, and the blue fat man rushed towards Brother Ming like a cannonball. Wu Liguan, the esoteric art of Murloc karate. Gravity punch. Blasts the air and lands on the psychic shield in front of Doflamingo. Boom. There was severe pain in his fist, and Jinbei flew backwards like Marco. Protect me. Brother Ming excitedly searched for Deluo's trace. Don't be so nice to me suddenly, I won't get used to it. Chapter 28. Jinbei teamed up with Marco, the result remained unchanged, and flew out at the same time. Plowed a ditch in the ground. Jinbei, don't make a move. Marco stood up and stopped Jinbei, who made further shots. Jinbei, who does not have the ability of high-speed regeneration, is easily in danger once he is restrained. Deluo secretly helped. Doflamingo bursts with confidence. Walking towards Marco with arrogant steps. Marco, do you still think that a person will be my opponent? Marco looked heavy, staring at Doflamingo warily. Difficult. If I had known that I would bring some people and lead a few captains, I wouldn't be so passive. Young master, I've offended you anyway, why don't we capture all the mermaids here? The officers of Don Quixote stared at the terrified Murlocs around them. Here at the scene, there are at least 1,000 mermaids. Unimaginable wealth. Doflamingo said nothing, seemingly agreeing by default. But he knew in his heart that he must not do this. He was afraid that Deluo would deal with him immediately. No verbal denial, no rejection. It is to increase the pressure on Marco and increase his own weight, so that the White-Beard Pirates will have to weigh it if they want to deal with him in the future. A fox pretends to be a tiger. Brother Ming also understands this truth. You dare? Jinbei roared. Why don't I dare? Doflamingo looked at him disdainfully. You can't even break through my first defense, you deserve to stop me from doing anything. Jinbei gritted his teeth. Recalling that I hit with all my strength just now, not only did I not break through the weird defensive cover, but I was bounced out instead. Fact. Can't refute. Marco didn't dare to make a move easily, because he couldn't resist the control, and making a move was a living target. What to do? Mr. Jinbei and Marco are not opponents. It's over, the pirates are going to take us away. Run. The mermaids watching were terrified. Desperately ran to the house. There are too many people, clustered together, unable to escape for a while. Moreover, the Fishman Island is here, the only place where the mermaid survives, and where else can they escape? Desperate. To be taken away as a slave. If so, you might as well kill yourself. Hurry up and take Shirahoshi away. Princess Otohime ordered the guards to flee with the ignorant Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi opened his eyes wide and looked innocent. Mother, didn't you tell me that we are already safe, and they will protect us? Princess Otohime sighed weakly. I really thought it was absolutely safe. But I didn't expect that the Don Quixote family would be so powerful. Go quickly. Doflamingo, Do you really want to stay with us forever? Marco stared at Brother Ming. With sharp eyes, he brought up Papa's name and threatened Doflamingo. I didn't find a way to break the game, so I can only rely on the prestige of my father Whitebeard. I hope Doflamingo can back down, otherwise. Today, it is really difficult to protect the Fishman Island. Brother Ming's heart trembled. Of course, I don't want to hang out with the Whitebeard pirates, that's courting death. But the tone was very arrogant, looking down at Marco from a high position. Heh, are you threatening me? You're standing here, do you think I'm still afraid? Thinking in my heart. It's almost enough, I can leave, without causing real damage to the Fishman Island, and with the fake power, the Whitebeard pirates should not easily trouble me in the future. I didn't expect that one day, I could be so proud in front of the second member of the Whitebeard pirates. This feeling. Never had. The wounds on my body don't feel pain anymore. Doflamingo raised his hand, ready to give the order to retreat, and then left a few words from Haki to increase his momentum, and he could leave gracefully under the fearful eyes of Marco and the others. Perfect. Not good. Marco understands that Doflamingo is going to issue an order to capture the mermaid and destroy the Fishman Island. Mermaids fleeing in fear. Desperately fled to the distance. Run, the pirates are coming to catch us soon. We can't run away, we have nowhere to go. Many mermaids curled up powerless. How could it be possible to escape? What's the point of escaping home, but being taken away later? Who will save us? Can't think of anyone who can save them. The only thing that might have power is Whitebeard himself, but not here. Hurry up and flee to the sea, leave this place to me. Jinbei urged the mermaids loudly, and then stood in front of Doflamingo as if death was at home. This old man is here, risking his life to stop you. With a mortal heart, we must also protect the Fishman Island and our compatriots. I thought. After Dad became the protector of the Fishman Island will no longer encounter major crises. Did not expect. Before long, the Fishman Island will face the crisis of life and death, and the father failed to protect the Fishman Island. Snort. Doflamingo looked up and snorted haughtily. Enough pretending, let's go. Papa. Suddenly, there were footsteps in the distance. Deluo led a group of marines, which became the most dazzling light in the eyes of the desperate mermaid. He came. A group of people with extraordinary momentum walked straight to Doflamingo. Deluo secretly glanced at the system. New task, get the respect and admiration of thousands of people, reward, Conqueror's Haki, no upper limit task, get the respect and admiration of more people, the strength of Conqueror's Haki will increase proportionally. Otherwise, Deluo didn't have time to help Doflamingo secretly. Chapter 29. Marine. The desperate mermaids see hope. On the sea, for the vast majority of people at the bottom, marine is their only umbrella. When you see marine, you see hope and safety. Why did marine come? Who asked marine for help? Princess Otohime was puzzled, but she felt more at ease. We, the Fishman Island, were allies no matter what, and marine protected them. Look carefully. The sir is too young, and only a major. The hope that Princess Otohime had just raised was extinguished again. Not Admiral. Not even Vice Admiral, can't change the situation. In the distance, Vivi pointed at Deluo excitedly, jumped up, and screamed, it's him, he saved me. He. Shiarli looked at Deluo. Beautiful eyes enlarged. Is he the one I predicted? No wonder the Donquixote family I witnessed just now, and the future I saw through divination, never appeared again. Marine is here, we are saved. Not Marine Admiral, useless, run. Most mermaids still tried their best to escape. Marine is here. Marco frowned. Marine hadn't been to the Fishman Island for many years, why did he come suddenly? Is Marine also joining the Fishman Island? Here comes the trouble. It still appeared, what should I do now? Brother Ming's arrogant expression froze, he turned his head stiffly, looked at Deluo, and tried to show an ugly smile. I despise myself in my heart. Spineless. No, I'm responding that he helped me just now, so it's not spineless. Stepping forward, Deluo tilted Doflamingo. Doflamingo, you want to destroy the Confederacy, the Fishman Island. Don't talk nonsense, I didn't. I can't figure out what Deluo is thinking. Doflamingo didn't dare to open his mouth to answer. If he guessed wrong, he would be beaten again and asked to sign an IOU, because he was too small to carry it. This is the Allied country, not a place where pirates run amok. Pirates, get out. Marco smiled disapprovingly. Marine. The other pirates are afraid of Marine, but the Whitebeard pirates are not. He believed that the mighty Don Quixote family would not be afraid either. Young Marine, who doesn't know the horror of the sea, Doflamingo even dares to provoke his father, and the mere Major Marine dares to treat him like this at this time. Let him go, and kill himself. Marco sure. The arrogant Doflamingo will take action immediately and wipe out this group of Marines. Let's go, let's go. Doflamingo waved his hand. Isn't it just to go? I wanted to leave a long time ago. With the family members, they rushed towards the exit, running very fast, as if there were terrible monsters chasing them behind them, and they didn't look back. In the eyes of Marco, those arrogant and domineering cotters just now have no other opinions, and they even run faster than Doflamingo. This? Marco was dumbfounded. The arrogant Don Quixote family just left? Walking cleanly, not muddy at all. It's because I don't want to fight with Marine. Marco guessed that it should be so. Unexpectedly, and within reason, most pirates are reluctant to have any contact with Marine. In the past, when Dad encountered a warship, his first thought was to stagger the Marine. Not fear. But there is no need to have friction with Marine. He guessed that Doflamingo also thought the same way, not because he was afraid of the opponent's strength, but because he didn't want to have a big friction with the entire Marine, let alone a mere Major. What to be afraid of? Admiral is about the same. Marco also doesn't want to have friction with Marine. But this is Dad's territory, and he can't just walk away. Marine, what are you doing here? Marco asked. The tone was a little cold. No pirate would be enthusiastic about Marine. This is Daddy's place, and Marines are not welcome. You are a pirate. Me, Marco. Marco stood up, tilting his head slightly. My name, you Marine, should already be well known and needs no introduction. Roll. You. Marco has a good temper, and at this time his anger also rose. Marine, I don't want to shoot you, but you have crossed the line. I will help the Fishman Island. I will not shoot you, but I won't leave until you leave. Boom. Slap across the air. Marco once again felt a sea-like force imprisoning him. It's him. It was him just now. The telekinetic force slapped him, with an irresistible force, and slapped Marco into the air. It turned out that it was he who shot just now, not Doflamingo, and they were in the same group. Inverted Marco hastily turned into a phoenix, but couldn't resist the power of flying backwards. Break through the membrane. The powerful shock wave blasted a vacuum in the deep sea, reaching the dark distance. Hurry up and save Marco. Princess Otohim immediately dispatched hundreds of mermaid warriors into the sea to look for Marco, find him and send him away immediately. Don't take him to the Fishman Island. She was afraid that if Marco came back, he would die. So strong. Jinbei's scalp was numb. It was Marco. With one hit, he was knocked into the air. What kind of strength is this? He has only seen in the old man. Gigi looked at Deluo, sure it wasn't that Admiral in disguise. Too young. It can't be an old monster with a face. Chapter 30. Don Quixote family ran away. Marine protected us. The mermaids stopped their escape and looked at Deluo gratefully. I saw Marco being knocked out again. There is more fear in gratitude. Normally, Marco can't even beat Doflamingo, but when the Don Quixote family saw Marine, they ran away without saying anything. They are better than Marco, shouldn't they? 2. Today, Marco, Whitebeard's number 2, is ruined. Send shichibukai letter of intent to Jinbei. Under the order. Captain Wayne and the others took the letter of intent and walked towards Jinbei. Shichibukai. Jinbei bowed his head and read quickly. The government and Marine, he still has a trace of disgust in his heart. The respected Lord Tiger died at the hands of them. But he also saw the possibility of changing the situation of the Fishman Island from Shichibukai. Still hesitating for a while. Jinbei, either sign now, or we will beat you up and force you to sign again. Wayne and the others are already familiar with the steps. Crocodile just didn't believe in evil, and in the end he was beaten severely, but he obediently signed the contract. Doflamingo wanted to cooperate and sign directly, but our chief refused. Jinbei was dripping with cold sweat. Really domineering. Do not give me the right to refuse. At this moment, Princess Otohime stepped forward and looked gratefully at Diluo. "Dear Marine, we can go to the palace, sit down and talk slowly." She had just heard from Vivienne Shiarli. Diluo is the Marine who saved Vivienne. And the character of Shiarli's divination is not the Donquixote family, but Diluo, the Marine. Today, the Fishman Island is protected again. Let Princess Otohime somewhat believe in the authenticity of divination. These two things are now known to the mermaids around. Ding. Shortly after, the system came, and it was respected and admired by thousands of others. Sure enough, life-saving grace. The easiest way to get worship. Not surprisingly, the Fishman Island has a population of hundreds of thousands, even tens of thousands, so it's not difficult. Get Conqueror's Haki. As the number of people who respect and admire increases, the strength of Conqueror's Haki possessed by Diluo also increases. Diluo looked at Jinbei. To sign or not to sign? Anyway, the Conqueror's Haki has already been obtained, so I don't mind. In front of all the fish, beat up the hero Jinbei in their hearts. Princess Otohime looked at Jinbei expectantly. In her heart, she wants Jinbei to become shichibukai. Jinbei raised his head and felt the eyes of the princess. He looked at the mermaids around and found that they were all gratefully looking at Diluo. Inner thoughts began to drift. It seems that if you don't sign it, it won't work. I agree. Jinbei nodded, directly signed his name on the letter of intent, and pressed his thumbprint. Successfully convinced the third to become shichibukai. It's a pity. I thought I wouldn't sign it. Xia Jinbei is quite strong and good at close combat. I want to see if we can join forces to deal with him. Wainroy, 2 captains, sorry. They have just been given the Fruit Awakening ability by Diluo, and their strength has skyrocketed. Looking forward to meeting a suitable opponent. Their voices were heard by Jinbei, and they broke out in cold sweat. These ordinary Marines already had the idea of defeating me. When did I get so underestimated? But see Diluo. An unnamed major made Brother Ming escape in a hurry and knocked Marco into the air. It is not surprising that his subordinates have such confidence and strength. Ding. Shichibukai task, convince Jinbei to become a shichibukai, reward, Super Alloy Blacklight Body Defense, 10 random Devil Fruits. Super Alloy Blacklight, One Punch Man's level hero, ranked 11th. Physical fitness and defensive power are second to none among S-class heroes. Good ability. Diluo felt the changes in her physique. Improvement of defense quality. Before, Diluo was considered a crispy mage, but now, his defensive power is among the best in the sea. Super Alloy Blacklight, in One Punch Man, was defeated by someone, but it didn't break the defense in the true sense. Like the 4 Emperor's ant in the sea, she fell into the sea in embarrassment and lost her memory, but her steel balloon physique kept her body intact. Kaido's physique is thick and resilient. Big Mom is the one with the strongest defense. One less weakness. Diluo is in a good mood. Princess Otohime stepped in front of Diluo, her body slightly bent. Honorable Marine, please give us the opportunity to thank you. Wayne and the others rejected neatly and solemnly. Princess, you're welcome. It's our Marine's responsibility to protect everyone. Gone. Diluo teased the little Shirahoshi next to the princess. Pinch her cheek. It will take at least 10 years for Poseidon, an ancient weapon, to be effective. It's too young now. Apart from her, there is nothing Diluo can remember about the Fishman Island. The respect and worship of the Murlocs. Perhaps a little deeper, the hearts of the people? In Diluo's mind, that's it. It's just icing on the cake. It's more important than using strength to push the past, or developing one's own strength to enhance strength. Even the Conqueror's Haki is not important in Diluo's eyes. Conqueror's entanglement is fairly powerful, and other intimidation and deterrence are not very effective. Feel free to leave marks on the Fishman Island. It doesn't matter whether it will bear fruit in the future. Do not stay. Leave the Fishman Island. This is the real Marine, not to be moved by fame and fortune. Princess Otohime stared blankly at Diluo, who was going away, and she saw the shadow of a real soldier. If Marine were all soldiers like this, the situation of the Fishman Island would not be like this. Perhaps the future predicted by Shiarli is true. Shirahoshi, what did that big brother tell you just now? Princess Otohime knelt down and looked at Shirahoshi. Big brother gave me a lollipop and asked me if I want to go to the sea to play in the future. Shirahoshi stared at the lollipop with big eyes. Mother, the lollipop is delicious. Big brother said, there will be more in the future. Better lollipops. A soldier with a good heart. Princess Otohime felt a little more in her heart. There was also a change in Jinbei's eyes. Chapter 31. Puff. On the surface of the sea, Marco, who was rescued by a mermaid warrior, breathed heavily on the surface of the sea. Almost died in the sea. Thank you. Marco thanked the mermaid warrior who helped him. You're welcome, Lord. Marco came here to protect our Fishman Island. Marco couldn't help showing embarrassment at these words. Before coming, he has no doubts that he can protect the Fishman Island. Now, he almost died, and he was rescued by the mermaid. Marco, you came out too, what a mess. A pirate ship came out from the bottom of the sea, and Doflamingo was condescending at the bow of the ship, mocking Marco. You couldn't be beaten out, did you? Marco clenched his fists. Look up at Doflamingo. Why, still not convinced? You were on the Fishman Island before, didn't you realize the gap between us before? If you want to deal with me, unless Whitebeard comes in person. The swaggering Doflamingo, sure of Marco, now dreads himself. Doflamingo, were you the one who beat me on the Fishman Island? Marco soared into the sky. His hands turned into wings, and he looked down on Doflamingo. The latter moved his fingers slightly. Also fly into the sky. You thought you were the only one who could fly to Brother Ming, who was taller than Marco. Facts are facts, you are defeated. Rely on Marine's pirates, and you deserve it too. Marco flapped his wings. He was taller than Brother Ming again. Brother Ming's arrogant expression was a little embarrassed, and he was discovered. But now Marco is alone, he is not afraid. Continue to fly upwards. It seems that you have realized how terrible Deluo is, and almost died, but I have fought against him several times. Even these few fights. I was forced to helpless. Also better than you, Marco. Marco snorted coldly. Deluo. I know his name now. Devil's Triangle, Combelt Amazon country. Deluo looked for these two locations on the map. Shichibukai, there are still 5 people left unconvinced. Among them, the exact location is known. The Empress Hancock is in the Combelt Amazon, Gecko Moria is in the Devil's Triangle, and Phosfu has been conquered by Kaido of the Beasts without accident, in the Island of Ghosts. What's the name of my hawk's lair? Deluo couldn't remember. Who cares about these details? We can only let the Marine Intelligence Department find it slowly. The Tyrant Bear has not been found for the time being. And then did not get the specific location of the Tyrant Bears them. Deluo set his sights on the Empress and Gecko Moria. Subdue the 2 people who know the location first. As for Phosfa and Beast's pirates, Deluo plans to wait for the tornado to come before acting. We are now closer to the Calm Belt. Then go to Empress Hancock first. Marine Headquarters. Sakazuki, well done, let your troops rest for a while. Sengoku looked at Akainu, who had just completed a major task with satisfaction. Admiral's subordinates who never let him down. After a while, Sengoku looked suspiciously at Akainu, who had not retreated. What's the matter, is there anything else? Mr. Sengoku, more than a month has passed, I would like to know the situation of Deluo at this time. Relax. Akainu remembered that he still had an heir, who was still outside. What about Deluo? Sengoku recalled. Except for the Sabayati Islands incident, there is no news about Deluo's troops. For more than a month, did he convince that pirate to agree to become Shichibukai? Akainu cares about Deluo's mission progress. I haven't reported it, probably not. It is known that Crocodile had previously encountered Deluo's forces in the Sabayati Islands. But Deluo did not report having convinced Crocodile. It must have failed. As for the others, less likely. During this time, the warships of Deluo's troops have been near the Sabayati Islands, and there should be no progress. Sengoku was no surprise. That's to be expected. It's only been more than a month, even if a year has passed, if you can convince one, Sengoku thinks that Deluo has performed exceptionally well. Akainu's eyes sparkled. It just so happens that when I have time next, I can train Deluo to obediently abide by the concept of thorough justice. Since there is no progress, whether to let him come back. Didn't the old man say, give him a year? There is no reason for not having a year. Akainu said with a smile, Mr. Sengoku, more than a month has passed. He has suffered setbacks and failures. Maybe he has already regretted it and is willing to come back. However, the young man cannot let go of his dignity and refuses to take the initiative to give in. As long as we take the initiative to give him a step down, he will most likely come back obediently. Everyone comes from a young age. There are times when you are desperate, but no one wants to be stubborn. As long as someone helps you, you can easily accept it, but you can't let go of face. Sengoku thought about it. Right. Pick up the phone bug and dial Diluo's number. Chapter 32. Did I? The phone buzzed beside Diluo. Diluo, Mr. Sengoku's call. Jun picked up the phone and looked at Diluo, whether he answered it or not. Is to contact Diluo. Instead of contacting Jun. Go ahead. Jun picked up the phone bug and put the microphone near Diluo's mouth. Major Diluo, report your current location. Sengoku didn't mention it directly, because he was afraid that Diluo would lose face, so he started laying the groundwork first. Near the Sabayati Bottom Islands. Just came from the Fishman Island. The location is consistent with Sengoku's control. Sengoku reassured himself that his speculation was correct. Major Diluo, your unit has been dispatched for 43 days, report on the progress of the mission. Sengoku shifted the subject to business. Three people have already signed their names on the shichibukai letter of intent. Now that I have asked, these will not be hidden. Oh, no, don't be discouraged. The shichibukai plan is too difficult and too big. It's normal to fail. It doesn't rely on the help of the headquarters and the government. It's reasonable to rely on Diluo and you alone, and you haven't convinced anyone yet. What? What did you say? 3 people. Sengoku didn't listen to Diluo's report at all. He already had the answer in his heart. 0. Not a single person. Akainu next to him could hear clearly, and he questioned Sengoku before he interrupted Sengoku. What? What are you talking about? 3 people. Has a problem. Headquarters. Sengoku and Akainu looked at each other. Of course there are problems, and they are still big problems. Calm down. Sengoku told Akainu not to speak, tried to calm down the turbulent heart, kept a flat tone, and continued to ask, good job, you convinced those 3, the specific names and identities. I don't believe it at all. Even if I, the marshal, took the initiative for more than a month, I can't guarantee whether I can persuade the 3 people to become shichibukai. Crocodile, it has been promised. Akainu looked at Sengoku, as if asking again, didn't you say that persuading Crocodile would definitely fail? When? Sengoku asked, his tone becoming unsteady. At the bottom of the Sabayati Islands. Impossible. Half a month has passed since the Sabayati Islands incident. Why is there no news? Major Diluo, why didn't you report to the headquarters at that time? You have persuaded Crocodile to become shichibukai. Did not take the initiative to report before. Now the old man is asking. Said it was successful again. How does this lead me to believe, Sengoku seriously suspects, is lying? Diluo asked, shouldn't the shichibukai plan be completed before it needs to be reported? Just one person, nothing to report. The overall plan was for 7 people, and now it is 8 people. Only when they are all completed can they be considered a success. Sengoku was speechless. It really makes sense. Resisting the puff of breath that rose to his throat, he continued to ask, who else is there? Seaman Jinbei. Hiksia Jinbei. Sengoku lowered his head and pondered. In his mind, the 7 characters of shichibukai have different degrees of difficulty in persuasion, and Jinbei belongs to the level of easy persuasion. With the Fishman Island underbelly, it's easy. But Sengoku laughed, he had found a loophole that Diluo couldn't justify at all. Information has informed that during this time, Jinbei has never entered the first half of the Great Line, and Diluo, your troops, have always been near the Sabayati Islands. Tell me, how did you come into contact with him? It cannot be said that by contacting with a phone bug, Jinbei can be persuaded to become shichibukai. Marshal Marine, I don't even have such a big face. I went to the Fishman Island. Did you go to the Fishman Island? Sengoku stood up abruptly. When? Just before. Nothing happened, right? Sengoku's tone began to tremble. It was the Whitebeard pirates. You, a marine major, went to the Fishman Island, not looking for death. No big deal. That's good. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief, speculating in his heart, it should be the Whitebeard pirates. They didn't bother with a major. That's right. Whitebeard is indeed a generous person. Maybe the mere major didn't join him at all. It's fine. But still don't believe it. Going to the Fishman Island can convince Jinbei? No matter how simple it is, the government and marine will not worry about whether shichibukai will succeed. Akainu stopped Sengoku, who wanted to expose Deluo's lie immediately. Listen to him, there is one more person. More lies. At that time, it will be more difficult to get back together, and it will not end. Who else? Sengoku's tone turned cold. As the highest officer of the marine, I really don't like my subordinates lying about military information. This is deceit. If you are serious, you can be sent to a military court. Doflamingo. Boom. Sengoku couldn't stand it anymore. He slapped his palm on the table. It's too much, you don't even think about lying. Do you think my marshal is a fool? Doflamingo? The 7-man roster I gave you earlier, when did Doflamingo come in? Nonsense, he's looking for pirates at random, so give him a shichibukai spot. Akainu raised a wave of evil spirit, without rules, and changed the mission without authorization. There are only 7 shichibukai places. Every member, the government, and marine have made a decision after long-term consideration. Many factors. How can you find someone casually? Unbeknownst to Akainu, Doflamingo has become one of the shichibukai pre-selected pirates. The whole marine. Only Sengoku Tsuru, chief of staff, just knew not long ago. Only the 5 elders and 1 or 2 senior officials in the government know about it. Less than 10 people know. Sengoku glanced at Akainu. Even Admiral Akainu didn't know. You are a major, or a major who is out. Where did you get the news? Even if you got the news, could you convince Doflamingo so quickly? These pirates are so easy to talk to. What's more, you have had conflicts with the Donquixote family before. Do you think Brother Ming is a reasonable and good person? Will you still promise me? Chapter 33. Akainu stared at Sengoku and said, Mr. Sengoku, let him come back directly. This is already a lie about the military situation. He will be punished. Send him to my army and I will execute it. Sengoku has the same impulse. When Sabayati was at the bottom of the islands, he was taken aback by Deluo's reckless behavior. Fortunately, there were no bigger disturbances. Now, in front of me, the marshal, to open his eyes and talk nonsense, he is simply lawless, and he doesn't look like a soldier who is seeking truth from facts. Akainu and Sengoku, the two were discussing in low voices. Discuss how to correct these bad habits of Deluo. Several options are listed. Feasible. He can definitely get rid of all his bad habits and cultivate him into a qualified marine, a subordinate who obeys orders. Sengoku picked up the phone bug that had been covered just now, and was about to issue a forced return order to Deluo. At this moment, Chief of Staff Crane, who had been silent all this time, said, Now that you are recalled, Sengoku, what are you going to do? Make it clear and punish him severely. Of course. Sengoku didn't think twice. This is how military law should be, and heavy punishment can make Del lose his memory and remember it forever. Chief of Staff Crane, don't forget, he is not yet 20 years old, too young. Because I'm still young, I should recall it immediately, find out early and correct it early, so as not to be unable to correct it later. Sengoku's words won Akainu's approval, and he nodded in agreement. Right. As for the implementation of the plan we discussed just now, I will teach. But, the one-time blow is too big, it's easy to give up on yourself, and even create a estrangement with Marine. Chief of Staff Crane was worried. Too young. The mentality and character are immature, and it is easy to have a rebellious mentality if the top management treats them like this all of a sudden. Sengoku frowned slightly. The words of Chief of Staff Crane are not unreasonable. In the past, Marine had such an example. It had too high requirements for geniuses, and was too picky. In the end, the geniuses couldn't bear it, collapsed, and even rebelled. Sengoku covered the phone bug, and said in a low and heavy voice, but if this continues, I'm afraid Deluo will go astray. Start lying now, facing the marshal, you will lie a lot. In the future, wouldn't he be bold and dare to do anything? Isn't Jun on his boat? With Jun watching, Jun will correct any wrong paths and big mistakes. Tsuru Chief of Staff reminded Sengoku and the others. Deluo is not without constraints. Jun exists to restrain him. Almost forgot, Jun exists. Sengoku patted his forehead. I was so emotional just now, I forgot. Or wait and see. Deluo's ability performance, let Sengoku choose, be a little more tolerant. Garp, who heard the movement, walked in the door. Learn about the situation. Looking at the three of them with a look of foolishness, as for these things, just ask Jun once and you will be cleared up. You will know how many lies Deluo has lied. If it is not serious, then look again. If it is serious, recall it. Sengoku. Akainu. Crane Chief of Staff. Sengoku, known as the Resourceful General, is also the Chief of Staff of the Crane General Staff. Akainu's methods made the pirates even more frightened. 3 people. Now being ridiculed and killed by the famous reckless man. Still can't refute. The 3 of you look at me and I look at you, all silent. From the very beginning, the 3 of them believed that Deluo's words were all lies. Chief of Staff he, who spoke for Deluo, also considered him from the perspective of him after he lied, rather than believing him. Sengoku released his hands covering the phone bug and said, Deluo, is Jun Vice Admiral by your side? Give her the phone bug. There was no sound from the other side. Bye. Sengoku looked at the phone bug in disbelief. Actually hung up. I don't know when it was hung up. As a marshal, I have never been the only one who hangs up other people's phone calls. When will my soldiers dare to hang up on my phone? Frowning, this kid is still so crazy. He quickly contacted Jun with the phone bug. Sengoku's tone was serious. Jun Vice Admiral, why did Deluo hang up on the old man just now? Jun replied, no, he thought Mr. Sengoku, you have hung up and haven't spoken for a long time. She was the one who obeyed Deluo's order and hung up the phone just now. I didn't speak for a long time. Deluo hated this kind of person the most before. All right. Sengoku thought about it, and indeed discussed with Akainu for too long, and he could only sigh in his heart that Deluo is too young, and he doesn't know a little bit about the world, and does he understand the workplace? And Jun, why did your words become so uncomfortable? What do you mean by, you have already hung up? The wording is too ugly. I complained a few words in my heart. Business matters. Jun, Deluo, for more than a month, he really convinced the 3 to become shichibukai. Akainu and the others also leaned over. Listen carefully. Right. Jun doesn't hide either. There was no sound from Sengoku again. If you don't speak again, then I'll hang up the phone too. Jun waited for more than 10 seconds, but there was still no sound, so he hung up the phone directly. Sorry, I will only deal with Deluo now. Don't worry about that group of old guys who are suspicious and bluffing. Jun, you go and command the troops to set off. The destination, the daughter country of Calm Belt Amazon. Deluo gave orders to Jun. The warship departs. Chapter 34. Marine Building. The 4 senior officials were silent for a long time. Garp appreciated, ha ha ha, that kid is really capable, and he managed to convince the 3 of you. Sengoku shot Garp a stern look. Shut up, you brainless brat. Garp ignored Sengoku's eyes. Jun said it's true, don't you believe it? Of course I do. Chief of Staff Crane knocked on the table to attract everyone's attention. It is because of believing in Jun. Now they are so distressed. Jun will not lie, will not deceive us. But the facts made it difficult for them to accept. No matter how they calculated, it was impossible to convince the 3 of them in such a short time, and among them was Doflamingo, who had just been selected. Can't figure it out. Because of Jun. A flash of light flashed in Sengoku's mind. Jun will not take action unless it is absolutely necessary. She will definitely obey the order, but she is in Deluo's army, and she puts enormous pressure on the pirates invisibly. Crocodile they choose to agree to for the time being. Figured out. That should be it. Deluo's weight in Sengoku's heart has increased a lot, and he is far from being on the same level as Admiral. Even if he can win 1 or 2 of them, it will be difficult to keep him. This is Sengoku's estimate of Deluo's full strength. Relying on such strength alone is not enough. Akainu questioned, if so, these pirates who promised will still take it seriously after they leave. Sengoku shook his head. It is estimated that it will be difficult. Once they leave, will these rebellious pirates still take their promises seriously? There's no need to think about it now. 1 year later, everything will be revealed. If the pirates who agree with you don't come, it means that it's not persuasion at all. You guys are idle, what if it's true? Garp despised the 3 of them. Akainu frowned and looked at Sengoku, Maybe the shichibukai plan is not as difficult as we expected, and the unprecedented special rights may be full of temptation for pirates. An idea popped up in Akainu's mind. Yes and no. Just experiment, Mr. Sengoku, among the shichibukai, which one is the most difficult to persuade? I will try. He wanted to try it. Maybe it's an easy success. 7 people, in the old man's budget, the most difficult to convince is the tyrant bear and Hawkeye my hawk. The 2 walk alone, have no weaknesses, and are strong. These 2, in Sengoku's mind, were the hardest to convince. No weaknesses, no weaknesses. They don't want to be shichibukai, coercion is useless, Admiral has a hard time keeping them. But now, there is another person who is more difficult to convince than them. Sengoku put his fingertips on the list. Fosfu. He. Akainu smiled contemptuously. He is also worthy of being compared with Tyrant Bear and my hawk? Then I'll go. According to the information, Fosfur went to challenge Kaido of the beasts before, but the result is unknown. Now there is no trace. He should have failed and did not escape. There are only a few possibilities. He was killed, or he was subdued by Kaido, or be imprisoned. 3 possibilities. The first one, dead, has no chance to become a shichibukai. The latter 2. It all means that he is now in the Beasts Pirates base camp, one of the largest monster lairs in the sea. Akainu, are you going? Sengoku looked at Akainu seriously. Akainu's expression froze. To the Beasts Pirates lair? The mysterious and powerful Wanakuni? Rely on me alone? Akainu, who was fearless, lost his confidence. Where are Tyrant Bear and my hawk? I'll try one of them. Akainu hastily shifted his target, ignoring Fosfu, which clearly failed the mission 100%. It's not enough for Admiral to go out. Probably never even got a chance to see Foz Fowler. My hawk has not found him for the time being, and the Tyrant Bear seems to have appeared in the kingdom of Fekate a few days ago, and it should be in the nearby waters now. Sengoku points to a location on the map. Okay, I'll try it. Akainu set off. Lead a fleet in search of the Tyrant Bear. Through the Eternal Pointer, Deluo's troops quickly approached the Amazon country in the Calm Belt. Major Deluo, there are still 10 kilometers away from the Amazon country. The subordinates kept reporting the distance. Already able to see the outline of the island in the sky. Is it a warship? Amazon's daughter country, the female soldiers who are always observing the sea area, also found the warship. The Empress ordered that any warship enter our territory and open fire directly. However, if you directly challenge Marine, what if Marine's soldiers invade the country? Let's report to the Empress. Contact Empress Hancock in the palace. Marine. The young Hancock, with a chill in his eyes, is another government lackey, the disgusting Marine. Destroy them. Give the order to fire. The former emperor of the daughter kingdom, her mother-in-law quickly stopped her. Hancock, stop, you are provoking Marine, don't you think about the country. I just think about Amazon, so any pirates who come close to Amazon, including Marine, I will make them pay a terrible price. Hancock pushed Granny Zee away forcefully, and gave the order again, destroy them. Yes. The cannon was aimed at the warship and began to reload. Fire. Chapter 35. Hancock, 19 years old, is powerful and has the special ability to petrify people. 1 year ago, he suddenly became the emperor of Amazon's daughter country, known as the Empress, and founded the 9 Snake Pirates. A year ago, it was rumored that she was going to kill the legendary monster Gorgon. The headquarters got the news and sent a troop to check. As a result, the entire warship, hundreds of Marines, including a rear admiral, the officer, were turned into stone sculptures and all died. This is Jun getting all the information about Empress Hancock from the Marine headquarters. This matter. The headquarters can conclude that Empress Hancock is full of resistance and disgust to Marine. Marine is a natural opposite to pirates. But most pirates are unwilling to have friction with Marine. When encountering Marine, the first choice is to give in. In the absence of conflict, Marine is rarely shot. Any pirate who unscrupulously attacks Marine without reason is an extremely dangerous existence in the eyes of the headquarters. At that time, the headquarters thought about sending troops directly to destroy the 9 Snake Pirates, but finally gave up because the 9 Snake Pirates stayed in Calm Belt and did not make trouble in other sea areas. Jun looked at Deluo. All information is clearly stated. The other party is not someone who can sit down and have a good chat. Boom. Deluo has not issued an order yet. Dozens of cannons fired at the same time on the walls of the Amazon kingdom in front of them, bombarding the warships. You start a war without even meeting each other, your temper is really capricious. Deluo waved his hand. The cannonballs all over the sky were wrapped by the power of thought. Go back to me. Shells bombarded the central palace of the Amazon country. Across distances of several kilometers. Indiscriminately attack all parts of the palace. What happened? On the high floor of the palace, Empress Hancock was watching a play. She expected the warship to be reduced to ashes under the shells. Unexpectedly, the shells flew back and flew to the palace. Protect the Emperor. The guard makes a move. Empress Hancock also shot to block. Most shells were intercepted. Several shells failed to be stopped and exploded on the palace. The city tower was shattered, and smoke and dust flew everywhere. Marine. Empress Hancock jumped up and stood at the highest point, staring at the distant warship with cold eyes. Follow me. Lead the army out. When Hancock came to the wall by the sea. The warship is only tens of meters away from the city wall. Both parties can clearly see everything about each other. Marine, this is Aigia's territory. Hancock stood tall, pointing at Deluo on the warship. Destroy Aigia's palace, you have no chance to go back. Jun holds the knife, and the fighting spirit in his heart is stronger than ever. As the legend says, she is a rare beauty. Looking at Deluo from the corner of the eye. Deluo can't bear it, can he? Deluo looked at Hancock, who was known as the most beautiful queen in the sea. Feel the aggressive gaze. A cold wind was blowing, and Hancock felt a little cold. She is dressed in a graceful and luxurious cheongsam, a little cool, with slender and well-proportioned long legs, amazing curves, and a voluptuous body, always bringing the charm of women to the ultimate level. Hancock stared at Deluo coldly, his expression unchanged, the same ancient coldness. From the bottom of my heart, I hate to exclude men, especially Marine. Handsome and ugly, to her, both are smelly men. They are unwilling to say a few words. Become stone statues, ugly men. Marrow marrow mellow. Hancock puts his hands in a heart pose, and emits a heart-shaped light. After they turn into stone sculptures, throw them into the sea. Hancock turned, ready to leave. No one can escape the trick of Aigia. In the past, those Marines, including a rear admiral, were all petrified by the trick of mourning. Now this mere major, no matter how proud his expression is, he can't change the result. The light covered everyone on the warship. Wainroy and the Marines tilted their heads with question marks. We are ready for battle. Thought it was hard to resist a powerful move, that's it. Nothing works. They are loyal to Deluo, and they only need an order, and their loyalty can cover up the true nature of a man in an instant. Sister, they're all right. The two sisters of Hancock hurriedly grabbed Hancock, who turned and left. Impossible. Hancock turned his head and looked in shock at the safe and sound Deluo and his party. All of them were fine. No way. My ability is not something that a stinky man can resist the defense. It is even more impossible to be blocked all at once. Could it be that Aigia's beauty has already expired? Hancock held his face in his hands, a little flustered. Open the door. Deluo's cold voice. It made Hancock's heart skip a beat. Impossible, Amazon will never allow men in. Hancock touched his lips with a finger, and a huge pink peach heart-shaped substance was transformed. Then pull it back like a bow and arrow. Shoots lots of pink arrows. Slave arrow. This move is different from the marrow marrow mellow just now. Once it is shot, it will petrify whether it is attracted to the Empress or not. Slave arrow all over the sky. There is no hiding on the warship. Chapter 36. Throw them who have turned into stone sculptures farther away. Hancock gave orders to his men again. Throw it far away, so as not to pollute the nearby sea. Yes. Dozens of female soldiers started to act. In their eyes, the result is doomed, and this group of Marines can only be turned into stone sculptures and thrown into the sea. Too strong, our emperor is too strong. With Hancock around, our country will never be in danger. Female soldiers looked at Hancock adoringly. This is our most respected emperor. She can bring us absolute safety. That's capricious. Deluo stretched out his hand, and the telekinetic shield protected the entire warship. The slave arrow shot at the shield, clanging and impenetrable. Deluo, do I want to make a shot? Jun asked. If you can't make a move, or have a bottom line not to make a move on a woman, then I don't have it in Jun. No, this kind of wayward woman should let her feel the real despair. Deluo is not used to it. With a wave. Boom. There was a sharp piercing sound in the sky. Meteorites fell from the sky. Since he is unwilling to cooperate like Jinbei, then Deluo is not polite. Sister, look at the sky. Boya Sandersonia pointed to the sky in horror. A meteorite fell rapidly. Wrapped in intense flames. Meteorite. Proud Hancock, pale. Marine, what are you going to do? Staring at Deluo angrily. It is unforgivable that you actually took action against our kingdom. You run away quickly. Hancock stepped on the wall and jumped up, big perfume femur. Explode with all your might. Hit the rapidly falling meteorite with one kick. Boom. Cracks appeared on the meteorite, and the speed lagged behind, and it continued to carry a mighty force, crashing to the ground. Smoke and dust covered the sky and the earth. A large number of female soldiers flew out, and the entire city wall was shattered. Huge waves rose from the sea. Elder sister. The two sisters of Boya and Sandersonia, who were rolling on the ground, rushed madly towards the broken earth. Hancock was still inside. I knew that Hancock's character was going to lead to disaster sooner or later. The terrified mother-in-law couldn't help complaining. I already said, don't mess with Marine. There are too many strong Marines, and sooner or later they will be kicked to the iron plate. It's good now. Life and death are unknown. The Amazon country has also been missed by Marine, and there will never be peace, and I start to regret it. If I knew this, the Emperor's position should not have been passed on to Hancock, and now she has harmed her daughter country. Our Emperor. The embarrassed Amazon warriors looked at the area filled with smoke and dust. Panic began to pervade everyone's mind. In the cities behind, the people of Amazon also looked at the seaside in horror. They don't know what's going on, but they know that the country is under attack. I can't remember how many years Amazon has not encountered foreign enemies. The Calm Belt area is a natural protective layer. For hundreds of years, Amazon has been much safer and happier than most countries in the sea. So the people of Amazon are happy and proud. Suddenly faced with threats. The panic in my heart became more and more intense. What happened? Don't worry, our Emperor will protect us. But I heard it was Marine calling. Why did Marine come to deal with us? The people were terrified, and everyone knew about Marine's prestige on the sea. Is it because our Emperor is a pirate, so he wants to attack us? No, it was Hancock who gave the order to attack the Marine, and the battle took place. It was like this last time. She's going to kill us. Having only become Emperor for a year, Hancock's prestige in the hearts of the people is far from reaching its peak. Doubts are not small. Now that the whole country is facing life and death, more doubts are coming out. Was it just a meteorite? On an uninhabited island far away from the Amazon, many terrifying beasts live on it, and they are powerful. Pluton Rayleigh, who just hit here not long ago. Looking solemnly at the horizon. It is a meteorite. Where is the daughter country of Amazon? Suffering from a meteorite attack. Pluton Rayleigh's face turned ugly, livid. Such ability. He knew that there was one person who could do it, the nasty Marine rookie. Is it him? J. We cannot just watch Amazon's daughter country being threatened. Pluton Rayleigh set off. If Deluo. It just happened to teach that Marine a lesson and let him know the importance of respecting the elderly, which caused me to live like a year on this uninhabited island, without fine wine and casinos. The female Amazon soldiers looked at Deluo in fear, and no one dared to make a move. Deluo, she won't. Jun looked at the smoke-filled area. Nothing happened. Dead, that doesn't make her a shichibukai. Call out. A figure full of anger rushed out of the smoke and dust, broke through a passage in the smoke-filled area, and kicked Deluo hard, defense yang kick. Boom. Kicked on the protective shield in front of Deluo. The strong force pushed a large number of Marines behind him to fly out. The entire warship plowed a trail on the sea surface and retreated tens of meters. For destroying my country, Marine, I will never forgive you. Hancock's eyes were burning with flames, his body was covered in dust and the corner of his mouth was bloody, and she was full of angry blows. Unnecessary. Whether you forgive or not is none of my business. With his hands behind his back, Deluo calmly looked at Hancock, who was desperately attacking him. Foot after foot. Vigorously stir the air. So, how could it be? Hancock looked weakly at the protective shield around Deluo. Unbreakable. It can't be broken at all. Only some ripples could be kicked out, and the distance was shattered. She didn't know how far away it was. What to do? An overwhelming despair enveloped her. Proud Hancock began to panic. Now it's my turn. Chapter 37. The telekinesis instantly binds Hancock. Like an invisible rope bound her. Hancock struggled violently. With all his strength, a powerful conqueror's haki burst out from his entire body. Get away from me! Hancock gritted his teeth. Never want to be a prisoner of Marine. Facing the situation of being bound and losing her freedom, she showed more panic than others. Previous experience. Let her face such a situation, her whole delicate body trembled subconsciously. Her proud eyes were covered with fear. Let go of our sister. The two sisters of Hancock, transformed into giant snakes, rushed over. The two captains, Wayne Roy, rushed out. Become a giant tiger and an elephant. Fighting with the two sisters, the two captains who had awakened from fruit were quite strong, and they were on equal footing with the two sisters who had just grown up now, and even had some upper hand because of their different mentality. Marine, let me go, are you going to war with the whole Amazon? Struggling, Hancock stared at Deluo angrily. Try to hide your panic. Deluo smiled and said, will they dare to fight? All ready to fight. Hancock embraced the idea of dying together. Terrified female soldiers took up arms. You are sure to make a move? Deluo looked down at them, waved his hand, and the piercing sound made Hancock feel cold. Staring blankly at the sky. A meteorite reappeared, larger than before, with a diameter of more than 100 meters, falling down, enough to shatter everything hundreds of meters or even wider. It hangs above the Amazon daughter island and can fall at any time. Like a knife on everyone's neck in the Amazon. They can take their lives at any time. It's over. Most of the female soldiers were powerless to drop their weapons and knelt on the ground in a state of laxity. A force that cannot be resisted at all. Can't see any hope of winning. Even our emperor has been captured, we can't win alone, we can't win at all. Fight. A very small number of female soldiers gritted their teeth, with the urge to see death as home. Drop your weapons, put down your weapons. Why did my mother-in-law run over? Prevented all this. Grandma Zi looked at Deluo. Honorable Marine, we Amazon daughter island, never thought of any battle with Marine, we are all law-abiding ordinary people. I didn't think about going against me, so why did you attack just now? She is the Emperor of Amazon, and she is a pirate. Deluo pointed to Hancock who was restrained in front of him. The latter, with a cold snort, turned his head sideways. She already had the idea of usse. I don't want to die, and I don't want to be captured by Marine. This. Why mother-in-law can't refute. The Emperor of the Amazons is a pirate and is actively attacking the Marine. Unexplainable, Marine destroyed Amazon's daughter country, and no one can fault it. The mother-in-law glanced at Hancock complainingly. I have advised you a long time ago. It's good now. Sorry, these are all misunderstandings, we are willing to offer our most sincere apology, and please ask Mrs. Marine to hold you up high. Granny Zi kept apologizing. He gave Hancock a sneaky look. Don't hold on. Apologize quickly. My mother-in-law didn't ask him, all this was done by the AI family, so what? Hancock was still proud. She knew that she would most likely end up dead. So what? I'll make the whole Amazon disappear now, whatever. Deluo's eyes froze. He still doesn't believe it. Empress Hancock, how long can you be so proud? You dare. Hancock struggled again, still struggling. Staring at Deluo, he found that the other party didn't seem to be lying. And he has such strength. The last point of persistence in my heart was broken, and the panic was more intense than ever. Don't hold on, an apology might help. Jun reminded from the side. Although Deluo's task is to persuade Hancock to become shichibukai, but if she persists and speaks rudely, she is afraid of Deluo, and she will not care about the task at all, and will take action. Snort. Hancock looked away. Apologies to the most annoying Marine, she couldn't get over that hurdle. Hancock, hurry up and apologize. Sorry, don't you care about our safety? Could it be that pride is more important than our lives? A large number of people rushed over. Meteorites hanging in the sky made them panic. The only way to survive now is to calm down Marine. But our emperor still wants to hold on. Why we choose Hancock to be our emperor is all her fault. If it wasn't for her, we wouldn't have been attacked by Marine at all. The tone of some extreme people began to become unfriendly. These words, inserted like the tip of a needle into Hancock's mind. Being questioned or even hated by her own people was even more difficult for her to bear than losing a war. Don't say that, Emperor Hancock has been protecting us before. But, without her, we are in no danger. The screeching, thunderclap hit Hancock, freezing him from head to toe. Chapter 38. I apologize. Hancock lowered his haughty head. Apologize to the most hated Marine, and completely smash all the pride in her heart. I'm sorry, you can let Daughter Island go now, let me go. Hancock stared wide-eyed. I apologize. Okay. Satisfied. Not urgent. Deluo asked Jun to take out the shichibukai loi. Shichibukai. Hancock read quickly. His eyes became colder and colder, the anger in his heart was hard to hide, and his voice raised a lot. Impossible, absolutely impossible, it is absolutely impossible for Igia to become a running dog of the world government. For the celestial dragons, the nobles of the world, there is an indelible hatred in her heart. Now, it is absolutely impossible for me to become a lackey of the world government, a lackey of the world's nobles, even death is impossible. I, Hancock, will never be a lackey of the celestial dragons. Since you hate celestial dragons so much, why don't you take revenge? Deluo didn't show mercy. I feel sorry for myself all day long, isn't it ridiculous? Hancock was like an irritated tigress, he didn't care about other things, and asked loudly, isn't it because of you Marines? Without you, how could they be so rampant? World government and Marine, in her eyes, are lackeys of celestial dragons. If not Marine is not world government. Those ugly celestial dragons don't have so many privileges. There would not be so many miserable slaves. With your strength, it's not difficult to assassinate the celestial dragons. Why don't you do it yourself? You don't dare, you will just naively hold the ridiculous idea of others helping you, childish woman. Deluo once again broke Hancock's inner fortress. You, as a Marine, tell me this. Hancock wouldn't listen. You are Marine. Is an accomplice. Disgusting celestial dragons, do you know how many evil things they have done? How many of them, the sea have suffered from the pain brought by celestial dragons? You don't understand anything, stop talking about it, you it's Marine, an accomplice. Almost told the biggest secret. Well, now I'll give you a chance to kill the celestial dragons by yourself. I'll keep you safe today, and after that, it's up to you. Deluo didn't believe it, and he couldn't tame the wayward Hancock. And I asked Marine to eliminate all your connections with Amazon. What you do in the sea in the future will never affect the Amazon country. Do you dare? If you dare, I will take you to the celestial dragons now. Hancock fell silent. Dare? The shadow of childhood seems like a nightmare. When she thinks about it, she is full of horror. No courage. Look up. Hancock stared at Deluo, the two looked at each other, neither of them backed down. Are you serious? Hancock asked seriously. Wrong. Absolutely lied to me, he was Marine. If you want me to believe it, then go kill a celestial dragons and show me. Hancock didn't believe it at all, and no one would believe the celestial dragons umbrella Marine. Before looking for Hancock, Deluo also thought about killing a celestial dragon and showing it to Hancock. That way, it would definitely be easy to convince her. It can even go one step further. But didn't do it. Celestial dragons. Deluo didn't take it to heart at all. Once he mastered Marine, he would not be able to coexist with the world government unless he continued to obey the government's orders. History. But why should I help you? Hancock stopped talking. You know, you lied to me. Last time, sign, or not. Deluo pointed to the shichibukai letter of intent placed in front of her. Do not sign. Then more drastic measures should be used. Hancock instinctively refused. But seeing the two sisters, unable to win, seeing the huge meteorite hanging in the sky, feeling the fearful eyes of the people, the words of refusal cannot be spoken. She is afraid. The scene was a little quiet for a while. Someone save me. Hancock looked around feebly. Someone help me. Nobody. No one can save me. Who would come here by such a coincidence? Who would be so powerful? Yo, young Marine, your behavior is still so extreme, the old man said, it's not good. A sudden sound broke the silence. A figure jumped up from the sea. Rayleigh. Hancock watched the figure. Surprised. Pluton Rayleigh, who once helped the three Hancock sisters return to the Amazon country, also knows that he is the deputy captain of the legendary One Piece ship. A character in the Legend of the Sea. The strength is unfathomable. I have fought against countless monsters and strong marines, and I have never really failed. Rayleigh. Deluo turned sideways, looking at Rayleigh disapprovingly. I can still meet this old guy here. The last time I ran very fast, I ran away from the Sabayati archipelago. It turned out that I fled to the Calm Belt area. Last time I meddled in my own business and relied on the old to sell the old, but this time, I dared to come. Chapter 39. It really is you. See that meteorite? Pluton Rayleigh guessed it was Deluo. As a marine, threatening an entire country is more than just excessive. Pluton Rayleigh looked at Deluo with a cold look. Rayleigh. Hancock called Rayleigh excitedly. Girl Hancock, don't worry, wait for me. Rayleigh disappeared in an instant, picked up a blade, and rushed into the sky the next moment. Aim at the meteorite in the sky. Cut off with one knife. The sky full of swords shredded the meteorite, and the sword wind lifted the meteorite fragments all over the sky, and fell into the distant sea. The threat hanging over Amazon was dealt with lightly by Pluton Rayleigh. One move. Demonstrating Pluton Rayleigh's fearsome strength. We're safe. Saved. The Amazonians cheered and chanted Pluton Rayleigh's name. I don't know how many girls looked at Pluton Rayleigh in admiration and obsession at this moment. Call out. Pluton Rayleigh turned into a streak of light and rushed to the warship. Haki is wrapped around the blade. Dark red lightning-like energy is jumping. Conqueror's Haki winding. A knife in the void. Super powerful blow, smashing and imprisoning the Empress Hancock's superpower. Get the moment of freedom. Hancock immediately jumped back to the island. Pluton Rayleigh also fell on the shore where the meteorite formed. With a backer, Hancock returned to his arrogant and self-willed temper. Marine, I refuse to be a shichibukai. If you think Rayleigh is going to be your card, you're going to be disappointed. Deluo stepped onto the bow. Look to Pluton Rayleigh. Old guy, if you meddle in your own business, you will pay the price. Fortunately, no one was injured. Rayleigh uses observation haki to perceive the surroundings, and no death appears. It seems. The marine in front of me is a bit extreme, and there is still some bottom line. Young marine, it seems that you didn't take the old man's previous advice seriously, and acted recklessly in the Sabayati Islands, and you still do it now. Pluton Rayleigh got used to it, and began to rely on his elders to talk about his wealth again. Rayleigh, do you know each other? Hancock asked quietly. I know, this guy made the old man lose his home. Hancock's heart tightened. Isn't Pluton Rayleigh the opponent? Rayleigh sensed the panic in Hancock's heart, and said with a smile, that's because the old man doesn't want to confront Marine Admiral, not because of him. Oh. Hancock breathed a sigh of relief. Let me just say, no matter how strong he is, he can't compare to Pluton Rayleigh. Marine, if you apologize now, Igia can let the past go. Hancock looked at Deluo proudly. Now the situation has changed. But the desperate experience just now made her wayward temper change a little. Just apologize. Can leave. Pluton Rayleigh hurriedly stopped Hancock. Don't be complacent. The old man doesn't have the confidence to keep them, and he doesn't want to keep them. Keeping them, Marine headquarters, how can they let it go? Hancock, don't talk, he is not only a strong man on the warship, but also Jun Vice Admiral. Who? Hancock didn't believe it. A small warship, with Deluo as a terrifying powerhouse, is already shocking. There are also two Zoan Fruit awakened subordinates, whose combat power has surpassed that of large fleets. There are still strong ones. Jun stood next to Deluo, holding a knife, and broke out with a powerful momentum to resist Rayleigh's Conqueror's haki that seemed to be spreading. Very strong. Hancock eyed Jun. But will it be stronger than Deluo? Didn't feel it. In Jun, Hancock didn't feel that he would be instantly killed. I glanced sideways at Rayleigh. Are you confused? She is better than Deluo? Admiral is not necessarily better than Deluo. Jun, you step back. Deluo looked at Rayleigh. Do it yourself. It's really arrogant. Is this old man being underestimated? Pluton Rayleigh laughed at himself. After 10 years, the old man has no place in Marine's heart. Also good. He also wanted to teach Deluo a lesson. Boy, the old man thought you were imprisoned by Marine. You killed so many nobles at once, but you are still safe and sound. It seems that Marine thinks highly of you and indulges you. Rayleigh asked curiously. He didn't intend to take the initiative to make a move. As an old senior, it would be embarrassing for me to make the first move. Do you need to talk about these little things? These little things are almost forgotten by Deluo, and the kid is very smooth. Today, I want to see, old guy, how do you run? But let Hancock's eyes widen. Rayleigh, what did you just say? What nobleman did he kill? Is it the nobles of the world? This kid is lawless. In the Sabaody Islands, he summoned meteorites and directly wiped out the largest population auction. All the nobles in the auction were dead. He didn't even care about whether there were celestial dragons in it. He directly shot it. It's really audacious. The old man thought that Marine would punish him, but it seems not. In Rayleigh, on the uninhabited island, it was impossible to get the latest news from the newspapers. I don't know, Doflamingo has already taken the blame. Pluton Rayleigh's voice, like thunder, exploded inside Hancock. There was a huge wave in my mind. With a turbulent mind, he stared at Deluo in a daze. Chapter 40. Ruined the population auction. This is outside the Marine's purview, and slavery is legal at sea. I don't care if there are celestial dragons in the auction, just destroy them directly, he really dares. Only now did Empress Hancock find out. Just what Deluo said? Everything is true. Hancock silently observed Deluo, a man who can't be seen through. But it's still disgusting to treat me so rudely. Threatened me, even abused me. Also trying to force me to become a shichibukai. Pluton Rayleigh pointed a long sword at Deluo. I haven't done it for a long time, boy. If I beat you, I will never be able to enter the vicinity of Amazon's daughter island again. How about it? Winning or losing is not on Pluton Rayleigh's mind. He is only in his 60s now, he has just passed his peak, his strength has not declined much, and he is very strong. The only worry is after teaching Deluo a lesson. Marine will also find trouble with Amazon's daughter country. I can block it once, but I can't block it countless times. What did you lose? Pluton Rayleigh couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha ha ha, I lost, I'll give you my life. It has been a long time since I met such an arrogant junior in the sea. He actually thought he could defeat the old man. Relying on your ability to summon meteorites? Not enough. All lost. That is to be slaughtered by others, your life does not belong to you. Not enough, so what do you want? Pluton Rayleigh was amused. You have nothing to give me, I just want to let you fall down. Deluo was wrapped in telekinetic power. Flowed out from the warship. Ding. New task, defeat Pluton Rayleigh, reward him with a random ability and 10 random devil fruits. Randomly contains, strength, armament haki, observation haki, conqueror's haki, physical fitness, sword skill, combat experience. Either way, is all that Pluton Rayleigh has for that ability. Deluo glanced at it. No longer follow. Today, mission, or not, Pluton Rayleigh, he has learned his lesson. With a wave. Psychic power wraps the gravel. Shooting out like a streamer, the ordinary gravel, with the boost of telekinetic power, carries a mighty force. Get back quickly. Pluton Rayleigh immediately looked grave. Rayleigh, do you need a new sharpened blade? Hancock asked concerned. The blade that Rayleigh picked up just now was just an ordinary sharp sword. The sharpness of the weapon has a lot of influence on the battle. No need, this knife is enough. Pluton Rayleigh swung his knife. A sword chi tore through the ground, and the powerful armament haki wrapped around the blade, forming an invincible black knife. Retreat. Empress Hancock led her men back 1,000 meters. Leave the coastal battle to Pluton Rayleigh. Don't worry, Rayleigh will win. Hancock comforted his sister and his men. Only then did I realize that their eyes were not panicked. I also believe in Rayleigh 100%. That is the vice captain of the Roger Pirates, a real legendary figure, and a monster that Marine Admiral may not be able to win. It's been a long time since I fought, so be careful, the old man may not be able to recover his strength. Pluton Rayleigh slashed across. Cleave the incoming rubble. Under the special ability improvement, the gravel is very strong and hard. A fight. Pluton Rayleigh noticed that the opponent's ability was far more than a way of summoning meteorites. But, you are still too young to beat this old man. Set foot on the ground. The 100-meter ground collapsed, and Pluton Rayleigh came bombarded like a giant cannon. The strong wind shattered everything along the way, and a black blade cut through the sky. Clang! Everything shattered behind Deluo, and the sea exploded to create a vacuum. The sword energy parted the sea and reached the horizon. It didn't break open. Pluton Rayleigh stared at the shield in shock. This is all your strength? Deluo leaned on him with his hands behind his back. Want to give it a try? What is the degree of defense of the protective cover? The Doflamingo, Crocodile, and Empress Hancock I met before are not as strong as Pluton, and I can't test the strength of the protective shield. God avoids. Pluton Rayleigh, using one of Roger's most famous tricks. The blade of the Conqueror's haki entwined, slashed down again. The sea that has not yet been closed is completely separated, reaching the bottom of the sea. Both the sky and the sea seemed to be split in half by the sword energy. Terrible. Everyone who witnessed all this had dull eyes. Is this the power that humans can possess? Jun subconsciously pulled out his sword. Can Deluo block it? Humph, now you know what Rayleigh is capable of. Hancock raised his head triumphantly. Good. Deluo looked at the rippling shield. There seems to be a crack. It is defensive, but it is not as immovable as a mountain in the past. This move can be blocked. Could it be that his real strength is defense? Rayleigh's expression was no longer relaxed. The front can easily block this move, and there are not many people in the sea. I don't know how many moves you can defend against. Pluton Rayleigh raised his sword again. Old guy, do you think I can only defend? Know the strength of the shield. Deluo shot immediately. Open your hand to Pluton Rayleigh. Use all your strength to imprison his whole body. Twist his body hard. Chapter 41. Weird power, indeed a terrifying opponent, no wonder he acted recklessly. Pluton Rayleigh gave a loud cry. The top armament haki is wrapped around the body, and the dark red lightning flashes. Armament haki and Conqueror's haki are wrapped around the whole body at the same time. Resist the shackles of telekinetic power. The body twisted slowly, presenting an irregular and inconsistent posture. The raised blade. Fall slowly. Couldn't be completely confined. When you imprison me with all your strength, your defense will inevitably decrease. Pluton Rayleigh, the blade moving slightly downward, had done his best. A sword glow slashed at the protective cover. It still can't be broken, it seems that we can't win in a short time. Pluton Rayleigh's heart sank. Fortunately, the old man didn't stop at nothing, so he could persevere. It must last longer than the younger opponent. Ah! It seemed to be roaring, but also seemed to be accompanied by a trace of pain. A frightening momentum soared into the sky, haki enveloped the sky and the earth, and the air became oppressive and sticky. Boom! Pluton Rayleigh jumped out. He lowered his head and glanced at his twisted left hand. The whole arm was twisted like a fracture. I didn't expect to face such a terrible opponent when I was old, hey? Rayleigh sighed. When you get old, you have to go through the battle of life and death. Sad. Not daring to hold back, turned into a streamer and rushed towards Deluo. Quickly, he shouldn't be able to judge my figure. Quickly hit the sword in his hand, and swung it with all his might. A series of sword glows capable of tearing apart everything slanted downward. Boom. The two played against each other. Amazon Daughter Island shook violently. Huge waves rolled up on the sea surface and slapped around. Lie down for me. Deluo opened his hands, thinking power to tear apart the sword glow all over the sky. A terrifying force crushed Pluton Rayleigh. Summoned several meteorites at once. Hancock and the others were stunned, and the meteorite smashed to the ground at the same time with an irresistible force. The whole coast is completely broken. Hoo. Panting heavily, Pluton Rayleigh, who was holding a broken sword in the rubble, had blood streaming down his head. I don't believe this old man, he can continue to explode like this. Unbelievable, he rushed forward again. Desperately broke out. There are constantly terrifying sword glows shooting out, falling on the distant mountain peaks, cutting off the top of the mountain. Meteorites keep falling. Hancock couldn't help but get goosebumps from the inhuman battle. After an hour. Break it open for the old man. Pluton Rayleigh, paying the price of 2 twisted legs, finally rushed in front of Deluo, and swung his knife hundreds of times in an instant. Under the blade. The air seemed to be broken. Chop on the shield. Crack. Rayleigh, with red eyes all over his head, showed surprise. Finally broke through the protective cover. I saw the hope of victory. Kid, remember, I'm Pluton Rayleigh, roared. The blade fell on Diluo. Pluton Rayleigh, the last burst of power. Clang. Sparks fly. The broken sword shattered and turned into countless fragments that were hard to see with the naked eye. This is. Rayleigh's smile froze. Split the protective cover, but couldn't break his skin. What the hell is this monster? How could there be such a terrible defense? How can I fight this? Let you break through the protective shield, but I want to try it, the body's defense. Diluo patted his shoulder. Smash off those powdery blade shards. Amazing physical defense, but not necessarily a win. Pluton Rayleigh's eyes lit up with fire. Such a physique. He has seen it. Big Mom is like this, but Big Mom is not invincible. Strength, haki are equally important. Pluton Rayleigh's only good right hand, clenched into a fist, wrapped around it by Conqueror's haki, armament haki, was exhausted in the previous full-strength explosion every minute and every second. Try this old man's move. The fist hit Diluo's chest. Likewise, Diluo's fist wrapped around the high-level armament haki, blasting towards his chest. The two seemed to be exchanging their lives for their lives. Boom. With the last inch, the shield blocked Pluton Rayleigh's fist again. And Diluo's fist landed on Rayleigh. Rayleigh, who lacked the protection of armament haki, took the blow intact. Puff. The injury could no longer be suppressed, and a mouthful of blood spewed out from Pluton Rayleigh's mouth. The strength is not weak like haki. Pluton Rayleigh felt a long absence of powerlessness. This feeling. It seems like decades ago, the first time you faced the dreaded Rocks pirate. It is impossible to have such a young boy who is terrifying in every way. I actually would lose to a mere 19-year-old boy. Pluton Rayleigh was in a trance. It's not that he hasn't seen a genius. Douglas Bullitt, the former crew member, and now the red-haired Shanks, both have unimaginable strength at a young age, and have the strength to fight the older generation. But now, in Rayleigh's eyes, he is not as good as Diluo. The old man tried his best. Haven't broken the defense yet. Who can bear this? Another mouthful of blood spurted out. Swallow it back. A mysterious devil fruit suddenly appeared on Diluo's right hand. He had just drawn a random devil fruit, and Rayleigh couldn't react or stop it. Force the devil fruit into his mouth. P.S. I want to know, are there really any friends who are still following this book? Flowers, evaluation votes, almost no increase, which makes people desperate. If I explode more, can I get some flower evaluation votes? Chapter 42. What is it? Rayleigh wanted to spit it out, but Diluo forced him to swallow it with stronger force. What was that just now? It was so unpalatable and stinky. Rayleigh had reason to wonder if he had fed me the fruit that had fallen into the cesspit. Vomit. Rayleigh closed his throat. Trying to retch, wanting to vomit it out, but what he vomited out was only blood. Devil fruit, once eaten, there is no chance to regret it. This kind of fruit, can't it be devil fruit? Rayleigh is not capable, and has never eaten devil fruit. I've seen a lot, and I've heard bad news about devil fruit. But, feeding the old man a devil fruit for no reason, is this something a human can do? I only heard that celestial dragons forced others to eat devil fruit, and only celestial dragons can be so extravagant. When did Marine become so extravagant? Diluo stepped back, watching Pluton Rayleigh's reaction with cold eyes. If you are forced to eat devil fruit, what will happen? The devil fruit given by the system, if others voluntarily eat it, they will be completely loyal to Diluo. If forced to eat, how is the result? He is very curious. Boy, what did you eat for me just now? Rayleigh stared at Diluo strangely. Is it really devil fruit? What are you drawing? Devil fruit, see secret treasure. Rayleigh, you are too weak, help you strengthen your strength. Rayleigh. Rayleigh couldn't help scolding his mother in his heart. You are so free. I never thought about becoming a capable person at all. I didn't think so when I was a weak child. Now that I'm retired and old, who wants to become a capable person? Rayleigh, kneel. Diluo gave the order. If you are loyal to Diluo, you will not resist his orders, and if you let him die, you will die without hesitation. With Rayleigh's character, not willingly, it is impossible to kneel. Boy, don't go too far. Just because you win, doesn't mean you can insult the old man. Pluton Rayleigh was furious. Make me kneel down. Marshal Marine is here, but he is not qualified. In his life, Pluton Rayleigh had never knelt down for anyone. Death is impossible. Do you really think the old man has no strength? Rayleigh stood up. The injury is serious and the consumption is great. With his physical fitness, he can still bear it. With a physique like a sea monster, with a corner of his head pierced through his chest, he still has the strength to fight again. Rayleigh's injury has not yet reached this point. The consumed armament Haki is also recovering quickly. Rayleigh, with a firm gaze, suddenly paled. An unbearable pain seemed to come from the depths of the soul suddenly. Unable to bear. The whole person was half kneeling on the ground, sweating profusely. The severe pain made Rayleigh tremble violently and sweat profusely. The injuries that were close to death in the past are not comparable to the pain at this time. What is going on? Is this kneeling? Deluo looked at Rayleigh's reaction. It was indeed half kneeling on the ground, kneeling in front of him. Obviously not willingly, it can be seen from his tone and attitude that his inner thoughts have not changed and he has no loyalty. It was the sudden pain that prevented him from stabilizing his body. Deluo glanced at his twisted legs and left arm. The injury was serious. It doesn't make Rayleigh so miserable. Deluo therefore judged, reject my order, what happened? The pain came suddenly. And disappeared strangely. Rayleigh, whose face was pale and covered in cold sweat, was in lingering fear. What happened just now? The pain was unbearable even for me. Why? Could it be that there is a secret disease in my body that I don't know, and it suddenly broke out? Rayleigh, roll around. Deluo gave another order. Rayleigh looked up and stared at Deluo. What do you think I am, is it your pet? Don't take it too far. You really think I can't lift a knife? Certainly not following Deluo's order and rolling around like a dog. Suddenly, his whole body was cut into pieces, like countless lion majesty biting every part of his body, and the pain pierced his soul. Pluton Rayleigh just up. His whole body trembled, he gritted his teeth, and tried not to make a sound, but his body was in severe pain, unable to sustain it, and his whole body fell flat on the ground, which was wet with sweat. Tens of seconds later. The pain disappeared mysteriously again. The injury hasn't increased. Rayleigh frantically sensed the physical condition. The injury is still the same. There are no new injuries, why is it suddenly so painful? That kind of pain makes Rayleigh, a tough guy, feel his scalp tingle just thinking about it. That is not pain that humans can bear. Pain beyond any torture. It's you. Pluton Rayleigh stared at Deluo. The two sudden sharp pains came after Deluo opened his mouth. But why? Can't figure it out. I refused his inexplicably excessive request, is that wrong? The ability he possesses? But he is already capable. That devil fruit. Rayleigh's pupils dilated. Is it because of the devil fruit he fed me? The devil fruit's ability is to bring unbearable pain to the host? Is there a devil fruit ability that hurts the host like this? This is too pervert. No wonder it will be eaten by the old man, who would eat this kind of devil fruit by himself. Damn. Pluton Rayleigh panicked, what should he do in the future with the devil fruit that hurts the host like this? Chapter 43. The sky is full of smoke and dust. The earth-shattering battle just now ceased. The battle is over. In the distance Hancock kept his eyes on the battlefield. Nothing happened. Who wins? The outcome is about Hancock herself, and the safety of Daughter Island. Master Rayleigh must have won. Before the silence, Master Rayleigh Haki's voice came out. I am very sure of that. Hancock's thoughts are the same as those around him. Follow me. Hancock stepped into the smoky battlefield. Humph, you threatened me just now, and it's Marine's turn to me now. Hancock was in a happy mood, and his pace quickened a lot. Can't wait to stand in front of Deluo. Pointing at him condescendingly, he raised his head proudly. Tell him. I just don't want to be a shichibukai, so what can you do? Deluo can even beat Rayleigh. On the warship, Jun leaned on the railing. Because of the excitement, it is difficult to maintain a stable body. Admiral didn't necessarily beat Pluton Rayleigh, Deluo did it. Jun's eyes looked strange and shone brightly. Looking at Deluo's back. The body softens. I am extremely fortunate that I have free time this year, So I had the chance to be on Diluo's boat by chance, and I had the opportunity to meet and get acquainted with him, and my relationship went further. Diluo. Saying Diluo's name in his mouth. Soft and sticky. Turning into a long rainbow, she rushed towards Diluo. She wanted to get closer to Diluo at this time. In the middle of the battlefield. Pluton Rayleigh was silent. It was unbearable in my heart, the terrible fact that I had guessed. Even the idea of short-sightedness arises. If what you think is true, life is better than death. Whether it is true or not, you will know if you try it. I want to see what kind of ability it is. Rayleigh's eyes sharpened. It's a big deal to suffer another severe pain. Without any guidance, use the fruit ability in an instant. Rayleigh's body changes. Turned into a duck. Rayleigh the duck, staring wide-eyed, the whole duck froze in place. Showing a crazy expression of crying and laughing. The duck spit out Rayleigh's crying and laughing voice, I became a duck. A big yellow duck. Rayleigh wanted to cry, how heroic the old man was, he turned into a duck. Back then, when he was in the Roger Pirates, he had seen many devil fruits, some of which were very powerful, and he dismissed them. He is proud and believes that he can become a strong man by his own strength. Did it too. I never thought that one day I would become an ability user, or the most ordinary Zoan ability user. That's fine. Anyway, it's not shameful to give it the form of a beast. Become a duck, what is it? Rayleigh is waving his duck wings, what's going on? This image, if seen by others, can his old face still live? What else is there to show people? Those old companions, or old rivals? After knowing. Think here. Rayleigh was horrified, and his old face was completely embarrassing. Blame Rayleigh for his bad luck. Diluo had the opportunity to draw 20 random devil fruits just now, and if he randomly drew one, he got the Zoan duck-shaped fruit. 30 times before. Mostly Zoan, the animal forms are pretty good, far better than the ducks. It can only be said that it is God's will. Diluo didn't think of giving Rayleigh too perverted the fruit ability. Even after forcing him to eat it, it is not necessary for him to be loyal to himself. Rayleigh's own strength is very strong, and he does not need the ability of devil fruit, and he is also a top powerhouse. The old Rayleigh, unless he has the devil fruit ability to rejuvenate his youth, other abilities will not improve him much at this time. Regular Zoan is best. No waste. What kind of animal form depends on Rayleigh's own fate, his fate is not good. Rayleigh, where are you? Hancock and his party rushed in. Surprised to see Diluo with a big yellow duck. Where did Pluton Rayleigh go? The sound made Rayleigh shudder, and the duck disappeared instantly, becoming himself. He was so dazed that he didn't notice anyone coming. When it was over, the image of the duck was seen. Ah! Hancock opened his mouth slightly and looked at Rayleigh in astonishment. That duck just now was actually Rayleigh? I haven't heard that Rayleigh is capable. Isn't it said that Roger's ship is full of incompetent and strong people? I see. Hancock thought about it, and looked at Rayleigh excitedly. Rayleigh, this is your trump card, right? You have been hiding your identity as a capable person. Hidden ability, but also to make a great reputation in the sea. Now using the ability, how terrifying it would be. Hancock looked at Diluo from the corner of his eye. Huh? There is no injury on the outside, but it does not mean that he is safe and sound. Rayleigh, do you have the Zoan species? Hancock asked curiously. The duck was bland just now. But she didn't believe that Rayleigh was really just an ordinary duck. It must have hidden secrets. It must be the rarest kind of phantom beast. Although it looks ordinary, it contains unimaginable abilities. Rayleigh remained silent. He doesn't want to talk. I don't want to say anything, I just want to be a transparent person at this time, and no one can see me. He wants to go home. Back to Sabayati Islands. Even if the 3 admirals are waiting for him, it doesn't matter. Chapter 44. Boya Sandersonia looked at the situation and whispered in Hancock's ear, Sister, it seems that Lord Rayleigh didn't win. Impossible. Hancock didn't even think about it. Rayleigh must have won. She had seen Rayleigh's strength before, and she had shown unparalleled strength just now. Hancock analyzed confidently, you are too weak. On the surface, Rayleigh is seriously injured and the enemy is unscathed, but the battle of the strong must be looked at a little deeper, and we cannot. Girl Hancock, don't talk, the old man has lost. To lose is to lose. Rayleigh doesn't defend himself either. Lying is useless. What? Hancock was taken aback. It was a thunderbolt from the blue sky, and Hancock's proud face froze suddenly. Rayleigh lost, the vice captain of One Piece, the legendary character lost, Rayleigh, who also has the unfathomable duck phantom beast ability, unexpectedly lost. Impossible. No way. Jun also came here, and she stood behind Deluo, looking at him with fascination in her eyes. This is genuine obsession. Has nothing to do with the devil fruit brought by the system. The system will only bestow loyalty, and will not change other emotions. What to do now? Hancock was bewildered. Rayleigh was defeated. Her last trump card, her biggest backer, collapsed. There was panic on her beautiful face. Hancock, take it easy, cooperate with him, and apologize, Rayleigh advised Hancock. Deluo. He has seen both sides. Protecting the slaves from sabotaging the auction, including today's seeming to destroy Daughter Island, mercilessly, but did not harm any innocent people. Rayleigh thinks he's got a rough idea of some of his temperament. Not the cruel and heartless kind. There is a bottom line. I was too humble just now. Hancock looked at Deluo weakly. I was really too humble just now, you should have heard it. All the women behind Hancock looked at Deluo in fear, the figure who could decide their life and death. I said, if you use Rayleigh as your card, you will regret it. Deluo's words made Rayleigh's old face twitch. Turn your head away. Can't refute, don't listen, or listen. Honorable Lord Marine, we are willing to cooperate and become shichibukai, and please come to the palace so that we can make up for our mistakes. Granny Zee stood up for Hancock. Hancock's lips moved slightly. In the end, she didn't stop her mother-in-law. If you are powerless to resist, then cooperate. Hurry up and roll out the red carpet. Grandma Zee commanded the guards with the highest etiquette. Let her go. Deluo points to Hancock. The latter stayed. I am the emperor, why not? Okay. The mother-in-law pulled away Hancock, who was about to run away, and after a long quarrel between the two in the distance, Hancock reluctantly walked up to Deluo. Please. Respectfully invite Deluo to Daughter Island alone. Hey, the old man is actually quite curious about Daughter's Island. Rayleigh stood up, ready to go in too. Lord Rayleigh, please come here, we have arranged for you a doctor and food. Two female soldiers blocked Rayleigh's way, pointing to a boat by the sea. Rayleigh's eyes widened. Is this how you treat my wounded old comrade? After one day, Deluo came out from Daughter Island with Jun. Board the warship waiting at the port. Set off. The warship goes away. Hancock stood on the tall building of the palace, looking at the warship going away. His eyes were very complicated. Humph, stinky man. I'm quite skilled at handling me. My mind recalls the conversation with Deluo, the last bet. I want to see if you can do it. World government, the nobles of the world, how can it be wiped out so easily? Don't die, stinking man. In her eyes. This is a bet on both sides. But in Deluo's eyes, whether there is Hancock or not, she will do it sooner or later. She is delivering the goods to her door and taking the initiative to gamble. Since she wants to gamble, then gamble and earn for nothing. Deluo, who are we looking for next? Jun, who is almost inseparable from Deluo, the obsession in his eyes is even stronger. It's been less than 2 months since I went to sea. 4 pirates have been convinced to become shichibukai. Halfway through. Now she believes 100% that Deluo can definitely complete this task, and it is done ahead of schedule. Not urgent. Now Deluo is more concerned. What I got? Ding. Shichibukai task, convince Empress Hancock to become a shichibukai, reward, flowing rock breaking fist, 10 random devil fruits. Liashui Yin shattering fist, One Punch Man's level hero, ranked 3rd Banga's unique move, can smoothly block the enemy's attack, and then win with 1 blow against the gap. Super physical skills. Now Deluo has 29 devil fruit waiting to be drawn. He prepared, raised enough 50, and made a wave of 5 bursts, with a higher probability of drawing top-level abilities. Ding. Defeat Pluton Rayleigh, reward Pluton Rayleigh, all of its own abilities, please draw. Extract. Draw Pluton Rayleigh for all the power you have. A force as vast as the sea rose from Deluo's body. Pluton Rayleigh is a strong physique, super strong, pure strength, and ranks among the best in the sea. Before Deluo himself. Its own strength is neither strong nor weak. After adding 10 years of penance power, the pure power is quite as powerful as the headquarters Vice Admiral. Get the full power of Pluton Rayleigh now. Crossing several levels in one fell swoop, the strength reaches the top of the sea. Power fears no one. Good luck. Deluo smiled. His most important thing is strength, and then Rayleigh's haki, experience, or swordsmanship is a bit weak, and he wants to draw a little bit. Don't think about motivation. With its own comprehensive strength, Deluo is getting closer and closer to the strong in the sea. Ding. There are still 50 days until the tornado comes. It has been 50 days since I went to sea, and the progress is more than half. Chapter 45. An island. Akainu led a fleet and blocked the island. Lead the army and search across the island. Tens of thousands of marines have temporarily taken over the kingdom, an admiral is dispatched, and the king dare not have the slightest opinion. Days of hard work. In the ruins far from the city, Akainu found the tyrant bear. Akainu stared at the target of the strip. Bartholomew Kuma, I found you. Surrounded by thousands of marines. An admiral exists. Tyrant Xiang's expression remained calm. It is said that Admiral came to visit suddenly. Did he come to capture me? Tyrant Xiang put down the book in his hand and took off his gloves, revealing a cat-like pad in his palm. Owner of meatball fruit. Akainu is covered in scorching karst. Can't help but want to kill the tyrant bear here. In his eyes, these evil pirates deserve to die. The adjutant quickly reminded Akainu, Sakazuki Admiral, our main purpose is to persuade Bartholomew Kuma to become shichibukai. Akainu resisted the urge to strike. Tell him about the shichibukai plan. Yes. Shichibukai. Tyrant Xiang calmly looked at Akainu, a completely unfamiliar organization. The adjutant quickly took out the shichibukai letter of intent and read it aloud. Special rights and status, but must be summoned by the world government. Tyrant Xiang thought quickly. Either become a shichibukai, or, I'm here today, capturing you. Akainu's fist was karstified, and a powerful momentum erupted. He believes that any pirate will never be really calm when facing himself. The power of Admiral is extraordinary. Under threats and temptations, dare to refuse? Akainu stared at Tyrant Bear, waiting for his choice. If you agree without hesitation, it means that the shichibukai organization is too tempting for the pirates and can be easily persuaded. And I'm still Admiral, Deluo is just a nameless major. Even if there is invisible pressure on the pirates. Nor can it be compared to the real Admiral. Akainu believes that doing it by himself is definitely easier than Deluo. I'll think about it for a few days. The Tyrant Bear didn't refuse, nor did he agree. He also has a deeper identity, a Revolutionary Army cadre, which Marine never knew. As a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, the biggest enemy is the world government, and suddenly became the shichibukai organization founded by the world government, and the Tyrant Bear can't make his own claims. It is necessary to inform the top of the Revolutionary Army, and the decision can only be made after discussion. Just think about it here. Akainu stared with tiger eyes, his momentum soaring. Think about it for a few days. Do you want to escape? And we all know Tyrant Bear, you have always fought alone, you need to think about it for so long? It was obviously perfunctory, Akainu didn't believe it. Tomorrow, I will give you the answer tomorrow. After speaking, the Tyrant Bear was ready to leave. It is impossible to take out the phone bug to discuss with the senior leaders of the Revolutionary Army in front of Akainu, the Marine Admiral, and then all will be exposed. Did I let you go? Akainu blocks Tyrant Bear's path. All around Marine took out guns and aimed at him at the same time, and the strong Marine also drew out his weapon. The Tyrant Bear was heavily surrounded. Tell me the answer. Akainu is murderous Ling Ran. To refuse is to die. Tyrant Xiang narrowed his eyes slightly, and now he began to suspect that the shichibukai plan was simply fake. Marine was so unreasonable, it was true to capture me. That being the case. The Tyrant Bear is also fearless. I reject. It is impossible to agree without knowing anything, to enter an organization that does not know the truth or falsehood, or an organization established by the enemy. Very good. Akainu laughed angrily. How dare you refuse? My Admiral went out personally, persuaded me personally, and dared to refuse. He will not think that he is not enough. There is only one possibility. These rebellious pirates don't look down on the shichibukai organization at all, or don't trust the world government and marine. I couldn't even succeed, why did Deluo convince the three of them? Akainu didn't believe it. I can't even do it, why should he? For sure, Deluo failed to really convince the three, it was a fake, and was deceived by the three pirates. Reject, then I'm here, and I'm going to catch you, a ferocious pirate trash. Akainu's huge karst fist burns everything. Is it inevitable? The tyrant bear disappeared instantly and teleported away from Akainu's attack. Came behind him. The powerful pressure cannon penetrated Akainu's body, and the wound karstified and healed quickly. Dark Hound. Bear Paw Impact. The confrontation between the two top powerhouses instantly covered the entire island with coercion. People in distant cities fled in panic. Desperately escaped from the island. The same top-level ability, every confrontation, earth-shattering destructive power, destroys everything on the island. The fighting lasted a day and a night. The ability is too perfect. Akainu stared at Tyrant Bear seriously. Day and night without success. Tyrant Bear's meatball ability is perfect. The karst fruit of Akainu has super powerful attack power, but it is also difficult to cause substantial damage to the Tyrant Bear. There's no need to fight Marine here. The Tyrant Bear also decided that he couldn't kill an Admiral himself. Go on fighting. No need. I want to run. Sensing his thoughts, Akainu let out a roar, and the karst meteors filled the sky, crushing everything within a kilometer of the Tyrant Bear. Call out. The Tyrant Bear disappeared in an instant, and appeared by the sea the next moment. Landed on a pirate ship. Away. Chapter 46. Sakazuki Admiral, pursue, the adjutant asked. Akainu stared at the Tyrant Bear with fierce eyes. I have to admit it. I really can't stop myself. If the opponent wants to leave, they can't stop it, and they can't pursue it. Never mind. It is doomed to return without success, and the pursuit is meaningless. This trip has already obtained the experimental answer. Akainu led the warship back to the headquarters. Sengoku looked at Akainu who came back. A little surprised, failed. Akainu went out and failed, so if I were the marshal, the possibility of failure is also very high. Sengoku's heart began to sink, and he was not optimistic about the success of the shichibukai organization. The Tyrant Bear refuses, because of his ability. If he wants to leave, I can't stop him. Akainu clearly described all the details. After listening, Sengoku fell silent. Garp said, with such ability, it is difficult for any of us to succeed. If it were him, it would be difficult for him to keep Tyrant Bear. Akainu proposed, Mr. Sengoku, whether to kick Bartholomew Kuma from the Shichibukai pre-selection list. I can't make it. It means that in Marine, it is difficult for others to succeed. Includes Marshal Sengoku, including Garp heroes. Since it is impossible, then don't waste time, don't do useless work. The Shichibukai organization is established by the government, and we have no right. Sengoku thought for a while and said, it depends on the government's choice. Our Marine cannot succeed, but that doesn't mean the government will fail. Shichibukai plan. It was supposed to be the government at the head, with Marine assisting. The status of world government is higher than that of Marine. Sengoku, I'm in trouble. The Shichibukai plan seems to be much more difficult than we expected. General Staff Crane looked at the sighing Sengoku. Before, we were all affected by the news sent back by Deluo. Thought the Shichibukai plan was actually quite simple. Unexpectedly difficult. Yeah, I don't know if it will succeed in the end. Sengoku sighed deeply. Start not confident. He is also full of worries about whether the government and Marine will be able to succeed in the end. As for whether Deluo can succeed, I dare not even think about it. Unfortunately, that kid was coaxed by you, Sengoku, to perform the most impossible mission, and you, Sengoku, made him miserable. Garp gloated. Sympathy Deluo. Looking at Sengoku with contempt, UBD, you're so bad. The task that Admiral can't complete is assigned to a recruit, no one is worse than you. The old man just wants him to experience the cruelty of the sea. Instead, Sengoku became complacent, which is the effect the old man wanted. Revolutionary Army video conferencing. High-level gathering. The Revolutionary Army headquarters, the Supreme Officer Long, watched the tyrants Young in the video and asked, Bartholomew Kuma, what happened? You suddenly called everyone. The tyrant Xiong told the senior leaders of the Revolutionary Army what he had just experienced. Shichibukai plan. Long frowned thoughtfully. Working with the world government? It seems that there are many points that can be used in it. The ultimate goal of the Revolutionary Army is to overthrow the rule of the world government. To be successful, everyone knows that there are many difficulties and dangers. Being a shichibukai, although not able to enter the world government, can be regarded as entering the periphery. Long was a little excited, so that in the future, he could get some key information inside the government through the shichibukai department. Know in advance. It can destroy the government's plan, or avoid danger. Go and investigate. Long hurriedly commanded the intelligence officer. First of all, it is necessary to judge whether it is true or false. If it is a conspiracy, once the tyrant bear agrees to enter shichibukai, if he falls into a trap, his sacrifice will be in vain. Soon, the information came. The Revolutionary Army is at the bottom of the Marine and also has undercover agents. It's true. Many people in Marine headquarters know about this matter. Bartholomew Kuma is indeed among the 7-member list. Intelligence is true. Bartholomew Kuma, you can try to agree and see the situation. Long decided to take a risk. Tyrant Xiong said helplessly, but Akainu didn't give me any chance to fight back, so I refused. Dragon. Se King Ivankov. Other high level. You refused, what else to say? Long hesitated to speak, some words were blocked in his throat. Seeing the perfect opportunity, he just missed it, and missed it in vain. No wonder the tyrant Xiong, such a big matter, really needs everyone to discuss it before making a decision, and you can't make your own opinions. Dragon, don't worry, there is still a chance. The news sent back said that Marine handed over the shichibukai plan to a recruit named Deluo. His task was to find Xiong and the other 7 pirates and persuade them to become shichibukai. Real. Long couldn't resist standing up. There is another village where the willows are dark and the flowers are bright. I thought I missed the opportunity, but I didn't expect a turnaround. Such a plan, will it be handed over to recruit? Se King Ivankov questioned. It can't be fake news. Trap. Long also calmed down, there were indeed many problems inside. Deluo recruit, the first person in the new generation, is called by Marshal Sengoku as the recruit with the highest combat power potential. The intelligence officer quickly shared some information about Deluo. Highest combat power potential. There was an inexplicable look in the dragon's eyes. Chapter 47. Shall we take this opportunity to kill him? A coder suggested. The highest combat power, that is Admiral. It means that he is likely to become Marine Admiral in the future. The opponent of the Revolutionary Army is the government, and the Marine is the strongest armed department under the government. The Marine cannot be avoided against the government. Reducing the future combat power of the Marine is beneficial to the Revolutionary Army. It's strange, with such a potential recruit, Marine was strictly protected in the past, and they would all join the Admiral Army. Why didn't he? Long asked. In the past, there was no chance to eliminate Marine's future combat power in advance. This time, Marine will give it a chance. During the recruiting ceremony, Deluo made a bet with Sengoku and won the right to lead the army. At the same time, Sengoku gave Deluo the shichibukai mission. If he failed, he would take back the military power. Deluo's ship was protected by Vice Admiral Jun. In this way, Long can accept it. Figured everything out. I see. The reason for everything is already understood in my mind. No wonder the recruit is sent to carry out such a difficult task, Sengoku did it on purpose. Long bowed his head and thought quickly. After counting interest. Bartholomew Kuma, later you go find Deluo and become shichibukai. Tyrant Bear nodded, understood. Long looked at Deluo's information, perhaps, we can try to draw him into the ranks of the Revolutionary Army. A future Marine Admiral. It is also difficult for the dragon to calm down. Crazy ideas popped into my mind. In the future, an admiral who becomes our person will not only increase or decrease the highest combat power, but also play a huge role in other aspects. Se King Ivankov shook his head, it's hard. It was difficult in the past. In the past, Marine had potential seeds. Marine was strictly protected internally and stayed by Admiral's side at all times. After a few years, the genius grew up, and his character and beliefs were already firm, and he could not instigate rebellion at all, but Deluo was different. He doesn't have Admiral by his side, and he hasn't experienced Marine's ideological education for several years or even longer. The concept is not yet mature, which means that it can be changed. Try it, it doesn't matter if you fail, if you can succeed, it's more worth celebrating than killing an admiral. But how? The Revolutionary Army cadres looked at Long. You can't go directly to persuade, just give away the head. Long lowered his head and pondered, this matter should not be rushed, we must change him subtly, and we must not let him notice the slightest problem. Someone needs to lurk by his side. Once detected, report to Marine HQ. The plan fails, and we are all at risk. Then who will do it? The dragon glanced at the tyrant bear. He goes to find Diluo and becomes shichibukai, but he is a pirate and has a natural distance from Marine. It is difficult to influence Diluo. We need to choose a person who is not known to Marine, who is good at our ideas, and who is most likely to influence the character of others. Long looked at the cadres. Will not work. Most of them have criminal records within the government and cannot be hidden from anyone. I have a candidate, S.E. King Ivankov thought of one person. Explain. Bellow Betty. The Monster King said the name. The cadres thought about it, and it seemed that she was the best candidate. Betty, if it's her, yes. Long also nodded in approval. Betty. A child who grew up in the Revolutionary Army. The heart unswervingly abide by the revolutionary concept. Moreover, she is good at speeches, her voice is eloquent, and she is very contagious. Now she is in charge of ideological education and conveys ideas to the new members of the Revolutionary Army. She never really showed up at sea. Not long after she became an adult, neither Marine nor the government knew of Betty's existence. Let Betty in. A few minutes later, someone walked in with a young and beautiful girl. Long was more satisfied. Not only her ability to infect others, but her identity is also easier. Approaching a young man, obviously, is easier for women, easier for him to let his guard down, easier to accept. Long told Betty the task. Do you have confidence? Have. Betty looked at Diluo's file. Have confidence. Full confidence. This is what she is best at doing, which is to use actions and words to infect and influence others. Remember, the most important thing is not the task, but to hide yourself. No matter at any time, you must not expose yourself. Long is very serious. Exposed. There is no doubt that he must die. He didn't doubt that Betty would betray him, but he didn't want the Revolutionary Army to lose a loyal pioneer. Even if you can't instigate Diluo, you can influence his thinking a little bit, and at critical moments, it can play a huge role. At critical moments, influencing an admiral's choice in the future will also play a huge role. Learn. You will be a subordinate next to Marine Diluo in the future. Remember, assist him with all your strength. The sooner he becomes an admiral and a senior Marine, the more effective you will be by his side. It doesn't even need to affect Diluo. With his identity, it is also a success to let Betty become the middle and high level of Marine. The Revolutionary Army has developed or lurked many undercover agents within the Marine, but most of them are at the bottom, and it is difficult to become a high-level one, and their role is limited. Now, with Diluo, they see an opportunity to quickly get Betty into the upper echelons of Marine. Don't miss this opportunity. Chapter 48. The only shortcoming, Betty, your strength. Long looked at Betty and frowned. Her strength is not bad. But too young. Not enough. The stronger one is, the easier it is to be valued by Diluo, and the easier it is to rise. How many devil fruits do we have now? The dragon asked the SE King. At this time, devil fruit can play a huge role and can quickly improve its strength. 5. The SE King took out all the inventory of the Revolutionary Army. Just 5 devil fruits. Most of the devil fruits have long been given to the subordinates to improve the organization's combat power. It is not bad to have 5 in stock. 3 zoans, 2 paramecia. The dragon pointed to 5 devil fruits. Betty, you can choose which one you want. Betty observes 5 devil fruits. She doesn't like either. Not only is her ability ordinary, but she also doesn't meet the abilities she wants. She wants a devil fruit that can more intuitively affect other people's emotions and even their thoughts. If not, I also hope to get a devil fruit with extraordinary abilities. She has great potential, and the only chance she has, I don't want to waste it like this. Shaking her head, she didn't like these 5. Well, then we will do our best to find devil fruit for you, and find the ability to satisfy you. It is estimated that in 2 or 3 years, we should have an answer. Long did not dare to give a specific time. Finding unusual devil fruit is not easy given the power of the Revolutionary Army. I can wait. Betty wasn't disappointed either. She also knew how difficult it was to find a good devil fruit. Many forces have tried their best to search for it, but they have returned in vain. The Revolutionary Army can guarantee 2 or 3 years to find good fruits for themselves. They are already the top forces in the sea, so they are qualified to say such things. What else can she not be satisfied with? Next, we have to think about how to make you, Betty, easily become Diluo's person without arousing suspicion. The top leaders of the Revolutionary Army are discussing the plan at the same time. Started to search for traces of Diluo's troops. Sabayati Bottom Islands. Why do you look dejected, Rayleigh? Did you do something bad that no one knows about in Daughter Island, and you look like you're going to die when you come back? Charlie eyed Rayleigh suspiciously. When I came back, I was weak. He also bandaged his wounds all over his body. Wouldn't it be you, an old man, who molested a certain girl from Daughter Country and got beaten? Rayleigh threw his head back, tons, bitter in his throat. Life is not worth it. Mr. Rayleigh. Suddenly, a group of people came outside the door. Red-haired Shanks led the pirates and walked in. Every time he passed the Sabayati Islands, Shanks would come to meet the once respected deputy captain. Mr. Rayleigh, how come your home was destroyed, and... Shanks sees Rayleigh covered in straps. An astonishing aura involuntarily permeated. The grass was crawling all over the ground, the leaves were blown away, and even the stones were cracked. Who hurt you, Mr. Rayleigh? Is it Marine? Or those from New World? Don't ask. Rayleigh stopped Shanks from asking further. Do not ask. Ask and won't tell you. It's so embarrassing. Huh? Shanks, why are you missing an arm? With Shanks' strength, who can cut off his arm? The last time I came to this old man, they were all intact. I never heard who Shanks started a war with. This arm? I bet on the future. Shanks didn't care that he became disabled, but ran to Rayleigh excitedly. Mr. Rayleigh, you know me, what I met in East Blue. I was in the captain's hometown. I met a boy who was the same as the captain, and he said the same thing as the captain, so I gave him the straw hat. Oh. Rayleigh was somewhat interested. Has Shanks found Roger's heir yet? Good news indeed. But the figure of Diluo appeared in his mind, and Rayleigh's smile froze immediately. Roger's heir. But Marine has appeared, a monster newcomer even scarier than the young Garp. Why? Looking up, tons of bitter wine entered his throat again. Mr. Rayleigh, what's wrong with you? Shanks wondered why Mr. Rayleigh's personality changed so much, as if he had suffered a huge setback. This situation. Just like after I faced the execution of Captain Roger, I lost confidence in everything and was full of confusion. Shanks, remember that if you meet a Marine on the sea in the future, don't have any nonsense with him, don't preach to him, stay away. Rayleigh understood now. It's all because of my own mouth, I have nothing to do, and I insist on preaching to others. It's good now. Became a duck. I don't know when I will face the sudden severe pain again. Thinking of this, I just take a sip of wine, and I deserve it. Who? Shanks' eyes narrowed. Sure enough, Marine, Sengoku or Garp. Still 3 admirals. Diluo, as long as you remember this name, it's best not to have anything to do with him. Rayleigh didn't want to say anything else, and if he said too much, he would cry. Diluo. Shanks recalled. With a name I had never heard of before, I looked back at my subordinate. Even the all-knowing Ben Beckman shook his head. It means he is not famous. Oh, I see. The nervous redhead didn't pay much attention. Mr. Rayleigh, let's go to the hot spring and have a party. He knew Rayleigh had 3 hobbies. Soak in hot springs, drink, and go to casinos. Since Mr. Rayleigh is in a bad mood, Shanks wants him to cheer up. Spa. The corner of Rayleigh's mouth twitched. No, I won't. The reaction was violent. Shanks was stunned. Chapter 49. The plan is confirmed. The intelligence department of the Revolutionary Army tried its best to find Diluo through various channels. After a few days. Report, found Diluo troops, their warship is on the edge of the foggy sea. Found it. Long checked the information and flipped through the map. Gecko Moria just entered the dense fog sea not long ago, and never came out again. determined that Deluo's target is Gecko Moria in the Sea of Fog. He is also one of the candidates for shichibukai. Long looked at Tyrant Bear and Betty. You can go, according to our previous plan. Remember, Betty, you must act cautiously. This is a long-term task. Don't startle the enemy. Long kept telling Betty that she never doubted her loyalty, but she was afraid that she would be eager for success. I know, I'll take him down. Betty, who is full of confidence, is transported by the Tyrant Bear with the meatball fruit, and goes to the dense fog sea at a speed beyond imagination. Subsequently, Tyrant Bear set off too. Deluo, I learned about Akainu Admiral through the contacts at the headquarters. Not long ago, I went to find the Tyrant Bear and make him a shichibukai. Jun reports the latest situation. Akainu is dispatched. Deluo frowned slightly. What does he want to do? Grab business? How did it turn out? Failed. Tyrant Bear rejected him. Akainu Admiral also failed to stop Tyrant Bear. The headquarters did not send anyone to contact the shichibukai candidate. It's fine if you don't succeed. Otherwise, Akainu has to be compensated. It's not good to choose anyone, but to choose the Tyrant Bear, and you will fail 100% the first time. Anyone but Tyrant Bear, Akainu has a chance of persuading for the first time, with a good success rate, except Tyrant Bear. Others don't know. Deluo understands very well that Tyrant Young's true identity will be difficult to convince anyone who comes out for the first time, unless the Revolutionary Army knows all the information about shichibukai in advance. The original Tyrant Bear has become shichibukai, and the top leaders of the Revolutionary Army are willing to let him enter shichibukai. When I look for it again, I guess it will be easy to succeed. Perhaps it was easier than convincing Jinbei. Thanks to Akainu. If the Revolutionary Army is willing to let Tyrant Bear become shichibukai, maybe soon, Tyrant Bear will take the initiative to come to my door and meet me by chance. Deluo is in a good mood. It is easy to complete a candidate. Going to convince Gecko Moria soon, almost done. Deluo looked towards the sea of thick fog ahead. Curious after the shichibukai quest. In addition to mind power, how far will one's own strength grow? The warship sailed in the dark and misty sea. A strange atmosphere came over us. A few hours later, a strange singing sound suddenly came from the front, like a devil singing a cappella. Ghostly ships appear ahead. Eerie singing, decaying ships, skeletons moving on deck. Make the atmosphere more scary. Huh. Brooke, who created a terrifying atmosphere, looked in surprise at the Marine who was staring at him calmly. Aren't you afraid? Suddenly he saw Jun. Beautiful lady, can you let me? Shua. Jun slashes Brooke's abandoned ship. Brooke was so scared that he didn't dare to say the rest of the words. Every bone was shaking. Know where Gecko Moria is? Deluo recognized Brooke's identity and was not interested, only cared about whether he knew the specific location of Thriller Bark. Under the threat of Jun's sharp sword, Brooke quickly replied, I know. Lead the way. Okay, are you here to destroy the terrible Moria? Brooke looked at Deluo excitedly. There is help. Meanwhile prepare to jump on the warship. Lead the way ahead. With a wave of Deluo's hand, Brooke was thrown onto the sea ahead. He ran desperately, running wildly on the sea. What a scary group of Marines, I don't know if they can handle Gecko Moria. And looking forward to, but also hesitant. A skeleton ran wildly on the sea surface, and the warship followed behind. I don't know how long. A huge island-like silhouette appeared in the thick fog ahead. The warship approached the port. Brooke disappeared in a flash. Hiding in the distance, he looked at Deluo and the others with apprehension. This group of people is too scary. I don't know who is more scary, they or Gecko Moria. Deluo, Gecko Moria is there. Jun used the super powerful observation haki to perceive a not so slightly cold atmosphere in the distant manner. I leave it to you. Deluo has little interest in shame of shichibukai, Gecko Moria. On the contrary, in the distance, a group of people attracted Deluo's interest. A young girl in bold attire is speaking to a crowd of people in various costumes, eloquent and inspiring. This is a group of poor people whose shadow was taken by Moria. There are ordinary merchants, travelers, and pirates. With their shadows taken away, they can only stay in this sea of dense fog that never sees the sun. His eyes were dull, his expression was numb, he had lost hope for everything, and his eyes were only gray. In the girl's rousing speech, their eyes began to glow. Who is she? Deluo was curious. It seems to be a bit of an impression. Come to think of it, it was her. Interesting. Chapter 50. Hey, you cowardly ones, stand up. Betty shouted. Surrounded by nearly 100 poor people who lost their shadows. Are you going to wait here to die? Since they are all dead, why don't you choose to resist? What are you going to do now, wait to die or fight? Your own destiny is your own decision. Does the hero have to be someone else? Maybe you are the hero yourself. The inspiring words were delivered to everyone's ears. They are all people who have just lost their shadows. Not completely numb to despair. His eyes began to give up the brilliance. Fight, I will always stand in front of you, and I will never abandon any weak who try to resist, even if I die, I will die in front of you. Betty waved the flag. Let's fight. Someone started to stand up. More and more people stood up. The gray eyes became hot and crazy. There seemed to be a surge of power in my heart. Fighting. The deafening sound pierced through the sky. Betty looked at everyone with satisfaction. Great sense of accomplishment. From the corner of his eye, he watched the warship that had just arrived at the port without leaving a trace. Did Marine see this scene? It's for Diluo. Expressing what Betty is best at, mobilizing the power of the masses is what she is best at. Even Long admires this ability. She believes that Diluo, the Marine, will also look up to me. Will deeply remember me. That exciting speech made Diluo feel a little embarrassed. Look to the side subordinates. I found that most of them were applauding. That's really good. A group of people who have not experienced the baptism of poisonous chicken soup, this infects you? Whoever is willing to fight, follow me. Betty held the flagpole and led the way into the dark depths. The high-spirited crowd followed closely behind. A playful laugh came from the woods nearby. Hera hera, what a poor group of people. A girl about 12 or 13 years old, with a gothic dress, pink double ponytails, and often a wine-red umbrella in her hand, which falls lightly on the tree trunk. Little girl. Betty looked at Perona. Why is there a little girl here? Perona said, you go to Lord Moria, you will die, you will really die, don't go. Mention Moria, her eyes are full of admiration. Moria's men. Betty looked at Perona vigilantly, she was too young, unstressed, full of confidence. For freedom, our fight will not stop until death, follow me. Betty won't give up. A show I showed Diluo, if I give up, I can't continue to act. Give up. Perona stretched out her hand, and the strange ghost floated out of her hand, passing through everyone in the crowd instantly. The ghost of negativity. Betty ahead was still waving the flagpole, shouting exciting slogans. Suddenly, there was no movement behind. Look back. Staring blankly at a group of people, he knelt on the ground passively, saying negative words. Moria is so strong, how could we possibly win, hide, and survive? In this life, we should hide in the dark as garbage. I'm the maggot in the garbage. Betty was stunned. Quickly shouted the slogan, stand up, you stand up, we are not defeated, we. No matter how loud and emotional, no matter how exciting. It doesn't motivate people who are negative now. Fruit ability. Betty looked at Perona in disbelief. This little girl actually has the fruit ability that I dream of that can affect the emotions of others, and completely restrains me. What to do? Failed. So will Diluo look down on me at all? The first step of the plan failed. Young Betty was at a loss for a moment. Since you are not willing, even if I am the only one left, I will fight. Betty waved the flagpole. A person walked into the depths without hesitation. She believes that she will not be in danger, and Marine will definitely make a move, and she will admire my courage and the justice I fought for ordinary people. A great person. Jun couldn't help admiring Betty. Obviously, it is impossible to match Moria in strength. Instead of retreating, he fights for others for no reason. The realm of thought surpasses most Marines. Why is Betty here? Diluo was curious about this. Isn't she one of the cadres of the future Revolutionary Army, the commander of the Eastern Army? It also doesn't mention that she was ever here. Akainu just found the Revolutionary Army cadre Tyrant Xiong. He thought he would meet Tyrant Xiong by chance. Unexpectedly, he met Revolutionary Army Betty by chance. It's interesting. Seriously doubt it. This is by no means a coincidence, it was deliberately done by the Revolutionary Army. Why? Diluo looked at Betty. Why show me this play? Remind me of Betty? Or, take the opportunity to board my ship. Deluo seems to have guessed the idea of the Revolutionary Army, and the sheep are in the mouth of the tiger. She's not capable yet, is she? In the speech just now, I didn't find that she used the ability of inspiring fruits. If she had the ability of inspiring people, she wouldn't be so vulnerable to negative ghosts. Just right, I have a fruit here that suits her. Deluo remembered that he still had a fruit in stock. Emotional fruit. There is no strong attack power, but it can affect the emotions of others. This kind of fruit requires suitable characters to truly exert the power of emotional fruits. It seems that there is no more suitable candidate than Betty. Without fruit ability, it can inspire the fighting spirit in others. Coupled with emotional fruit, it is even more remarkable. Perfect fit. The Revolutionary Army is sending girls from thousands of miles away. Chapter 51. Jun, you lead the army of capable users to deal with Moria. Deluo gave the order. He walked towards Betty alone. Here he comes, he really noticed me. Betty saw Deluo coming. I told myself in my heart that I must be calm, not excited, and not let him doubt. The first step of the plan was successful and attracted his attention. Marine, why is Marine here? Perona looked at Deluo. Marine, you are not welcome here, hurry up, if Lord Moria finds out, you will be miserable. Deluo glanced at Perona. His eyes were on Betty again. Marine, do you hear our voices? They are here to protect us and fight for us. Betty's words were full of admiration for Marine. Discourse that is partial to the middle school. Deluo really didn't know how to answer. Deluo looked at Betty and decided to get straight to the point. Very well said, I see true justice in you, would you like to be a Marine? If you want to act, then I will cooperate with you. Betty will be a cadre of the Revolutionary Army in the future. She definitely doesn't agree with Marine's philosophy in her heart. If yes, then be 100% sure, this is the plan of the Revolutionary Army. What kind of plan? Deluo doesn't care, and then give her an emotional fruit, any conspiracy or undercover plan. It doesn't work. Can I? Betty pointed at herself excitedly, but I am only willing to fight for these weak people, not for those nobles. Betty said something. She wanted to judge what the justice in Deluo's heart represented. Represents the justice of strictly following government orders, or for the justice at the bottom. Different ideas of justice. It represents what character and method she should use in the future to change Deluo. On my ship, you don't need to fight for any nobles, including world nobles. Betty looked at Deluo excitedly. It's really exciting. This is her philosophy. I didn't expect to see my own shadow in a Marine, which is rare. But it ignores that Deluo didn't say to fight for the bottom. Betty's mind was in turmoil. I'm not lying, he really doesn't care about those nobles, even if there is no task, he and I can become friends. Such a character. Not to be a Marine, but to be our fellow man. I would like to be a Marine, I only want to be a Marine under your leadership. Betty is unwilling, and will be assigned to someone else by Deluo in the future. But to stay with him, on his ship. Can. Reporting sir, bellow Betty attends. Betty marches. This is for your benefit. Deluo threw it away. Throw the emotional fruit to her. Eat this fruit before boarding the boat, and you will become Deluo's man. Devil fruit. Betty holding devil fruit. Incredible. Now being a Marine, or even a temporary worker, can get a devil fruit? Marine benefits are so good? If so, then what will our Revolutionary Army use to fight Marine? The back began to sweat coldly. Emotional fruit, which affects the emotions of others, should be useful to you. Influencing the emotions of others. Betty's eyes widened, and her hands holding the devil fruit trembled slightly. This is the fruit of her dreams. Just now, Perona's ability to make others negative has already made her envious, and now she has a more perfect ability. Breathing became slightly short. Really give it to me? Looking at Deluo in disbelief. Are you really just new to Marine? The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army has all the stocks in stock, and I can't find a fruit that suits me. I may not be able to find it in the next 2 or 3 years. You, a major, take out a devil fruit easily. Providence? Coincidence? It must be fate. I must pull you out of the evil Marine. Betty made up her mind. Rescue Deluo from fire and water. Deluo looked at Betty, who didn't move her mouth. Don't want to. No, I'm just too excited, I just got on the boat. Give me devil fruit, Is it really okay? Betty wondered if it was to test me. The people on my ship will all be capable in the future, so what is a devil fruit? This sentence. Betty was left in a daze again. Are all capable people on board? Legion of capable people? Many ambitious people want to create an army of capable people, but no one has succeeded. Devil fruit is too difficult to find, and it is difficult to form a large-scale army model. He can do it. Betty's eyes were dull. It turned out that not only did he have the highest potential, but his troops also possessed terrifying power. Such a monster. It must not become the government's fighting force. Even if I give everything, I still have to bring him to our team. Betty lowered her head and opened her mouth, eating the emotional fruit. I always feel that something is wrong. After eating, the trace of uneasiness disappeared. Looking at Deluo's eyes, from the admiring and approving eyes just now, there is more intimacy and respect. Right. I will fight and give everything for Deluo. It is unforgivable that the Revolutionary Army dared to have thoughts about him. The only one who can really bring hope to the world is Deluo. I was deceived before. Thoughts change. The Revolutionary Army lost a future cadre. No, it lost a cadre who was not interested in revolution. Chapter 52. You guys are here to deal with Lord Moria. Perona stared at Deluo and Betty, and snorted, "It's up to you, you are going to die, and you will be made into zombies then." Deluo looked at Perona, "You are already Gecko Moria's subordinate, you should know a lot of information, right? It's impossible for me to betray Lord Moria, and even if you know about Lord Moria, you can't be his opponent." Perona raised her head proudly. "Lord Moria is the strongest. I only care about where is the black sword Kyushui owned by Moria. Moria, Shishibukai's disgrace, Deluo is not even interested in doing it himself. It is enough to leave it to Jun and the Legion of Ability users. The only thing that Deluo can value about Moria is the big sharp sword black sword Kyushui stolen from Wanakuni. It's been a while since I got Flash Slash, and I haven't had a chance to use it. Generally, telekinetic power can instantly kill opponents. Former recruit Kemp Deluo also practiced swordsmanship. The matching knife is just a boutique, not a famous knife. Need a famous knife as a weapon. In the future, the power of thought will be his apparent strength, and his constantly increasing strength will be his real trump card. I'm not telling you." Perona grimaced. "Explain." Perona's heart skipped a beat. What a scary look. Negative Spectre. Use your favorite abilities hastily. The negative ghost rushed towards Deluo. Betty subconsciously stood in front of Deluo, and the tyrant bear who came to the dark place without leaving a trace smiled when he saw this scene. The plan was successful. Betty was successfully conquered by Deluo. As expected, the task was handed over to Betty. She was the most perfect, and she acted so well. Protecting Deluo desperately like this, the young marine must be very moved, and will care more about Betty then. Take her as a confidant. Joy. Betty used the fruit ability to temporarily control her emotions, making herself extremely excited and joyful, to resist negative ghosts. Boom. The ghost of negativity. It hit the protective cover and was wiped out. The protective shield can not only resist physical attacks, but also resist many magical attacks. My ghost has no effect. Perona panicked. People are young and timid. Lord Moria, save me. Run away desperately. Captured by Deluo, I won't bully a little girl, I just need to cooperate obediently. Perona, who was carried by Deluo like a chicken, nodded weakly. He gritted his teeth in his heart. Humph, when Lord Moria comes, you will be finished. Obediently took Deluo to look for Hideo Kyushui. Into the dark castle. There was the sound of fierce fighting in the distance. Moria has wiped out the enemy again, and we should be able to find out what's going on here soon. Perona looked around with round eyes, expecting Moria to appear suddenly. Boom. A huge figure. It slammed into the ground from afar. It is the invincible Moria in Perona's heart. Perona shouted excitedly, "Master Moria save, Master Moria, what's wrong with you?" Under her terrified eyes, Moria's body was covered with blood, and a huge sword mark almost tore his huge body apart. The shocked Betty looked at Deluo. He hasn't shot yet. Moria was defeated? Boom. 20 or so ability users descended from the sky, Zoan turned into various terrifying beasts, and various paramecia ability users from Wuhua 8 Gate followed closely behind. The army of capable users cooperated perfectly. Overwhelm Moria. Every time Moria wants to fight back, Jun standing in the distance is like a swordlight, tearing apart Moria's counter-attack power. Completely passive. So many capable people. Betty opened her mouth slightly. He really has a legion of capable people. Although the number is not as large as expected, the 20 or so capable people at one time are already comparable to all the capable people in the Revolutionary Army. Fortunately, I came out of the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army has no future. Betty couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She wasn't worried about the Revolutionary Army, but suddenly realized that she shouldn't hold that much weight in Deluo's heart. She thought that Deluo must have loved her since she gave her a special devil fruit as soon as they met. Did not expect. It turned out to be one person. The ability I'm excited about is readily available to him. Captain Wayne pointed at the miserable Moria, and asked, "Moria, do you still refuse now?" "I'm Moria, you think you can beat me like this, Gigi, naive." Anyway, it is also a well-known pirate. Moria was unwilling to simply throw in the towel. Shadow gathering place. Use the strongest move, use the ability of Devil Fruit, to suck all the shadows under your control into your body. Hundreds of shadows are consumed by Moria. His huge body quickly became huge, and he had already surpassed the height of 10 meters. He could easily destroy a castle with just a lift of his hand. With a terrifying momentum, the entire island-like pirate ship shook violently. It's also reasonable to have such a whole card. The strength that Moria showed just now is too weak. In Jun's eyes, this is worthy of being a shichibukai. "Lord Moria, save me quickly." Looking at the imposing Moria, Perona was very excited. Who would be a match for Lord Moria? No one. "Marine, let me go quickly, or Lord Moria will destroy you in an instant." Perona's voice is heard by Moria. "Marine, you are courting death." With a sharp sound, the sound waves tear the earth apart. It's my turn. Dark Tyrant Bear, see the best opportunity to make a move. Chapter 53. Tyrant Bear's target today. 1 is to ensure Betty's safety, fearing that she will be exposed at the beginning, and at the same time observe the progress of Betty's plan. The second is to get the shichibukai spot from Deluo. The second goal is both difficult and easy to say. Just rejected Akainu Admiral, and immediately came out and agreed to become shichibukai. In the eyes of the top leaders of the Revolutionary Army, it is easy to arouse suspicion. But if it continues, the Revolutionary Army is afraid of changes. If the government and Marine remove the Tyrant Bear from the shichibukai quota, it will not be worth the loss. Best way. It is to get connected with Deluo first, and then become shichibukai naturally after getting to know Deluo, so that Marine will not notice. It is even possible to develop a relationship with Deluo from the side of the Tyrant Bear, and add the secret Betty, 2 prongs. The grace of saving lives is the best way to bring others closer. The Tyrant Bear sees himself playing at his best. He only has the highest potential and has not yet grown into the highest combat power. Facing Moria at this time, it is difficult to parry. Tyrant Young is very sure of this. Moria's strength has skyrocketed. In this state, no one dares to easily defeat him. Marine, this is the fate of offending me, Lord Moria. Gecko Moria's huge fist, bombarded. Chijin plowed a huge gully in the ground. Set off endless gusts of sand and stone. "Master Moria, please stop, I'm still here." Perona screamed in panic, "I'm still here, please stop." In this state, Moria doesn't have much consciousness left. Did not stop. Instead, increase the power. This punch can shatter the mountain and break the island. What to do? Betty panicked too. She stood unswervingly in front of Deluo, never retreating even if she died, not afraid of death, but what will Deluo do after I die? She is loyal to Deluo. But they don't know Deluo's true strength. Ruined. Betty and Perona beside Deluo closed their eyes in despair. Jun held a knife and did not move. She was ordered by Deluo's eyes, so that she didn't need to make a move. She could block Moria's full blow, but she was also vulnerable to some injuries, and Deluo didn't want to see minor injuries. The telekinetic power instantly forms a powerful shield to protect the surroundings. At the same time, he opened his hand to the Tyrant Bear. Imprison him, twist his body. Ah! The scream pierced through the sky. Tyrant Bear suddenly appeared in front of Deluo, turned his back, and faced Moria directly. "I heard the screams, sorry, as a pirate, I can't be indifferent, Moria stop. The prepared lines were spoken in a smooth manner. It not only shows his identity, but also points out the reason for the attack, and at the same time implies that although he is a pirate, he has a courageous character, and the lines prepared by Long are really thoughtful. The feline pads of both hands were aimed at Moria. Use the fruit ability to block the rebound. Moria, I'm here, what, you're screaming? With his usual expressionless face, Tyrant Xiong seemed a bit dumbfounded. Why are you screaming, Moria, so miserable? The tyrant bear couldn't react for a while. Logically speaking, shouldn't Deluo and the others be hurt and cry out in pain? Why you? He saw Moria, as if imprisoned in place by an invisible force. The joints all over her body were twisted, and there was a sound of bone cracking, and the shadow that had been swallowed just now was out of control and out of his control. Tyrant bear. Moria, in severe pain, looked at the tyrant bear in a daze. Hear his voice too. Did you make the move? Hateful. But the meaning in your words seems to come to help me again. Are you here to help me? I'm screaming, you can't see it, you must have come to help me. You are a pirate, and I am a pirate, and our opponents are all Marines. The corner of Tyrant Bear's mouth twitched. Don't talk nonsense, it's not me, I don't. What should we do now? The scene designed by the dragon, without this scene, and without the following lines, how should I say it? I'm fine. Perona opened her scared eyes. Carefully look ahead. Seeing her in awe, Moria is now screaming like a twist. The great and glorious image in my mind collapsed in an instant. Be careful, Deluo, the tyrant bear is scary, he is very powerful. Betty thought it was the tyrant bear who shot, and quickly reminded, he has the ability of meatball fruit, and can bounce everything away. She is well aware of the horror of the tyrant bear and the powerful combat power of the Revolutionary Army. Tell the details of the tyrant's ability. The tyrant bear secretly smiled. Betty is amazing. Too smart, too good at finding opportunities, and never let go of any opportunity to increase weight in Deluo's heart. Akainu already knew the information about his abilities, and it was no longer a secret within Marine, so it doesn't matter if he tells it now. Instead, Betty took the initiative to point it out to increase his weight. Tyrant Xiong couldn't help but admire him, he couldn't think of so much for a moment. No wonder, Long would send her to be an undercover agent, she indeed has wisdom that ordinary people do not possess. Be sure to tell the dragons these details. Reassure them. Not only will Betty not let us down, but she will be perfect beyond our imagination. Applause for Betty in my heart, well done. Chapter 54. Boom. Moria, who was twisted into twists, was roughly thrown to the ground. Moria, this is the last chance to become a shichibukai. Captain Wayne and the others quickly grabbed Moria. Still don't agree. There are more methods in the back. Moria looked at the tyrant bear, you helped me, but you did it. If the famous tyrant bear is on my side, then I still have hope. He pinned his hopes on the tyrant bear. Feeling the expectant eyes, the tyrant bear's face became even more ugly. Don't look at me, I'm not helping you. Moria, you took away my friend's shadow, and I'm here to help him get justice. Tyrant Xiong said indifferently, disregarding the relationship. Fortunately, Long also thought about it, if there is no perfect opportunity to play, then come out for that reason. It makes sense to help a friend and be on the Moria pirate ship. What? Moria's head fell to the ground weakly, are you here to deal with me too? Are you sure your friend lost his shadow? I have only just arrived in the Sea of Fog. What they snatched were the shadows of some unlucky ghosts, so coincidentally, there was the shadow of your friend, the tyrant Xiong, inside? I am too unlucky. I sign. The last hole card was gone. Moria looked at Captain Wayne and the others. I signed, I became shichibukai. Don't dare to hold on anymore. Promise to be shichibukai. Moria obediently signed Shishibukai's letter of intent, pressed her fingerprints, and left her contact number. Ding. Shichibukai mission, convince Moria to become a shichibukai, reward, advanced observation haki, 10 random devil fruits. Observation haki with a very low grade by Deluo. Instant boost. Observation haki diffuses, and instantly perceives all corners of the 3 ghostly sailing ships as terrifying as an island. Just now. Tyrant Xiong's heart was shocked, and he felt a breath that seemed to permeate. It is observation haki. Is it Deluo behind? How is it possible that at such a young age, he possesses such profound observation haki. Horrible. No wonder it is called the highest potential, and because of the weird ability he used just now, he solved the Berserk Moria with one move, which is much stronger than we imagined. It will definitely become Admiral with the highest combat power in the future. Everything we planned, it was worth it. Surprised Tyrant Bear leaves no trace, watching the shichibukai letter of intent that Moria just signed. It's my turn. If you want to take the initiative to mention it, I will pretend to think about it and agree. Waited a moment. Seeing Captain Wayne, they almost put away the submissions. Tyrant Bear can't stay calm anymore. Did Marine really kick me out of the shichibukai qualifiers? It's not okay. Tyrant Bear took the initiative to mention, shichibukai? I remember that some time ago, Akainu approached me and asked me to become shichibukai. I thought it was fake, but it turned out to be real. So. Deluo looked at him. See what he does. Interesting. If the shichibukai organization is real, I may be a little bit interested. Tyrant Xiang thought to himself, am I being straightforward enough? No respond. The Tyrant Bear is at a loss, what should he do? It was Wayne who saw that he couldn't pretend anymore, and helped him out. Bartholomew Kuma, you already understand what the shichibukai organization means, so I won't say more. Now I ask you, whether you want to be a shichibukai. The acting skills are too poor, no wonder he will expose his identity as a Revolutionary Army cadre in the future. Tyrant Bear nodded directly, yes. Quickly sign the shichibukai letter of intent and press your thumbprint. Another one was persuaded. Ding. Shichibukai task, convince Bartholomew Kuma to become a shichibukai, reward, atomic slash, 10 random devil fruits. Atomic slash, One Punch Man's ranks 4th among heroes. Atomic Samurai's Nirvana is capable of cutting everything to pieces in an instant. It's top-notch swordsmanship again, and with flash slash, I have 2 big moves in swordsmanship. Deluo was a little moved. The 2 swordsmanship moves seem to have never been used against humans. I don't know how powerful it is. Need a famous sword worthy of 2 top swordsmanship. Black Knife Kyushui. No matter how unwilling Moria was, she obediently offered it. Wait for the Marine to summon the order. If you go back, you will die. Deluo asked Zuazuagyo's subordinate to touch Moria's body. Here the task is done. Gone. It wasn't until Deluo and the others left that Perona cautiously came to Moria. Master Moria, did you even want to kill me just now? The tone is a little uncontrollable vibrato. Moria didn't answer. Perona's eyes darkened. When they went away, there were hundreds of people who had regained their shadows, followed the warship, and looked at the Marine on the warship in awe. What a scary Marine, I hope I don't meet him again in this life. Brooke continued to hide in fear. Tyrant Xiang watched the warship leave. Betty, I will leave everything to you. Very relieved. From the beginning to the end, he found that Betty didn't meet his eyes secretly, as if he didn't know him at all. Well done. Didn't they know that on the warship, Betty was telling Deluo all the information about the Revolutionary Army? The Revolutionary Army wants to use Betty to influence me at a critical moment in the future. I can in turn use Betty to use the Revolutionary Army as a pawn at a critical moment. The Revolutionary Army really lost its wife and broke up its soldiers. But they are happy now. Chapter 55. Tyrant Xiang reported everything today to the Revolutionary Army headquarters through the phone bug. After listening, Long couldn't help clapping his hands. Betty's performance is too perfect, no one can be more perfect than her. Long couldn't help but sigh. There is nothing that can be doubted. Deluo's strength made him excited again. Long saw that the Revolutionary Army could use an Admiral in the future, and even have a bright future with an Admiral. Remember, Betty is lurking in Marine's internal information, and it cannot be disclosed to anyone. The Revolutionary Army does not have Betty. She has never joined the Revolutionary Army, and she has nothing to do with her. Long looked at the senior cadre seriously. Don't let Betty fail because we accidentally leaked information. Yes. The Revolutionary Army began to cover up all traces of Betty in the Revolutionary Army. For a short time, no one should contact Betty to increase the risk of her exposure. Waiting to find a perfect fruit. Contact her again. At the same time, she deepened her relationship with the Revolutionary Army, making her fight for the revolution even more without hesitation. She will definitely understand how much effort our Revolutionary Army has put in for her growth. Just my hawk and phosphor. Deluo looked at the shichibukai task. From 0 to now, 6 people have been persuaded. Crocodile, Doflamingo, Hyseojinbei, Empress Hancock, Gecko Moria, Bartholomew Kuma. Foz Fow last, now go find my hawk. It happened to be in the first half of the Great Line. Tell Jun to contact Marine Intelligence. Look for my hawk the Hawkeye. Mainly looking for a deserted kingdom island with lots of baboons, home of my hawk the Hawkeye. No destination for now. It was also rare for Deluo to relax. Jun, are you going to teach me swordsmanship? Jun stared at Deluo in disbelief. She knows that Deluo is stronger than me. Even Pluton Rayleigh is not an opponent, but in terms of swordsmanship, she believes that this is the only aspect in which she can completely defeat Deluo. When I first went to sea, it was only about 2 months. At that time, she remembered that Deluo's swordsmanship was average. And he has already achieved great success. It was I who taught him how to practice swordsmanship. Now Deluo suddenly told me to teach her a powerful sword technique. She couldn't help laughing, not laughing, but thinking that Deluo must be teasing me, so I laughed to match him. If you have any bad intentions, there is no need for such an excuse. Jun was shy, maybe he wanted to be in the training room. Arrived at the training room. Only then did she realize that she was really practicing swordsmanship. Atomic slash. Deluo drew his knife and waved it. The utensil made of fine steel in front of it shattered instantly, and the regular and small pieces fell to the ground. This is. Jun's pupils dilated. This trick is very similar to the effect she can achieve with split fruit. But she still can't cut the fine steel into such perfect and fine particles in an instant. Can't do it freely. This trick is very suitable for you. Deluo looked at her. Her ability may allow the atomic slash to exert even more terrifying power. Jun asked in disbelief, Deluo, when did you have such a powerful swordsmanship, and when did you practice it? In the past 2 months, I haven't seen Deluo practice swordsmanship a few times at all. Could it be that in the world, there are monsters that can create top-level swordsmanship in an instant? She thought so. I already know Deluo very well. Now it seems that he doesn't seem to understand how many secrets he has. The more I think about it, the more excited I get, the more excited I am, the less I want to just practice swordsmanship now. Time passed. After handing over the principle of atomic swordsmanship to Jun, Deluo suddenly became more relaxed and had enough free time to start counting his gains on devil fruit. There are 49 chances to draw devil fruit. Deluo looked at the system. Convince Hyseojinbei, 10 random devil fruits. Persuade Doflamingo, 10 random devil fruits. Convince Empress Hancock, 10 random devil fruits. Convince Gecko Moria, 10 random devil fruits. Convince Bartholomew Kuma, 10 random devil fruits. Wasted 1 on Pluton Rayleigh, 49 left. Pick it now, or wait until the next time. Think about it. It's better to wait for 5 consecutive rounds to be raised before drawing. The main reason is that the ordinary elite soldiers on board have limited strength growth, and the slightly better devil fruit is wasted on them. There is also an ancient species of Zoan in stock, but no suitable candidate has been found. Others worry about not having devil fruit. Deluo is distressed that there are not enough talents. Jun's troops, her officers with good strength, can give a batch of devil fruit. It is equivalent to the marine troops under Jun's control, completely becoming Deluo's private soldiers. But still bad. There are enough talents out there, waiting for me to harvest them. Start thinking about where to dig people. Deluo, there's news from Marine that my hawk has been spotted. Betty gives an update. Now she is Deluo's assistant and secretary, both positions. Destination. More than a month has passed. Finally found the trace. If you can't find it anymore, the tornadoes are coming soon, and you want to go to the Beast's Pirates first. Set off. Chapter 56. Akainu Island. One person, one island. Hawkeye my hawk, who is alone, holds the supreme sharp sword 12 crafts black sword knight, and advances boringly in the field of kendo. Next to it, there are many baboons, holding wooden roots and branches in their hands, imitating my hawk to practice swords. Somebody is coming. My hawk looked up, looking at the sea in the distance. A distance that is difficult for the naked eye to cross. Marine is here. His expression remained unchanged. Knowing that Marine has come to his lair, he is still unperturbed. Unfortunately, There is no suitable opponent in Marine Admiral. It made him unable to get excited. Observation haki, more specific perception. There is Momuzagi Jun Vice Admiral. My hawk became a little interested, Marine's famous swordsman, a good opponent. When Deluo and the others came to the castle. My hawk is very polite, already in the yard, pouring tea, please. It's like welcoming an old friend you haven't seen for many years. Good demeanor. Deluo sized up the strongest swordsman, and he deserved to be crowned the strongest. With this demeanor, he was much better than Brother Ming and the others. When they didn't meet each other, they just yelled and questioned, or scorned, and ridiculed. My hawk asked casually, Marine, are you here to capture me? Feel the long-lost fighting spirit. His gaze focused on Jun. They are all powerful swordsmen. When they meet, they can feel the sharp and piercing sword force of the opponent. In my hawk's eyes, Jun is stronger than expected. Hawkeye my hawk, on behalf of the government and on behalf of the Marine headquarters, we extend an invitation to you to become the 7 warlords of the sea. Wayne Ensign stepped up. Read aloud everything about shichibukai. Shichibukai seems like a good organization to be more free. My hawk was a little interested. But now, looking forward to the battle with Jun, he sent out an invitation, shichibukai, yes, but before that, I want to see how far the sword in your hand can reach. Invitation to battle. My hawk has not become 10 years later, standing on the top of the sword hero, looking at the mountains and mountains, and still has the urge to challenge other sword heroes in his heart. Jun also raised his fighting spirit. Every swordsman in Dahai wants to challenge my hawk when facing him. His reputation as the strongest swordsman has already begun to spread in the sea. A title that swordsmen dream of. Fighting, I'm interested. Deluo was moved, and got 2 top-level swordsmanship, which had never been used in battle. Before Gecko Moria was unworthy. Pluton Rayleigh does qualify. But at that time, Deluo only had flash slash, and his strength was not enough, and observation haki was not strong. There was a big gap between Rayleigh and Rayleigh in these aspects. To fight the enemy with the sword is to bring shame upon oneself. Did not use. Now, Deluo increases the full power of Rayleigh, armament haki adds 10 years of penance, owns emission haki, advanced observation haki, adds top-level swordsmanship of atomic slash, and super alloy-like defense. Except for the tornado telekinetic superpower, in other respects, Deluo is not far from the top powerhouse in the sea. My hawk looked at Deluo unexpectedly. He also has a sword in his hand, and he is also a swordsman. The swordsman challenges me. My hawk has encountered this scene too many times. He is willing to fulfill the challenge of the younger generation. He even cultivated juniors so that he would not be alone in the way of swordsmanship. It's a pity that now my hawk wants to compete with Jun, a swordsman of the same level, instead of wasting time on Deluo. He didn't feel the powerful sword force on Deluo. A powerful swordsman, he can't hide, every move he makes can feel his sword power. He didn't feel it in Deluo. The foundation is not good. Naturally, in terms of swordsmanship, it is nothing more than that. You are too early, challenge me, you are too early. My hawk said seriously. If you practice for a few more years, you may still be eligible. Deluo smiled. My hawk was more proud than Brother Ming and the others. Instantly pulled out the black knife Kyushui. The legendary dragon-slaying knife, Black Sword Kyushui, is actually in your hands, Marine. You are a little. Compared to Deluo, my hawk is more concerned about the Black Sword Kyushui in Deluo's hands. I almost said what I thought in my heart, you kind of wasted this knife. Finally hold back. Afraid of hitting the boy's pursuit of kendo. This knife, I can fight with you. The black knife made my hawk willing to waste a little time. Stand up. Instead of pulling out the black knife Ye was carrying, he untied the cross he was wearing, pulled out a very small cross knife, and pointed it at Deluo. Sorry, I don't have a smaller knife than this. Not sarcasm. It's that my hawk really thinks in his heart that using a cross knife will bully Deluo a bit. Belittled. Deluo didn't speak. Flash slash. Deluo disappeared in an instant, like a flash of light, and observation haki's elusive figure passed my hawk in an instant. A sword light that occupied everyone's eyes flashed by. So fast. My hawk subconsciously blocked his chest with a cross knife. Crack. There was a silent and instant confrontation, and the cross knife in his hand broke. The castle behind him was cut in half, and the cut was smoother than a mirror. Is it blocked? My hawk looked down, looking at a touch of bloodline appearing on his chest. Didn't hold back. Chapter 57. My hawk drops the broken cross knife. Slowly pull out the black knife knight. Turning around, he looked at Deluo seriously. Your knife, soon. I'm sorry I was rude just now, you are the real opponent. That cut. Let my hawk recognize Deluo's strength in his heart, which is very strong. I'm going to be serious. A sharp edge seeped out of my hawk's body, like the black knife knight in his hand. The sharp edge was dazzling. Sharp eyes. It's hard to see. Retreat. Jun quickly told everyone to back off, and the baboons fled into the forest in fear. Chief Jun, will Chief Deluo be in danger? Betty was worried. That is the strongest swordsman. No. Jun was confident. The one in danger should be my hawk. Deluo and my hawk stood opposite each other. My hawk's domineering sword power instantly covered up everything, as if crushing Deluo's unraised sword power. No words. My hawk wields the black sword, yeah. Cut off with one knife. The unnamed swordsmanship, the huge sword glow tens of meters high, tore through the earth, and moved forward with an irresistible momentum. Atomic slash. Deluo chopped off with a single knife. There was no sound, and there seemed to be a crack in the air ahead. The sword light that split the eagle eye in an instant, and when they fought, no one achieved results. This trick made my hawk's pupils dilate. Another powerful nirvana, terrifying boy. Call out. Deluo disappeared instantly, flash slash. A stream of light flashed by. With my hawk prepared, the black sword in his hand opened and closed, and the blade perfectly protected him. Atomic slash. Deluo failed with one blow. And used the more terrifying atomic slash. Call out. My hawk retreated quickly, and the ground in front of him was completely split into pieces. Flash slash. Without giving my hawk any buffer time, a swift sword edge slashed across his body. Again. My hawk was a bit incomprehensible. Can you still fight like this? Only use nirvana? No need to level A? I have never seen a swordsman with such a fighting style, unless it is a completely desperate battle, a battle where you die or I die. It is possible to use special moves regardless of everything. The power is very strong, but non-stop is a nirvana. How long can it last? The battles that lasted for days and nights were not about the two sides constantly using nirvana and big moves to fight each other, but more about seeing each other's moves, looking for opportunities, creating opportunities, and then suddenly using nirvana at just the right time. Nobody can keep using their ult for days and nights or more. Atomic slash. Hawkeye was another huge sword glow, resisting the atomic chop that shattered everything. Facing the nirvana that Deluo constantly uses. He didn't dare to stay. Break out with all your strength and resist the counter-attack. Clang clang. The big move doesn't cost much money. In Deluo's hands, he keeps using it, at least several times a minute, and everything that is thousands of meters away is cut into pieces by the atomic chop. The farther mountain peaks were cut in two. Flash slash. My hawk, with sweat on his forehead, quickly blocked the sword with a knife. Then he swung the black sword at night and counterattacked. Destroyed by Deluo's atomic slash. Use nirvana for attack, and nirvana for defense. Hawkeye, my hawk has never seen in my life someone with such luxury. Don't you really worry about exhaustion? Died of exhaustion. Although our strengths are at the same level, if you fight like this, before you defeat me, you will probably be exhausted and defeated. My hawk was completely stunned by Deluo's unheard of fighting style. Clang. Swords clash. Sharp sword glows continuously shot out from the battlefield. Marine retreated again and again. It's scary. Deluo is called Marine's highest potential rookie, and he shouldn't be this strong. Betty's big round eyes widened. This is only worthy of being called Marine's highest potential rookie? Swordsmanship is not Deluo's trump card. Jun showed a proud look. The swordsmanship is very strong, and the battle with Hawkeye my hawk is evenly matched. But she knew that Deluo was truly powerful, with extraordinary superpowers, and even Pluton Rayleigh was no match for him. Betty's heart trembled slightly. Looking at Deluo's back in admiration. The fight lasted 3 hours. These 3 hours, for Hawkeye my hawk, were torturous, more tiring than fighting the red-haired Shanks for a day and a night. It is also impossible for a redhead to use nirvana continuously for 3 hours. Shortness of breath, sweat appeared on my hawk's forehead, and his physical strength dropped a lot. He looked in pain at Deluo, who rushed up again and used the ultimate move. Clang. The moment Jianfeng met, my hawk quickly asked, "Don't you know only Nirvana?" "Sorry, I will only use big moves." Seeing the tricks, Deluo is sure that he is no match for Hawkeye. My hawk's attainment in swordsmanship has already stood at the pinnacle of the sea. Hawkeye, my hawk heard the answer. Excruciating pain. This is where the monsters appeared, only using Nirvana. Flash slash. It was another sword light that flashed past like a ray of light. Another 2 hours passed. Finally exhausted, my hawk showed a relieved smile. 5 hours of non-stop use of Nirvana, even if I was exhausted. He didn't dare to recall how he spent these 5 hours. I consume a lot, but it's far better than him. My hawk still has power. Resist defense and consume less. Moreover, he distributed his physical strength reasonably during the battle, and now he still has about 50% of his physical strength left. I won. Chapter 58. Young man, your way of fighting is wrong. Originally, we should have met each other and could enjoy fighting for days and nights, but you chose the most unreasonable way of fighting. My hawk couldn't resist persuading. In his mind, not wanting Deluo to waste his talent like this, he should be able to do better. Today, you lost. My hawk put away Hideo. Yeah. You have no strength. Today's failure, I hope you can understand your own mistakes. Who told you, I lost? Deluo stuck the black knife into the ground and faced my hawk with his bare hands. My hawk smiled. Jianhao put down the sword in his hand, which is equivalent to saying, I surrender to the truce. I never said that I am a swordsman. Swordsmanship is just one of Deluo's strengths. Aren't you a swordsman? My hawk was stunned. You have very good swordsmanship skills. If you have more combat experience, you will be among the best swordsmen in the sea. Such a character, you tell me you are not a swordsman? My hawk doesn't believe anything. My hawk asked in surprise, are you still a capable person? It can be understood in this way. But, your physical strength has bottomed out, what ability can you use? My hawk was puzzled. Those with abilities need physical strength as the basis. Without physical strength, it is difficult to use the ability. My hawk persuaded, you still have to practice for a few more years, then, we will have another real confrontation, maybe, then you have the possibility to beat me. It doesn't take a few years, it's now. Deluo waved. A meteorite fell from the sky. At the same time the earth twisted and was twisted like a rag, the center point being my hawk. Meteorite? And the earth. My hawk watched it all in disbelief. What a terrifying ability this is. Moreover, if one's physical skills have bottomed out, can he still exert such powerful power? Impossible, beyond his understanding of common sense. Black knife, your usse knife cut down. The meteor-like blade light shredded the meteorite. At the same time, the impenetrable blade kept chopping the twisted earth. A move without a name. Hawkeye, my hawk doesn't say, no one knows whether he is using a nirvana or not. Boom. The rubble all over the ground, under the control of Deluo, including telekinesis, smashed towards my hawk overwhelmingly. The rubble piled up into a mountain peak. Boom. A sharp sword light emanated from the gravel mountain peak, which exploded with a bang, and the dusty my hawk rushed out, jumped into the air, and slashed the sky with a condescending blow. The sword glow that covered the sky and the sun divided the entire island into two. Above the abyss-like rift, Deluo floated intact in the air. Some cracked shields are instantly restored. Confinement. Open your hand to my hawk. Imprison his body, twist his body, and then meteorites fall from the sky. Apocalyptic vision. Let Jun take Marine, hurried back to the warship, and retreated quickly. In tens of miles away. Everyone stared blankly at the scene of the earth collapsing that day. The huge island was on the verge of shattering. It's the same as using the ultimate move of swordsmanship just now. Regardless of consumption, Deluo continued to use superpowers, forming an earth-shattering offensive. It lasted a full 3 hours. Hoo. Hawkeye, my hawk sticks a black sword at night. Panting heavily, bloodline seeped out from many places, his legs were trembling slightly, his eyes that should have been sharp as eagle eyes were a little dazed and dull. This battle. It was the most extravagant opponent he had ever met in his life. He has never fought with the strongest man Whitebeard, but he is sure that in Whitebeard's battle, it is impossible to use big moves like this uninterruptedly, and he will not constantly burst out the shock fruit ability with all his strength. God can't hold back. I began to doubt my life. Could it be that Dahai's current fighting style is based on his ultimate move, constantly fighting? Are you out of date? My hawk squeezed the last ounce of strength in his body, and slashed down. This trick, if you can't beat your opponent. He knew that he was defeated. Can it be done? With all the hope of the eagle-eyed my hawk, Jian Mang tore through the ground full of holes and came to Deluo. Bang! Shattered by superpowers. Not at the limit yet. Relying on telekinetic power alone, Deluo has tested in the Battle of Pluton Rayleigh that tornado telekinetic power has super high attack power but consumes quickly. The attack power is definitely at the ceiling of the sea or even a higher level. Defeating Pluton Rayleigh consumes more than half of his superpowers. The last blow was defeated. Hawkeye my hawk let go of the knife feebly. No more power. Until Marine came and asked my hawk to sign Shishibukai's letter of intent and press his fingerprints, my hawk couldn't fully wake up, and all this was done in ignorance with the help of Marine. A man lay among the rubble. Just like that, a day passed without moving. When raindrops fall. My hawk finally got a look in his eyes, and stood up instantly. Could it be that only using Nirvana has miraculous effects in battle? Get someone to try it. Chapter 59. Ding. Shichibukai mission, convince Hawkeye my hawk to become a Shichibukai, reward, Whirlwind Fist, 10 random devil fruits. Whirlwind Iron Fist, ranked number 3 in the One Punch Man's class, Bangu, his elder brother Bang Pyu possesses a Nirvana. The fist is sharp and powerful without losing flexibility, cutting and destroying the enemy like a whirlwind. Top gymnastics. Before I got the Liashui Yin Shattering Fist, and now with the Whirlwind Iron Slashing Fist, I also have 2 top-level Nirvana in my fists and feet. But he hasn't had the chance yet to fight against the top martial arts expert in the sea. Sigh at the same time. It seems that I am going to go further in the big move flow. Basic swordsmanship and physical skills can only be practiced slowly by oneself, and it takes a long enough time. Before they can improve, they can only be directly crushed by big moves. Shichibukai mission, only phosphor from Beast's Pirates left. Deluo glanced at the system. 86% is still 14 days away from the tornado. Take a rest for a few days, then go to New World, wait until near Wanakuni, it's about time. Deluo estimated time. Looking forward to it, the tornado that has been waiting for 3 months is finally coming. I also looked at the amount drawn by Devil Fruit. 59 chances. You can draw random 59 Devil Fruit. It's time to start. Deluo was going to draw them all at once. 59 chances, I don't know how many top fruit abilities will be in it. Extract. Pull it all out at once. Bang bang bang. Deluo's room was instantly covered with devil fruits of different colors, all over the floor. Normal Zoan. Paramecia. Deluo checked them one by one. Most of them are normal Zoans, and Paramecia also has normal abilities. Zoan ancient species, Giganotosaurus form. Paramecia, air burst fruit. Started to have a good devil fruit, Deluo collected it. Read on. Zoan phantom beast, pig demon form. Phantom beast species. Deluo's eyes lit up, and finally the top fruit ability appeared, the pig demon form. There is no specific explanation, but the phantom beasts have no bad abilities, and each phantom beast has a unique super special ability. Logia, such a fruit. Deluo shook his head. It is far from being comparable to karst Logia, just like Logia such as smog, snow, etc., so. Zoan ancient species, 4-winged microraptor morphology. Zoan phantom beast, flood dragon form. Huh? Isn't the dragon form of the phantom beast owned by the Demmo Monosuk? 59 devil fruits. Viewed all. Among them are 2 phantom beasts, 1 Logia, 2 ancients, and 3 good Paramecius. 8 devil fruits, Deluo is quite satisfied. Plus the ancient species of Zoan in the previous inventory, Carcharodontosaurus. 9 devil fruits that can make many powerhouses jealous. To whom? Deluo started to have a headache. 3 good Paramecia, plus some common abilities, give Jun, let her later, give her middle and high-level officers in the army, and completely control her troops. The ancient phantom beasts are kept for now. Beasts Pirates, there should be many seeded players with good potential. I hope I won't be disappointed. Deluo took aim. The upcoming beasts pirates. After dealing with devil fruit, Deluo let Jun and the others come in. Is this for me? Jun looked at a box full of devil fruit, at least 10. Pointing at myself, unbelievable. Yes, I will distribute it to your subordinates later. Jun stared at Deluo in a daze, very moved. I didn't expect that one day, I would also be able to enjoy the treatment of being promoted to heaven alone. Betty also stared dumbfounded at the devil fruits in the room, so many. In this life, she has never seen so many devil fruits at one time. She estimated that few people in the sea have such an experience. A room full of devil fruits is a scene that is unimaginable. Where did you find it? Has devil fruit become so commonplace? The rest of these devil fruits will be given to the group of people whose strength has improved the fastest. Ordinary fruit, used to make large military. Yes. The two captains, Wayne and Roy, tremblingly carried huge boxes and walked towards the deck. Next moment. Outside, Marine's earth-shattering screams and cheers can be heard. Shout Deluo's name. Long live. The number of capable users doubled in an instant, reaching 72, which was 28 devil fruits away from the army of hundreds of capable users. Among them, Zoan has 46 people, and 5 of them have the form of flying birds. It is already considered a small air force. Paramecia has 26 bits. Among them, the auxiliary ability includes chasing fruit and healing fruit. There are 12 Paramecia devil fruits with long-range attacks, such as strings, cement, etc., and the army of long-range ability users has also begun to take shape. Now the sea. Most enemies don't need Deluo Jun and the others to take action at all. Relying on this group of capable people, they will be able to push through. On the way, I met a famous pirate with a reward of nearly 300 million, a legion of capable people, broke out at the same time, frightened the pirates, and were quickly wiped out. On the smallest warship in Marine, there are already strong people like clouds. The pirates who dared to provoke this little army all encountered the most desperate moments in their lives. That's all. This small army entered the new world. Make your way to the beasts pirates. Time flies. Looking at the system, Deluo saw that the countdown to the time of the tornado had already begun. It was less than a day, and there were still 22 hours left. Chapter 60. The territory of red hair pirates welcomed a guest. Boss, Hawkeye is here. The redhead replied feebly. Hawkeye, who came and looked at the listless red-haired man and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with him?" Influenced by Mr. Rayleigh. The redhead opened his drunken and blurred eyes and looked at Hawkeye. "My Hawk, we'll talk about the battle later, drink with me first." The two are too familiar. Whoever is looking for someone is all for a battle. A sympathetic opponent. Let's call first and then talk. Hawkeye, my Hawk draws out the black sword. Yeah. In order to test my conjecture, I traveled overnight, from the first half of the Great Route to New World, across a distance of thousands of miles, and couldn't wait to learn Deluo's fighting style in battle. In such a hurry. The redhead stared at Hawkeye in surprise. In the past, I was more active in fighting. When did you get so impatient? You picked up the saber with one hand and stood up. Okay then. Shanks, your arm. This arm? Small matter. The redhead was very free and easy, but instead relieved my Hawk not to worry about me. My Hawk said, "Does it affect the battle between us?" The little gratitude that the red hair had just raised was gone, so it turned out that you were concerned with this, and gritted his teeth. No. It will be somewhat affected. Fortunately, this is our last competition. What's the meaning? Redhead Shanks stared at him intently. What do you mean? You look down on me. I have better opponents. Now that the red hair has broken his arm, the best opponent in his heart has also changed from red hair to Deluo. Shanks couldn't calm down, and his tone was raised. My Hawk, what are you talking about? You actually want to abandon me. Just because I have a broken arm, they don't look down on me. Okay. I didn't expect you to be such a person, to find someone else behind my back. Say, who is it? Nothing to do with you. The red-haired Shanks twitched his eyebrows, and walked out with a sigh of relief in his heart. Too much. On the island, the red-haired Shanks and my Hawk fought against each other with knives. Each raised a powerful momentum and began to affect the environment, and the clouds dispersed. Get the wine quickly. The banquet is starting. Red Hair Pirates executives sat in a row excitedly. There is no better drink than the boss and my hawk. Try first, how much strength can he display? The moment my hawk held the knife, he fought with the red-haired two. The blade is sharp. The two top sword masters in the sea, every time they confront each other, it is enough to make others amazed. The more excited the redhead is, the more he fights. He enjoyed his matchup with my hawk. Enjoy the process. But my hawk is not very interested. In the past, he enjoyed the red-haired Shank's competition, but now, he just feels boring. Bland. Not exciting at all. After being baptized by Deluo's continuous big moves, my hawk's vision became higher. Although it was painful, it has to be said that it made people excited. My hawk, what do you mean, fight with me, what's your expression? Redhead Shanks was furious. You are too obvious, too perfunctory. Do this to me now? Feel sorry. My hawk retreated to avoid the pursuit of the red-haired Shanks, his eyes became sharp, and he was sure that the strength of the broken-armed red-haired Shanks hadn't dropped much. The real battle can begin. Is that right? Sensing my hawk's eyes, the red hair also became hot. Cut. Hawkeye my hawk, holding a knife in both hands, swung hard. A sword glow like a 100-meter wave ripped apart the earth. Crazy, use a big move as soon as you come up. The red-haired Shanks was shocked. Others didn't understand him. He knew my hawk very well. He held a knife in both hands. That's when he went all out. We fought before. This is only when the fighting is at its peak. That's it for now. You've changed. Boom. Redhead Shanks was forced to go all out and fend off my hawk's ult. After one move, my hawk used his big move again. There is no move name. But every move puts the island at risk of being broken. Back quickly. The pervasive sword energy caused the red-haired pirate officers to retreat in embarrassment, and all the drinks they had just brought were destroyed. Knife after knife. My hawk just stood there, and then kept using his ultimate move. There is no technical content at all. But he found that it seemed that fighting like this was indeed addictive. Boom. For several hours, my hawk waved Hidei boringly without moving his pace, and kept using his big moves. The red hair was also stunned by my hawk's mutated fighting style. Seriously doubt life. I wonder if the my hawk in front of me is someone else's disguise, it has changed too much. Wait a moment. Panting heavily, the redhead hurriedly stopped, and used my hawk again. It was so torturous. Who gave my hawk such a fighting style is simply not human. Who did it? Chapter 61. The red hair carefully avoided the direction my hawk's blade was pointing at, fearing that he would throw another big move. My hawk, what happened to you? Nothing. My hawk was lost in thought. Look up and ask, Shanks, how much longer can you hold on? It won't last long. The red-haired Shanks felt the cold sweat on his forehead with a guilty conscience. Don't come, he is afraid. This way of fighting is not enjoyment, but torture. In other words, you can still persist. My hawk began to doubt himself. He knew that he was almost exhausted, and if he continued to fight, he would be the one who failed. In the past, fighting against the red-haired Shanks lasted for days and nights, and it was difficult to tell the winner. This time. Obviously you are going to fail. Could I be wrong? Deluo's fighting style is useless at all, it's wrong. But why can he beat me? Various thoughts began to collide in my hawk's mind. Recall all the details of the battle with Deluo. It is true that he first showed exhaustion and weakness, but then continued to use the fruit ability to burst devil fruit ability for a long time, and his physical strength was not exhausted as it appeared on the surface. Seemingly using Nirvana constantly. In fact, there are profound skills in it. The consumption is not as big as imagined, so there must be some reservations. What kind of skill is it? My hawk thought hard and couldn't figure it out. It must be that I didn't notice it. After several experiments, I must be able to detect some clues. He raised his head and looked at the red-haired Shanks, his eyes full of fighting spirit. No, I don't want to fight like this anymore. The red-haired Shanks quickly put away his sword and ran away. I can't do this job. It is definitely not something a person can do if someone fights like this. In the end, my hawk couldn't continue to fight the red-haired Shanks, and he lost his strength. Reluctantly, he was dragged by the red-haired Shanks to attend the banquet. My hawk, tell me, what's going on, how did you change so much? Mr. Rayleigh, with a sudden personality change. No matter how you ask, he doesn't say anything. Even my hawk, you have become abnormal. I won't go to East Blue for a while. Could it be that something big happened in New World that I don't know about? I was defeated by people with constant big moves. My hawk is not afraid of failure, he only cares about the reasons for his failure. Ha! The red-haired Shanks stood up in shock, pointing at my hawk with trembling fingers. Are you defeated? He knows my hawk's strengths better than anyone. Has been called the strongest swordsman by many people. Red-haired memories, it seems that he has never really defeated Hawkeye my hawk. Who can beat my hawk, Whitebeard? Or Garp Sengoku them? Even for them, it is very difficult to defeat my hawk. If he wants to go, no matter who it is, it will be difficult for one person to stop him. Will he fail? Yes, and it was defeated by the way I fought just now. Just now. Shank's pupils dilated. The voice suddenly rose a lot. That kind of big move like a child's play? Stand still, keep throwing big moves? Who can't do this? Not technical at all. It is impossible for a strong man with a little bit of experience to fight like this. Who can afford such exhaustion? Defeat my hawk with a big move, the opponent is at least twice as strong as you. The red-haired Shanks stared at him. You can't make fun of me. Physical strength, who in the sea is more than twice as my hawk as you? Less than twice, will definitely fail to exhaustion earlier than my hawk. The strength is not much different from mine. Because of this, my hawk was puzzled. Why do you fail in the first place? Why did Deluo still have so much physical strength to use the fruit ability? I can't figure it out, I can't figure it out at all. Don't look at me, I don't know, you can ask Beckman. These questions are too difficult for redheads. My hawk looked at Beckman, the famous wise man in the sea. The latter slowly exhaled smoke, looked at my hawk, and asked seriously, can you tell me first, who is it? Yeah, who beat my hawk? The redhead slapped his thigh. How could I forget this? Who is it? Who is so hateful, actually handed over to my hawk such a pervert fighting style? It hurt me. Deluo. It's a bit familiar. The red hair vaguely felt that he seemed to have heard this name somewhere. But can't remember. Seeking help, he looked at his deputy captain. Mr. Rayleigh, it was said. Beckman was anxious and clear. Oh. Why is it him again? He is everywhere. Shanks suddenly realized, full of resentment, okay, he caused Mr. Rayleigh to change his personality drastically. I was almost influenced by Mr. Rayleigh, and now he came to harm my hawk again, and I was the one to suffer in the end. That guy is really hateful. By the way, who is he? Marine. At the same time, a sharp siren sounded suddenly from the Marine headquarters. It means that there is a sudden and huge change in the sea. All the senior management at the headquarters immediately put down what they were doing. Go as fast as you can to the Marine building, where Marshal Sengoku is. Everyone, something big has happened. Marshal Sengoku looked at the Marine senior management seriously. It's about Kaido of the Beasts. Chapter 62. New World. G5 Marine Branch. Master Marine, why haven't you come yet? Kaido of the Beasts casually threw Vice Admiral, the highest officer of the G5 branch, out, and this Vice Admiral was already unconscious. The top monster of the sea has invaded Marine's branch in New World. Kaido at leisure. One of the things he is most willing to do is to provoke other monsters in the sea, or marine. He is eager to fight with the strong and seek death in the eyes of others, but Kaido of the Beasts never tires of it. Hope to come soon. Kaido of the Beasts Haki sat at the highest point of the G5 branch, holding a gourd flagon, waiting for the arrival of the strong marine. At his feet, it is thousands of marines, lying on the ground in pain. With one person's power, he easily destroyed the entire branch and defeated all the marines inside. That lunatic Kaido of the Beasts has invaded again. Marshal Sengoku gritted his teeth, eyes full of anger. Of all the monsters in the entire new century, Kaido of the Beasts is the most troublesome and unscrupulous. This is not the first time. The order given to us by the government must be acted on immediately. Sengoku looked at the admirals. The only branch in the new century, there is no room for loss. The marine executives were filled with righteous indignation, but the vice admirals did not dare to stand up and plead for orders. Everyone looks to the Garp hero. Garp yawned, not interested. In the past, there was a terrible monster in the sea, and it was Garp and Sengoku who joined forces to destroy it. When Roger died, Sengoku became the marshal, and Garp's battle record became less and less. Give it to me. Akainu took the initiative to stand up. I will definitely beat Kaido of the beasts. I dare not say kill. What about you? Sengoku looked at Kizaru and Aokiji. Just one admiral. Not enough. There is no guarantee that you will win, let alone capture success. Kizaru, who is used to fishing, has wandering eyes and doesn't want to meet Sengoku's eyes. He doesn't want to do such a troublesome, tiring and dangerous thing. Aokiji didn't speak either. Sengoku looked at the two admirals who were not moving, and gritted his teeth. Porus Alano, you go with Sakazuki. This kind of battle. It's the two admirals working together to ensure success. Ah. Kizaru innocently looked at Marshal Sengoku. Why not choose Aokiji? You immediately mobilize your troops and move out as quickly as possible. Sengoku didn't give Kizaru a chance to complain. Aokiji and Akainu have some problems. He was afraid that if the two of them teamed up, it would be counterproductive. Well, Kaido is scary. Kizaru looked down at the fighting Akainu. Mr. Sengoku, can I ask for someone to go to war with me? Akainu made the condition. Who? Sengoku asked. For this kind of event, the two admirals who acted were entitled to have the right to temporarily dispatch strong men from other troops. Akainu said, Deluo. He asked Deluo to join the army in battle. Take part in the battle to siege the Kaido of the beasts. Him. Sengoku frowned slightly. For him, such a battle is too early. That's Kaido of the beasts. Ordinary people are not qualified to participate in it at all. Including the troops led by Admiral, they are only auxiliary. The real battle is the two admirals. I want him to see the real battle of the sea in advance. Akainu's purpose was not to get Deluo involved in the fight. Instead, let him watch from the side. Look at my Akainu's strength, let him understand that the gap between himself and the highest combat power in the sea, you can understand that it is not enough for him to grow up in the sea alone. Only by following me, Akainu, will there be a future. After witnessing, it will leave an indelible mark in his heart. He will involuntarily look up to me, and try his best to become my heir. Well then, you can contact him yourself on the way and ask him to go to the G5 branch as soon as possible. Sengoku gave the rights to Akainu. This kind of trivial matter does not require him to do it himself. Learn. Akainu and Kizaru, leading the large force, set off from the headquarters soon. On board. The adjutant behind Akainu took out the phone bug and connected to the phone bug in Deluo's army. Did it die? Officer Deluo, Sakazuki Admiral, sent a summoning order, ordering our department to go to the G5 branch as soon as possible to participate in the battle to encircle and suppress Kaido of the beasts. Captain Wayne passes on orders from his superiors. Siege Kaido of the beasts. Deluo was stunned. Looked at the map again. It is already 200 miles away from Wanakuni. You tell me, Kaido of the beasts is not in the lair? Ding. Choose a task. Option 1, participate in the siege of Kaido of the beasts quest. The reward is unknown, 10 random devil fruits. Option 2, continue to go to the beast's pirate's lair to steal a home. The reward is unknown, the same level as the reward in option 1, 10 random devil fruits. There are two options. Rewards unknown. The rewards are not much different, choose one of the two. And the second option can also be done by the way, persuading Fozfu and Beast's pirates to become a shichibukai, and the reward will be increased by 1. Option 2 seems to get more. But Deluo looked at the progress bar of the tornado coming. There are 3 hours left, only 3 hours away, and it will come. All I want. Chapter 63. Come Beast's Pirates. Deluo deliberately waited for the tornado to come before coming. To be safe. The Beast's pirates are as strong as clouds, and there are also forces such as Wanakuni or Akai. The combination of the two is huge. Deluo troops. Apart from him, only Jun is strong, and it is difficult for the army of capable people to play a role in top-level battles. He didn't want to fight back and forth with the Beast's pirates, and exhaustion was the only way to succeed. Wait for the tornado to come. Not to mention crushing, at least it can be very easy. Unexpectedly, Kaido of the Beasts is not in the lair of Oni Island, and went out again. Captain Wayne asked Colonel Deluo how to respond. Now it's Akainu Admiral, with direct orders to go into battle. Tell him that our department is in the territory of the Beast's pirates and will send people to fight. They all went to the vicinity of Wanakuni, and didn't want to waste any more time, so they went thousands of miles away to participate in the battle against Kaido of the Beasts. Get ready, let the tornado go. 2 options, all rewards, all of them. Compared with rewards, there are many potential seeds waiting to be fed inside Beast's pirates, waiting for Deluo to harvest. Not going? Just send someone. Is he still in the territory of the Beast's pirates? Get an answer. Akainu slammed his fist on the solid wood table. A lot of lies. Akainu is furious. Beast's pirates' lair, marine headquarters are not completely sure. It seems to be related to Wanakuni. He is near the mysterious Wanakuni? That is the capital that the Marines have never reached. What's more, even if the Beast's pirates don't have Kaido now, there are still strong ones like a cloud, and there are 2 pirates who have offered a reward of more than 1 billion. There are more than 100 million pirates, and there are too many samurai Wanakuni who the marine headquarters is afraid of. Now to steal a house, at least 1 admiral is needed, and Jun alone is not enough. Do you dare to go? To die. The furious Akainu exudes unbearable heat waves all over his body. During the war, he dared to disobey orders. In Akainu's eyes, this kind of subordinate is the most unforgivable, violating justice. Don't be angry, you can't punish Deluo directly, what's the use of being angry? Kizaru gloated from the side. Deluo was the main focus of the headquarters. Even if it is us, it is impossible to bypass the headquarters and punish him at will. What's more, it's not that he doesn't want to participate. Didn't he just say, send people to fight? Akainu sneered, send someone. Deluo's troops, he knows very well. Among the 2 captains, he specially screened out from his previous troops and stuffed them in order to fully understand Deluo's actions in the sea during this period. His soldiers are just ordinary elite soldiers. In Akainu's eyes, his strength is pitifully weak. The average strength is lower than the average level of Akainu's army. His army has tens of thousands of elite soldiers, and these tens of thousands of elite soldiers are not qualified to participate in the Kaido of the Beasts campaign. What's the use of sending all the troops here? It didn't help at all. Akainu didn't expect Deluo and his troops to be effective, but he wanted Deluo to watch and witness my demeanor. It's impossible to send Momuzagi-jun here, right? Momuzagi-jun is not his. Akainu believes that Deluo is just playing tricks on me. Trick me like an idiot. Now I start to doubt. Is Deluo really his righteous heir? Why, through his behavior during this period, he didn't feel similar to himself. Could it be that he has completely gone astray and abandoned my ideas? Think here. Akainu's eyes were about to burst. It is absolutely not allowed, the heir who was finally found, how can he let him run away like this? After I go back, I will report the truth to Mr. Sengoku. This time, no matter what reason he has, I will ask Mr. Sengoku to call him back. Akainu decided that he should use his own identity and status to use some coercive means. It must not be delayed any longer. He was afraid that Deluo would completely abandon the concept of complete justice if he really waited until half a year later for the military meeting to begin. Okay, now the focus is on dealing with Kaido of the Beasts. Kizaru put away his lazy demeanor and became serious. The large army has entered the New World through the Holy Land. It's not far from the G5 branch. It can be reached in hours. Now, at any moment, the Kaido of the Beasts could be attacked. You will even face surprise attacks from other New World monsters. It's so troublesome, such a terrible Kaido, why did you have to send me here? I hope I can go back in one piece today. Kizaru looked a little flustered. His eyes seemed to drift away. What are you afraid of? Together, we will definitely win. Akainu said proudly. Sure to win. But he has no idea how much to pay to win. A little carelessness, Admiral may be seriously injured in the battle, or even worse. Akainu, who seems confident and arrogant, is also a little heavy in his heart. A little worried about the next battle. Hope, no surprises. Akainu noticed that Kizaru's eyes were wandering, and warned him, Polisalino, you will be serious in the battle later, and don't paddle me. Don't think about leaving the responsibility to me alone, don't even think about it. No. Kizaru looked at Akainu with an innocent face and smiled, why don't you give it a try, Sakazuki, and defeat Kaido alone? Roll. Akainu snapped angrily. Do you want me to go back on my knees? Even if I win, can I still be whole? Fighting Kaido alone, even that guy Whitebeard, is probably painful, and Akainu never thought about fighting Kaido of the Beasts one-on-one. Chapter 64. Distance. We can vaguely see Wanakuni, the unique geographical environment. Arrive. The system also sounded a prompt at the moment when Diluo's countdown ended. Ding. Connect One Punch Man through the channel. The official connection is successful. Whether the host summons the world of One Punch Man, the S-level hero tornado descends. 100 days have passed. At this time, exactly 100 days, no more than a second, no less than a minute. Arrival. Without the Kaido of the Beasts incident, Diluo would not delay the time, and let the tornado come at the first time, but he has been waiting for a long time. Ding. Please host to set the place of arrival and the way of arrival. Location. New World 5 Marine Division. Engage the Kaido of the Beasts by letting the tornado fall directly on the battle site. Anyway, if the setting comes to him, Diluo can also set some benefits in the way of coming. Come down to him. The way is not important. Ding. Because the tornado did not come to the host, the initial order can be given to the tornado. Deal with Kaido of the Beasts, then go to Marine HQ and wait for me. I am afraid that the tornado will not find me in a strange world. Diluo didn't want to think that the two sides met after years of mistakes and misunderstandings. Marine Headquarters location. Even if you ask ordinary people, you can know. The most accessible location. Ding. After the setting is completed, the tornado will descend within 10 minutes. One Punch Man World. Tornado is on the phone with his sister Fubuki. Suddenly she saw a mysterious twisted space channel appearing in front of her. She felt a mysterious calling. In the past 3 months, at all times, I felt the inexplicable call, which became stronger and stronger. Today, she really felt the irresistible power of calling, and also felt that the person who called her was very important to her and was waiting for her. Irresistible power, God-level power. Tornado was shocked. I'm going. From the bottom of her heart, she also wants to go to the mysterious world. On the other side of the phone, Fubuki's impatient voice came, Sister, if you don't speak, I'll hang up. Chugzyu, I'm leaving for a while. During this time, you must protect yourself. Tornado's tone was hurried. She felt that she couldn't resist for long, so she kept telling the only relative she was worried about, Chugzyu, wait for me to come back. What? What city and where are you going? Fubuki didn't pay much attention to it. There is still a little joy in my heart, as if the parents are about to go out, and they will soon face the free child. I am very strong, you can go at ease, don't rush back. She didn't worry about the safety of her sister Tornado at all. No matter where you go, there is no danger. Wherever she goes, only others will be in danger. Remember, protect yourself. Long Wan asked again and again. Then he took a step and stepped into the crossing passage. Disappear. The crossing passage also disappeared mysteriously, and the tornado disappeared from the world of One Punch Man. Hey, sister, are you still there? There was no hanging up the phone, and there was the sound of blowing snow. I forgot to hang up the phone, you're so nervous, you're still worried about me. Fubuki teased Tornado in his heart. I didn't take it to heart. Until a few days later. The hero organization suddenly contacted Fubuki. The high level of the hero organization asked anxiously, Fubuki, do you know where the tornado went? I can't get in touch, and I don't have one at home. The mystery is gone. Fubuki wondered, Sister, didn't you carry out the task you assigned her? This month, we haven't assigned any tasks to Tornado, and now we can't contact her at all, and we can't find her. Hero organization and Fubuki. All panicked. The tornado mysteriously disappeared. Looking at the empty room of Tornado, Fubuki shouted loudly, Sister, where have you been? The disappearing tornado appeared in Pirate World. Marine is too slow. Kaido of the Beasts, who had been waiting for a long time, became more and more impatient. It's been so long. None came. He casually kicked Marine, who was seriously injured on the ground, as a ball. If he didn't come again, he couldn't help but want to destroy the base directly. Coming. Kaido of the Beasts may seem reckless, but he is always aware of his surroundings. Any troubles can't be hidden from his observation haki. Look up. Look to the distant sky. A petite figure floated in the air, with green curly hair, wearing a black gown, covered with faint fluorescent light, and possessed superpowers of telekinesis. Child. Kaido of the Beasts rubbed his eyes. Did you drink too much wine and your eyes were blurred? A little girl. Little girl who can fly? Suspended in the sky, the tornado looked at the completely strange world. Deep in her heart, she could feel that in this world, there was a person who was very important to her, far away. Military uniform, an organization similar to a soldier, and he is my first opponent, weirdo. The tornado flew towards the G5 branch. Really, when I first came here, let me deal with the strange man, that strange yet familiar guy, he can really call people. Tornado has a habit of burying a few words. Chapter 65. New World 5 Marine Branch. When Deluo and his group entered Wanakuni, a big battle was about to begin here. Dragon Roll and Kaido of the Beasts. Kaido of the Beasts looked at the tornado curiously. Really little girl. Weird little girl with the ability to fly, seems to have some value. Hey, do you want to be my subordinate? Kaido of the Beasts likes to recruit subordinates the most, as long as they can look at them, they want to have them in their pockets. Thinking of my own pirate group, more and more powerful people, and newcomers with amazing potential such as Jack, the pirate group's power is booming, and I am in a good mood. Ugly freak, are you talking to me? Shut up. Tornado proudly reprimands Kaido of the Beasts. The latter stared blankly. I don't know how many years, no one dared to talk to Kaido of the Beasts like this. He is the absolute master in the Island of Ghosts, and he is also the top monster in the sea. Do you know who I am? I am Kaido of the Beasts. Kaido of the Beasts is in full swing. Longwan didn't care, I'm angry, I don't care who you are. This attitude made Kaido of the Beasts furious. I, Kaido of the Beasts, offer a reward of more than 4 billion, and my subordinates are as strong as clouds. Now you should know how scary and powerful I am. I'm not interested in wasting time with you, defeating you, I still have to go to the Marine headquarters and wait for that man. The tornado waved. Boom. A meteorite fell from the sky. It must be dazzled. Looking up, Kaido of the Beasts stared at the falling meteorite, opened his eyes wide open forcefully, and was so dazzled by the mistake of drinking. And you are burdensome, getting in the way, get out of here. Tornado waved his hand. Psychic power packs thousands of Marines in the base, and forcibly throws them to the warship in the port. The warship is carried by the psychic power and flies to the sky in an instant. Boom. The meteorite slammed into the base where only Kaido of the Beasts remained. The island shakes. A meteor strikes Kaido of the Beasts in the head. Are you mistaken? It's a real meteorite. Kaido stood up from the bottomless crater. He stared at the tornado even more scorchingly. Little ghost, you are very powerful, it is up to you whether you become my subordinate or not. Beat you, catch you. Locked in prison, one day, you will obediently become my subordinate. Shut up, horned and incongruous trash. The tornado opened its hands, and countless gravels on the island were suspended, smashing towards Kaido overwhelmingly. What a nasty brat. Kaido, who was fed up with the tornado's poisonous tongue, was also a little angry. Using his body to resist all the gravel attacks, he patted his body, this attack is pitifully weak. Roar. With a roar, he turned into a blue dragon covering the sky and the sun, stepped on the flame cloud, and twisted the huge dragon body in the air. Really, it's ridiculous to think that a big body is great. Tornado aimed both hands at Kaido. Mind power wrapped Qinglong and pulled it hard. The Qinglong, who was already huge, became straight, stretched and elongated. Damn kid, stop it for me. Feeling the unbearable pulling force of his torso, Kaido opened his bloody mouth, and the scorching breath gathered in his mouth. Hot interest. The heat of burning everything dyed the sky red, rushing straight towards the tornado. No, the kid won't die, will he? Kaido panicked. The heat that destroyed everything was easily blocked by the telekinetic shield, and the tornado was unscathed. She looked at Kaido proudly. Your attack is really weak and pathetic, is this considered an attack? Kaido's eyes glowed. Opening his bloody mouth wide, more powerful heat condensed in his mouth again. Shut it up for me. The dragon roll is all in one hand. Kaido's wide open dragon's mouth was forcefully closed, and the condensed heat exploded in his mouth. Blood dripping. Backstabbed by his own big move. Get out of here. The tornado imprisoned the green dragon Kaido with all its strength, distorted his body, and at the same time meteorites fell from the sky. The doomsday-like picture is presented between the heaven and the earth. On the warship in the distance, the immobile Marines watched all this like statues. Who is she and how can she be so powerful that Kaido can't take him down? She saved us. If they were in the center of such a big battle, and they couldn't move, they didn't need to think about it, they knew that they would definitely die. Boom. The island of the G5 base was bombarded by meteorite rain, the mountains were shattered, and the base disappeared. In the huge pit, Kaido, twisted and oozing with blood, lies here. He stared blankly. Tornado raised his head proudly. No, it's so easy to die. Kaido's eyes were tearing. The dragon drive instantly turned into a dragon man form. Strongest form. Kaido has to admit that this little girl in front of her is terrifyingly strong, especially her weird and irresistible special ability to dodge is shocking. Now the thought of wanting to recover is gone. Whether he could win, he began to doubt. I'm here to find Marine. Why did I meet such a scary little girl? Where did she come from, and when did the sea become so scary? Kaido has some doubts about life. Chapter 66. Kaido stared at Tornado gravely. He's not really a brainless brat. Small in stature, his physical fitness should not be strong, and he doesn't look like an opponent with great strength. As for Kaido, the strongest thing is his own power. Close combat. Kaido had an idea. The first thing to do was knock her out of the air. Kaido swung the flashing lightning mace hard. There was a violent air explosion in the air. The powerful energy shreds everything in front of it, forming an unmatched shock wave, heading straight to the tornado in the air. Tornado opened the shield at will. Block Kaido's powerful blow head-on. The third generation, Yin Naraku. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Kaido suddenly jumped into the air, twirling the mace in his hand, and the Conqueror's haki wrapped around the mace, and beat the tornado from top to bottom. Black lightning, stirring the air. Boom. A wave of air pushed away and scattered the clouds all over the sky. The aftermath hit the ground, the entire G5 base shook and shattered violently, and huge waves tens of meters high rose from the sea, slapping in all directions. Horned monster, you still need to use it. Tornado looked up at the cracked shield. With a palm in the air, slap Kaido in the form of a wyvern. Explode with all your strength. To imprison Kaido, to crush everything about him. Roar. In the air, Kaido sounded like a roar of pain. Blood spattered, Kaido tried his best to swing the mace again, tearing the air with vigor, and he was freed to hit the ground heavily. The dragon scales on his body were broken a lot, and there were cracks in the body known as the absolute defense. Kaido glanced at the injuries on his body. Showing pain, a little flustered. Actually broke the defense. Nearly smashed her shield, keep going, win sooner or later. Kaido didn't believe in evil, and rushed forward again. He didn't believe that he still couldn't beat a little girl. How long could she last? Do you think I'm as stupid as you are? The tornado flies quickly into the sky, away from Kaido to prevent him from sneaking up close. She also has rich combat experience. I don't know how many powerful monsters died in her hands, and they also instantly judged that Kaido's strongest point is to fight people in close quarters, which happens to be her weakness. Put distance. Then attack remotely. Kaido of the beasts in human dragon form is passively beaten. Roar. Transformed into a green dragon form again, with the power to fly through the clouds and fog, rushing up to the tornado rapidly, while using heat and bad wind continuously. If you dare to use this state, you are a living target. Tornado opened his hands. The mind force pulled the huge green dragon, trying to tear his body apart. Boom. The two of them have a destructive power like a natural disaster with every move. It wasn't just the G5 base that suffered a devastating blow, it was also affected by the aftermath dozens of miles away. Hundreds of miles away. A huge marine fleet is advancing rapidly. Akainu and Kizaru stood at the bow of the boat, looking at the changing sea ahead and feeling the rough sea. Look at each other. See the incomprehension and solemnity in each other's eyes. In the distance ahead is the G5 base. What happened there? Could it be that BD Kaido, destroying the base? Damn. Go forward with all your strength. Akainu gave the order, regardless of whether the warship could bear it, he started to move forward with maximum horsepower. Boom. The battle between Kaido and the tornado has lasted for 2 full hours. These 2 hours, Kaido has been in a passive situation. This battle is the most embarrassing battle he has ever encountered. The previous battles with Whitebeard and Garp Roger were not like this. After finally paying the price, she got close to the tornado several times and made a powerful attack, but it always fell short, failing to break her protective shield. It failed to cause substantial damage to the tornado. Instead, Kaido was covered in blood. One of the horns on his head was broken. Does she still have the power to explode? Kaido looked at the tornado that used his ability in disbelief. For 2 hours, uninterrupted burst of superpowers. You haven't lost your physical strength yet, your petite body, a mere little girl, can have such physical support. Kaido gritted his teeth, tensed his whole body, trying his best to defend against the terrifying ability that was about to twist his body. Boom. The fighting never stopped. The tornado waved his hand, and meteorites fell from the sky, 1, 2, 3, hitting Kaido continuously. It's the same as a turtle. Tornado also looked at Kaido seriously. For so long, he didn't cause fatal injuries to Kaido, and his body's defense and resilience are terrible. I also consume a lot. Once again, the meteorite smashed Kaido deep into the ground. The mace in his hand fell out of his hand without knowing when. Tornado looked at the mace on the ground. It seemed to be a good weapon, and he controlled the mace with telekinetic power. The mace was spinning in the air, getting faster and faster. Begin to cover with a layer of flame. Tornado manipulated the spinning mace and threw it at Kaido, hitting him on the head. Bang bang bang. There was a loud bang bang. The mace hit Kaido's head frantically, 1 hit, 2 hits. In an instant, hundreds of attacks. The smashed Kaido had gold stars in his eyes. Kaido looked up and the mace was a hit. Reaching out to grab the mace, it was another blow. The Kaido who beat him had no temper at all. At this time, Akainu and Kizaru led a large army to the horizon. He stared at this scene dumbfounded. Chapter 67. Depart from Marine Headquarters. Akainu and Kizaru feel very heavy. As Marine's strongest combat power, the two teamed up, and they dare not say that they are sure. On the sea, no one dares to say that they can win 100% against Kaido of the Beasts. How much price will be paid for this bloody battle, I have no idea. Replenishment along the way, the two discussed many battle plans. Kizaru feinted attack, Akainu main attack, using Logia Devil Fruit to drain Kaido's stamina from a distance, and then went ashore to fight in close quarters. All details are thought twice. The closer they got to the G5 base, the more dignified their expressions became. A bloodbath is inevitable. Arrive. Akainu clenched his fists, presenting a huge karst fist pointing forward, ready to use his ultimate ability, Meteor Volcano. He sees it. Kaido of the Beasts was smashed by his mace and couldn't move. Kizaru also jumped into the air, flashing a dazzling light, to cooperate with Akainu to use the big move, the 8-foot Kyunguryu. Everything went according to plan. But the enemy did not wait for us as they imagined. Instead of being abused, the big moves in the hands of the two stopped. Kizaru fell, and landed beside Akainu, maintaining a stunned look. Sakazuki, can you explain to me what happened? Akainu turned his head stiffly. I will explain to you. Someone explain it to me. What the hell is going on here? Could it be that I have the ability to grant wishes? Kizaru's eyes shone with a strange brilliance. On the way, he expected that it would be great if there were other monsters fighting with Kaido of the Beasts, so that we could reap the benefits of the fishermen. Akainu's answer to him, you are daydreaming. Who is she? Akainu looked at the tornado in the sky. No one else but her. But obviously a little girl is abusing Kaido of the Beasts. This picture, well-informed Akainu, also feels comically unreal. If the object is Whitebeard, it is still acceptable. A completely unfamiliar little girl is beating Kaido of the Beasts. Even if he sees it with his own eyes, he can hardly believe it is true. Terrible. Kizaru sighed from the bottom of his heart. Not to mention this life, even in the entire history, I have never heard that that little girl can be so powerful. The two were in shock. My mind was overwhelmed, and I couldn't wake up for a while, staring at the shocking picture as dull as a wood carving. Huge marine fleet. There was no sound. Even the two admirals are like this, and the other marines seem to have lost their souls. What are we going to do now? Akainu was at a loss for a moment. What about us? Are we just here to watch? We worked hard from the marine headquarters, running here day and night, to be spectators? Sakazuki Admiral, we found the G5 base marine. Some subordinates found a warship floating on the sea not far away. Where? Akainu and Kizaru hurried to the warship at the G5 base. Looking at a group of seriously injured Marines. You guys are still alive? Kizaru looked at them in surprise. The Marine headquarters, including them, thought that all the Marines in the G5 base could not survive. They are still alive. Miracle. That adult saved us. Marine pointed to the tornado in the sky, deeply grateful. Is there still the ability to rescue you all? Akainu questioned. Want to rescue so many seriously injured Marines at once, so what? And taking the initiative to rescue Marine, it seems that she is also righteous in her heart, and she has not found her list from the bounty pirates, which proves that she has no previous criminal record. Akainu was suddenly too excited to maintain a calm expression. Akainu raised his voice a lot. Tell me, who is she? All Marine shook his head. We don't know either. Out of nowhere, attack Kaido of the Beasts without even knowing her name. A little girl who is completely unfamiliar, and an unknown hidden powerhouse, but she is too young. Whatever it is, it's a good thing that someone helps us deal with Kaido of the Beasts. We'll just wait like this, and we'll take another shot after we've all lost. Kizaru smiled lewdly. In this way, we don't need bloody battles, and we can easily complete the task. If I knew it was so simple, why would I be so scared on the road? No, we want to make a move. I don't want to bear the reputation of being cowardly and dare not go to war. Akainu waved his hand. Go ahead. It doesn't matter, anyway, if someone helps, it's easy. Kizaru spread his hands easily. The two admirals quickly approached the doomsday battle location. Hey, what are you doing? I'm enough here alone. Tornado found Akainu and the others, and she didn't need help from others. You cumbersome, get out of here. The tone is really annoying. Kizaru clicked his tongue, and we became tired. At such a young age, with such strength, I would only be more proud if I were someone else. Akainu was not surprised. How to replace it with me? He estimated that he could float in the sky and not come down. It is our duty to catch pirates and uphold justice. How can we stand by and watch? Akainu karst melted and rushed towards Kaido of the Beasts. I said, I don't need you. The tornado waved. The faces of Akainu and Kizaru changed drastically, and with a bang, they hit the distant mountain peaks and embedded in the cliff. Terrible power. The two elementalized from the cliff, looking at the tornado in shock. No wonder they have the upper hand in the fight against Kaido of the Beasts. We are not enemies, we are Marines, Marines who uphold justice. Akainu quickly explained. He didn't want to fight the tornado. In his heart, Tornado is also a strong man with justice. Marine. Tornado looked at them excitedly. Do you know where the Marine headquarters is? Tornado asked hastily. She's going to Marine headquarters, waiting for Diluo. Of course I know, we came out of the Marine headquarters. Akainu was also very excited. Are you going to the Marine headquarters? I can take you there. Sure enough, he has a good impression of our Marine. Ask about the location of Marine's headquarters. There is only one possibility, she wants to be Marine. So powerful yet so young, wanting to be Marine. Akainu got even more excited. It's not just the idea of cherishing talents, but also the crazy idea. If she can join my army, or even rely on my army alone, she can kill all the monsters in New World. I know too. Kizaru didn't lag behind, and hastily added a sentence. He also wants to have such a powerful companion, so that when I encounter a strong enemy in the future, I can really paddle. Okay, later, you take me to the Marine headquarters. Now, let me leave. Ah, are you ignoring me? Kaido of the Beasts roared. Breaking the ground with every step, rushing towards Akainu. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Akainu Kizaru, why did you come so late, and die for me? If you come earlier, I wouldn't have fought her, and I wouldn't have suffered so many grievances. He would rather fight the two admirals now than fight the tornado. Fighting with Admiral, you punch me, no one will feel better. Fighting with tornado, she stays away from the battlefield and attacks from afar. I am passively beaten and aggrieved. Since you want to make a move, I will leave it to you. I don't care if I die. Tornado proudly folded his arms over his chest, watching the drama in the sky, and didn't make any more moves. Boom. Akainu united with Kizaru, fighting together with Kaido of the Beasts. Strong winds, scorching karst, and dazzling light bombs completely tore up the riddled island. This battle. It lasted a full day and night. Finally got it. Akainu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and fought hard all day and night, finally defeated Kaido of the beasts. Can't help showing a proud smile. You guys are so slow. It took so long to succeed. It's a shame to join forces. Tornado flew down from the sky and looked at the two admirals in 18B with disgust. It's already fast, okay. Kizaru couldn't help retorting. It was originally estimated that it would take at least 5 days of bloody battles, but now we have succeeded in 1 day and 1 night, and we have already performed exceptionally well. It was also because Kaido of the beasts consumed a lot under the strong attack of the tornado, and the injury was not light. Without you, I would have succeeded long ago. Tornado snorted. It's all your fault for insisting on participating in the war and wasting time. Sure enough, it is cumbersome. Kizaru was stunned speechless. No one ever did not save face for him like this. Tornado pointed at Kizaru. Hey, wrinkled guy, tell me, where is Marine's headquarters? Be named. Kizaru looked around. Who are you talking about? Who is the wrinkled guy? There is only Akainu around, and he is not wrinkled. Kizaru's pupils dilate. Are you talking about me? Kr. A mouthful of old blood was stuck in Kizaru's throat, and he almost spat out. Akainu asked his subordinates to bring a large number of sea stone chains, completely bind Kaido of the beasts, and then walked towards the tornado, showing a self-conscious smile. We will take you to the marine headquarters. Stop laughing, it's ugly. Tornado walked away from Akainu in disgust. #T. Is it because I seldom smile, so my smile is ugly? Akainu tried hard to make herself smile brighter, and told herself in her heart, don't be angry, she is still young, it doesn't matter if she has a bad personality, it will be fine when she grows up. As long as she agrees to join my army and join hands with me, everything will be worth it. It doesn't matter if I'm wronged a little, as long as I can get closer, it's worth it. May I ask, what are you doing at Marine headquarters? Akainu was already sure in his heart. Tornado would never be invading Marine HQ, it's only possible that she wants to be Marine. At that time, I can take the opportunity to win her into my army. Wait for someone, a man. Chapter 68. Ha. Akainu and Kizaru stared at the tornado in surprise. Who are you waiting for? Wait for a man. What is the relationship between that man and her? Looking at her young age, Akainu and Kizaru estimated that it must not be a relationship between a couple. Could it be father and daughter? In Marine, the only daughter who is so pervert. She should be a friend. Akainu felt cold, that BD Marine actually got there first, and had a relationship with this one first. No, she can only join my army. As an admiral, no matter who the opponent is, he will definitely not be able to compete with me. What's his name? I'm Marine Admiral. I have the right to investigate everything inside the Marine. I can help you find him. Akainu asked. Have no idea. Tornado shook his head. I haven't even met Diluo, and I don't know him at all. It's just the sense of familiarity and intimacy in her heart that makes her eager to meet Diluo. Ah. Akainu and Kizaru looked at each other. Have no idea. Then how to find this? Millions of Marines, no target, who can find it? I remember, before Diluo said that he would send people to fight. Kizaru suddenly thought of this. Pupils dilate. Akainu gets the cue and his heart beats faster. No way. Could it be that the person she was waiting for was Diluo? Impossible, Diluo has only been out at sea for a long time, and he can make such a powerful friend. Why? Akainu is a little sour. I have been fighting in the sea for decades, why haven't I met such a powerful friend? Akainu stammered, is the person you're waiting for Diluo? Have no idea. Dragonwan doesn't know Diluo's name. But she knew that as long as she met him, she would be able to determine who was the one she was waiting for. Akainu breathed a sigh of relief. It's fine if it's not Diluo, it seems like I'm overthinking it. After removing Diluo, Akainu is completely aimless. Since he asked you to wait at the Marine headquarters, you will definitely meet at the Marine headquarters. How about going to the Marine headquarters with us first? Good. Tornado thought about it. Indeed, I told myself in my heart that going to the Marine headquarters and waiting was the only answer. I can warn you, don't try to use me, otherwise I don't care about Marine. Tornado threatened Akainu and the two. The corners of their mouths twitched. They have already obtained the real situation of the tornado battle from the mouth of the G5 branch Marine. Never thought about it. I'm afraid she will sink the Marine headquarters into the sea too. Let's go back. Excited, Akainu led the troops back. The task of this trip was so easy that he couldn't believe it. Compared with Mr. Sengoku, the best result they expected was countless times better. Most importantly, it brought back a strong man with unfathomable strength for Marine. Think here. Akainu couldn't help laughing. By the way, hurry up and tell Mr. Sengoku the good news for them. Quickly picked up the phone bug to contact Marine headquarters. Marine headquarters. Sengoku and the others were always waiting by the phone bug, waiting for news from Akainu and the others. You guys keep waiting, it will take at least a few days for the results to come out, I'm going back to sleep. Garp yawned and walked out the door. Sengoku kept his eye on the phone bug. He also knew that without days and nights of bloody battles, there would be no results. But let him sleep with peace of mind, can't fall asleep, and has trouble sleeping and eating. Be there for the phone bug all the time. Did it die? The phone bug rang suddenly. By imitating the appearance of the caller through the phone bug, it can be confirmed that it is Akainu's call. It's so fast, there must be some accident. Sengoku's heart was cold. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to defeat Kaido of the Beasts so quickly. Some trembling hands picked up the phone bug. Mr. Sengoku, we successfully defeated Kaido of the Beasts, captured him, and are now on our way back. Even Akainu's tone was a little proud. So fast. Be proud of. What? Sengoku stood up abruptly. Even Garp, who walked to the door, came over. Akainu, these two boys, are they so strong? If I teamed up with Sengoku, it would be very difficult to defeat Kaido of the Beasts so quickly. Thanks to the help of others, we captured Kaido of the Beasts without loss. Although the G5 base was destroyed, all G5 Marines survived. Akainu puts everything he knows. State it clearly. On Sengoku's side, there was silence, deathly silence. There was no sound for a long time. Strange little girl, Tornado? Possesses at least as much combat history as Kaido of the Beasts. This confidence exploded in Sengoku's mind. If not for Akainu personally reporting, he will never believe it. Sengoku glanced at Garp, only to realize that even Garp had an unbelievable expression, opened his mouth wide, and all the senbei fell out of his mouth. The two recalled the information of all the strong men in the sea. Nothing about tornadoes at all. It seems to appear out of nowhere. I have a good impression of Marine, rescued all Marines, helped to defeat Kaido of the Beasts, and have a deep connection with a certain Marine inside Marine. Sengoku ties all the details together in his mind. Who is it? Sakazuki, remember, you must treat her with the highest etiquette, and don't let her have the slightest dissatisfaction with Marine. Sengoku reminded Akainu seriously. Such a character. Even if you can't become a Marine, you can't be an enemy of it. Sure. On board, Akainu ordered to go down, raising the treatment of Tornado to a level beyond his own. Even he himself went into battle. Arrange everything for the Tornado. Just to leave a good impression on her heart. Now we need to find out which Marine Tornado is waiting for as soon as possible, and then use this as a bond to include her in the Marine group. Sengoku suppressed the ecstasy, and looked at Chief of Staff Tsuru. The latter thought for a while, shook his head, and had no clue at all. No matter how smart you are. Can't find it either. If there is no clue, then immediately report to all Marines to see who knows the Tornado. Sengoku immediately issued an order. It quickly spread to all Marine units. Tornado. All Marines heard the officer's inquiry. Shook his head. I don't know. No one dares to lie or deceive the Marine headquarters in such a matter. Wanakuni-jun was notified. Tornado? A little girl. She thought for a while, and there was indeed a little girl on Diluo's boat, but her name was Granis, and she didn't have super combat power. Besides, for more than 3 months, I haven't met other strong little girls. Jun replied, no. Looking up, Diluo is no longer beside her. After entering Wanakuni, Diluo disappeared alone after issuing a mission to the army of capable users. We still need to let Diluo know about this matter. Although Jun definitely did not, she would not hide what should be reported, and hurriedly went to find Diluo. The major troops sent back news. No. Sengoku was dumbfounded. Did she remember correctly, she was waiting for someone, not Marine, and not at Marine headquarters. This is how to do. If she finds out that she made a mistake and the person waiting is not Marine, will she just leave Marine headquarters? No. Absolutely not. With such a powerful combat power, Sengoku is unwilling to give up no matter what. And the young tornado, she went to the sea alone, and was easily deceived by other pirates. If she became a pirate in the future, wouldn't Marine be in a more difficult situation? Keep looking, and then, we at the Marine headquarters will give her the best memories, the highest treatment, and let her fall in love with Marine. Sengoku already has a series of plans in mind. He believes that the little girl tornado will definitely be moved. Akainu warship. Get out of the way. With a wave of the tornado, Akainu smashed into the cabin. This guy is so annoying. In the cabin, Akainu lay in the broken wood, with a look of doubting life in his blank eyes. Put yourself down. It was actually despised. Embarrassed, Akainu refused to come out of the collapsed cabin. It was too shameful. The only thing that comforted him was that she was not rude to herself, but to everyone. Kizaru from the side saw this scene. Can't help laughing out loud. I didn't expect you to have today, Akainu, ha ha ha, you must take a picture and keep it as a souvenir. Frowns all over your face, come here and tell me, in what direction is the Marine headquarters? Your ship is too slow. The tornado wrapped the warship with telekinetic power. Suspended from the sea. Kizaru's expression froze instantly as he snickered. As I said, my name is Polisalino, not a wrinkled face, even if you call me Kizaru. Huang Yuan looked bitterly at the eternal pointer pointing to the Marine headquarters, and pointed forward, this way. Call out. The warship turned into a beam of light in the low sky and flew to the horizon in an instant. Traveling. Akainu and Kizaru constantly feel that their admiral status is nothing in the eyes of Tornado. Wanakuni. A turmoil is taking place, and Deluo is the only audience and also the director. Deluo stood alone on a high place, looking at Denjiro and Zayazi, who were being hunted down by the Wanakuni brown sugar snake. Zayazi is the princess of the Moonlight family, Yueguang Raihi, who was spotted by the snake, and she was exposed. In desperation, Denjiro took Xiaozi, and the road was dangerous. Deluo is the director of the play. Take the moonlight and the sun as the introduction. Forced out some members of the Red Sheath 9 who were hiding in Wanakuni, and also brought together the Strong Beasts pirates. Then stage a battle for the devil fruit. In order to let those chosen by him eat the devil fruit humbly. 1. Good, one time, catch everything. Don't want to one by one, and then we eat devil fruit. Troublesome, and lost share. With the devil fruit in Deluo's inventory, each one contains the ability to make the strong envious. Does such a fruit need to be eaten? Instead, they should try their best, and after getting it, they should eat it ecstatically. At the same time, it can also allow the army of capable users to steal their home when the beast's pirate's internal combat power is empty. Grab everything. Clean and dry. The real good show will take some time before it can be staged. I don't know the situation of the tornado at this time. Deluo is curious about the battle between Tornado and Kaido. Is it already won? After the victory, it's unknown how long it will take her to find Marine HQ. Should I go back first? Deluo thought. After Wanakuni finishes everything, he will take the troops and return to the Marine headquarters immediately. Then wait for the tornado to arrive. Suddenly Jun came behind Deluo. Deluo, the headquarters asked, do you know a little girl? Her name is Long Jinyue. Deluo looked back at Jun. The tornado has already entered the Marine headquarters or contacted the Marine troops supporting the Q5 branch. Whatever the reason, Tornado is definitely with Marine right now. Deluo immediately took out the phone bug. Just in case. Immediately contact the Marine headquarters and ask them to take care of the tornado. The main reason is that the tornado will tear down the Marine headquarters. Chapter 69. Marine headquarters. Sengoku asked Marine to spread the red carpet at the port, and as the marshal, he waited at the port himself. Supreme etiquette. No one dared to object. Saving thousands of Marines and helping to defeat Kaido of the Beasts, these two things are enough to enjoy this kind of treatment. What's more, the strength of the tornado has already been spread within the Marine, and it is almost a miracle. Marshal Sengoku, the M65 troops sent back a message, none of them knew the tornado. C-13 troops, no one knows the tornado. Jun Vice Admiral sent back a message, she was not sure for the time being, She went to ask Major Diluo. Sengoku nodded. Akainu has sent back the news that Quan doesn't seem to know Diluo. Certainly not him. Sengoku keeps receiving news from various places, and at the same time keeps in touch with Akainu to learn about the situation of the tornado. Know what she's doing on board. Sengoku smiled, disapproving, proud personality, difficult to serve, small problem. Young and strong. A little temper, understand. At the same time, he said to Akainu Kizaru more seriously, don't take it lightly, meet all her demands, it doesn't matter if you are wronged a little bit, don't you two dignified admirals, are you still angry with a little girl? Don't be ashamed. Akainu Kizaru. Sengoku also knows that Tornado utilizes special abilities. Bring the warship, and come to the headquarters at a speed beyond common sense. Wait here early. He believes that what we do will definitely move the tornado. Let her feel the warmth of home. Suddenly Crane Chief of Staff came to the port. You don't need to wait here, just a moment. Sengoku, just now Diluo contacted your office phone number, he said, he is the one who is waiting for Tornado, let's take care of Tornado. Sengoku turned his head sharply. He grabbed the shoulder of Chief of Staff and shook it vigorously. What did you say? Garp saw it in the distance, couldn't bear it, and rushed over in an instant, asking Sengoku, what do you want to do? You're bullying Zayahi again. 623, contact Diluo quickly. Sengoku has no time to mess with Garp. Immediately took out the phone bug and contacted Diluo. No one answered. Now in front of Diluo, the big drama is going on, so I don't have time to pay attention to it. Chief of Staff, he said firmly, no one dares to lie about this kind of thing, it must be true. Sengoku put down the phone bug. Indeed, whoever dares to lie about this kind of thing can deal with it without using nonsense as an excuse. No matter how crazy he is, it is impossible to joke about this kind of thing. Thinking about it carefully, the person Tornado is waiting for is Diluo, which is also reasonable. All Marines, and only him, seems to make the little girl wait for him so desperately. Sengoku couldn't help guessing. Diluo won't rely on his face to eat. It seems that their abilities are also similar, they can both summon meteorites, is it because of their abilities that they became friends? But the tornado is far stronger than Diluo in Sengoku's heart. The former is really giving Kaido of the Beasts a heavy blow, and Diluo, it is not heard that he beat any famous strongman. Mr. Sengoku, Akainu, they are back. In the distance, a warship streaked across the sky. Wrinkles all over the face, is this here? Tornado pointed to the marine headquarters ahead. Kizaru, who was loveless, nodded. Yes, my little ancestor is here. That's sort of sending you to Marine HQ. Boom. The warship slammed into the sea surface of the port, splashing water. For a moment, a large number of Marines rushed to the port. I heard that the mysterious little girl who defeated Kaido is on this ship. What kind of character is so powerful? Even the vice admirals, Ziki looked at the window. When the contemporary heard this news, they all had expressions of bewilderment and disbelief. Ladders connect warship decks. Please. Kizaru let the tornado go first. He was afraid that he would go first, but an irresistible telekinetic force threw him away. There was no way to fight back. Fighting back, do people say that I, Kizaru Admiral, care about a little girl, and I can't afford to lose that person, not to mention, he doubts whether he can win by fighting back. Is he there? The tornado flew out of the deck, looking over all the Marines in the port. I don't know any of them. She was sure that if she saw the person she was waiting for, Yingxin would give her the strongest reaction. No. Long Wan pouted a little aggrieved. They called me over and ordered me, but they didn't greet me immediately. Feeling suddenly very bad. Hello, kid. Sengoku smiled kindly. Who are you? I don't want to talk to you, and whoever you call a kid, I'm still older than you. Tornado was like a cat with fried hair, and a series of words hit Sengoku on the head. Knocked Sengoku out of his mind. Pfft. Kizaru couldn't help sniggering. Mr. Sengoku, such a wonderful expression, see. I told you all, she is not easy to serve, now I know how we feel. Sengoku has a lot of self-cultivation, and changed the subject calmly. Sorry, I was rude, but the old man has confirmed that the marine you are waiting for is named Diluo. Real. Tornado flew in front of Sengoku and stared at him. Old sheep herder, you won't lie to me, will you? Sheep, Old man. Sengoku has a lot of question marks in his head. Looking at the pet sheep I raised next to me, I am a dignified marine marshal, and I have become a sheep-herding boy. Akainu walked down. Impossible, I asked, she doesn't know Diluo. Sengoku handed the already prepared photo, Diluo's photo, to Longwan. Take Diluo's photo. This is the first time that Tornado has seen Diluo's face. A familiar feeling deep in the soul rushed over. Humph, that's him. Longwan was a little emotional. She was emotional, and no one wanted to talk to her. Sengoku and the others were upset. But sure. The person she is waiting for is Diluo. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that the tornado was really related to Marine Diluo, but seeing her reaction, Sengoku was a little worried. It seems that their relationship is not as close as imagined. Right. She didn't even know Diluo's name, so the relationship should not have reached the level of intimacy. This is how to do? Sengoku began to wonder if it was really possible to rely on Diluo to tie the tornado to the marine battleship, and if not, what method should be used to keep her in the marine headquarters. Sengoku thought quickly, we can't just rely on Diluo's indistinct relationship with Tornado, but rely on the headquarters to let Tornado feel our sincerity. Sengoku, who didn't want to continue to be ignored, delegated these tasks to others. Next. Tornado got an independent and luxurious yard, which became her temporary residence. Little sister, we are here to take care of you. Several female soldiers walked in. Longwan looked at their bodies with the world in mind, and felt insulted. I don't need it, and I am the older sister, and you are the younger sisters. Directly pushed out several female soldiers. Marine Building Sengoku received a message, isn't it okay to let her feel the warmth of a mother's love? Tornado couldn't wait and waited at the port in person. Many Marines looked at him curiously. The tornado was underestimated. Baldhead, what are you looking at? Weasel Vice Admiral cried, I have hair. Standing up and wanting to retort, I'm Marine Vice Admiral, and I'm not bald, and you need to tell me. Boom. Okay, I see. Tornado waved his hand in disgust. Weasel Vice Admiral directly telekinetic throws it out. Hit the ground, inlaid on the ground. Several Marines held for a long time before they released Vice Admiral, a weasel with dull eyes. No injuries. But the weasel, Vice Admiral's mind, was badly wounded. It disappeared in an instant, and within a few days, no Marine saw a trace of the weasel Vice Admiral. There is the example of weasel Vice Admiral it. How dare other Marines come to provoke him again? Except for some Marines who just returned to the headquarters, they looked at Tornado curiously, who is so confused, let a little girl stay here. Then there were several human-shaped pits on the ground. Only Akainu refused to admit defeat. He didn't come to disturb Tornado, but just watched from a distance, as if he was a bodyguard, thinking in his heart, I have achieved this level, can it be better than Diluo whose name you don't even know? At that time, as long as you enter Marine, my army will definitely be your first choice. Marine saw for the first time that Akainu had such a humble heart. Shocked. Always watch Sengoku. Facing the tornado, he didn't have the slightest temper. Now he seriously doubts a question, that is it useful for such a pampered girl to come back to Diluo? This is Diluo, the one who can surrender? As time goes on, Sengoku has nothing to do, and now Marine is avoiding the circle. Horrible. Sengoku has given up. Now I only hope that Diluo can come back quickly, and take good care of this little ancestor. When Diluo alone bears the wrath of the tornado, we will be free. I was quite envious of Major Diluo before, but now I don't. I guess it will be inlaid on the ground when I come back. So poor. Other Marines are also waiting. Looking forward to Diluo's return. Gloat. Haven't got in touch yet. Sengoku kept urging, contact Diluo as soon as possible, and ask him to drop all tasks and come back immediately. I just contacted Jun Vice Admiral, and she said that Diluo will be back soon after completing the shichibukai mission. Sengoku frowned. He didn't expect that Diluo would go on to carry out the shichibukai mission with determination. He didn't know how to appreciate his unyielding spirit, or he didn't know himself. Hasn't it been discovered that this is not something he can accomplish at all? If he waits until he completes the shichibukai quest to come back, he may never come back. Tell him to suspend the shichibukai mission immediately and come back immediately. Jun Vice Admiral said it will take a few days. In this way Sengoku is slightly satisfied. Suddenly he thought, is this Deluo's trick, deliberately mentioning the shichibukai task, pretending to be forced to come back by us, and there is a reason for not completing it by then. What a crafty boy. Never mind. If it is not done, it is not done, and there is no hope at all. He can take good care of the little ancestor of the dragon roll, and Sengoku's heart is burning high. It will take a few more days. What can we do in these few days? Sengoku watched the tornado in the distance. Helping her forehead and sighing weakly, this little ancestor is not easy to serve. As the waiting time increases, it seems that her mood is getting less and less calm. It is necessary to pay attention, don't be beaten by the tornado and lose hope as soon as Deluo shows up. Sengoku felt that it was necessary. Those talkative marines are mosaicked on the floor. Deluo, who came back after waiting for so long, wondered if the tornado would burst out the accumulated anger in an instant. Anyway, Deluo is also marine. You can't just watch him fall into hell. Chapter 70. Wanakuni. Deluo, the headquarters sent back a message, which tornado seems to be very difficult to get along with. Fine. Deluo knows that Long Wan is very arrogant and has a very vicious tongue. Jun looked at Deluo worriedly. Then when you go back, you have to face her, what should you do? Don't worry, she won't treat me like this. This point, Deluo is very clear. Okay, the big show will start right away, let's deal with Wanakuni first. Deluo looked down at the restless Wanakuni. As time went by, the battle intensified. When Denjiro and Zayazi were living and dying, Ashura Boy finally rushed over. Reducing Denjiro's pressure did not change the situation. The difference in combat power between the two sides is too great. Ashura Daji and Denjiro alone cannot win. As soon as he broke out of the capital, he was surrounded by countless soldiers, blocking his way, with nowhere to go. What makes them even more desperate is Plague Quinn got the news and arrived with a large army of pirates. Nearly 10,000 people surrounded Moonlight Sun and them. There is no escape. Go, I'll stop them. The boy Ashura is holding a sword with the will to die. Only you. Plague Quinn laughed loudly. Do you think that you can live so long because of your ability? It's just that the Governor Kaido values your strength. Mention Kaido of the Beasts. There was a trace of fear in Ashura Boy's eyes. That is a terrifying and powerful enemy that cannot be surpassed. We must leave before Kaido arrives. Denjiro looked around vigilantly. If Kaido takes the shot himself, there is no hope at all. To deal with you, do you need the commander to take action? In Pirates, Jack came out. At a young age, he already possessed the arrogance of arrogance. I am enough to deal with you, remember, I am Master Jack. Holding two scimitars in his hand, he crushed the ground like shells. Shua. The Ashura Boy slashed across, leaving fresh and sharp knife marks on Jack's body. Say the harshest words. To suffer the most severe beatings. In the distance, Deluo looked at Jack, who was being beaten passively and hadn't transformed into an ancient mammoth, not yet a capable person. There is another candidate. Stop. Plague Quinn yelled, Jack is a junior that the Governor Kaido values very much. Transform into a giant ancient Brachiosaurus. Every step shakes the mountain. The head of the Brachiosaurus carrying the mighty power hits the sword of Ashura Boy like a missile. A fight of strength. The Ashura Boy backed up dozens of steps. Ashura, I will help you. Denjiro rushed out with a knife. Strike more with less, this is what you did first. Among the pirates, two figures rushed out instantly. Become an ancient saber-toothed tiger, and an ancient triceratops. The famous strongmen of Beasts Pirates, Fozfu and Sasaki in the future Flying Six. Together, they instantly suppressed Denjiro. They are already capable. In Deluo's mind, two more candidates were missing. Among the Beasts Pirates, apart from Kaido of the Beasts, the most famous powerhouses are the three disasters in the Big Kanban. Fire Calamity, Yin and Plague Quinn have long known that they were capable users a long time ago. Jack the Drow is not yet capable. Under the three disasters, it is Flying Six cells. Drake is estimated to be marine now, and the other five are now known to be capable users, and Neron and Peggy-wan are siblings. Where are they now? They should not be capable users yet. 10 years later. Runty is only 22 years old. Only 12 years old now. The age is too young, the pirates here are not younger than 1,005 years old. I don't know if their two siblings are already on the Island of Ghosts. As long as in. To find them. Boom. Fierce battle. It is obvious that the pirates have a great upper hand, and there are more pirates who have not made a move, and the huge numbered person in the distance has not made a move either. Moonlight day and no hope in sight. She is still underage. Looking at the two Ashura boys who were besieged and in danger, you guys go, leave me alone. She knows. Hopeless. The enemies here are enough to destroy them several times. The big snake hasn't made a move yet, Fire Calamity, Yin hasn't shown up yet, and the most terrifying Kaido isn't here either. And our side. Ashura Daji and Denjiro faced the siege and could only defend passively. She herself is weak. Wano Kuni is also a closed country, with no outsiders coming and no foreign aid all year round. The only possible foreign aid is the other Red Sheath 9 heroes, but she knows that the other Red Sheath 9 heroes are either not in Wano Kuni, or they will appear in 10 years. No miracles. There can be no miracles. At this time, which of the abnormal-minded filial daughter Yamato, why hasn't he come out yet? She is also the right candidate in Diluo's mind. The strength is very strong, the potential is amazing. The brain is not normal. But if she is loyal to one person and worships one person, she will show loyalty far beyond ordinary people. Coming. Diluo felt the breath coming suddenly. She couldn't help but notice such a movement. Yamato wearing a Prajna mask suddenly appeared behind Diluo. Are you outsiders? Looking back, Diluo had already noticed her trace and looked at her. Dressed up as in memory. In normal times, I would have asked you to tell me about the things outside, but now. Yamato under the Prajna mask looked worriedly at the battlefield in front of him. Outsiders, leave quickly, you have been discovered, it's over. Once discovered. Die or surrender to Kaido. Stop. Yamato is carrying a mace, like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus rushing towards the battlefield. The huge mace is flashing with lightning, thunder 8 trigrams. Directly hammer Plague Quinn into the air. Almost all the main characters have appeared on the stage, and Foz Fu is also there. By the way, let Wu Hai task the situation. Let the big drama officially begin. In the crushed pit, Plague Quinn shook his head and his eyes were shining with gold. Thunder 8 trigrams is not a good time. I was scared to death. I thought it was the Governor Kaido who was dissatisfied with me. Plague Quinn stood up with lingering fear, and looked at Yamato with an ugly expression. How did this troublesome guy come here? You guys go, leave the rest to me. Yamato blocked all attacks, leaving Moonlight and them behind. She is not afraid. If you can't win, you know that this group of people dare not do anything on their own. Yamato, after Kaido's governor finds out, he won't spare you. When Kaido was mentioned, Yamato looked a little flustered and frightened. No one wants to leave today. Even Yamato, it is impossible for Orokai and Quinn to stop. 0 for flowers. 0. The war started again. Yamato blocked Quinn from the plague, and even more powerful ones, she couldn't do anything about it. The situation remains unchanged. The enemies are too many and too strong, relying on just a few of them, let alone win, can't even break through. Not capable. Diluo watched Yamato fight. Until now, it has not shown the ability to use any fruit. As a young adult, his combat power is already amazing. When he grows up in the future, he will not be able to become an admiral, but he will still be able to become an emperor's deputy. Diluo nodded in satisfaction. Mine, all mine. After a while, Captain Wayne came behind Diluo and reported all the information investigated by the Ability Users Legion. The Kaido pirates don't have Runty and Peggy Wan. There's none. It seems that it is too early, the two siblings have not yet become Kaido's subordinates. Kaido pirates, trainee pirates, the most famous is Jack, a non-capable person. Besides him, there is a 19-year-old Maria, who also showed amazing talent, and is not a capable person. The other investigation objects, all is capable. Black Maria. 0. One of the future Kaido pirates. Jack, Maria, Yamato, Ashura Daji, Denjiro. Diluo has 5 candidates in mind. Then I looked at the devil fruit in my inventory. 2 phantom beast species. 3 ancient species. A Logia. Zoan's dragon form can be given to Yamato, she has the highest talent, and can get devil fruit of the same level as her father, and may even reach Kaido's level in the future. Ashura Boy and Denjiro, good strength, Zoan ancient species. Jack, The most suitable for him is also the ancient species. Maria? Breeding the pig demon form for phantom beasts is usually a bit of a talent. Giving Logia such fruit is not suitable for her. Officer Deluo, someone found devil fruit in the Kaido pirates. According to the investigation, it is in the form of an ancient mammoth from Zoan. Wayne took out the box. Put a devil fruit inside. The ability of the ancient mammoth devil fruit, Jack. Deluo is not interested. The rare ancient species are not given by the system, and if others eat them, they will not be loyal to themselves. This fruit can be exchanged for some resources at most. Deluo randomly picked up the ancient mammoth devil fruit. Ding. The host gets a brand new devil fruit, whether it has been modified by the system or not. After the change, the ability remains the same, and it also has the ability to be loyal to the host. Oh. Deluo's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, the system can still be used like this. This is the first time he has come into contact with devil fruit not given by the system. Devil fruit is very rare in the sea, and Deluo didn't spend any effort to find it. Enough devil fruit. Let the system change Zoan ancient species. Mammoth form devil fruit. This fruit, the most suitable object, is Jack. The number of places is enough, and the number of people is enough, so we can act. Deluo gave Wayne an order. Yes. Wainroy and the others quietly backed away holding a box containing several devil fruits. Jun, you should also inform the subordinates of other capable users to complete the task of stealing the house as soon as possible, and then gather at the port. Wait for Deluo to deal with this. Then we can return to Marine headquarters together. Yes. Jun disappeared. Chapter 71. In the battlefield. It has not changed because of Yamato's participation in the war. Yamato, Ashiradaji, and Denjiro are not weak in strength. But if you want to rely on 3 people, you can challenge the entire Wanakuni, challenge the Beast's Pirates army of 10,000 people, it's a dream. Despair still enveloped them. Let's go. Moonlight Day and begging. She knew that if she didn't drag her back, they might have a chance to break through. Because they want to protect themselves who have no strength, they are trapped in the encirclement. Hurry up, if you die here, the Red Sheath 9 heroes will be unhealthy in the future, and you will completely lose the opportunity to counterattack. Unswervingly protect Moonlight Day and Ashiradaji who are left and right. His expression changed drastically. They are not afraid of death. Never gave up hope, because of the prophecy that the Red Sheath 9 heroes came back 20 years later to defeat Orokai and regain Wanakuni. They are 2 of them. They have been waiting, looking forward to the arrival of the prophesied time 493. If die here. The prophecy is self-defeating. That's right, I'll kill you guys. What a bullshit prophecy, it's proven to be false. This prophecy also made Orokai terrified, and suddenly thought of this, kill them. More combat power is put into the battlefield. What to do? Yamato hammered a group of enemies away, but there were still a continuous stream of enemies rushing up, and there were also opponents like Plague Quinn who she dared not underestimate. She has felt the endless pressure. What should I do to save them? Yamato has nothing to do. He looked in Deluo's direction. She knew that within Wanakuni, there was no force that would help and support them, even if some low-level warriors wanted to take action, it would be useless. Will the outsider make a shot? Will he be strong? Yamato, at his wit's end, began to put his hope on Deluo. But I understand very well in my heart. Unrealistic. On the sea, how many people are qualified to deal with Beast's pirates? Not many people? It is impossible for those characters to be so young. It's better not to expose him and harm outsiders. Yamato withdrew his gaze, afraid that if he had been watching for a long time, Plague Quinn and the others found Deluo's trace, and they would definitely not let him go. Just when Moonlight Day and them were about to be caught. Suddenly there was a sound in the distance. Lord Quinn is bad, the Ghost Island was attacked by enemies, they stole the ancient mammoth devil fruit that rewarded everyone, and destroyed the treasure room, everything inside was gone. The flustered pirate ran over. What? Plague Quinn rushed out of the battlefield, staring at the pirate with bloodshot eyes. What did you say? Say it 3 times. The pirate said another word in a panic. Plague Quinn's eyes went dark, and his mind roared. He took a few steps back unsteadily. Ruined. Governor Kaido is not here now, nor is Disaster Yin. Plague Quinn is currently the highest ranking person in the Beast's Pirates. This responsibility belongs to him. My mammoth devil fruit, has it been stolen? Jack roared beside him. This devil fruit. It is Master Kaido, who gave us a reward. Let us complete the task. Whoever succeeds, this devil fruit will belong to him. This devil fruit, Jack, is imperative. The task has been completed perfectly, just wait for Master Kaido to come back, and he will be able to get this devil fruit. 95%. In his heart, this devil fruit is already his. Now it has been stolen. Angrier than Plague Quinn. It will be difficult to encounter such a rare ability next time. Tell me, where is the thief, and I will kill him. Jack's veins swelled, his eyes turned red, and he didn't care about any enemies. Where? The pirate points to one side. Far away. The two captains, Wayne and Roy, each holding a box, ran desperately, followed by hundreds of yelling pirates. They were all dressed up in kimono, and it was too obvious that the army transfer into Wanakuni. Deluo is wearing hanfu. You leave the devil fruit to me. Jack held a scimitar and ran away. Be careful that the enemy is about to run away. Big Snake only cares about Moonlight Sun and whether they are dead or not. Hastily dispatched a large number of combat forces to make up for Jack's position after they left. Don't give the boys of Ashura the chance to escape. The outsider made a move, it should be a group. Yamato's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, outsiders really made a move. Quickly looked at Deluo's side. So who will you make a move? You should be the leader among the outsiders, and your strength will not be too low. Now you two are exposed. She saw an opportunity to join forces. You stop for me? Jack rushed towards Wainroy and the others with astonishing momentum. You can throw the devil fruit out. The two looked at each other. The expression was flustered. Give back the devil fruit to you, let's go around us. Wayne and Roy threw the box out of their hands in a panic. In the air, the box just opened, and several devil fruits appeared in everyone's eyes. My fruit. There is only one in Jack's eyes, the devil fruit he is familiar with and can no longer be familiar with, the ancient mammoth form. 0. Desperate to rush up and grab the mammoth devil fruit. God. Then desperately ate this devil fruit, gobbling it up. Ha ha ha, I got it. Roaring up to the sky, he finally got his most satisfying ability. The arrogant arrogance is even better than before. Ashura boy, come again now. Jack went to boy Ashura, who was stabbed just now, and he was very vengeful. Transform into a giant mammoth and fight alongside the Ashura boy. The boy Ashura, whose strength has increased a lot and consumes a lot, will be unable to do anything to Jack for a while. This is the strength of devil fruit, which can improve the strength immediately. The eyes of the watching pirates became even redder. Looking at the other 4 devil fruits, his breathing became heavy. Devil fruit. All non-capable pirates of Beast's pirates stared at the 4 devil fruits with burning eyes. Secret treasure of the sea. It represents a unique ability, which means that as long as you get any one of them, you can immediately highlight the value in the pirate group and become a master. As for taking devil fruit without authorization, will there be any punishment? They don't care. Once we become capable users, we are done. Will Master Kaido kill us? At most, he would be punished, but compared to getting a devil fruit, the so-called punishment is not worth mentioning. Fight. There are many pirates with such thoughts. For a moment, hundreds of thousands of pirates rushed to this land. Shouting, protect devil fruit. Hold me to get devil fruit, the first time 3.2 is to eat it. In an instant, people turned their backs on their backs, and hundreds of people crowded together. Devil fruit was in the crowd, kept getting captured, and was photographed flying away. It seems that everyone has a chance, but no pirate can eat any of these 4 devil fruits. It seems that there is no abnormality in this way. But the 4 devil fruits came to Yamato's side in the midst of many pirate snatchers. Yamato just wanted to break through. They didn't want to snatch the devil fruit, but the Orokai forces resisted them with all their strength, so they had no chance to leave for the time being. Watching helplessly, the army of pirates who robbed the devil fruit came to this side. I tell you to stop. Plague Quinn roared. You bastards, dare to rob devil fruit, courting death. After you eat it, Master Kaido will come back to punish me. However, Plague Quinn and the others alone cannot stop all the pirates who ran away. Messed up. The battlefield is in chaos. Chapter 72. Let's go. Yamato took advantage of the chaos and fled. I want to run. Big Snake took all his men and blocked their way. Denjiro wants to protect the weak Moonlight Hiri. The Ashura boy is held back by Jack. Still no chance of escape. One devil fruit, it can be improved as much. Ashura boy looked at Jack with a livid face. Make it difficult for Ashura lads. If we can't run, then we'll grab the devil fruit, eat it, improve our strength, and maybe break through. Denjiro suggested. Anyway hopeless. Then take a gamble. If our strength also skyrocketed, we would have a chance to fight back. Even if it is still dead. Eating the devil fruit of beasts pirates also reduces the future combat power of beasts pirates. What if the ability is garbage? Yamato asked back. Due to her status, she is doomed to look down on ordinary devil fruits. These 4 devil fruits are Zoan Phantom Beast Flood Dragon fruits, and the other 3 are Zoan Ancient Species. A voice came from somewhere in the turbulent battlefield. Said 4 devil fruit abilities. Boom. As soon as the words came out, the entire battlefield was in an uproar. Everyone looked at the 4 devil fruits and went completely crazy. Even those with abilities began to be jealous. These 4 devil fruits are too rare. There are not many ancient ability users in the entire Beasts Pirates, and each one is a high-level powerhouse of the pirates, with a high status. And the Phantom Beast species. They know that the most powerful Kaido-sama is the Phantom Beast. 10 General Wanakuni Orokai is also a Phantom Beast. 2 Phantom Beasts, representing the 2 forces of Wanakuni, the highest officer. This kind of allure makes pirates even more crazy than endless wealth in front of their eyes. Phantasmal Beast Dragon Form. Yamato looked at that moment in disbelief and was called Devil Fruit. And the shape is similar to his father Kaido. No matter how dissatisfied I am with Kaido. But in Yamato's mind, Kaido is indeed a formidable powerhouse that cannot be surpassed, a figure he has always been afraid of. He actually still has devil fruit like this. When I asked him for it before, he said he didn't have good abilities, so he lied to me. Yamato was sad. The affection for Kaido faded even more. Treating me like this, I can't bear to part with a Phantom Beast. Seeing the devil fruit in the form of the dragon of the Phantom Beast, it is close at hand. Yamato couldn't help but couldn't make a move. I want this devil fruit. Don't think about it. Plague Quinn roared and hurriedly stopped. If it was 4 ordinary devil fruits, it didn't matter if they were obtained by others. If 4 such astonishing devil fruits were not taken back, he didn't even dare to think that Master Kaido would punish him like this. Kaido, there is such a rare devil fruit hidden. The big snake was a little moved. He can't use it himself, but he can use it for his subordinates. He believes that Kaido will not really conflict with himself because of the unchangeable result. Messed up. Totally messed up. I got it. The big snake desperately took a heavy blow from Plague Quinn, and snatched the dragon form of the Phantom Beast. Can't help laughing out loud. Got it. Grab the coveted devil fruit. Hurry up and eat. Uegwang Raihi hurriedly urged. Yamato immediately attacked regardless of the surroundings. Throw away the mask, and open your mouth to bite the devil fruit. It's over. Plague Quinn wailed. I got it too. Ashura boy and Denjiro also snatched a devil fruit. They are the ancient Giganotosaurus and the ancient Sharkodon. Get out of here. Yamato swung the mace. Knock up the pirates around the 2 and give them time to eat the devil fruit. Eat the devil fruit, we can also become stronger. Kaido will vomit blood after Kaido knows. Denjiro was in a good mood and ate the devil fruit. Only the last devil fruit remains. Well. Black Maria, who didn't participate at all, looked at the devil fruit that suddenly landed in her arms from the sky. Maria, hand over the devil fruit. That's Min. The pirate, like a hungry wolf and a tiger, rushed towards Maria with bloodshot eyes. You guys stop for me. Plague Quinn rushed up. Brachiosaurus with its huge tail, disliked the strong wind, and hammered all the pirates away. He knows. Maria is the object of Kaido-sama's attention. And there seems to be a little bit of other thought as well. It's just that he hasn't taken any action yet, and wants to wait for Maria to become stronger and more perfect. Maria looked at the devil fruit in her hand. She doesn't grab it, but it doesn't mean she doesn't want it. Beasts pirates, not so warm, bullying is what happens, especially women, will have a harder time. Open your mouth and eat the devil fruit. What she got was the form of an ancient 4-winged microraptor. Known as the most beautiful dinosaur. Originally, Deluo planned to give this fruit to Runty, but she gave it to Maria before she showed up. The devil fruit snatchers who caused chaos have come to an end. The jealous pirates gave up. If the devil fruit is eaten, they will have no chance to get it again. Killing them will not take away their abilities. It's over. 5 devil fruits, 3 were taken by the enemy. Plague Quinn was on the verge of tears. Staring viciously at the pirate subordinates, when you snatched the devil fruit, you were very active in blocking me, but you can't compete with mere 3 people? Waste. Fortunately, the phantom beast was eaten by Yamato. With her identity, Master Kaido shouldn't be too difficult for me. Plague Quinn could only comfort himself in this way. The 5 people who got devil fruit showed happy smiles. There was a smile on the corner of Deluo's mouth. This scene ended perfectly. We can do it again in the future, play it a little bigger, and let more characters participate. Devil fruit snatchers end. Now everyone is focusing on Moonlight Sun and them again. You got the devil fruit ability, but so what? Just got it. How much strength can you use? Is it useful? The current situation. You can't change either. Master Quinn, don't forget, there are also mysterious outsider enemies. There are pirates to remind you. Quinn slapped his forehead. Almost forgot. By the way, where are the 2 thieves who stole the devil fruit? Look around, did not escape. No one noticed Wayne and Roy quietly exiting the stage just now. Shut up. Jack slapped the talkative pirate with his palm, spitting blood from his mouth. Quinn, I think it's more important to deal with the moonlight and sunshine first. Jack wanted to pull his focus back without leaving a trace. Don't worry, they can't escape. Plague Quinn's knowledge filled the air. This group of outsiders should not be ignored. Lord Kaido won't make things difficult for me if I didn't kill Moonlight Sun and them, but if I let a group of outsiders stir up trouble in our lair, I'll let them run away. Master Kaido will definitely not go around me lightly. Found it. Knowledgeable and aware, Deluo didn't bother to hide himself. Where? All the pirates turned to Deluo. Seeing Deluo with his hands behind his back on a tree trunk in the distance, Wayne and Roy waited behind him. The guy I don't know. Quinn settled down in his heart. Not a famous and powerful enemy. That's easy. It doesn't matter if it's the 9 heroes of the Red Sheath. Orakai only cares about that. Other than that, it doesn't matter who it is, it's Kaido's enemy, not mine. There are only 3 of them, and his 2 subordinates are not bad, but they are not the opponent of our army. As the leader, he is at most like that. The pirates all stared at Deluo with murderous looks. How dare you steal the devil fruit from our pirate group, but I haven't snatched it yet, you're looking for death. Foz F. This strong man who just joined the beast's pirates. Feel Deluo's gaze. I am very puzzled. You obviously don't know him, why would you look at me? He. The 5 people who just ate 5 devil fruits looked at Deluo. There have been changes. He is the adult I should devote my whole life to. Jack's eyes were firm. Maria looked at Deluo, why should I stay in Beast's Pirates, I want to follow him. Yamato, an outsider who makes people close, even if my handcuffs explode, I will follow him to leave Wanakuni and go to the sea. Why should I give everything for the irrelevant Moonlight Odin? Ashuradaji, Denjiro, we will fight for him. Outsider, is it a helper? Moonlight Dayan looked over excitedly. An enemy of an enemy is a friend, but there are only 3 of them. A moonlit day and a little hope just rising. Shattered again. Deluo estimated the time, and Jun went to assist, and everything from the beast's pirates should be taken away quickly. Devil fruit is now given to the right people too. The house was also stolen, and people were robbed, leaving only one last purpose, Shichibukai finishing the task. Plague Quinn turned into a huge brachiosaurus, and rushed towards the ground. No matter who you are, if you dare to steal our treasure, you will die. Jack, with the scimitar in his hand, almost stabbed Plague Quinn in the back. He was stopped by Deluo's eyes. Go away. Yamato suddenly transformed into a little dragon girl, swung a mace, and knocked Plague Quinn into the air. As expected of Yamato, who is so loyal that he has problems with his brain. Don't give Deluo a chance to make a move at all. Chapter 73. This mace. Plague Quinn was completely stunned. It smashed into a broken pit in the distance, and there was no movement for a long time. This power is too terrifying. Plague Quinn stood up, shook his dazed head, and stared at Yamato with fear. Just now, when fighting Yamato, he still had a certain upper hand, but now, The power that Yamato exploded made him a little afraid to approach. For a moment, the pirates did not dare to act rashly. Some pirates looked at Jack, the most arrogant and fearless guy in our pirate group, unexpectedly became very quiet. Faz fa. Deluo looked at him. Sure enough, I'm looking for you. Faz Fu disapproved. I don't care whether I have any grievances with Deluo who I don't know. We have a large number of people, and we can crush you to death by numbers. Faz Fu showed a contemptuous smile and stood up. Look for me, you want to send. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the arrogant words Faz Fu was about to utter. One after another, endless, no matter who you are today, as long as you have the slightest bond with the Moonlight family, no one can leave alive. The big snake showed a cruel expression. The diminutive him takes the form of the evil and creepy Yamata no Orokai. Deluo leans towards the big snake. Talkative. Since you interrupted, let's solve your problem first. I need all the highest density sea stone from Wanakuni, and sea stone processing technology at the same time. This is for the tornado. She is super mentally motivated. But it does not have the ability to directly attack Logia. Control the seawater, but some Logia can easily neutralize the seawater offensive. Akainu, Aokiji, you can just say our names. Let Tornado practice armament haki. Trouble, and her own strength is not too strong. Instead of working hard to cultivate armament haki, it is better to prepare enough high-density sea stone weapons for her. So I wanted sea stone technology, and you deserve it too. Yamata no Orokai made a mocking voice. I don't care who you are, now, either get out of the way, or kill you before killing Moonlight Hiyori. Thousands of his men took up guns at the same time and aimed at Dailu and his party. Call out. Yamato, Ashura Boy, and Denjiro came to Deluo's side in an instant and protected Deluo among them. They have only one thought in mind. That is to sacrifice his life and not put Deluo in any danger. Moonlight Hiyori beside him. She was dumbfounded. The three who protected themselves just now left suddenly to protect Deluo. As a result, she now has no protection against enemies around her. Frightened, he moved cautiously towards Deluo. He looked at Ashiradaji and Denjiro in puzzlement. You are my people. You actually abandoned me to protect an irrelevant person, why? Jack and Black Maria and Beast's pirates, the two moved towards Yamata no Orokai calmly. As long as he had any warning signs, they would immediately attack backstab. Kill MW. Yamata no Orokai made a creepy sound. Deluo didn't speak. Aim at the Yamata no Orokai and hold it in the void. The huge Yamata no Orokai squeezed him with invisible forces from all directions. Boom. The Yamata no Orokai, which surpassed the size of the house, was instantly compressed into a sphere, and the size of the table was instantly reduced, causing stinky blood to splash out. Boom. The Yamata no Orokai that turned into a sphere fell to the ground. There was no movement. Died. This is death. Plague Quinn swallowed his saliva, and the huge Brachiosaurus turned into a human body. The obese body tried to hide in the pirate group, so as not to be seen. Footsteps moved towards the back of the crowd little by little. Don't talk too much. Deluo looked away from the big snake's corpse. He is not an indiscriminate killer. The Pluton Rayleigh and Marco I met before did not kill me. It was not because of good intentions, nor because they were well-known characters in the original book, and they were merciful, let alone being righteous. It is they who are useful to Deluo in the future. The Whitebeard pirates behind Marco, and the Roger pirates behind Pluton Rayleigh who live in seclusion everywhere in the sea. These are all useful. The premise is also that they didn't make Deluo really angry. The big snake cooperated obediently, and it is not impossible to spare his life. Anyway, his life or death is not important to Deluo. Don't talk nonsense. Then fulfill him. General Wanakuni, the most important collaborator of the Beast's pirates, is a black-haired serpent in the form of the phantom beast Yamata no Orokai. Died. Was spiked. There was no sound, and on the battlefield of nearly 10,000 people, needles could be heard. Everyone stared at Deluo dumbfounded. The big snake is dead. Yueguang Raihe rubbed his eyes. The biggest enemy of the Yueguang family, the enemy who took everything from us, just died like this. The scenes that countless suns and moons have dreamed of in their dreams suddenly appeared. She wondered if she was dreaming again. Hiss. It hurts, it's not a dream, it's real. Moonlight Raihe stared at Deluo's back in a daze, and suddenly found that the saber at his waist was the Wanakuni national treasure she was familiar with, the black knife Kyushui. The sword of the hero Ryoma. A thought that could not be calmed rose in my heart. Is this the hero who is destined to save me? So strong. The 5 Yamato who were about to make a move looked at Deluo in disbelief. They don't even know Deluo's name yet. It's so strong, no wonder I can't help but want to follow him and be loyal to him. Is it because I worship the strong? Come out for me. Deluo waved. Plague Quinn, who had been hiding behind the crowd and was about to escape, was forcibly pulled back by telekinetic power and smashed in front of Deluo. Very scary. Plague Quinn looked at Deluo in embarrassment. Don't speak harsh words. He lives very clearly, now that he is the strongest of the beast's pirates, he has no power to resist, and if he speaks cruelly, isn't he courting death? Even if the prestige of Lord Kaido is raised, but Lord Kaido is not here, if he can't threaten him, but angers him instead, wouldn't it be courting death? For the sake of face and death, he would not do it. The sea stone task is entrusted to you, can you complete it? Yes, 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 absolutely. Plague Quinn nodded his head numbly. Very cooperative. If I hand over these technologies to the sea stone, Lord Kaido will at most punish me when he comes back. If he doesn't hand in, he will die. He knows how to choose. Very good. Deluo appreciates such characters, do it. Okay. Plague Quinn hurried away with fat steps. All the pirates looked eagerly at Plague Quinn, and took us away too. Plague Quinn took his confidence and left the battlefield. Until far, far away. Plague Quinn quickly took out the phone bug and contacted the customer. Drip drip. No one answered for half a day. Captain Kaido, if you don't answer the phone, there's nothing you can do about it. Plague Quinn spread his hands helplessly. If you can come back immediately, I can still delay in perfunctory. You don't answer the phone. Then I can only sacrifice everything for my life. Plague Quinn had no psychological pressure, went to the sea stone factory, waved his hand, and said boldly, wrap it up for me, pack it all up. Battlefield. Under Deluo's gaze, the rest of the pirates backed away in fear. Deluo looked at Fozfu. What were you going to say just now? I haven't finished talking, no one is bothering me now, so I can continue talking. The corners of Fozfu's mouth moved slightly, but he didn't dare to say anything. He couldn't do something as embarrassing as Plague Quinn, but he wasn't so stupid as to commit suicide. The example of Orokai was right in front of him. Since you don't talk, then stand up and listen. Subconsciously, Fozfu stood up straight with his legs together. Captain Wayne stepped forward and began to read the shichibukai. Ha! Foz Fowler was completely bewildered. I became a cadre of the beast's pirates, and the government marine recruited me to be a shichibukai? Isn't this stealing people from Kaido? How to choose? Promise, Master Kaido will let me go when I come back? Reject. Am I still alive now? Is there a problem? Captain Wayne handed Shichibukai the letter of intent, sign, press fingerprints, and leave contact information. Zhao Zhao's finally asked the owner of the chasing fruit to come and record his tracks. The process is already proficient. There are 7 names on it, Crocodile my hawk. Fozfa stared at the 7 names in front of him, dumbfounded. Each of them is a famous big pirate. They all signed their names and left their contact information. These big pirates are so easy to persuade, unless... Fozfu had already guessed Deluo's way, using power to overwhelm others and coercively persuade. Okay, I promise. Fozfu hurriedly signed his name and pressed his thumbprint. Come back and tell Master Kaido to see how Master Kaido chooses. Wait for Master Kaido to come back. If they don't admit it at that time, Marine and the government will be able to fight against me. Would they dare to invade Wanakuni where Master Kaido is sitting? Ding. Shichibukai task, convince Fuzifu to become Shichibukai, reward, super resilience, 10 random devil fruit. Good. The resilience is not strong, which was considered Deluo's weakness before. Weakness -1. In 100 days, the Shichibukai task was completed, and 8 people were persuaded to become Shichibukai. There was one more person than the list of 7 given by Marine, and Deluo should give it to Sengoku and the others. You can return to Marine HQ. Chapter 74. She was afraid, Deluo took back the order. Ah! Plague Quinn opened his mouth wide. You betrayed so easily, the enemy is strong, but is Master Kaido weak? What's wrong with our beast's pirates? You don't even think about it, you are about to withdraw from the betrayal, you are too wolf-hearted. Plague Quinn opened his mouth, but under Deluo's eyes, he didn't dare to say anything. I kept praying in my heart. Where are you, Master Kaido? Come back quickly, our home was stolen, if you don't come back, our beasts pirates will really be wiped out. Beside Jack. Looking at Deluo excitedly. And I. And me? Deluo glanced at Jack. Deciding to keep Jack in the Beasts Pirates as an undercover agent will play a huge role in critical moments in the future. Moreover, Jack stays in the Beasts Pirates, and he can always pay attention to Kaido, and recruits those young and strong players with potential. As long as they have potential, Deluo will not be polite. Grab it. Beasts Pirates is an organization that will continue to send talents to Deluo in the future. Unable to follow. Jack hung his head weakly. Why, I was hit. Plague Quinn felt that Jack was in a bad mood, patted him on the shoulder, and comforted him in a low voice. It's okay, after Kaido returns, everything will be over, as long as Master Kaido is there we shall never again have to bear such shame. 857. He knows. Jack cares most about the glory of the pirates, and he is the most arrogant and proud in his heart, fearing that he will lose his confidence in the Beasts Pirates. Jack responded perfunctorily. Plague Quinn didn't take it seriously, only thinking that he was depressed. It's all gone now. Deluo waved. It's over, everyone, let's go home. Call out. After the words fell, Plague Quinn ran faster than anyone else, rushing to the horizon in an instant, and no shadow could be seen. The pirate also desperately left. Soon. In the tens of thousands of battlefields just now, there are only Deluo and his party. Officer Deluo, everything is ready and you can leave at any time. The coming army of capable users has already packed up everything they got from the Beasts Pirates. The system prompt sounded. Ding. Go to Ghost Island, the home of Beasts Pirates, successfully steal the house, reward, observation haki, predict the future, 10 random devil fruits. Deluo has become the top observation haki powerhouse in the sea. Look back. Deluo looked at Yamato and the others. You guys come with me? Yamato nodded excitedly. I will definitely go with you, can you take me all over the world? Whether it is a dream in the heart. Still loyal. Let her have no possibility of objection. Excitedly dancing, he suddenly felt the handcuffs on his hands, and his face darkened. This is what Kaido put on her to stop her from sneaking out of Wanakuni. Once she leaves, the explosive handcuffs will explode instantly. Small things. Deluo uses advanced armament haki, plus telekinesis. No contact required. In an instant, the restraint that had troubled her for nearly 10 years was released. The handcuffs wrapped by telekinetic power were thrown into the distance and exploded instantly. It's really going to explode, he actually wants to kill me. Yamato couldn't believe it, tears came to his eyes inadvertently. I no longer have any memories of Wanakuni or beasts in my heart. What about you? Deluo looked at Ashura Boy and Denjiro. Of course we follow the adults. Yu Guang Raihe, who was in a trance, heard the two men's answers, and stepped back 2 or 3 steps unsteadily, her pretty face pale with panic. She opened her mouth. Unable to speak, as if he lost his voice, he stood there numbly. Until the 2 Ashura boys have followed Deluo and are about to leave. She woke up and ran over madly, crying, how can you leave, you left, what will Wanakuni do, what should I do? The 2 Ashura boys are now the Moonlight Day and the last backer. You are the retainers of our Moonlight family. Why should we leave with outsiders? He helped us kill the big snake and protected us. We can also repay the grace of saving our lives in a different way, so as not to abandon everything. Princess Hiyori, although Orokai is dead, the Beasts Pirates are still there. Kaido of the Beasts may come back at any time. Once Kaido comes back, our identities are exposed, and we have only a dead end. Hear Denjiro's explanation. Moonlight Hiyori couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It turns out that not, Baba, is abandoning me. At the same time, he looked around in fear, fearing that Kaido of the Beasts would come back suddenly. That's right, let's go quickly, let's leave Wanakuni quickly, and come back later when we counter-attack. You want to come with me? Deluo looked at Moonlight Raihe. The latter nodded and looked at Deluo pitifully. You shouldn't refuse me. Follow me. It depends on whether you have something worthy of me taking you away. She doesn't have the potential to become a strong person, just relying on her face and figure is not enough. Moonlight Raihi stood there at a loss. What do I have? Moonlight Hiri remembered that he was not out of bargaining chips. I have the famous sword Yan-mo that my father gave me. It's okay for me to take you out of Wanakuni, but not for me to leave you on board. Deluo offered the price. Yan-mo's famous knife, it's okay. Adding armament haki to Yan-mo, in the future Heideo Kyushui melee, Yan-mo can be used as a flying sword. If you want to stay, you have to pay more. It's enough to get me out of Wanakuni. Moonlight Hiri thought that when he left Wanakuni, he would be protected by Ashiradaji and Denjiro, and he would be safe at sea. Princess Raihi, we will follow Master Deluo in the future. Denjiro is serious. Ah. Moonlight Hiri was stunned again. Suddenly she understood. They must be for the Moonlight family, knowing that Deluo is very strong, so they follow him, and when he becomes stronger in the future, they will ask him for help to take back Wanakuni from Kaido. And he is still Marine, following him, he can also use Marine's power to deal with Beast's pirates. It must be so. If Denjiro's plan is like this, and Tsukiko Hiri has great hope in his heart, then I must not hinder them. But without Denjiro's protection, how can I survive alone at sea? Moonlight Raihi looked at Deluo, and the best way was to follow him. But what do I have left? Lord Deluo, Princess Hiri, she is good at singing and dancing, and she has more talents than ordinary warrens. She can keep you from being lonely during the journey. Denjiro took the initiative to mention the ability that Moonlight Hiri is best at. In order to become an warren in the future, she is training her singing and dancing skills all the time. Yes, I can be the dancer on your boat. Moonlight Raihi looked at Deluo eagerly. I can't help but thank Denjiro in my heart, he is indeed the most loyal retainer of our family, for helping me pave the way. Just now he said that he wanted to abandon me, he should also be acting. In order to make Deluo more convincing to them. In the future, I must not expose them, let the powerful Deluo firmly believe that they are really loyal to Deluo, not the Moonlight family. The clever Moonlight Hiri pretended not to look at Denjiro and the others. It was as if the relationship had become a stranger. Deluo looked at the moonlight and the sun. Finally nodded. It is true that the journey is boring, and it is also worth having her playtime. Set off. Deluo and his team returned with a full load and left Wanakuni. Jun, who was waiting at the port, looked at the extra people in surprise. She looked at Moonlight Hiri, a beautiful young woman, with some hostility. The ship sets sail. Leave Wanakuni far behind until out of sight. Return to headquarters. Chapter 75. Deluo troops, where is it now? Every day, Sengoku will ask once. Get out of New World immediately. Sengoku nodded, and he will be back soon. You actually said that you went to the Beast's pirates to steal a house, and you came back so soon, it seems that you have returned in vain. Think of the news from Akainu's mouth. Sengoku almost couldn't help laughing. Whimsical guy. How easy is it to steal a house? Wouldn't the Beast's pirates be easy to deal with without the Kaido of the Beasts? And the mysterious Wanakuni warriors? Sengoku took it as a joke. At the same time Akainu's proposal came to mind. It is true that Deluo should take advantage of his return, take the opportunity to take back his military power, and let him go to the Akainu army. Sengoku internally approves of Akainu's proposal. It's time to give him systematic ideological education. Deluo now holds a lot of weight in Sengoku's heart. Not only does he have the potential to have the highest combat power, but he is also related to Tornado. Such a character must be cultivated into the most qualified and perfect marine. There must be nothing wrong with thought. Regardless of the shichibukai mission or the situation of the troops, we can take the opportunity to take back the military power. At this point, Sengoku is not worried at all. The only worry is that the method needs to be a little more tactful, not too embarrassing for him, and let him agree willingly. Simple. To deal with a young man, Sengoku is still very sure in his heart. In the past few days, the Tornado hasn't had any problems, right? Sengoku asked curiously. Now this little ancestor in Marine, he didn't do anything demonic, right? Other than a few Marines who just came back, no issues. Not a big deal. He also found that although the Tornado was difficult to serve and had a strong temper, it did not actually hurt Marine, at most it was psychological damage. The adjutant walks in. Mr. Sengoku, Lord 5 Elders of the government, invites you to attend the Shichibukai planning meeting. I'll join right away. From time to time, The government and Marine senior management will get together to discuss the shichibukai plan. This plan is related to the stability of the sea in the future. Before implementation, all the details, all the content, were brought up and discussed repeatedly, in order to achieve the expected effect perfectly. Marine Headquarters Port. The tornado is still waiting here. The little face was covered with frost. Really, I haven't come back for so long, leaving me alone in a strange place. Tornado has a lot of emotions. In the distance, a group of Marines sneaked around here. No one dares to approach. In the past few days, one of the things that the headquarters Marine is most willing to do when he is free is to come near the port and wait for the good show to be staged. Many of them have been inlaid on the ground by tornadoes. Have been hurt and become a joke. Naturally expect the other companions to be a joke too. Especially those Marines who just came back, who don't know the situation, will be fooled in all likelihood. Then they took pictures and videos, detained people to pick up the corpses, and they sloppily gave a series of treatment to the unlucky ones. Akainu is not so boring. He is sitting in the gazebo in the distance. Look calm. Do you feel my sincerity? At the same time, they are waiting for Deluo to come back. Look, a warship has returned, and a new Marine is coming soon. The surrounded Marine looked at the sea excitedly. Another troop is back. Immediately another unlucky egg appeared. M17 unit, who is the commander? Marine was curious. It seems to be very strange to this force. Could it be that who is the commander of the newly established army? It is best to be Vice Admiral. The high-ranking general-level officers are embedded on the floor, and they are even more excited. M Troop. Akainu looked at the troop codes on the warship. The pupils dilated. This force, he remembered, was Deluo's force. Are you back? Akainu stood up. Head towards the port. Sakazuki Admiral actually went to the tornado. Isn't he afraid of being embedded in the ground? Marine looked at Akainu in shock. You are Admiral, aren't you afraid of losing face? That's Sakazuki Admiral, the highest combat power. How could it be inlaid on the ground? I don't believe that the tornado is so strong. Hey, I am a soldier under Sakazuki Admiral. I can tell you that he was the first to be thrown out by the tornado. Real? No way. The Marines felt an inexplicable excitement. He rubbed his little hands secretly, expecting the famous scene to appear. Damn guy, here again. Tornado looked at Akainu who was coming, and pointed his hand at Akainu. Akainu's expression changed. Some flustered. He didn't want to be smashed to the ground again. Although it wouldn't bring him any harm, he would die socially. The person you were waiting for is back. Akainu spoke hastily. Real. Tornado gave up the urge to smash Akainu to the ground, and quickly looked towards the sea. Humph, I know I'm back. Tornado was full of resentment, but deep in his eyes, he couldn't hide his joy. The warship has not docked yet. Soon, the news of Deluo spread throughout the Marine headquarters. Deluo is at Marine headquarters and is a celebrity. A few months ago, at the recruits' graduation ceremony, he made a name for himself at the headquarters. Became the first person in history to lead the army alone after graduation, and the character who deflated Marshal Sengoku. Plus tornadoes exist. Deluo's name is often mentioned on the lips of Marine at the headquarters. Deluo is back. Weasel Vice Admiral dropped his official duties and disappeared in an instant. The next moment he appeared on a high place, watching the port. Suddenly he found out. Several people appeared beside him. All of them were Vice Admiral from the headquarters, and they all looked like they were watching a show. The big show has begun. The Marines who got the news flocked to the vicinity of the port, and within a few minutes, nearly 10,000 Marines gathered here. 0 for flowers. They all look wide-eyed. Tornado turned around. His eyes swept over them. Marine backed away in panic. It's such a scary look. I thought I was already underground, but fortunately, I didn't come out to us. Hey, she must have left her power to Deluo. Only Deluo dared to let such a person wait for him for a few days and nights in vain. He was miserable. Many Marines are ready to take pictures. Record it. When Deluo becomes Vice Admiral or even Admiral in the future, these photos will be the most precious collection. In the conference room, Sengoku is video conferencing with 5 elders. Suddenly the adjutant came in to report. Sengoku, is there a problem? 5 elders frowned. Meeting with us, other things, is it important? Feel sorry. Sengoku apologized. In Sengoku's eyes, the weight of Deluo alone is not enough to be discussed at the highest level meeting of Dahai. 0, 0. Secretly tried his eyes on the adjutant, let Garp go to the port and protect Deluo a little bit. Garp got the message. A look of astonishment, what? There are two problems about teenagers and girls, let the old man deal with it. Trouble. Still follow the adjutant to the port. At the port. The tornado floats in the air, watching the warship that is about to dock. Eyes met with Deluo at the bow. Glance. She knew that was the person she was waiting for. Proudly raised your head, you finally know that you are back. Desperate, fly to Deluo on the warship. Trouble. Akainu frowned, should he take action, stand by and watch Deluo being beaten, or should he help? Which one is more in your interest? Let's make sure that Deluo doesn't die. More, Akainu thought, he could do nothing about it. I'm coming. The Marines raised their heads excitedly. The long-awaited drama is coming soon. There is a human-shaped deep pit on the ground, and there will be one more person soon. The tornado flew straight towards Deluo. In Marine's eyes, the expression contained anger and resentment. Tornado, you are welcome. Deluo stretched out his hand to the tornado. Welcome. Thank you for the long-awaited legal loli. Her ability has helped Deluo a lot. Long Wan said arrogantly, let me tell you, I came here not because of you, but because I wanted to come. Okay, okay. Deluo rubbed the dragon roll's little head. Even if she is older than Deluo. But with a petite figure, Deluo couldn't help it. Why? Long Wan turned his head sideways, staring at Deluo, but did not avoid it. This scene. In all Marine's eyes, his teeth fell out in shock. Chapter 76. FK. Damn it. One after another, exclamations were staged at the Marine headquarters. Tornado, in Marine's heart, is the little ancestor. Get close to the little ancestor who will be smashed to the ground. In the past few days, I have never heard of anyone who can get close to her, let alone take a role. Even some female soldiers who radiate the brilliance of motherhood are treated the same. Even Marshal Sengoku was ignored, and Akainu Admiral waited for several days without even being able to say a word to Tornado. This little ancestor is simply synonymous with domineering and powerful. Does anyone have access to a tornado? Marine always thought that no one could. Not to mention touching the head. Ordinary people get very angry when their head is touched. Even if they are good friends, touching each other's head is like petting a pet, and a big battle is inevitable. Our little ancestors. Actually as docile as a cat, being petted on the head? Hey, this is the Marine headquarters, don't touch me. Garp rushed over, he thought that a battle had already occurred, because of a sound. Rushed to port. Suddenly saw this scene. Silly. What did Sengoku ask me to do? Suddenly I can't remember my mission. Didn't I come to protect Deluo? To stop the 237 tornado from coming? What is this? Everyone looked at Garp curiously, with weird eyes. What are you doing? You are old, don't you allow young people to get close? Garp blushed. He stammered and said, Deluo, don't move your hands, you can talk slowly. Disappeared in a flash. I scolded Sengoku hundreds of times in my heart. Akainu stood at the port, his fists were already karst, and he was ready to strike at any moment. But now. Quietly hid the karst fist behind his back, looking at the scenery, his heart was overwhelmed. Sengoku guessed wrong. The relationship between Deluo and Tornado is much closer than we imagined, even intimate. There was an inexplicable look in his eyes. Tornado is difficult to serve, but with the relationship between her and Deluo, as long as I recover Deluo, it is equivalent to gaining the combat power of Tornado. This moment. Akainu's desire to get Deluo is stronger than ever. Luckily Sengoku has now agreed with me. Deluo, in his heart, is already his soldier. My heart burst into laughter. The picture that everyone expected and expected did not appear. Marines, their eyes began to turn red. I'm envious. You are envious, I am envious. This is a top-level combat power comparable to Kaido, and he is so docile to Deluo. In the future, Deluo can walk sideways inside the marine. With this little ancestor protecting him, no one dares to provoke him. Don't talk about them. Even Vice Admiral, even Akainu, the eyes turned green. Deluo led the army and entered the headquarters. Akainu sounded like an old leader, back. Deluo cast him a glance. When did Akainu become so idle? How is the mission completed? Akainu asked casually, but always paid attention to Diluo's reaction. This is the best reason to take back his military power. Are you the marshal? Diluo retorted. I need to report to you, and your determined eyes are very annoying. Diluo, don't pay attention to him, he's annoying. Long Wan didn't like it either. Also, you should treat Diluo with a better tone. Open your hand. Instantly aimed at Akainu. Sigh. Akainu turned into a streamer, was thrown into the sky, landed in the distance behind the headquarters, hit the ground, and there was no one there. Akainu's mentality collapsed. In the past few days, I have been careful, in order to avoid being thrown out, but who knows, I was thrown out in the end. And you? Tornado looked at all the Marines with threatening eyes. Give me a better deal if there are too many in the future. In the blink of an eye, the Marines surrounded by them disappeared, and the bustling venue became empty. The weasels watching the theater in the distance wait for the vice admirals. Also silently come down from the high point. The attitude towards Diluo must be better in the future. There is only such a thought in my heart. Resentment Admiral, resentment Marshal, we vice admirals, have nothing to fear, as long as there is reason and evidence. You can hate Diluo. As long as you offend any little ancestor, she won't care about your status or whether you are reasonable or not. Didn't see, Akainu Admiral flew as soon as he said, our status and strength are not comparable to Akainu Admiral. Good job, it will be like this from now on. Diluo rubbed the little head of the dragon roll again. Well done. Take the army and enter the headquarters. We're back. Wainroy waited for Marine and looked at the headquarters excitedly. The headquarters, which has been away for several months, is already very different for them. Before leaving, he was stuffed into a new army that agreed that there was no future and was full of dangers. He returned with a full load, 0 deaths, and became a strong person with abilities. They all raised their heads proudly. Head up and chest out and follow behind Diluo. The legendary Marine headquarters. The few people who recovered in the past few months looked at the headquarters in awe. This is the Marine headquarters that scares the pirates. Was the one just now the legendary Akainu Admiral? Moonlight Hiri felt his heart beating very fast. The legendary Admiral. It was thrown out by a little girl. Other Marines haven't had any surprises yet. This little girl is so docile in Diluo's hands. Isn't he a powerful major? Moonlight Raihi stared at Diluo's back in a daze. It seems that his identity and status. More mysterious than imagined. He really has the power to save Wanakuni from the beast's pirates. Moonlight Raihi has only one thought in his heart, try his best to please him. Arrange the troops and bring the tornadoes home. Diluo, alone, took the shichibukai letter of intent and walked towards the Marine building. Turn in the shichibukai quest first. Marine building. Sengoku Tsuru, Chief of Staff, and other Marine executives are still holding meetings with world government executives represented by 5 elders. Doflamingo offered to be 7 warlords of the sea, easy for him, but what about the others? 5 elders looked at Sengoku. How can the other 6 recover? Bartholomew Kuma, it's a bit difficult. Fozfu is no accident. He's already in the beast's pirates, so it's impossible. Sengoku looked at the shichibukai list in distress. Bartholomew Kuma, maybe we can still fight for it. Foz has no chance, can be excluded from the list. Hasn't Kaido of the beasts been captured by Marine? But the beasts pirates still exist and are still powerful. 0 It can't be true, go to New World and bring Fozfao back and make him a shichibukai. The price paid was too great. 5 elders is also frowning. Every meeting. Everyone agrees that the shichibukai plan is very difficult to succeed. I heard that you, Marine, have already started to take action to send someone to find a candidate for shichibukai. How is the situation? 5 elders asked curiously. Looking at the results of Marine, perhaps we can more clearly determine the degree of difficulty. If 1 or 2 can succeed, with experience, it may be easier later. Sengoku replied. Sakazuki approached Bartholomew Kuma, but failed. 5 elders' eyes lit up. Akainu failed to succeed, and it is more certain that Bartholomew Kuma is powerful. With his joining, the shichibukai organization can play a role in stabilizing the situation in the sea. But how to succeed? His eyes darkened again. Sengoku continued, in addition to Sakazuki, I also sent a small force to find shichibukai. 5 elders wondered. Small troops? Actually, I don't really expect the small army to be successful. It's just that the old man wants to educate a potential recruit. He can't complete it. It just makes him experience setbacks in the shichibukai mission. Sengoku is absolutely obedient to the government and will not hide anything. 5 elders looked at Sengoku. A recruit? 5 elders smiled. Not interested. Maybe I know that recruit. In the eyes of the Marine executives, he has a high weight and amazing potential. But in the eyes of 5 elders, any genius who hasn't grown up and become the highest combat power is not worthy of their attention. I'm not even interested in asking about the specific situation of the small unit's mission. It's obvious. The only possibility is failure. Back to business. I think we can increase the number of pre-selected people, so that the success rate of persuasion will be higher. Chief of Staff Crane suggested. You don't have to stare at these guys. If there are more goals, there will be more choices, and the success rate will be higher. No, members of the shichibukai organization, rather lack than abuse. Shichibukai is responsible for stabilizing the situation in the sea and calming the influence of the New World Great Pirate Group. Each of them must have their own value. Only when it is determined that someone cannot be persuaded will they continue to add new candidates. 5 elders refused. The topic is back to the beginning. Want to convince 7 famous pirates, Nana? We discussed for a while. Neither is a perfect opinion. Let's talk next time. The meeting ended helplessly. Sengoku rubbed his brows and was in a bad mood. The shichibukai plan had troubled him for a long time. In his heart, he didn't want to agree to the establishment of such an organization, but the government requested it. He obeys unconditionally. But feel want to succeed, heavy pressure and difficulty. He left the conference room dejectedly. The adjutant stepped forward immediately. Marshal Sengoku, Major Deluo wants to report the mission to you. Oh. Sengoku responded casually. Shichibukai mission situation, what to report, isn't it destined? By the way, he and Tornado. Sengoku cares more about this. Didn't suffer any serious injuries? Chapter 76. Tornado's intimacy and tenderness in the face of Deluo. Word has spread throughout Marine HQ, and everyone knows it. So close. Sengoku's eyes widened. Then what happened to her gritted teeth and resentment towards Deluo before? Very good. Sengoku clapped his hands excitedly. It seems that there is no need to curry favor with Tornado, but letting Deluo unswervingly stand in the position of Marine is enough to influence her. And Deluo? A true Marine. In addition to being more arrogant, and receiving systematic ideological education, in Sengoku's eyes, he will become a perfect Marine just like himself in the future. Hurry up and take me there, don't make Deluo wait too long. He is no longer a simple recruit major. Marshal's office. Deluo sat leisurely on the chair, feeling the marshal's treatment in advance. Sengoku pushes the door open and enters. Seeing him sitting on his chair, his expression froze, and he subconsciously wanted to reprimand him. That's where I am. Don't talk about you, Admiral is not qualified to do it, do you want to usurp power and position? But after thinking about it, Sengoku smiled and looked at Deluo. How does it feel? This is a position that the 3 admirals have never sat in. Work hard and cooperate with the government. It is not impossible for you to sit in this position in the future. I feel so too. Deluo stood up. Sengoku smiled and said nothing. It's good to have dreams. It seems that his dream is to become the Marine Marshal. 10. I'm back, the sea is cruel, isn't it? Sengoku is like an old man at home, chatting with Deluo about daily life to promote their relationship. If you get frustrated, speak up. This old man can be your spiritual mentor. It's okay. Deluo thought for a while, and it seemed quite interesting. Sengoku gave him a deep look. Still holding on. I haven't put down my pride yet, and I won't tear it down. Mr. Sengoku, this is a shichibukai mission, and I'm here today. Deluo put Shichibukai's letter of intent in front of him. Oh. Sengoku picked up the letter of intent, did not open it, but looked at Deluo. Shichibukai mission, the time limit given to you by the old man is 1 year, and now half of it has passed. Have you given up? It's okay to give up, it's a good habit to quit in the face of difficulties. At the Marine headquarters, after a few more years of further study, looking back, the current failure is not worth mentioning. A series of earnest words of comfort. Mr. Sengoku, I just want to say that I have completed my task. It's okay, I know you failed, failure is not terrible, as long as you fail, sum up your experience, find out the reason for the failure, and then, what? You completed the task. Sengoku stood up abruptly. He stared at Deluo firmly. I can no longer control my expressive expressions. All signed, 8 people, you can choose 7 people at random, just let them become shichibukai, and there are their contact information on it. Sengoku's hand holding the letter of intent trembled a little. Just now we and the 5 elders felt a difficult appointment. Did it work? Just in his hand, a piece of light paper, but Sengoku feels as heavy as 1,000 caddies. This is a piece of paper that can affect the future pattern of the sea. Hastily opened. Below, the signatures of the 8 pirates, all left their fingerprints. Crocodile, Doflamingo, Seaman Jinbei, Empress Hancock, Gecko Moria, Bartholomew Kuma, Hawkeye My Hawk, Phosphor. Not only that, the 7-man roster given by Sengoku presented Doflamingo. This is impossible. Sengoku couldn't believe it. It's not realistic. I've handed in the task, and I'm leaving. The tornado at home was still waiting for him. Now in Sengoku's state, it is not suitable to talk about rewards for completing tasks. Until Deluo left, Sengoku stared blankly at the letter of intent, unable to wake up. For a long time, Sengoku's mood fluctuated greatly, and he uttered a rare roar, notify Marine's senior management, and have a meeting. 3 admirals, Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji, Garp, Chief of Staff Crane, and Marshal Sengoku, 6 of them, represent the 6 people with the highest status in Marine at this time. Next moment. In the conference room, an earth-shattering voice came out, this is impossible. The always-come Chief of Staff Crane was emotional. Just the name, I can't believe it's real. Akainu questioned. Name, just find a few people, you can sign. Anyway, we are not familiar with the handwriting of these people, and the handwriting can be imitated. As for the fingerprints, who knows if they are true or not. Also on it is his failed one, Bartholomew Kuma. With his ability, even if tornado helps, he can't keep him. I contacted Jun, and she said that the tornado was not on Deluo's ship in March. These names were indeed contacted by Deluo personally, and the 8 pirates signed their names. Sengoku's words make everyone even more shocked. Tornado wasn't involved, for real? Akainu's face turned red and then pale. Could it be that he can do something that I can't do? Could it be cheated? Akainu never believed it. Must have been fooled by these pirates. Whether it's true or not, isn't there a contact number on it? Just contact them directly. Garp suggested. Try it. Just know the truth. Sengoku nodded, handing the letter of intent to the adjutant behind him. Let the adjutant go to the phone bug to contact these big pirates. In the eyes of several high-level officials, the adjutant dialed the number 1. The first one. Crocodile. Crocodile hiding in the dark of some kingdom, watching the phone bug ringing. Watching the phone bug show some characteristics of the other party. Not Deluo. That's fine, just hang up the phone. He didn't answer, he didn't have time to pay attention to the call from a Mao Inigo. Not Deluo, not Admiral, other Marines too? No answer. The adjutant looked at Sengoku helplessly. Akainu showed a smile that I had already seen through. I know, he must have been deceived by the pirates, they didn't take it seriously at all, and just played him off. Sengoku's face was ugly, and he said in a deep voice, continue. The adjutant dialed the second number. Doflamingo. Who? Answered, came Doflamingo's voice. Doflamingo, do you agree to be shichibukai? Doflamingo said arrogantly, it turned out to be Marine. Didn't I ask the government for the shichibukai quota? I must be there. Sengoku doesn't feel weird. Doflamingo volunteered that he was the easiest to become shichibukai. You don't even need to contact him specifically to be successful. He was only curious, Deluo, how did you find you? There was silence. Doflamingo fell silent on the other end of the line. Recalling a very unpleasant scene, the corners of his mouth trembled inadvertently. He drank a sip of red wine to stabilize his mind, and pretended to be arrogant. I happened to meet him, he asked me, and I agreed to sign. Why? There is a problem. Anyway, Brother Ming will not reveal the real situation. Sengoku they suddenly realized. I see. As expected. The next one. Sengoku asked the adjutant to contact the next few people. Seaman Jinbei and the Whitebeard pirates. He looked at the phone bug with some hesitation. Unknown Marine's phone number. Can't answer. With this hesitation, the phone bug stopped ringing. Empress Han 193 Cook hangs up the phone directly. Bug, Marine, except for Deluo, who is qualified to let me answer the phone, and the others, too. Gecko Moria, the phone bug was not with him. Perona is next to the phone bug. By the time she found Gecko Moria, the phone bug had stopped ringing. Marine call, shichibukai. The Revolutionary Army headquarters, Dragon, and Tyrant Bear and other high-level officials looked at the phone bug ringing on the table. Immediately guessed why. Wait a minute. Dragon, preventing Tyrant Bear from answering the phone. The latter looked at the dragon suspiciously. Answering the phone will not expose our situation, why not answer it? Don't worry, this is not from Deluo himself. Long showed a witty smile. The higher UPS were puzzled. Shichibukai task, don't think about it, it's very difficult. Deluo is the executor, and other Marines can't contact Xiong. Naturally, Marine will let Deluo, the executive officer, contact him personally, and pick it up when the time comes, which means that other Marines can't do it but Deluo can succeed. What does that mean? Long asked them. Se King analyzed, it means that Deluo has a different status in Xiong's eyes. It means that he can do things that other Marines can't, and his status will definitely increase. That's right, this will not only shorten the relationship between Xiong and Deluo, but at the same time help Deluo increase his weight within Marine and improve his status as soon as possible, which is beneficial to us. Our people are lurking beside him. The faster he improves, the sooner our program will work. Wait for Deluo to contact again on behalf of Marine, and I will bear you to answer the call. Learn. Bear nodded and hung up the phone. Didn't answer again. On the other side, Sengoku's face was already livid, with veins appearing. The voice spit out from between the teeth, continue. Chapter 77. Hawkeye my hawk picked up. But there is only one sentence, I was persuaded by Deluo and asked him to contact me. It doesn't have to be Deluo. Instead, my hawk wants to take this opportunity to contact Deluo. He wanted to have another battle with Deluo, the founder who only used ults to fight, to test his guesses. The other party is Marine, and he is a pirate. It is very difficult for the two to get in touch. Without this method, he is afraid of his future, and it is difficult to contact and find Deluo. Several people in Sengoku looked at the phone bug that was hung up by my hawk. Look surprised. From my hawk's tone, it seems that Deluo holds a lot of weight in his heart. Why? What is the relationship between the two? With my hawk's proud temperament, it's good to remember Deluo, and look up to him. No matter how. My hawk's willingness to be a shichibukai is kind of true. Sengoku's complexion changed from dark clouds to clear, and he showed a rare smile. My hawk and Tyrant Xiong were the two most difficult people to persuade. Sengoku was satisfied with only one person, thinking that Deluo had played a super powerful role. Continue. Sengoku pulled back his ugly expression a little. The adjutant dialed the final Phospha number. This phone call, none of them had any hope, had already confirmed that Phospha became a member of the Beast's pirates, and it was absolutely impossible to become a pirate of Shichibukai again. Island of Ghosts. Looking at the clean pirate group, the codders of the pirate group, such as Plague Quinn Phospha, sighed every day. I have received news that Master Kaido has been captured by Marine. They were unfazed by the news. I thought of it a long time ago. Before Master Kaido set off, they expected this would be the result. They had been caught many times before, being caught by other big pirate groups, being caught by Marine, not just once or twice. So, Kaido left from Oni Island. Flame Calamity, Yin, who was at the rank of Vice President of the Emperor, also set off. His role is only one, to catch Kaido. Sooner or later he will be rescued, it is a matter of time. Plague Quinn and the others are looking forward to it. Master Kaido will come back later, they don't know how to deal with it, what to do with the appearance of the pirates' headquarters. At this time, the phone bug rang in Phospha's arms. He took it out and put it on the table. Plague Quinn and the others all stared at the changed appearance of the phone bug. It's Marine. Several people looked at each other in blank dismay. Marine can know their contact information, only one person was forced to give Deluo a few days ago. It's not him, it should be about Shichibukai. It's not hard to guess. Foz put his hand on the phone bug and looked at everyone. What should he do now? He didn't want to be shichibukai at all, but he didn't dare to disagree because of the situation before. Now the call came, what should he do? I think, let's take Jack's suggestion. It might be a call from Lord Deluo's subordinates. How dare you refuse? I'll go find you tonight. It's better not to answer, we are pirates, why should we obey Marine's order? Everyone has their own opinions. For a moment there was no answer, and the phone bug stopped ringing. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If you don't admit it, what if that terrible Deluo comes to your door again? Plague Quinn asked. These cotters. They were all stunned. Yes. Now I don't know when Master Kaido will be able to get out of trouble. Without Master Kaido in charge, the other party can easily come here again. What will we do then? Hurry up and call back, we agree. Plague Quinn roared. Hurry up and agree to be a shichibukai. Foz Fowler, don't hurt me. It doesn't matter how you are, but don't provoke that evil god to torture us again. There is no contact information for Marine. For a moment. Beasts pirates cotters, howl Katano. No, I decided to rescue Master Kaido. Plague Quinn packed up his things and was about to leave. I went to hide outside for a while, and I will come back when Master Kaido really comes back. Marine headquarters. 8 people, 2 of them answered the phone, Doflamingo and my hawk. The adjutant looked at the marshal, and the other 6 didn't answer the phone. Do you need to contact me again? No need. Sengoku shook his head, such a person, it is not phone bombing that can change their minds. This group of shichibukai is very arrogant. Sengoku thought for a while and praised, actually, it's very hard to convince my hawk. Not 0. That's good. And it's only been a short 3 months, and being able to convince my hawk has far exceeded the limit of what he can do now. But Mr. Sengoku, what he reported is all completed, and now it is only a quarter. Akainu is not willing, so Deluo is rewarded instead of punished. This task is the best reason to take back his military power. Akainu continued, Mr. Sengoku, now that Tornado has spoken out inside Marine, and they all have a better attitude towards Deluo. Otherwise, she has her as a backer. Deluo is already crazy. Will he be arrogant in the future? Sengoku frowned slightly. Indeed, there are many hidden dangers in the future. For a long time, he wanted to defeat Deluo's proud temperament through failure. Now, it seems that not only did not frustrate his temper, because the tornado exists, in the future. Sengoku, dare not imagine how crazy his character will be. How else to educate him to be a perfect marine? I propose that Deluo contact these shichibukai pirates in person. In front of us, as long as one person does not answer the phone, it will prove that he lied, and we can use this as a reason. A little blow to his arrogant arrogance. I have something to do, can I go first? Kizaru rolled his eyes. I'm not involved in this matter, anyway, I don't have any ideas about Deluo and I don't want to take a little ancestor into my army. Aokiji has none of his business either. Garp didn't even listen. Sengoku thought for a while, okay. Nodding in agreement with Akainu's proposal, he immediately ordered the adjutant, notify Major Deluo, come to the meeting room. Marine headquarters, Deluo's home. He just came back. He saw the little face pale, crouching in the corner with a lost soul in the moonlight. What's up with her? It feels like being insulted. Yamato came to Deluo around the tornado, and said gloatingly, just now, Moonlight Hiyori learned that the tornado had participated in the battle to defeat Kaido, so he leaned forward and was smashed against the wall. In the end, this picture bear-like. Deluo took a look. Tornadoes can be serious and embarrassing, but there are no injuries, and mental injuries are not considered injuries. Moonlight Raihi looked at Deluo aggrieved. Dodging the tornado far away, hiding in the farthest corner, never daring to approach it again. However, she is a fearsome powerhouse who defeated Kaido. In the eyes of Uegwang Raihi, Deluo has hoped to help regain Wanakuni in the future, and Tornado is now the strength to regain Wanakuni from Beast's pirates. But if she wanted to get close to the tornado, even 10 dares would not dare. Tornado, next time you hit someone, can you not hit our own house? Go outside. Maintenance is troublesome. Oh. Dragon Wan obediently responded. Moonlight Raihi's eyes brightened. Why am I so stupid? Why should I try to curry favor with Tornado? I just have to curry favor with Deluo. In this way, not only can he help, but tornado can also help. Right. Determine the way to go in the future. Try to recall which dance he is best at, perform it, and prepare the most gorgeous dance costumes. It will definitely make him dumbfounded. Deluo, there are not enough rooms at home. Jun is like the young master of the house, helping Deluo arrange everything. She finds out. Deluo's small courtyard, not enough rooms. Becoming a major, Deluo has an independent courtyard, but it is not big, with only 3 guest rooms. Deluo used to be alone, more than enough. Those who need to live now include 2 sisters, Tornado, Moonlight Hiwa, Black Maria, Yamato, Betty, and Sugar Monet. All women. It's not that Deluo did it on purpose, but Deluo's troops are all male soldiers. Ashura Boy Denjiro, they can live in the army, but they can't. Even floor coverings are not enough. How about letting them go to my house? Jun suggested. Be careful. Chien Deseo, is Vice Admiral, and the yard is big enough to accommodate these women. Then I can come and live at Deluo's house. Sitting on the chair, shaking the tornado of his legs, he directly refused. I won't go. I'm not going either. Yamato, Betty Maria, also shook her head in denial. Sugar Monet 2 sisters. They were kept cold by Deluo for more than 2 months. It is to observe whether they are sincerely seeking refuge. Granis is already a capable person, and her ability is very incomprehensible, and she will play a huge role in the future. But you must ensure her loyalty before you are willing to use her abilities. Having been neglected for more than 2 months, the 2 sisters were a little humbled in the face of Deluo. I feel that I am a transparent person. I dare not express my opinion, I dare not directly refuse, but silence also shows my attitude, unwillingness. Moonlight Raihi was even more unwilling. After leaving, how can I please Deluo? If there are fewer opportunities to meet in the future, the plan will fail completely. No rush, wait a minute, I'll ask Sengoku to change the room for me. Completed the shichibukai quest. If you don't give enough rewards, Deluo will quit. Bang bang bang. There was a knock on the door. Major Deluo, Mr. Sengoku invites you to the meeting room. Hold on. Looks like Sengoku has recovered from the shock and can talk about the pay. Chapter 78. In the Marine Conference Room. The moment Deluo pushed open the door, Sengoku and the others had already ended their discussion ahead of time, looking at Deluo with normal expressions. Sengoku said in a friendly tone, Deluo, just now we contacted Shichibukai through the contact information you left, but only 2 people answered, and the other 6 did not answer. Do you know what happened? This is the genius itself, plus the treatment of having a tornado as a backer behind him. Oh? Those 2. Deluo was curious. Do these people really dare to repent? No, could it be that my methods were too light and made them feel that they could do it again? How could the 6 of them refuse to answer? Who would have the guts to do so? Obviously, Zui Zhouguo had contacted them, so could it be that they naively thought that hiding somewhere in the sea would be safe? There are only 2 people who have not recorded the fruit of chasing each other. One is the Empress Hancock, but the daughter island behind her is impossible to repent. One is Tyrant Bear, who entered Shichibukai just for the sake of Revolutionary Army cadres, let alone for no reason. Da Flamingo and my hawk. Deluo nodded. Did not speak. It's okay, there are 2 of you. You have exceeded my expectations. The missions have all failed. It's an honor to fail. Sengoku comforted. Who said I lost? Akainu knocked on the table. Deluo, this is not the time to hold on, failure is failure. Deluo didn't even look at Akainu. Phone bug aimed at me. The adjutant took the phone bug and pointed it at Deluo. He was really curious why the other 6 Shichibukai didn't answer the phone. The first one called Crocodile directly. Are you calling again? Crocodile was a little annoyed and took out the phone bug, whether it was annoying or not. You can see some characteristics of the incoming calls that the phone bug surfaced 300 times. Deluo. A look of fear flashed in his eyes, and painful memories came to mind inadvertently. He picked up the microphone and answered it. Received. Sengoku and the others were waiting for the scene where no one answered the phone bug. Unexpectedly, with just 2 calls, the phone bug was answered. It's like, the other party answered the call bug immediately. Received. But Crocodile did not speak. He doesn't know what to say something hard? I don't dare to speak softly, it's embarrassing, it's better not to say it. Crocodile, you don't want to be a shichibukai. The other side was silent for a few seconds. A smile slowly formed on the corner of Akainu's mouth. It doesn't matter whether the other party is Crocodile or not. Who said that? Crocodile's voice came out, I agree, and I won't go back on my word. I will become shichibukai. You don't have to keep warning me. The tone seemed a little strong. But Sengoku, they could hear Crocodile flustered. Looking at Deluo in disbelief. The guy who dares to challenge Whitebeard, the tone will become a little liar? Well, I will answer Marine's calls in the future, and I will notify you at any time that shichibukai is officially established, so you must be there. I see. Deluo hangs up the phone bug. Then look to Sengoku and the others. Received. Obviously it will be answered, and it is very easy. The corner of Sengoku's mouth twitched slightly, his eyes moved slowly, and he didn't meet Deluo's gaze. Babe, second place. Adjutant fluctuates second. Deluo, what are you calling me for? Doflamingo's stuttering voice came from the other side of the phone bug. No. I just pretended to be a little bit in front of Marine, belittled you a little bit, raised myself a bit, and you just called? You are too small-minded. Deluo looked at the adjutant. Didn't Doflamingo pick it up just now? Why are you still contacting him? Sorry, I made a mistake. The adjutant was full of apologies. Deluo, don't be afraid, you represent Marine now, so you don't need to humbly ask for Doflamingo. Chief of Staff Crane stepped up to stand for Deluo, facing the phone bug from the air. Threatened Doflamingo, Doflamingo, now Deluo is talking to you on behalf of Marine, I can't stand your arrogance. She remembers. Brother Ming said before that Deluo had begged him, and Marine had begged the pirates. Don't think about it, you know, the attitude must be very humble. Ha. Deluo looked at Chief Staff Officer He in astonishment. I begged Doflamingo? On the other side of the phone, Brother Ming swallowed. Chief of Staff Crane, why are you talking so much, you dead old woman, shut up, you want to kill me. Damn, what to do? Who will tell me what to do now, can I pretend there is no signal? Doflamingo, may I please? Deluo's voice, in Mingo's ears, seemed to hear the voice of a demon. No, I am talking nonsense, I am willing to become shichibukai, if we meet next time, I will personally apologize. Face and death threats. Brother Ming knows how to choose. He is not afraid of other Marines, so he loves Deluo, especially since he still has the sugar ability. Brother Ming can't wait to never meet Deluo again in his life. Brother Ming's humble voice. Let the chief of the general staff of the Crane keep the rest of the words in his mouth, unable to say. As an old opponent, since when did Brother Ming be so humble and flattering? She had never seen it before. Sengoku stared blankly. He's not stupid, Crocodile and Brother Ming have faced Deluo too much, and he can feel that they are a little humble, completely contrary to expectations. Are they still, we all feel like big pirates? Or lawless and rebellious guys? Continue. The adjutant called Hixia Jinbei. Received. Deluo, what's the matter? Hixia Jinbei's tone is not humble, nor too close, but not alienated. When a pirate faces Marine, neither alienation nor hatred contains a lot of content. Jinbei has a lot of respect for Deluo. Sengoku's pupils continued to widen. After getting Deluo's order, Jinbei said firmly, I will not go back on my word, shichibukai is officially established, and I will definitely be there. Next person. Call Empress Hancock. Humph, what are you doing? Hancock's charming voice came, I see, I promise you, I won't go back on my word, I will participate in shichibukai then, but I don't need anything else. Marine, lead the way, I want you to come. I'll give you a place when the time comes, come by yourself. Deluo doesn't have that much free time. Oh. Sengoku was already scratching his head. Isn't it a rumor that Empress Hancock has a bad attitude towards Marine? How she felt about Deluo seemed to be indescribable. Sengoku felt himself drifting out of a trance. Continue. Gecko Moria immediately picked up the phone bug that Perona had sent to her. He felt that the unhealed injury on his body was still aching. Amidst the ugly voice, he was a little cautious. Next person. Dial Tyrant Bear's phone. For the few people before, Akainu was already sitting there stupidly, his eyes had no light other than shock. When he dialed Tyrant Bear's phone, Akainu stood up involuntarily, leaned forward, and leaned towards the phone bug. The Tyrant Bear was a character he personally tried and failed to win. Nobody ever made it, absolutely nothing. For the first few people, it's not impossible for me to do it myself, but Bartholomew Kuma, it's absolutely impossible. Akainu looked at the phone bug and waited, no one would answer. Go inside the Revolutionary Army. Several high-level executives have been waiting on this side of the phone for a long time. They had expected that soon Deluo would call in person. Catch. Under the command of the dragon, Bartholomew Kuma immediately picked up the phone bug. Mr. Deluo, very good to see you. Tyrant Xiong said with a little intimacy, Mr. Deluo, please rest assured that I will definitely be there when the time comes. At that time, and please Mr. Deluo, please thank me in person chance. Grateful. Sengoku frowned, why did Tyrant Bear thank Deluo? But Deluo knew that this was an excuse. The so-called helping the Tyrant Bear defeat Gecko Moria and rescue his friend Shadow made up indiscriminately is all constructed from nothingness, and I don't bother to expose it. This is impossible. Akainu sat weakly on the chair. I failed. Deluo succeeded. Why? I am extremely unbalanced in my heart. I am Admiral, the highest combat power in Marine, and I failed. How can a major succeed? If he relies on the power of the tornado, it is acceptable. But Zaiwan said that he did not rely on anyone's history. Tornado wasn't on his boat before. How did you do it? Akainu stared at Deluo. Tell me, Wei. Ignore Akainu. Don't contact my hawk, the last one. Deluo stopped the adjutant. He had already guessed what my hawk was thinking, and he was not interested. The adjutant made the final call. Phosphorus phone. He is absolutely impossible. Sengoku, who was already shocked and numb, did not believe that this person would still answer the phone. Impossible. The government has decided with us to remove him from the list. Just because, he is 100% impossible to become shichibukai. Chapter 79. Beasts Pirates. Plague Quinn didn't really run away. He is now the highest level coder of the pirates. If he runs away, all the other coders will run away. When the time comes, the responsibility will still belong to him. Please, don't call. Plague Quinn prayed with his hands, not daring to look at the phone bug that Foz Fowler put on the table. Did it die? The more you fear and worry, the more it will happen. The sound of the phone startled Plague Quinn, and he immediately hid in the distance. He asked softly, who is it? Foz Fu's voice trembled, yes, it's Deluo. It's over, he didn't answer the phone just now, he came to ask for guilt. Plague Quinn looked like the sky was falling. The evil god had only been away for a few days. Must not be far from us, may be turning around now. Plague Quinn yelled at the unmoving Foz Fau, pick it up quickly, don't you want him to come back and move our lair away? Do you want to become like a dead snake? Foz Fau picked up the phone bug in an instant. Received. Deluo, hello, please tell me what you want. I'll bring it to you right away. Don't come back. Plague Quinn spoke before Foz, with a full face flattery. As long as you want, we will give. Anyway, the pirate group is almost evacuated. If you have more debts, you don't have to worry about it. If you have more debts, you don't have to worry about it. When Master Kaido comes back, we will punish you almost the same. Plague Quinn. Beasts Pirates number 3. Sengoku looked at the features displayed by the phone bug. Know his identity. He is already eligible to be remembered by Sengoku and the others. What kind of character is Plague Quinn? Kizaru asked curiously, this is not like a vicious pirate, nor does it fit his name. Plague. It should be a frightening figure. Don't want to be shichibukai? Deluo asked. Plague Quinn raised his voice a lot, whoever said it, who slandered us? Foz Fowler couldn't sleep for days and nights because of his excitement about becoming shichibukai. The phone hangs up. Deluo looked at Sengoku and the others. Sengoku and the others had wonderful expressions at this moment, with their mouths slightly open, trying to say something, but they didn't know what to say. Now it's confirmed, 8 candidates, you can choose 7 people at random, let them become shichibukai, if it is not possible, it is fine to become hakibukai. Sengoku looked at the phone bug. I just heard and saw the characteristics of the phone bug with my own eyes, these are the pirates, there is no fake. Deluo, have you arrived? Sengoku stared straight at Deluo with 2 big eyes. The same goes for everyone else. Garp, who has always had nothing to do with himself, came over without knowing when. No matter how you think about it, it seems impossible to complete an unprecedented feat in 3 months. Tornado help should not be so fast, perfect and ahead of schedule. What's more, there is no tornado to help. As Sengoku of the resourceful general, he wants to break his head and also wants to attend the way to success. Find them and persuade them. Deluo said casually, if you want to know the details, you can ask Jun. He didn't have the time to talk about it for them, it would take at least an hour. No hurry, I'll report this to the government first. Deluo, don't go back, wait for the old man to come back. Sengoku couldn't wait to leave. This matter. Too big. As a marshal, he is not qualified to make a conclusion. Sengoku left, and Deluo sat leisurely in his place. Those pirates, how many of them, showed a little fear of you, and persuaded them with force. Akainu stared at Deluo, your strength has increased so much. No answer. But Akainu has come to believe in his own guesses. The eyes looking at Deluo were scorching and dazzling. I have to get him, it doesn't matter what means. Akainu's mind turned rapidly, and the shichibukai mission could no longer be a reason to subdue his military power. Moreover, completing such a task will definitely increase the military rank. In Akainu's eyes, the possibility of subduing Deluo is almost zero. Mr. Sengoku must be subdued before he returns. After Mr. Sengoku reports to the world government, it's time to talk about the credit. In the battle with these pirates, your troops suffered a lot of casualties, right? Akainu asked seemingly casually, is there anyone else on board? Akainu is experienced. It is guessed that even if Deluo is stronger than most of the shichibukai, in the event of a battle, it is impossible for his subordinates to be unscathed, and the aftermath of the battle may bring them disaster. What do you want to do? Just tell me. Deluo was too lazy to play tricks with Akainu. Let me see if your troops have grown, including you, how much they have grown. Akainu revealed his purpose. Sakazuki, do you plan to use your own troops to have a confrontation with Deluo's troops? Including, as Admiral, you want to challenge a new major. Aokiji looked at Akainu speechlessly. Don't you feel ashamed of bullying the weak? Aokiji looks at Deluo, as long as you ask for help, he is willing to help Deluo block Akainu's power as Admiral. Akainu didn't seem to hear Aokiji's words. To this point. For the last effort, he was unwilling to give up whatever he said. When Mr. Sengoku came back, once Deluo was promoted, he knew that he would never have another chance. It doesn't matter if the big bully the small. Competition between troops, I remember, how many sides do you have in your army? Deluo looked at Akainu with contempt. Are you still planning to fight with tens of thousands of people in my army of 300 people? On the sea, you are the most shameless person. Just choose 100 people. We each choose 100 people from the army. 100-man regiment fights. As the highest commander of the army, we will not participate in the battle. Deluo, your army has no officers at the school level or above except you. Only officers below the rank of colonel will be selected. Akainu's proposal seems fair and just. But Garp couldn't listen anymore. Sakazuki, you are too bully. Your army has more than 1,000 lieutenant-level officers, and many of them are strong. Some lieutenant-level officers are as powerful as other school-level officers. Deluo's army, lieutenant-level officers, how many people are there? This is clearly bullying. 0 seeking flowers. Akainu still pretended not to hear. Looking at Deluo, I know that my proposal is shameless, but what if the arrogant Deluo agrees? If you fail, there will be no punishment, and as long as there are more than 10 people injured in my army, you can make a request to me, and when the time comes, I will propose to Mr. Sengoku that you have a large army of more than 1,000 people, how about it? Akainu proposes a reward. In his opinion, Deluo should not refuse. There was no penalty for defeat anyway, and no one would consider it a disgrace to lose to Admiral's forces. Akainu has small thoughts in his heart. At that time, I can tell Mr. Sengoku to promote Deluo to my army, colonel, or even rear admiral level officer, and lead my army with thousands of elite soldiers. Not lying. It's just that I became his boss. Hear hear. Garp and the others stopped talking. Think of it as Akainu helping to train Deluo's troops and cultivating him. Ding. Task, in a team battle with 100 people, defeat Akainu's 100-man army and reward 20 random devil fruits. 0. Ding. Task, defeat Sakazuki, reward, armament haki of the same level as Sakazuki, 20 random devil fruits. New task. Deluo glanced at the task. Good. A total of 40 devil fruits, this is the first time I can get so many devil fruits. An Akainu armament haki, the top existence of the sea. Deluo armament haki, 10 years of penance for haki weight class, emission haki skills, and Akainu armament haki, the gap is still very large. Strength and observation haki, Deluo both have the top level of the sea, and armament haki is already weak compared to the two. Okay, I promise. Deluo agreed. There is no task, and he intends to agree. Defeating Akainu's forces, is simply the best chance to really make a name for yourself within Marine, and he's the perfect stepping stone. It's time for my army of capable users to play a role. From here, slowly control the middle and lower levels of Marine. Deluo had planned. It is the Legion of Exposed Ability. Then distribute them to the various Marine units. Under Deluo's command, the army of ability users is at most a force, but now Deluo needs very few places for the army of ability users, which is wasted. Distribute them to the various departments of Marine, the army they control is equal to the army controlled by Deluo. That would be a huge amount. Since Akainu offered it, then fulfill him. At that time, it will be okay. From his troops, select many Marine strongmen with good potential and strength to store talents for the future ability user army. Okay, let's go to our respective troops to screen the participating teams, and see you at the battlefield in half an hour. Akainu immediately walked out the door. I'm afraid that Deluo will go back on his word. Don't be stressed, it's normal to lose, just treat it as a training session for the troops. Garp stepped forward and asked Deluo not to feel pressured. Don't talk about your troops. Even the old man's army now, even if 100 people are selected, it is hard to compare with Akainu's army. Defeat. Taxi as it should be. Chapter 80. Successful. The 5 elders looked at Sengoku in disbelief. An hour ago, we were scowls together, not knowing how to complete the shichibukai project. Now you tell me that your Marine has succeeded? Are you kidding us? This is the letter of intent for shichibukai, signed by 8 people. We contacted 8 people just now, and all of them are true. Everyone wants to become shichibukai. Sengoku couldn't help showing a proud look. Deluo is our Marine. Being able to complete this task single-handedly, as a marshal, he also has a bright face. Tell me, how did you do it? Deluo. Sengoku quickly told Wuxing everything he knew. Deluo's name was remembered by 5 elders for the first time. The rookie has even surpassed Sakazuki's potential, and there is a mysterious powerhouse like Tornado as a backer. After hearing this, 5 elders did not dare to ignore Deluo, a newcomer. Tomorrow, Sengoku, you will come to the government in person and report to us face to face. Everything, including Deluo, will tell us in detail. 5 elders held back the shock. Video is always inconvenient. Good. Sengoku nodded. 770. Such a big event should indeed be reported face to face. Video ends. The 5 elders looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. It has been countless years, and they have never been as shocked as they are today. The last time, they remember, seems to be the day when Roger became the One Piece. Not long ago, the Kaido of the Beasts invaded the Marine branch, which was not a big deal to the 5 elders. Deluo, complete the shichibukai task alone. Does the shichibukai organization belong to our government, or does he belong to Marine? One of the 5 elders suddenly questioned. For a moment. 5 elders, Chroma. Sengoku, in a good mood, walked into the conference room. He now has too many questions and wants to ask Deluo. Walk in. It was found that only Chief of Staff Crane was still here. Where are they? Sengoku blinked suspiciously. Didn't he ask Deluo to wait for me? And the others, didn't they get curious and just left? Chief of Staff Crane said, Sakazuki issued a challenge to Deluo. They all went to the theater. I'll wait for you here. Ha. Sengoku was dumbfounded. The next moment he slapped the table. Sakazuki, what is he doing? As an admiral, he challenges a major. Isn't it embarrassing? Even to challenge a vice admiral, it would be embarrassing. You are already the highest combat power of Marine, representing the strongest force of Marine. What happened? Sengoku looked serious. Could it be that guy Akainu used tricks when he saw that he couldn't get Diluo? There is also Diluo, who clearly agrees with Akainu, who is bullying the younger. Don't you know how to say no? As long as you refuse. Does Sakazuki still dare to mess around in Marine HQ? Chief of Staff Crane quickly explained to Sengoku what happened just now. After hearing this, Sengoku's tense face relaxed. It doesn't matter if it's a sharp conflict, it's just a military training. He took a step and walked towards the door. I don't want to miss it either. He was not curious about the growth of Diluo's troops. But I am curious how long Diluo can last in the hands of Akainu, and how much his strength has grown. The highest combat power, Sakazuki, one of the admirals, is going to fight one-on-one with the newcomer Diluo. This news instantly spread to every corner of the Marine headquarters. As long as Marine has free time, he will rush to the training ground immediately to seize the place. Marine, who has official duties, worked desperately to complete the work at hand, and didn't want to miss such a good show. I couldn't go, so I had to beg my colleagues to help me record the video. A training ground that can accommodate tens of thousands of spectators. In just a few minutes, it was full. No seat available. More Marines are rushing towards the practice field. Akainu stood in the west of the training ground, and behind him were hundreds of captains and officers waiting in battle. They were all captains. Each of them had sharp eyes and a burly body exuding a strong aura. The strength of this group of captain officers is also among the best among the huge group of captain officers in the entire Marine headquarters. Diluo's side. There are also hundreds of Marines behind them. But there are only 2 captains. There are only 8 lieutenant junior grade lieutenants in total. 30 soldiers were elite soldiers, and the remaining 60 were ordinary elite soldiers without any military rank. Totally incomparable. The 2 with the highest rank are nothing but the Akainu Centurion, the lowest rank. Wayne and Roy. The captain behind Akainu looked at Wayne and the others proudly. These 2 people. They used to be their colleagues, they were all in the same army, and they knew everything. Their strength, in our group, is at best considered average, but now they are the 2 strongest opponents. This battle. They don't know how to lose, they can win with their eyes closed. Let 80 of them win. Our former colleagues. The 2 captains, Wayne and Roy, looked at each other and saw flames in each other's eyes. Although they were stuffed into Diluo's army by Akainu, in order to obtain information. But it also means. In Akainu's eyes, they are not that important. Compared with other captains of Akainu's army, they are 2 people who have been abandoned. We're not what we used to be. The flames were burning in Wayne and Roy's eyes. We have become capable. The 100-man army behind us is all capable people. Don't say that you are only a team of captains and officers, even if it is a team of hundreds of officers at the school level, we can fight. Diluo's army of capable users has been promoted to 100 people. There were 72 ability users before. By convincing Fozfu, 10 random devil fruits will be rewarded. Tornado participates in the siege of Kaido of the Beasts, and rewards 10 random devil fruits. Diluo led people to attack the Beasts' pirates, successfully stealing the house, and rewarded 10 random devil fruits. 30 devil fruits. Before returning to the Marine headquarters, Diluo had already drawn them all. Among them are 2 devil fruits and 1 paramecia ability increasing fruit, which can increase various basic abilities and abilities with a very high upper limit. A Zoan ancient Tyrannosaur form. These 2 became Diluo's stock. 0. The remaining 28 devil fruits were given to the 28 fastest growing troops during this period. The army of capable users has also grown from 72 to 100. Breaking 100 for the first time. Among them, Zoan has more than 64 bits, and Paramecia has 36 bits. Akainu looked at Diluo and the troops behind him. Suddenly saw Yamato et al. Doesn't seem weak. But he remembered that Yamato was by no means the marine before Diluo's troops, but the strong men he subdued in the sea. Hastily opened the mouth and said, only in the Marine headquarters, Marines with files can participate in the war. Otherwise, the tornado will make a move. Let alone 100 captains, 100 colonels are useless. Unnecessary. Diluo didn't need Yamato Ashura Boy and others to join the battle at all. An army of 100 capable users is enough. Well. With a big wave of Akainu's hand, hundreds of captains behind him jumped off the high platform in an instant and landed on the training ground more than 10 meters below. At a height of 10 meters, Their feet had not been bent, and they still presented a square army. What a terrible army! The watching Marines all looked in awe. Including some vice admirals, they all showed envy in their eyes. It is difficult to find hundreds of such subordinates in their troops. Deluo waved his hand. Hundreds of ability users walked down the corridor and came to the training ground. Don't play with flowers. But in Marines' eyes, compared with the Akainu army, this is not 10 to 20% lower. Why do completely unequal troops confront each other? Someone raised a question. Is there any training effect for the different troops? Sakazuki's troops should be the strongest of all our Marine troops, right? This point of view. Approved by most Marines. Mr. Sengoku does not personally lead the troops as a marshal. Mr. Garp's troops have also been reduced to 1,000 people. Aokiji Kizaru, who is also Admiral, is 3.8 times weaker than Akainu because of their different temperaments and different directions of responsibility. Akainu troops. Now it is the top Marine unit, the unit with the largest number of Marines, and the most powerful ones. Vice Admiral has 4, and Rear Admiral has broken 10. There are hundreds of school-level officers, thousands of lieutenant-level officers, and tens of thousands of elite soldiers. Akainu's own troops can independently execute a top-level campaign. And Deluo's troops. Marine knows it too. The new army has just been established for less than 4 months, with a minimum establishment of 300 people. Excluding some auxiliary arms, there are only more than 200 combat Marines. It can be said that among the many troops in Marine, they belong to the bottom. There is no comparison at all. Quickly end the troop training. What we want to see is the battle between Deluo and Sakazuki Admiral. The Marine who came to watch was not for a 100-man team battle. For the battle between Akainu and Deluo. Since everyone is curious about our battle. Akainu is arrogant. 10 minutes. Give orders to your own captain's regiment. 10 minutes to end the battle, including the time to clean the battlefield. 3 minutes. Deluo gave the order of 3 minutes. Chapter 81. 3 minutes. Akainu looked at Deluo in surprise. You can't wait to fight me, so ask my troops to defeat your troops in 3 minutes. The requirements are a bit high. Anyway, your army is also an elite army, with hundreds of people, and the training ground is very large. If you try your best to escape, it will be very difficult to succeed in 3 minutes. Quickly start, hurry up and finish. The onlookers kept urging. When I came to Sengoku and other high-level people next to me, I was also lacking in interest. In this battle, even a Marine bet did not appear. Nonsense, in their eyes, Akainu troops don't win, they cut off their heads and kick them as balls. You can bet. But it's all betting that Akainu's forces can win. Prepare. A vice admiral acted as a temporary referee, stood between the two teams, picked up the military flag, and waved vigorously, start. Vice Admiral disappeared instantly and came outside the venue. Don't waste time. We beat them as quickly as possible. 10 minutes is a shame for us. 9 minutes is at most qualified. 5 minutes is considered excellent. 1 more second is wasted, and we will have an extra shame. 17. The captains and officers pulled out their wooden knives in an instant, rushing towards Wayne and the others like an unstoppable torrent of steel. In training, hot weapons are not allowed, and even the blades are replaced with wooden knives. Among the 100 captains, there are also 2 who have turned into beasts and have Zoan ability. This is too bullying. There are still capable people in the captain, and there are 2 more. Only the Sakazuki Admiral unit can have such a luxury, even F10 lieutenant has abilities. The Marine's eyes were all red. Such a team is simply perfect. Remember, we only have 3 minutes. Captain Wayne glanced behind Marine. Everyone's eyes were burning with flames. They are a group of people who are not favored and looked down upon. They used to be at the bottom of Marine and were unknown. Who knows them? No one. The commander gave us the ability, now is the time for us to repay him. Wayne growled. All capable users roared together. Transform. The 2 captains, Wayne Roy, turned into giant elephants and tigers. Both of them had awakened Zoan fruit, and their bodies were extraordinarily huge, like giant beasts. The capable person behind him transforms at the same time. 64 Zoans, turned into guest birds. Roaring at the same time, the whole venue shook. The Paramecia Legion, all kinds of abilities of 8 Gate, and the overwhelming carpet bombing. The Galloping Captain's Legion. Senseless. The two Zoans who rushed to the front looked at the giant elephant and tiger that far surpassed them. Compared with them, they were like pets. The rushing footsteps stopped immediately. All of them are capable. The captains were like dull ducks. The pride that was inevitable just now was defeated by the roar of the beast army, and their spirits were in a half-stupid state. Oh my god! What did I see? I actually saw 100 capable people. An illusion, it must be an illusion. Impossible. The onlookers gave out earth-shattering screams. In my life, I have never witnessed hundreds of ability users using abilities at the same time. Inside the Marine, there are hundreds of capable people, who can be scattered in various troops, and they are all hidden like treasures, and they have never all been gathered together. It's not a hallucination. Sengoku pinched himself hard with his hands behind his back. It is true. Perception with observation haki is not a special illusion ability. Indeed, hundreds of ability users. This. Sengoku's brain had lost the ability to think, and he stood there numbly, motionless, just looking at the 100 capable users who were showing off their power in a daze. Akainu grabbed the railing and looked at his troops, screaming and wailing in the rampage of the army of capable users. Let out a hysterical growl. Impossible, this is impossible. The railings were melted into molten iron by his inadvertent use of abilities. This battle. The crushing battle that everyone expected was just a group of low-level Marines crushing the high-ranking captain army. Strength crushed. In addition, hundreds of ability users erupted at the same time, making the captains turbulent and completely stunned, unable to fight back effectively. Paramecia after a round of baptism. Zoan finished, crushing from start to finish. For a minute. Among the captains, there are less than 10 people who can still stand. Roar. Hundreds of capable users simultaneously besieged the few remaining opponents, crushing them without any suspense. 86 seconds. The battle is over. Less than a minute and a half. On the huge training field, everything was silent. No, we can't lose here. The captains gritted their teeth and looked at the army of capable users with ferocious faces. We are captains. You are just soldiers. We were defeated by you, and in the future, what face will we have to lead the army to fight? Stand up. 1, 2, 3 strong willpower supported them to stand up slowly. In a short time, there were more than 20 people standing up slowly, their feet swaying. But he gritted his teeth. No loss for being an elite, facing an invincible enemy, he still did not give up. Attack. Captain Wayne growled. Hundreds of ability users rushed over the 20 or so captains. Enough. Suddenly there was a roar, and a figure appeared on the training ground. A vice admiral under Akainu, burst out with astonishing aura. With a wave of the sword in his hand, the sword wind pushed away the bursting ability user. The strength of the vice admiral headquarters is very strong. Rush. The legion of capable users will not stop until vice admiral appears. Steady your steps, experience the turmoil. I told you to stop. Vice admiral's eyes were fixed. Do you think that you are invincible if you have the ability? Let me tell you, it is still far away. Vice Admiral broke out with the strongest momentum. Blade on armament haki overlay. Wield a huge sword. Wayne and the others couldn't block this sword. It's a 100-man battle, and Vice Admiral participates. What is it? A figure suddenly jumped onto the battlefield. Yamato. Transform into a dragon form. She waved a huge mace. If you have the ability to fight with me, fight in groups, come on. Thunder 8 trigrams. Thunder and lightning flashed on the mace, and the strong wind made the Marines on the high platform keep retreating. Boom. A stick was hammered on the blade of Vice Admiral, and the latter's face changed drastically. He vomited blood and flew out. This is the Marine headquarters, not a place where you mess around. Akainu's subordinate, another Vice Admiral, rushed in. Want to fight? Accompany you. Ashura boy smashed in front of him, the blade in his hand left a sword mark on his chest at an angle he couldn't resist. Do you still need to come? Denjiro also came to the training ground, glaring at Shiyin and their side. There are also 2 Vice Admirals. Whether you want to end or not. The situation suddenly changed. Just now, the 100-person team battle turned into a confrontation between the strong because of the departure of a Vice Admiral. Sengoku yelled, "Stop!" Vice Admiral Rear Admirals under Akainu, resist the urge to participate. The Marshal himself spoke. No one dared to move Akainu's soldiers. The situation of the imminent chaos was stabilized by Sengoku. Return. Akainu had a gloomy 087 face. Who allowed you to act? He stared coldly at his subordinates, the vice admirals. Vice Admiral, who was the first to attack, was beaten by Yamato's stick and vomited blood. He lowered his head. Sakazuki, I am willing to be punished. I just don't want to see my pawns being bullied and abused. Go back and check for yourself. Akainu snorted. Yes. Deluo looked at Akainu calmly. Interesting. I thought you, Akainu, would shoot yourself, but you held back. Don't tell me just now, you can't stop vice admirals from shooting. Domineering is used to it, right? Deluo told the tornado to stop using telekinetic power. Just now Akainu dared to move. Deluo decided to let him bear the feeling of being crushed by two psychic powers at the same time. Stand on a high platform. Sengoku looked at both sides and took a deep breath. Almost, there was a big fight, so dangerous. Turn sideways, look at Deluo, look at Yamato and the others. Hundreds of ability users have already caused his mind to explode like thunder. But not really strong, at least in Sengoku's eyes. 100 capable people are useless to him. Several people from Yamato may appear. It makes Sengoku feel that his heart is still beating violently. Where did this monster come from? At such a young age, he can actually knock down Vice Admiral with a stick, and it seems that he still has strength left. Was the ability she used just now a Zoan Phantom Beast? Such a genius monster, why has the old man never heard of it before? Sengoku was also shocked by Ashiradaji and Denjiro's instant strength. Very strong. Where did Deluo get so many strong men? Sengoku looked at Deluo, his emotions couldn't be calm at all, and he added a tornado. His troops, combined strength. It has reached the top level. Horrible. This is Sengoku, the force that everyone is struck by. Chapter 82. In the venue of 10,000 people, there was no sound. In a very short period of time, the situation changed suddenly, which made Marine's thoughts unable to keep up with the rhythm. We lost. Hundreds of captains supported each other and slowly stood up. Silently picked up the broken knife, lowered his head, and walked out of the venue without saying a word. They are losers. A bunch of broken losers. I didn't expect that one day, I could see the Sakazuki Admiral troops, the army of hundreds of captains, would be crushed. At this moment, I don't know how many Marines trembled in their hearts. They once, under this group of captains, failed miserably. The military general meeting held every 3 years is where the major troops select a 100-member army with no more than a school-level officer, and they compete at each level to select the strongest troops. 5 years. For the past 5 years, Captain Akainu's unit has been number 1 in 4 of the 5 years. The well-deserved first team. In the only year, it was defeated by the Aokiji team, and it was a narrow defeat. The two Admiral 100-man troops fought until the last person was the only one to decide the winner. Never before, like today, has he been defeated like a sledgehammer. Hundreds of ability users, has Marine ever had such a troop? At least within 100 years, I haven't heard of it. In the past, the army with the most ability users was the Sengoku army. The army he led had the largest number of nearly 40 ability users at any time. There is a huge difference between 100 people. Deluo, how did he do it? All eyes were on Deluo. His soldiers were stuffed in from various major armies. Obviously we all know it well, there is no one capable person, and it is obvious that only about 100 days have passed. Thus, an army of 100 capable people was established. Did he find the legendary devil fruit tree? Otherwise, how could it be possible to get so many devil fruits? It can't be explained by luck alone. Deluo, these ability users. Sengoku was also curious, looking at Deluo directly. The sea has the power of more than 100 people with abilities. Count on one hand. There are hundreds of capable people in the lowest strength marine unit, let's talk about it, Huixin? Snatched from beasts pirates. Deluo threw the pot to Kaido of the beasts. Didn't he claim to form an army of capable users? Good excuse. There are so many capable people in the beasts pirates. It's hard for Sengoku to believe it, and it's hard for anyone who hears it. They already knew that Deluo led the troops to the beasts pirates' lair. How else would it be possible to convince Phospha and beasts pirates to become a shichibukai? But he never imagined that he could get such a generous salary from the beasts pirates. Jealous. Even Sengoku started to be jealous, and the other officer's eyes glowed red, like a wolf seeing meat. It turned out to be to take advantage of the time difference we had with the Kaido of the beasts. Akainu said something sour. Kizaru and I led a large army to deal with Kaido of the beasts desperately. We didn't get any benefits, but let Deluo get such a huge benefit, and now he defeated my army in turn. Think here. Akainu was aggrieved and wanted to vomit blood. Without you, I couldn't deal with that weirdo. Longwan stood up and said, "It's you who hinder me, otherwise I would have defeated that weirdo long ago." Akainu gritted his teeth, his face turned red and livid. Was stunned speechless. It seems to be the case, if he and Kizaru don't participate in the war, even if Tornado can't defeat Kaido of the beasts alone, it is enough to tie Kaido where he can't leave. Deluo can also easily steal a home from the beasts' pirates. Akainu's mentality has long since collapsed, and he couldn't hide his words. Waste devil fruit, 100 devil fruit, if given to school-level officers, or suitable candidates, Marine, the middle-level combat power is enough to increase a lot. His words. Let many Marine recognized. Hundreds of ability users, they all know what strength they used to have, and getting devil fruit has increased too much. If given to Marine with higher potential, wouldn't it be able to increase more combat power? Even Sengoku looked regretful. It is a pity to look at the hundreds of ability users, what a pity. Didn't say anything. The devil fruit obtained by accident, whether it is Marine or pirates, has the same rules, that is, whoever gets it by accident will get the devil fruit. Others have no right to interfere with the right to process. Akainu couldn't find anything that could make things difficult for the other party. Everyone looked at the legion of hundreds of ability users, envious and heartbroken. The potential of 100 capable users was underestimated. I want to know who can awaken the fruit ability within 3 months. The two captains, Wayne and Roy, stood up, appearing in the awakened form of fruits such as giant elephants and tigers, like giant beasts. Marine, who expressed regret just now, fell silent. Done in a very short time, fruit awakening, although it is the easiest Zoan fruit awakening, is also a miracle. Sengoku and other powerhouses secretly calculated. Wainroy has their potential, that's all. It stands to reason that being able to awaken the fruit in 10 years is considered pretty good. If it were me, an ordinary Zoan, I would guarantee to reach the level of fruit awakening within 1 year at most. Weasel Vice Admiral came. He is the veteran elite Vice Admiral. All aspects are extremely strong and physically strong. There is no guarantee that in 1 month or even less time, the suddenly obtained Zoan will be promoted to fruit awakening. They estimated that the Marine headquarters, the only strong physicists who are qualified to say such words are Garb heroes. Wayne, who has been a veteran for more than 10 years, has never shown a very high talent, Wang Hao, before, and it was only a few months. Sengoku narrowed his eyes slightly. It's not the reason for the two of them. Look at Deluo. It's because of him. Could it be that Deluo, who just graduated, has a method that we can't imagine teaching his subordinates, surpassing the strongest combat power like Akainu? The more I think about it, the more frightened I become. At this point, many Marines have thought of it. Many middle and low-level Marines have changed their gazes towards Deluo. They are probably doomed in this life, and the space for growth is limited. From Wainroy and others, they have seen their own shadows. They can continue to grow, why can't we? My army has been defeated. If you have any demands, please ask me later. I, Sakazuki, will not deny it. Akainu slowly took off his marine coat, and every inch of clothes could no longer conceal his burly physique. He stepped on the high platform like a boulder. He slammed into the training ground and looked at Deluo. Now, it's our turn. Chapter 83. The troops were defeated. But in the one-on-one fight with Deluo, Akainu never believed that he would lose. I am the highest combat power in Marine, and I have never experienced a single-handed fiasco in the true sense. You guys, get down for me now. Akainu looked at and reprimanded Yamato and the others on the field. You are not enough to let me shoot. They are strong. Stronger than ordinary Vice Admiral, but in the eyes of Akainu, it is not even an opponent. Isn't it just Admiral? Yamato was eager to try. The mace in his hand flashed with thunder and lightning, and at the same time, the dragon scales covered his arms, showing the shape of a dragon man. Dragon form Phantom Beast? A dragon form similar to Kaido, plus weapons, and the Thunder 8 trigrams you use. Akainu looked at Yamato, suddenly thought of something, pointed at her, and asked, "You, what does it have to do with Kaido of the Beasts? So similar." Akainu's words suddenly reminded everyone. Compared with the legion of hundreds of capable users, Yamato and others are actually more shocking. A stranger who didn't know him at all crushed several vice admirals. It stands to reason that such a character is enough to become a famous and powerful man. Why, we never heard of them before. The Marines talked in low voices, but no one knew them. Sengoku looked at the adjutant next to him. The adjutant had already informed the intelligence department, and the answer he got was that there was no information about Yamato and the others. They used to live in Wanakuni and hardly ever left. And the 597 countries are closed to the outside world. Marine knows nothing about them. Deluo, where did you find so many monsters? Sengoku looked at Deluo, only to realize that he couldn't see through Deluo's secret at all. Tornado and the few people now. This is completely comparable to the high-level combat power of a top pirate group. Such a huge combat power seems to appear out of thin air. Why, other Marines can't meet, but Deluo can meet so many unnamed strongmen after going to sea for a few months. No matter how lucky you are, it won't be so good. It's really similar to that Kaido of the Beasts guy. Kizaru looked at Yamato. There are too many similarities. They are all Wanakuni warriors. They follow me voluntarily. Is there a problem? Deluo landed on the training ground, stood in front of Yamato, and faced Akainu directly. Is there any violation? Marine has rules. That is, each army can recruit suitable members from the sea and become Marines. As long as the recruited characters are not prisoners who have been offered rewards, and have no criminal records. At the same time, as long as the number of recruits does not exceed 10%, it is fine. Deluo has a establishment of 300 people and has the right to recruit 30 people. Neither Yamato nor the others were offered a reward. Fully compliant. The mysterious Wanakuni samurai. Sengoku believed in such an explanation. Everyone knows that within Wanakuni, there is a mysterious and powerful force. It is also reasonable to have unknown powerful combat power. However, how can Deluo persuade such a character to leave his homeland and follow him? Sengoku looked at Deluo. Is his personality so high? It is not easy for the old man to subdue such a character. Okay, no problem. Akainu gritted his teeth and couldn't find any other problems. Staring at Deluo, now the battlefield belongs to us. Akainu's eyes burned with fire. Contains angry flames. Now, how can he not understand that he can't subdue Deluo at all, and he has no chance at all? Or he simply doesn't have any intention of joining my unit. From the attitude of Yamato and his subordinates. As Akainu could tell, there was no hope at all. Moreover, he himself already possesses a force comparable to the high-level combat power of our team. How can such a character enter other people's troops, because he will not be able to do so? I can't subdue it. Months of hard work were in vain. Was everything I did before a joke? Now think of it. Akainu couldn't help showing blue veins on his forehead, and his eyes turned red. I am Admiral. I took the initiative to invite you to join my army, and I was rejected in front of the whole Marine. I am Admiral. I have worked for months to get back your military power, to no avail. I am Admiral. To show closeness, wait for days and nights, show closeness to your friend Tornado, and finally get thrown out and become a joke. I am Admiral. My troops are ruthlessly crushed by you. The more he thought about it, Akainu's anger shot straight to his head. Why? In retrospect, why should I, babe, be so humble? But I never thought that Deluo never promised or expressed that it was his wishful thinking to join his army. Since there is no hope. Akainu has no other thoughts now. Looking at Deluo, there is only one thought. Always find something. Always take back the lost glory for your troops. It doesn't matter if the big bully the small. On the sea, I didn't pay attention to these things with you. Just be me, Akainu, and teach you the true cruelty of the sea. This is a battle between us, outsiders. No one is allowed to intervene. Akainu rolled the white tornado. If you are involved, then how to fight? It is also to tell Sengoku their attitude. Sakazuki, be serious, that kid is in trouble. Even Garp, a reckless man, felt the astonishing aura that Akainu involuntarily infiltrated. This is not the attitude of cultivating the younger generation, but the attitude when facing a real enemy. Garp looked at Sengoku. Don't stop it. Apparently Akainu is on top, Really want a top admiral to have a real fight with a major? Sengoku looked serious. Look at Akainu. He opened his mouth, but in the end there were no ministers. As a marshal, he does have the right and weight to stop this battle, but what happens after it is stopped? Could it be that if an admiral is kept angry, sooner or later something more serious will happen? He recalled. The previous conflict between Aokiji and Akainu was that Aokiji couldn't understand Akainu's behavior. Back then they were just vice-admiral, Sengoku was admiral. Sengoku, who is admiral, chooses peace and avoids the battle for the two sides to fight, so that the two sides will be more tit-for-tat in the future. Sengoku has always been worried that there will be even greater conflicts between the two in the future. But there was nothing he could do. With the conflict between the two admirals, he had no choice. He often regrets it. If I had handled it in a different way at the time, the two might have staged a big battle at the time, but after the battle everything became clear, and maybe there was no conflict between the two sides. Now Akainu and Diluo. One is already admiral, one is the future admiral in Sengoku's eyes, and has the highest combat power, with powerful forces. Opponents of the same level. If you stop it yourself, will there be bigger problems in the future? That being the case, can't help but let them fight. Anyway, it's impossible to really fight to the death. This, Sengoku is sure, no matter how angry Akainu is, it is impossible for him to dare to kill a recruit here. It is impossible to give him such a chance. The marine powerhouses are all there, and they don't stop them. Sengoku believes that when the time comes, it is impossible for the tornado not to make a move. Since there is no way out of life. Then hit. Put everything in the fight and solve it in a fighting way. Diluo looked at Akainu calmly. Change the venue. These few football fields are not enough for battles. Chapter 84. Change venue? Need it. Akainu didn't feel the need to change venues at all. Don't worry, I won't use large-scale attacks. Possessing the ability of the karst logia fruit, Akainu has the power to destroy an island, bursting out with full force, can instantly destroy the entire marine headquarters. But he never thought that Diluo would force himself to explode with all his might. Why don't you fight? It seems that we are discussing to call from another place. Don't change the place, change it to another place, we can't see it. Switching to other islands, it is impossible for tens of thousands of marines to follow the battle. Does the marine headquarters need to be guarded? If you don't change the venue, if Sakazuki launches meteor volcano, it will be useless even if the venue is several times larger. Think here. The backs of the marines felt cold, and it seemed that watching the battle was dangerous. Impossible. How could Diluo force Sakazuki Admiral to explode his full fighting power? I don't think Sakazuki Admiral even needs to use the magma ability. I feel so too. Akainu's strength does not only come from the fruit ability, his own haki and strength also stand at the pinnacle of the sea. It's scary, it seems that both of them have become serious. Kizaru raised his legs leisurely. Let's just fight like this, with us here, we won't hurt the outside world. If you really get angry and spread the disaster to the outside, can't we strong onlookers still be able to resist it? Anyone who uses haki can form a strong layer of protection. Mr. Sengoku, what do you think? Diluo looked at Sengoku. No change of venue. Whether the marine headquarters can exist is not guaranteed. Sengoku looked at Diluo. He is aware of Akainu's destructive power, and Diluo, remembering that he has the ability to summon meteorites, and it is also a large-scale attack, it seems necessary to change the venue. But for a duel, spending time to go to other islands is troublesome. Diluo, you can't use the meteorite drop ability. Sakazuki, you can't use meteor volcano and other moves. Sengoku restrained the two, really messing around. I don't care. Akainu never thought that he would use meteor volcano and other moves. Look at Diluo. I can. I'm afraid that he can't do it. After losing the ability to summon meteorites, relying on his strength and haki, can he block my move? March ago. In the eyes of many high-level executives, Diluo has shown all his strength with all his strength. Everyone knows it. Strength haki is just a leader of the new generation. Compared with the old powerhouses, it is far behind, not to mention the invisible gap compared with Admiral Akainu. I don't care either. Diluo didn't care. Using telekinetic power to pull the meteorite down is just a way of expressing superpowers, and it doesn't involve the real core of telekinetic power. Okay, let's fight. Sakazuki, be careful, The government may summon Deluo later. Sengoku tactfully reminded Akainu. Don't overdo it. I know. Akainu nodded. It's okay to learn a lesson. Now Sengoku is relieved. But when he saw the tornado, he raised his heart again, and walked towards him. Tornado, this is the internal training of the Marine, no matter what happens, please don't make a move. Anyway, nothing big will happen. It's just a fight between the two sides. Akainu vented his anger, and it was almost done. If the tornado was shot and non-official Marine members participated, he was afraid that with Akainu's extreme temper, something unpredictable would happen. Me? I didn't think about making a move. Tornado gave Sengoku a look. I won't make a move, and neither can you. Her eyes swept over Sengoku, Garp and other top Marines. Ha ha ha, we have no reason to make a move. Sengoku laughed. Unless Akainu really kills us, we have a chance to make a shot, which is unlikely to happen. The air around Akainu was twisting. The scorching breath diffused, and the karst surged on his body surface, suppressing the viscous breath, which made the Marines swallow their saliva in awe. Very scary. You said, if Sakazuki also lost today, wouldn't it mean that the top officials, the top and the middle and lower levels all lost? I don't know who came up with this sentence. When you think about it, it really is. The 100-man legion fought and lost. Vice Admiral executives violated the rules and shot, and lost. I've lost face. If the top officers of both sides are still defeated, then the 1st Marine unit will be completely crushed. What are you thinking? If the tornado strikes, there may still be some possibilities, Deluo, it will be possible in another 20 years. The highest combat power vs has the potential to become the highest combat power seed. Who can win? Kids know it all. Zero looking for flowers. Nonsense, of course I know the result is destined, don't I just want to see something different? That's the way to be interesting. Actually, I'm also looking forward to it, but unfortunately it's impossible. Some Marines looked forward with dark anticipation. That must be wonderful. At this time, suddenly a figure rushed to the training ground. Have I caught up? Haven't played yet. As soon as he returned to the headquarters, he rushed over after hearing the news. It's just in time, it's about to start. Oh. Jiaji stared wide-eyed, looked at Deluo and Akainu on the training ground, and shouted loudly, my brother, don't be afraid, losing is not terrible, wait for us to practice for 10 or 20 years, and then wait for Sakazuki and the others. We are getting old, Marine is what we say, and we will return it when the time comes. 0. Sengoku looked at Cake with black lines all over his head. Shut up. If you lose, surrender immediately, and I will come down to help you as soon as possible. Jiaji continued to shout. Jiaji, shut up, it has nothing to do with you. Akainu gave a tiger eye. How dare you bother? I can't spare you. Go ahead. Akainu looked at Deluo. As Admiral, it would be unreasonable to preemptively strike. Call out. Deluo appeared in front of Akainu instantly. You asked me to make the first move, and he was impolite. Whirlwind Iron Fist. With vigor like a whirlwind, Akainu's body was pulled. Still dare to move forward. No, his strength. Akainu's pupils dilated, and his whole body turned into karst elements. Boom. The karst body was crushed by the whirlwind, and the magma splashed. Fighting me close is the worst choice. In the karst all over the sky, karst fists bombarded Deluo. Flowing water rock breaking fist. The blowing wind blocked all the splashing karst, forming an airtight protective layer. At the same time, a palm hit Akainu's body in the karst at an extremely tricky angle. The ground cracked. Akainu stared back at Shunpo. Flash slash. The sword edge in the distance unsheathed instantly and fell into Deluo's hand, and he flashed past. It's useless. Akainu rapidly karstified, and suddenly felt that his body was imprisoned by invisible pressure, unable to move, and he was in a daze for a moment. The sharp sword light tore open his body, breaking the loss in two with one blow. Chapter 85. What a sharp combo, and Sakazuki Admiral, worthy of being called Admiral, this is letting Deluo show off. The Marine crowd burst into amazing applause. Very nice offensive. It was just Akainu's reaction that made them wonder. It seems that being beaten passively should be intentional. It is really cultivating the younger generation Deluo, otherwise this cannot be the performance Admiral should have. Sengoku waited for the strong, pupils constricted. Garp stood up at some point. They looked deeper, and Garp Sengoku looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. The split karst body surged on the ground and condensed into Akainu himself. There was a blood stain on his chest. I tried my best to karstify and avoid it, but it was a little late because of the imprisoned mind power. Injured. It's too hard, and you don't hesitate to get hurt in order to cultivate the younger generation. Many Marines looked at Akainu with admiration. Is this Admiral's demeanor? More, 640, and more Marines. But found it wrong. It is definitely not intentional injury by releasing water. Could it be? They stared at Deluo and heard Admiral in a split second. You made a move. Akainu looked up at the tornado. Just now you just frozen my body just right, so that I couldn't dodge the counter-attack in the first place. Furious. As I said, no one else is allowed to interfere. Do you really think that Marine can let you do whatever you want because they regard you as their ancestor? Ridiculous. Sakazuki, she didn't make a move, I'm right next to him, I can assure you. Sengoku quickly explained. He found that Akainu was in a very wrong mood at this time. Real. Akainu was still skeptical. He has experienced the superpower that confines the body before, and it is exactly the same. If it is not a tornado, who else could it be? Could it be that Deluo has the same ability? Impossible. Don't look elsewhere, play. Deluo pointed his hand at Akainu. The telekinesis wrapped him around and twisted forcefully. Akainu's body exploded, turning into karst and torn apart. Similar ability. Sengoku looked at Deluo, but the strength of his ability would definitely be weaker than tornado. The karst condenses again. Akainu's expression changed. Become dignified. Obviously I didn't voluntarily elementalize just now, and I tried to resist with strength, but it still smashed my body. Stay back a little bit. Akainu gave a loud shout. He knew that if he was not serious today, he might really lose. Let the Marines back away a little, and then burst out with all their strength, and swung their karst fists forward. The air is turbulent. Sakazuki, what do you want? Sengoku's pupils were about to burst. You actually broke out with all your strength, that is something that Deluo can resist. A little carelessness will kill him, how dare you do this step? Sengoku subconsciously jumped towards the field. Suddenly, I felt my body was imprisoned. Looking back, I looked at the tornado that was shot in disbelief. Really, you guys said you couldn't make a move, but now you want to make a move, I don't agree. Why? I'm going to save Deluo, can't you see the situation clearly? Sengoku was stunned. I'm helping Deluo. Not to help Akainu. He doesn't need your help. The tornado continued to imprison Sengoku's body. How could it be unnecessary? Let me go. Sengoku shone with dazzling golden light all over his body, and wanted to use the giant Buddha form of phantom beasts. Boom. Akainu strikes with all his might. The half-day training ground was covered by karst. Jiaoyi a long killing fist. Deluo uses the strongest physical moves he has. The left hand uses the flowing water breaking rock fist, which focuses on persistent defense, and the right hand uses the whirlwind iron fist, which focuses on rapid attacks. This trick was learned by Deluo not long ago. Before returning, complete 3 tasks at once, participate in defeating Kaido of the Beasts, stealing a house from Beasts pirates, and convincing Fozfu to become a shichibukai. 3 tasks, remove 30 random devil fruits, and get 3 different abilities. 1. Top observation haki, predict the future. 2. Top level learning ability, possess the super ability to quickly learn other people's skills and create skills. Rely on super learning and creativity. Deluo combined flowing water breaking rock fist and whirlwind iron slashing fist to obtain the more powerful Jiaoyi a long killing fist. 3. Ability to breathe underwater. Hands out. With strong energy, the air is shattering, hitting the karst fist. The sky and the earth split, half of it is karst, and half of it is a shock wave. Boom. The entire marine headquarters was shaking violently. Cracks spread to the stands. Come and help. Garp Kizaru, including all the vice admirals, rushed out and stretched out their hands, using armament haki to form a strong protective layer to resist the aftermath. The spiral energy crushed the karst fist. Under Akainu's unbelievable eyes, the vigor pierced his chest. Puff. The whole person flew upside down and hit the steel wall, getting embedded in it. Chijin shatters the air and moves forward indomitable. Kizaru's eyes widened and he cried. Why come to me? Quickly open your hands and explode with all your strength Haki.0. Kizaru tried his best to block the energy shock wave, and took a few steps back. Looking at his hands, all 10 fingers were trembling, and there were tiny cracks on them. This attack was too terrifying. Can I take that back? I'm a little overwhelmed. The aftermath is so strong. Isn't that Akainu? Kizaru looked down gloatingly, watching a good show. This is not training. Garp and the others looked at the battlefield with lingering fear. Almost, the entire training ground will be reduced to nothingness. It's too messy. This is impossible. Sengoku, who was shining with golden light, looked at the battlefield dully. There was no serious injury or worse for Diluo. Instead, Akainu flew out. Obviously, Akainu exploded with all his strength, spared no energy, and flew out backwards. Sengoku knew that he couldn't knock Akainu away with one hit. This is our marine's highest power. When did the performance get so bad? I said, you don't need to take action, and no one is allowed to intervene in the future. Tornado threatened Sengoku and the others again, and if they take another action, it is not as simple as simply being imprisoned in place. What's the matter? What happened? Why is there suddenly no movement? Has Diluo already lost? The marine in the stands, because of the vibration just now, desperately avoided. It suddenly became quiet, and hurried up to look below. Only Diluo was seen. No Akainu. Did you finish work and go home? Look, where is it? The sharp-eyed marine spots Akainu embedded in the wall. There was an uproar. 3.5. All kinds of unbelievable exclamations spread all over the marine headquarters. Marines who couldn't be there all looked around curiously. What happened? It's worth screaming like this. Embedded in the wall. Akainu was in a trance. My eyes are blank. Have I been knocked into the air? I obviously didn't stay strong, so I was knocked into the air. The expression gradually became ferocious, and the karst flowed out from the wall, condensing into Akainu on the ground. Everyone can see the situation of Akainu more clearly at this time. There was a huge hole in the inch of clothing on his chest, and a huge hole in the inch of clothing on his back. It seemed that there was power surrounding his body. That burly body showed tiny whirlpool cracks. Look, there's blood on the corner of Sakazuki's mouth. There was blood at the corner of Akainu's mouth, which was not wiped away. He got hurt. Everyone stared wide-eyed, and Garp and others were no exception. Chapter 86, P1. Garp, you see clearly. Garp nodded. His offensive is too smooth, such a move cannot be easily learned. Several physical techniques used by Diluo. It left Garp dumbfounded. I care more about his strength and haki. His strength and haki are not more than Sakazuki, but he can achieve such an effect. Garp looked at Diluo, as if looking at a huge treasure. Akainu's frontal assault strength, the sea is one of the best existences, and the frontal defeat did not use more power than Akainu. Do this. All because of the moves used by Diluo, the bonuses are too much. The moves may come from a sudden inspiration, and they were created suddenly, but why did his power and haki increase so much in 3 months? Zhongui's focus is still on the most basic and core power. Garp, who in the sea can increase so much for 3 months? Anyway, Sengoku recalls, historically, no one could do it. Garp shook his head. March is too short. Even if every day in March is a battle of life and death, it is impossible to keep breaking through, and it is still possible in 3 years. There is only one possibility, that is, during the recruit camp, he accumulated an unimaginable foundation, and then broke out suddenly. The more he thought about Sengoku, the more frightened he became. Immediately raised Diluo to the same level as Akainu. 10. It seems that this battle will not end in a short time, and Sakazuki is going to fight back. Sengoku looked at Akainu. I don't believe that he will lose so easily. We were careless before, and we all misjudged Diluo's strength. Rookie, you did a good job. Akainu tore off the tattered clothes, revealing a majestic physique, with muscles tensed like a dragon. The body is slightly curved. Boom. Like an ancient Tyrannosaurus, it crushed the ground and fell into the ground. The scorching karst left scorched black marks on the ground, and the entire sky was burnt red. Look, the steel is melting. Marine looked at the red steel wall in panic and began to shed molten iron. You fight, we suffer. Kizaru couldn't help complaining, and the strong marine desperately used armament haki to resist the spread of the scorching air wave. Dark Hound. The Balrog-like Akainu, with karst claws flashing dazzling light, is highly cohesive. Jiaoyi a long killing fist. Facing Akainu's outbreak, Deluo turned a blind eye. Using powerful physical skills with both hands again, the rotating Chijin bypasses Dark Hound and goes straight to Akainu. A wound for an injury, crazy. Sengoku couldn't help but clenched his fists tightly. This doesn't scare me. I'm going to fight like hell. Who is better at it than me? Akainu also turned a blind eye and continued to explode the power of Dark Hound. Boom. The whirling force hit Akainu's chest. Dark Hound hit the protective shield in front of Deluo. Two super powerful attacks hit each other at the same time. Fall down. Akainu roared. The sky and the earth were covered by the crimson color of the karst, and suddenly a force of energy pierced through the crimson sky and the earth. Boom. Akainu flew out. There was a smile on the corner of the mouth. I flew out, you can feel better. Hitting the ground heavily, Akainu spurted out a mouthful of blood. He didn't care to stand up, raised his head, and looked at Deluo. No one could feel better. Don't die, I don't want to bear such a responsibility. Don't come here. Kizaru looked at the vortex Chijin coming to him again, his face changed drastically. There are a lot of marine behind him, he can't dodge. Boom. The energy hit Kizaru's condensed haki wall, he felt a blockage in his chest, he was almost out of breath, pushed back a few steps, and blocked the energy by gritting his teeth. This is killing people. Kizaru lowered his trembling hands. Knowing that haki is the weakest in Admiral, why is it me who is the strongest every time? Useless Sakazuki, don't you know how to block them all? Kizaru and even Akainu started to complain. He looked around, among the many strong men who resisted the aftermath, he was the most unlucky, and the most relaxed was Marshal Sengoku standing behind Deluo. At first, everyone thought that the battle would soon be over, with any clutter threatening to surround them. But just in case, Kizaru quietly came behind Akainu. If the battle would not end for a while, he was sure that the one behind Akainu would be the easiest one, and he would block all Deluo's attacks. No fallout will come behind him. Kizaru thought he had calculated everything, everyone else was on the first floor, and I was on the 5th floor. They think more than Sengoku and they just laughed in their hearts. Sengoku, you dare to stand behind Deluo, isn't that asking for trouble? Can Deluo block the aftermath of Akainu's moves? How unlucky it is that he will have to rely on the help of the strong behind him to block it. And how relaxed I am, I don't know. If you don't count, the result will be like this. Completely miscalculated. Learn from Akainu, how did Deluo know how to block all your attacks? And you, useless stuff. Kizaru begged, Mr. Sengoku, how about we change places? Sengoku looked at Kizaru puzzled, we are both at the front and can see clearly, is it necessary to change positions? Suddenly, I saw that Kizaru's trembling hands began to bleed. Sengoku's mind exploded. No change. Kizaru immediately looked at Garp with a sad face, Garp now, how about we change positions? Other vice admirals are not qualified to come here to resist the aftermath. Kizaru, do you think I'm stupid? Garp also rolled his eyes, the old man is already very old, this kind of burden is still left to you. Ah, why? Kizaru screamed in pain. Why am I so unlucky, Mr. Sengoku? I think it is necessary to change the battlefield for them, and the battlefield must be changed. If this continues, the headquarters will be demolished by them. That's too late. Sengoku shook his head. Akainu was already on top and couldn't calm down. Kizaru can only comfort himself, after Akainu fights back with all his strength, I will relax, well, it must be like this. Impossible. On the battlefield, Akainu stared at Deluo, seeing that he was unscathed and did not even step back. 690. No way. My Dark Hound, is it useless at all? What ability did you use? Akainu stared at the front of Deluo, the quick recovery protective shield had the ability similar to the tornado, and its defensive power was equally terrifying. Akainu started to panic. I don't believe that there is a real absolute defense in the sea. He doesn't believe it. And Kaido of the beasts, their defenses all have weaknesses, so why can you get a perfect defense? Can always be broken. Akainu roared and rushed forward. The dog gnaws the red lotus. The karst is highly condensed into the shape of a vicious dog, biting towards Deluo. Boom. Blocked by the superpower shield, Shiluo slashed down with the sword in his hand, atomic slash. Covering his body with his hands, armament Haki used all his strength. Clang. Sparks are flying. Akainu suddenly felt that his body was imprisoned. Watching Diluo's sword fall on his head, all the armament Haki condensed on the head, a smear of blood flowed down from the top of the head, with gold stars in his eyes, and flew out again. Call out. Diluo, who was standing still, disappeared in an instant. Catch up with Akainu, who is flying upside down. Above him. Jiaoyi, a long killing fist. Coupled with the crushing of telekinetic power. The two big moves fell from the sky and crushed Akainu at the same time. He slammed into the ground, and several football fields completely collapsed. The rift spread farther, even to the entire Marine headquarters. Chapter 86, P2. Block. Sengoku roared and turned into a Buddha form, and the Buddha's palm used super shock waves to resist the aftermath. Garp also threw away the marine coat, swung his iron fist quickly, and the impenetrable fist wind shredded the spreading force. The vice admirals also quickly drew their weapons. It is no longer just relying on the armament Haki wall to block it. Kizaru also condenses the Ama no Yumo sword. It's easier than before, I'm not alone. Kizaru gloated and looked around, now he knew how I felt. The aftermath was stronger than before. But just now I resisted 90% by myself, and now everyone feels uncomfortable. I feel better. Sengoku, if you continue to fight like this, you may not be able to stop it. Garp stared at Sengoku seriously. The main reason is that the battlefield is too large. We can protect the side behind us, but those vice admirals? I didn't even see Vice Admiral, a weasel, whose complexion changed drastically, with a red color appearing on his face, and he was already holding on. Sengoku was also afraid, so he ordered loudly. The battle is over, today's training is over. In the deep pit, Akainu slowly stood up from the karst, with blood all over his head. Mr. Sengoku, this is our battle, it's not over yet, please let us finish it. How could it end like this? I, Akainu, am far from failure. Never accept it, I will lose to Diluo. Sengoku gritted his teeth. Admiral, who is already impatient, as a marshal, he can't force orders. If I knew it earlier, I should have listened to Diluo. If I changed the battlefield, there would be no problems. It's not like now, we are on the sidelines, even more tired than the two fighting. Hurry up and let Kyuzan, Zephyr, and Zayahi come to the scene. Sengoku roared to the adjutant behind him. Since we are going to fight, that requires more strong people to resist the aftermath. Kyuzan, who was not watching the match, suddenly got a message. Staring suspiciously at Marine, are you sure you are not kidding me? In his prediction, Akainu beat Diluo, isn't that an instant kill? What's there to see in a battle that ends in an instant? Tell me now, Garp Sengoku has so many strong men, he can't stop Nebo? This is the biggest joke he has heard in the past few years. It's true, Sakazuki Admiral is being beaten up by Diluo. Real. Aokiji disappeared in an instant, such a good thing should not be missed. Zephyr, who was teaching in the recruit camp, was a little confused because the entire Marine headquarters was shaking violently. Sakazuki is fighting Diluo, need my help. Zephyr was also dumbfounded. My two students actually fought? Sakazuki, who has become an admiral, is still fussing over a newcomer. It's embarrassing. As a teacher, I can't tolerate him messing around. Anxious Zephyr rushed out of the classroom immediately. Teacher, is Diluo our senior from the previous class? A student asked curiously. All the students turned to Zephyr expectantly. Both Diluo and Sakazuki came out of the recruit camp, and they were both influential figures in the recruit camp. These juniors and younger sisters are full of curiosity about them. And, you can also follow the old man to see the world, but, this time, you may be disappointed. The senior Diluo you admire may be miserable. Several powerhouses pointed out by Sengoku rushed to the battlefield. Several people met outside the door. Already able to clearly feel the fierce fighting movement inside. The huge training ground is shaking violently and may collapse at any time. That fellow Sakazuki has managed to do this to such an extent, doesn't he know that Diluo has just graduated, so it is necessary to use such a great force. As Admiral, do you want to kill someone? Don't look at it. Zephyr looked behind Anne and other recruits. I'm afraid the scene is too bloody. You can't stand it. No, we're going. Anne and the others looked at the training ground curiously. During this period of time, in the recruit camp, I have heard too many legends about Deluo's senior, the legendary figure, and I have long been curious. Let's go, don't really let the training ground be broken by them. Chief of Staff Crane took the lead into the training ground. Sengoku, as the marshal, you don't stop this kind of thing. Walking in, Zephyr berates Sengoku immediately. Is it necessary to agree to such a huge gap in the battle? This is not reckless. Suddenly found that Sengoku looked very wrong. The appearance of hell, plus the expression of gritted teeth. Kyuzan, come to me quickly. In the distance, Kizaru saw Aokiji and the others, as if he saw a savior. Come and save me, I am really dying, if no one comes to help, I will die before Akainu. Suddenly Kizaru felt his eyes go black. Let out a hysterical wail, don't come here. In front of him, Deluo attacked Akainu frantically, with fist palms, hundreds of them fell on Akainu in an instant, hitting him dripping with blood. Akainu raised his head to protest. Psychic force imprisoned his arms, and Deluo punched him on the head. The karst that just gushed out was thrown out by the telekinetic package, not giving Akainu time to recharge. He couldn't even protect his body with his arms. Being crushed by Deluo and hammered wildly. Behind Akainu is Kizaru. Akainu bears most of the strength, and the rest of the strength seeps out, under Kizaru's appearance that he would rather die than die, it belongs to him. Kizaru is also miserable. Mouth Kakuzu began to bleed. Looking at Aokiji, it's like seeing a savior. Come and help me. I ride a horse to watch a theater, why do I have to bear this? What is this? Aokiji looked lazily, his eyes widened instantly, his loose skin tightened immediately, and then he came silently not far from Garp. It's easy here. Now there is no need to bear any aftermath, Nyohao Zhao. Chief of Staff Crane also came not far to the right of Sengoku, which is the most relaxed position. Kizaru was desperate. Finally, I hope to look at Zephyr. You are a teacher, it doesn't matter if you take more responsibility. Zephyr walked silently to another place. Kizaru silently shed tears of remorse. I will never go to the theater in my life, I will comfortably drink afternoon tea, okay? You must die to come here. And Akainu, you guys, fight me back, play me, you don't really count on me. Recruits. Looking curiously at the battlefield. Ah. Anne and the others opened their mouths slightly. I haven't had the chance to meet Deluo, Akainu and the others, but they all have pictures of them in the recruit camp, and they all know each other. Teacher Zephyr, is that Sakazuki Admiral? Why do I think he is more miserable? Anne asked Zephyr in a low voice. This is not the result you expected, teacher. Chapter 87. How strong is Deluo? Who can explain it to me? Zephyr looked like hell. Turn your head and look around. I found that everyone had the same expression as my own, and they all looked like hell, and they were all frozen in place like the statue. Akainu roared, and after being beaten so many times, he broke out, squeezed all his strength, and finally escaped from Deluo's continuous punching wind. Zhu Tian, with bruises all over his head and blood on his face, yelled, enough. Surrender. Deluo withdrew his hands, and came to the two flying swords behind Akainu without a sound, and returned in an instant. It's over. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like Akainu is about to throw in the towel. We all know that he still has the strength to fight, but if he continues to fight, he will be beaten passively, and he can't really do everything for days and nights. For Admiral, it is really shameless. The battle ended abruptly. There was a slight change in everyone's dull eyes. Turning his head stiffly, he looked at Deluo. He won. I didn't expect a miracle to happen. It was Deluo who won. The most unlikely result has appeared. At the beginning, there were many Marines who watched the show without thinking it was a big deal, hoping that Deluo would win, but they also knew that it was just wild thinking and no one took it seriously. Our highest combat power is defeated, so what is it to defeat the highest combat power? C-250 Army hero? It doesn't seem right either. Even for Mr. Garp, it is not easy for Akainu who can play in a short time so miserable. Deluo is already the strongest in our marine, right? Not necessarily, but he, plus the tornado, and his troops, are definitely the first marine troops. The Marines didn't expect that. On an ordinary day, a new legend was born. Now, I don't know how long it will take for Sakazuki to come out. Sengoku began to worry about whether Akainu's mentality would be in a slump. In front of the entire marine. Defeated by Deluo. If you are defeated in all aspects, you will have some problems in your heart if you replace it. Deluo glanced at Akainu. Not fun. Turn around and walk out, it's over. Just when everyone thought the battle was over. Akainu's red eyes flashed with desperate and crazy eyes. Did I let you go? The battle isn't over yet. The ground instantly turned into a karst wave and spread out. In an instant, the entire battlefield turned into a karst ocean. The scorching breath forced Marine to retreat quickly. The huge karst fist is condensed in Akainu's hands. I still have a lot of moves, a lot of strength, and I am undefeated. Bonk, karst fist sprays into the air. The karst of the earth forms huge waves. The world is covered by scorching karst, a scene of doomsday. Sakazuki, what are you doing? Sengoku growled. It is agreed that such a large-scale attack cannot be used. Mr. Sengoku, I told you to back off, don't worry, I will minimize the damage to the headquarters. Akainu was anxious, he was anxious, completely anxious. Like a gambler who has lost everything. Press your last chip. Damn it. Sengoku slammed his fist against the railing. It can't be stopped. Looking around Marine, everyone, leave immediately. Needless to say, Sengoku said, the death threat brought by the karst fists all over the sky made the Marines run desperately into the distance. The Marine headquarters, and other places in the Marine, all looked at the karst meteors falling from the sky in fear. Do you think it will work for me? Deluo raised his head and looked at the fallen meteor volcano. That's it? The telekinetic power can instantly control Manti and karst fist in an instant. But not interested. It is said that the land will be exchanged, but if it is not exchanged, then these will cause headaches for our country. We must not let any attack spread outside. Sengoku looked at Kizaru Aokiji and other strong men. The meteor volcano must not be allowed to fall elsewhere in the Marine HQ. Why? Kizaru lost his mind. It's fine that I suffered the most just now, why should I wipe Akainu's and now, I'm not at a loss. Aokiji was also a little dissatisfied. Stop talking nonsense, don't you want the Marine headquarters to be turned into a sea of flames? Sengoku roared, and the Buddha's palms aimed at a giant karst bomb that was about to fall outside, and the shock wave resisted and shattered it. Unlucky. No matter how reluctant, everyone started to act. Only on the side of the tornado, everyone looked indifferent. While complaining, Tornado used telekinesis to form a shield to protect all of Deluo's subordinates. Really, why do I want to be a nanny? Boom. The meteor volcano, covering the sky and the sun, fell from the sky, burned the sky full of white clouds, and slammed into the battlefield. Boom. Huge flames burst out from the training battlefield, like a volcanic eruption. The scorching breath covered the Marine headquarters, and the sea water in the distance was screaming. The violent shaking spread farther into the horizon, invisible to the naked eye. It's easy to fight, but it's trying to make me stop, it's not that simple. Deluo ignored the incoming meteor volcano. It turned into a streamer and rushed towards Akainu. Dark Hound. Suddenly Dark Hound froze in the air, Deluo hit his head with a punch, and the karst of the ground cave covered Deluo, and it also froze in the air instantly. The unsheathed Yanemo sword pierced Zion's body. Just now, Deluo hadn't fully used his telekinetic power to give Akainu a chance to fight back and enjoy the excitement of a head-on battle. Now, Deluo thought power to crush every counter-attack of Akainu, and then kept hitting Akainu with various big moves. The big sharp knife Yanemo pierced Akainu's body. The black sword Kyushui landed on Deluo in an instant, and slashed down together, flash cut. The dog gnaws the red lotus. As soon as the karst vicious dog condensed, it was torn apart by the telekinetic power, and the flashing slash fell on Akainu in an instant. He roared ferociously, and moved his head with difficulty under the frozen power of thought. Shua. One of Akainu's ears, cut off. It's not as simple as avoiding at a critical moment, or cutting off an ear. I can still fight. Akainu, who was in a state of madness, bombarded Deluo with all his might, regardless of the cut-off ear. The result will not change. All his attacks were shredded or blocked by telekinetic power, but he couldn't dodge Deluo's attack. Exploding with all his strength, he could only survive a fatal blow. Outside world. How's the situation? Sengoku, who was trying his best to block the destruction of Meteor Volcano from the outside world, looked around. his face became even more ugly, and there were actually 3 karst fists falling outside. Smash everything for hundreds of meters. Fortunately, the evacuation was timely and no one was killed or injured. We can't let them continue to fight, and if they continue to fight, the Marine headquarters won't let it go. Sengoku was angry. You must tear down Marine HQ. Didn't you see that the entire training ground is collapsing like crazy? If the fight continues, it's not certain whether Marine headquarters will be there, but Akainu will definitely not be there. Kizaru looked at Akainu, who was completely beaten by Diluo. It's so miserable. This is also what Sengoku is worried about. It's okay to lose the highest combat power, but if you don't die, something big will happen. Sengoku roared, and the Buddha rushed towards the battlefield. Stop. But it didn't land, and was imprisoned in the air. Turning around, I saw Tornado pointing his hand at him. As I said, no one can intervene, it's crossing the line. Sengoku's face froze. Chapter 88. Watching the tornado, Sengoku was embarrassed. At the beginning, he ran over and told the tornado not to intervene. From the beginning to the end, the other party remained motionless, never even got up, but he was the one who fought the fire all over the place, and couldn't help but want to make a move over and over again. The old man blushed. Sengoku explained in a low voice, hoping that Tornado would understand, let go of me, if someone dies, Diluo will be more responsible. I only know that the battle is either to die or to surrender, otherwise there is no reason to end. Tornado oblique Sengoku, what do you think? Does it make sense? Makes sense. On the training field, although there will be no life and death, but at the end, either surrender and raise the white flag, or do not resist at all. These 2 points. Akainu has neither now. Although it was miserable, rightward arrow, he was still trying his best to resist. Don't worry so much, Sakazuki won't die that easily, and he's not stupid. Garp didn't think anything of it, he's already an admiral at such a big age, he knows the seriousness, he can't bear it, and if he doesn't surrender, it's not self-inflicted. Sakazuki, throw in the towel. Aokiji kindly persuades Akainu. Akainu, whose mind was full of roaring voices, faintly heard it. The irritable mood is a little calmer. Reality tells him that if he continues to fight, he will not see the hope of victory, and it will be even worse. Is it necessary? Aokiji continued to persuade, anyway, you took the initiative to challenge Diluo, and the challenger lost, isn't it normal? As soon as this word came out. Plus it's Aokiji who doesn't deal with himself. Akainu's newly raised rationality was covered up again by the humiliation that rushed straight to his forehead. Boom. Diluo punched Akainu on the head. The fighting spirit that had just surged up was defeated. In his eyes, the white clouds in the sky seemed to be floating, and he couldn't see clearly. Bang bang bang. The fists landed heavily on Akainu. The earth cracked and continued to sink. The entire Marine headquarters is sinking slightly, and the houses in the distance are cracked, and huge cracks are spreading rapidly. Sakazuki, until now, do you still think it is necessary to continue fighting? Sengoku said with all his might. He was afraid that the voice was too low, and Akainu couldn't hear it at this time. It is necessary, of course it is necessary, I can, brush. The hands that had just been raised were sliced off by the sword. Akainu had lingering fears and was very dangerous. Fortunately, he was elementalized at the last moment. But I can still. Boom. The raised head was stepped on by Diluo in the mud, so he couldn't see it. Slap. I think, boom. I don't fight anymore, I don't fight anymore. Akainu had no chance to speak, any tiny movement, a finger movement, was a sword. Open your mouth and step on it. As soon as a little bit of karst seeped out, it was a slap. Trying his best, Akainu slapped the ground vigorously with his palm, and had no chance to speak, so he chose to express his attitude in this way. Still dare to move. The 2 swords were thrust into the ground in an instant, nailing Akainu's hands to the ground. Akainu kicked his feet. I was going to stand up, give me a chance to speak. Boom. The ground sank more than 10 meters. A few minutes passed like this. I have to say that in terms of willpower, Sakazuki is admirable. Kizaru sincerely praised him, he was too strong, and at this time, he still did not give up. Still trying to find opportunities. Other Marines should learn to learn. Sengoku doesn't even know what to say about Akainu. It's really admirable to say that you don't admit defeat, But you are so stubborn, doesn't it hurt? Why are you so stubborn? But it can be seen that Akainu crisis. Deluo still didn't get it to death. It didn't affect the outside world, and the marine powerhouses were free to start watching the show in the true sense. I suggest that this scene be recorded and put in the teaching material. The old man can use such a real teaching material to teach other newcomers and let them learn the spirit of Sakazuki. Zephyr suggested. What a great liaison. Give me a copy when the time comes, I'll go back and show those boys. Garp has already made an appointment for the video. A few more minutes passed. Everyone started to realize something was wrong. No matter how hard-headed, people are not stupid, the situation seems wrong. I think, it's not strong anymore, and, unconscious. No way. Sengoku quickly said, Deluo, wait a minute. Boom. After another 2 punches to Akainu, Deluo raised his head. There is a distance of at least 100 meters from the ground. Taking this opportunity, the mud-like karst weirdo jumped out instantly. It was Akainu. Mr. Sengoku, look, he still has a lot of power, the battle is not over yet. Deluo walked towards Akainu with his sword in hand. 0 for flowers. Stop, it's over, I'm defeated. Akainu, who couldn't see his facial features clearly, said hastily. Throw in the towel. Sengoku was relieved that it was finally over. Applause. Kizaru took the lead in applauding. Sakazuki, you did a good job. Teacher Zephyr suggested that your spirit is worth learning from. Ha. Akainu's willpower has already begun to trance, what do you guys say? What spirit? Am I in the spirit of being beaten? It's boring. Deluo put away the sword edge in a still unsatisfactory manner. This action made Akainu tremble, and subconsciously clasped his head with his hands in a defensive posture. Only to find that Deluo put away his sword and turned to leave. A long sigh of relief. What the hell did I go through today? Thinking back to today, Akainu let out a roar containing endless emotions, and then disappeared in an instant. That day, Akainu's neighbors found that there was a crackling sound in his house, and 10 minutes later, Akainu's house collapsed. No one knew what happened, and no one dared to check. Some people said that they saw a person wrapped in mysterious black clothes running out of the ruins, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Akainu himself mysteriously disappears. On the day the battle ended, a large number of Marines came to the training ground to watch the battle traces. This place seems to have become a tourist attraction for Marine to check in. But that night, the entire training ground was reduced to nothingness and burned to the ground. We have no proof, but it must be Akainu. Akainu left a message to Sengoku and disappeared from the Marine headquarters. I went out to sea to catch some pirates with high bounties, and the bounties will be used as funds to build a new training ground. Bad luck for the pirates. Who the hell are you? How dare you mess with me? A pirate with hundreds of millions looked on arrogantly. Akainu with a full head, who are you on a horse? You look so ugly. Is there anyone in Marine who is so ugly? Damn it, it's Akainu, run away, how did he become like this? A terrible rumor began to circulate in the sea. It is rumored that a very ugly Marine went out to sea alone to catch pirates, and all the pirates who met him were wiped out and could not survive. Some people say that it was the day when Marine had the highest combat power. But no one believed it. The legend of the ugly monster Marine began to spread across the sea and became a mystery among pirates. Chapter 89. What a shame Akainu. Deluo is just as famous. Marine headquarters, know it all. In the Marine headquarters, one of the largest courtyards, Deluo is leisurely lying on the rocking chair. Is this strength appropriate? Koja Kihiri lightly helped Deluo hammer the shoulder. When she learned that Deluo defeated Akainu alone, the highest combat power in Marine, she wished she could stay in front of Deluo all the time and become the most sincere, little maid. Marine Admiral, such a legendary figure, is truly a powerhouse at the same level as Kaido of the Beasts. Defeated by Deluo. As long as I take good care of him, Wanakuni can easily be taken back from the Beasts' pirates. She tried her best to please Deluo. Bang bang bang. There was a knock on the door. A dozen vice admirals walked in and looked at the enjoying Deluo. Deluo, there are a few 473 female soldiers in our army. How about I exchange them with you for some ability users? They all came to replace the ability user army. The Legion of Abilities is also famous. If it is the soldiers of other majors, they only need to use their power to contact these ability users privately, and just poach them directly. But Deluo's soldiers, they dare not raise such thoughts. You still want to change a few ability users. I also have a few female soldiers. For female soldiers who have just graduated, just change to a ability user. Vice admirals, less. They have only one purpose: as long as they give us capable soldiers, you can ask Deluo whatever you want. Want my soldiers? Deluo looked at the group of vice admirals. They nodded and looked at Deluo with flattering smiles. The subordinates of the capable person want all of them. Yes, but it must be exchanged with a strong player of the same level, and the age is under 30, and the strength can only be high or low. Deluo made a request. Can. The vice admirals nodded immediately without even thinking about it. A strong person of the same level may not seem to make money, but a person with abilities has greater potential, and more often, special abilities can play a greater role. Second point, when my soldiers enter your army, they must be given the rank they deserve, and they must all have the right to lead the army. Certainly. The vice admirals immediately agreed. Those who have acquired abilities must of course play the role of those with strong abilities. With strong strength, he was immediately promoted to a school-level officer, or at least a captain-level officer. As for the vice admirals, the number of troops under their command is more than 2,000. All agree, let's change, except for Wainroy and the other 6, the rest of the soldiers can be changed. Wainroy Deluo used to get used to it, so he stayed by his side, and will continue to help lead the new legion of capable users in the future. Chasing fruit, waiting for subordinates with special abilities, will not change. The remaining 94 bits can be changed. Soon, it was selected by dozens of vice admirals. Going to the new army, you all remember to become the most qualified marine, understand? Deluo gave the last lecture to the subordinates who are about to leave. Yes, sir. The vice admirals saw this. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Deluo is so kind. Compared with him, our situation is low. The vice admirals left with satisfaction, all smiling, and brought a few ability users, marines, back to their troops happily. All major troops are celebrating the addition of new companions. Deluo, you're really good. The army of capable users you just got is willing to give up and help other troops. It's amazing. Garp was very appreciative after hearing this. Everyone gave a thumbs up after hearing it. Pattern, what is a pattern? This is the pattern, this is the pattern of the strong. Our vision is too narrow. I thought he would hold this army tightly. Who knows, this requirement, let them go. No wonder he is so strong. With such a pattern, he should be so strong. Fame skyrocketed. When Akainu learned about it, the look is very complicated. Sakazuki Admiral, the proposal we prepared has been passed to the Marshal and the government. Vice Admiral looked at Sutien with an ugly face. There is only one point in the proposal. That is, it is proposed to dismantle Deluo's army of capable users. It is too wasteful to think that he alone has an army of capable people, and he cannot truly exert the full strength of capable people. It is better to dismantle them and integrate them into major troops to enhance the comprehensive combat power of all marine major troops. The proposal has just been handed in not long ago. I heard that Deluo took the initiative to give up the ability users to the major troops. For a moment, even Akainu felt his old face was red and hot, and he was ashamed. Quick, quick, hurry up and come back. Akainu roared. Hurry up and get the proposal back. It can be proposed and is currently in the hands of Sengoku and 5 elders. Sengoku is reporting to government headquarters. 0. Deluo, Tornado, both have the highest combat power, or even surpass the highest combat power, and they also have several other strong and capable military figures. When 5 elders learned that Marine headquarters suddenly had such a terrifying team, the troops were quiet for a long time before they calmed down. Deluo is in the eyes of 5 elders. The weight has made them all feel horrified. 5 elders looked at Sengoku and said seriously, Sakazuki's proposal, I think it is necessary. What do you think? Sengoku looked at the proposal. I agree with the proposal, but I think that it is Deluo's pawn. If it is taken away like this, it will be too ugly, and his people can be taken away so easily. If it is forced, will a bigger incident happen? Marshal Sengoku, the latest news. Marine suddenly reported the latest situation. After learning, Sengoku couldn't help laughing. Master 5 elders, I just got the news that Deluo took the initiative to disband the Legion of capable users and give it to the major forces. Sengoku suddenly understood. No wonder Deluo was able to subdue so many strong men. Such a pattern and personality charm. The old man can't compare. Oh? There is such a thing. 5 elders were all surprised. Such a powerful force. Are you willing to disband? Willing to help others? It's rare, especially for a teenager, to be able to achieve this step, and even the 5 elders can't pick the slightest thorn. The only bad thing is that it would be even better if the army of capable users is not distributed to the major marine troops, but directly becomes 3.4 troops directly under the government. Looks like Marine showed up, great guy. Appreciation from 5 elders. Rarely did Sengoku, at the government headquarters, all hold their heads proudly. Let's decide on Shichibukai's matters first. For the sake of accidents, call Shichibukai as soon as possible, sign the final contract, and then announce it. On this point, Sengoku and 5 elders have reached a consensus. The sooner the better. Just 10 days later, the location, for the first time, in order to prevent accidents, not here, but another place, and Deluo, since he is the executor of Shichibukai, he needs turn up. The discussion is over. Sengoku asked a question he cared about. Kaido of the Beasts, how is the situation now? After being captured, Kaido of the Beasts himself was taken away by the government. Chapter 90. Time, 10 days later, July 6th, place, Kusuro Island. Kusuro Island is located in the waters where New World starts. It belongs to uninhabited island. It does not belong to any sphere of influence, and it is perfect as the first meeting place for Shichibukai to reduce the threat of both parties. Marine, Sengoku, as the marshal, you must be present, and Deluo, as the executor, must also be present. It stands to reason that at least one admiral is needed as a deterrent of combat power. Since Deluo has the strength to defeat the highest combat power, he himself it can be used as a deterrent of force. Government, we will directly send a representative, plus several government officials. 5 elders and Sengoku quickly negotiated various detailed plans. There is one last point, 8 candidates, which one to eliminate? Sengoku asked. Happy troubles. I was afraid before that I couldn't make up the number of people, but now there are too many people. Since it is named Shichibukai, the number of people must not exceed 7, or even less. There are too many people. The government and marine are afraid, and the Shichibukai organization is too big to lose. You don't want to create an organization that threatens the government's rule in the future. The 5 elders look at the 8-man roster, who's out of the 10. Hai Xiaojinbei, with the Fishman Island behind him, plus the relationship with Whitebeard, is very important. Empress Hancock has the entire Amazon country behind her, she is powerful and important. Doflamingo, troublesome guy, can't get kicked out. Hawkeye my hawk is powerful and has a deep relationship with the red-haired Shanks. His combat power is very important. Crocodile, take advantage of Whitebeard's feud. Similarly, Gecko Moria, who has an enemy with Kaido of the Beasts, can also be used. Tyrant Bear, it has nothing to do with other big pirates if he has no power, but his ability is too strong. Shichibukai needs such high-end combat power. Fozfu, it stands to reason that he should be kicked out, but Kaido of the Beasts has been captured, and the Beasts pirates have lost their highest combat power. There is a chance for Fozfu to become a Shichibukai to control the Beasts pirates who have lost Kaido. Sengoku analyzed them one by one. It seems that everyone has a great relationship, and whoever is kicked out is a major loss. Contact all of them first, and let all 8 come. If anyone repents, 1 person will be missing, and there will still be 7. If all 8 come, then 1 person will be kicked out, and that 1. 5 elders' eyes turned cold. Sengoku understood. If you kick it out, you will lose the qualification to cooperate with the government. As an ordinary pirate, of course you will be caught and killed. All Shichibukai matters have been discussed. Get someone to contact 8 people immediately. 8 people who got the news. 10 days later. They all began to prepare, time was running out, and they set off immediately. Foz Fowler and Beasts Pirates. Looking at Plague Quinn, what should I do? Shall I go too? Of course, if Lord Kaido returns within 10 days, you can return at any time. If you don't come back, if you don't go, are you trying to kill us? So Fuzifu, who was the last to set off, also acted. The shichibukai organization is being established at an extraordinary speed. Sengoku was free to ask himself about Kaido of the Beasts, which he had been worried about for a long time. Master Five Elders, Kaido of the Beasts, how is he doing now? Marine only has the right to capture Kaido. And the right to deal with it belongs to the government. Marine rights in many aspects are restricted by the government. Sent to an ice lobby for approval and execution. Death penalty, but Kaido is hard to kill, we have tried it before. Sengoku is puzzled. Kaido's body is the most difficult to die in the sea. Because of this characteristic, he dares to become the most unscrupulous pirate in the sea. Always give it a try. If it can be executed, it can be announced immediately to increase the prestige of the government. If it can't be killed, it will be sent to impel down. Will he be allowed to escape during the execution? Sengoku was worried. In the past, Kaido escaped successfully, not once or twice. Don't worry, an ice lobby is on strict precautions this time. The CPO has gone, and an ice lobby is so close to the Marine headquarters. If something unexpected happens, it can provide immediate support. Five Elders is not worried. That's an ice lobby, one of our three major agencies. An ice lobby. Execution. On the execution ground, a huge axe struck Kaido, sparks flew, the axe shattered, and Kaido of the Beast's head remained unscathed. You are pitifully weak, use your strength. Kaido laughed arrogantly. Shock the Marine all around. Staring at the monster Kaido in horror. It can't be killed at all. During this time, Kaido can't be killed in dozens of ways every day, without even causing any injuries. The masked CPO mysterious strongman walked up to Kaido and picked up a new axe. Kaido, don't be too complacent. Now you are a prisoner, and you will be killed sooner or later. Ha ha ha, don't waste your efforts, just rely on you rubbish. Kaido's disdainful eyes swept over everyone. If I can't kill you tomorrow, I can only send you to impel down. Life is worse than death. Can you still laugh now? Unfortunately, there is no chance. Kaido suddenly showed a strange smile. Several mysterious powerhouses in CP0 changed their expressions under the masks and raised their heads. A black shadow, an ancient pterosaur carrying flames, descended from the sky. The 367-degree wind blew away the marine below. The pterosaur claws instantly grabbed Kaido's shoulders. King, you are too slow, I have been waiting for a long time. Captain Kaido, it will take a long time to confirm your location. Pterosaur is the head of Kaido of the Beast's big board, the Emperor's deputy level, Flame Calamity, Yin. How dare you come to save someone, it's ridiculous, you won't be able to leave today. Several people from CP0 immediately surrounded them. You can't save Kaido. Kaido's whole body is locked by high-density sea-stone chains, and the sea-stone chains are deeply inserted into the ground, creating an inextricable bondage. Yeah. Fire Calamity, Yin's claws grabbed Kaido's shoulders, flapped his wings, and the strong wind pushed CP0 and the others back quickly. Crack. The earth cracked. Fire Calamity, Yin pulls the sea-stone chain continuously, but it can smash the surrounding ground, pull the sea-stone chain out of the ground, then grab Kaido and fly into the sky. Fire and don't let them get away. Thousands of bullets and shells, attacking upwards frantically. No need to hide at all. Kaido ignored all the attacks with his own physique. The pterosaur flapped its wings, grabbed Kaido, and flew to the sky. Kaido's wild laughter came from a distance. Ha ha ha, Lao Zi is free again. Chapter 91. Kaido of the Beasts fled. The news spread to the Marine headquarters and high-level government officials immediately. It was too late to issue the pursuit order as quickly as possible. Fire Calamity, Yin took Kaido of the Beasts with him and disappeared into the sky without a trace. Ran. Kaido was rescued. Sengoku's face was livid, he clenched his fists, and looked at Five Elders. Didn't he say that he would be under strict supervision? Why was he still rescued? You know, how much we paid to catch Kaido. This time, if it wasn't for the sudden help of the tornado, thousands of Marines in the G5 base would not be able to survive. Even so, the G5 base was destroyed, and rebuilding it would not be easy. The next time I want to catch him, I don't know how many people will be killed or injured, and I don't know how many people will die in Kaido's hands directly or indirectly in the future. Such an important thing. You are so careless, let someone rescue him. Sengoku was very angry. Five Elders reprimands Sengoku, Are you questioning us? No, dare not. Sengoku immediately lowered his head. Sorry, I was too excited. It's good to know. Sengoku dared to confront them more than Kaido's escape, which angered 5 elders more. Fortunately, sincerely recognized the mistake. 5 elders' complexion was not so ugly. It's not a big deal. Kaido runs away. Anyway, once the shichibukai is successfully established, the situation can be stabilized. The government's dominance will only increase. It's not a big problem to run away with a Kaido. Kaido was rescued when Marine got inside. The voice of dissatisfaction was loud. Why did the government let Kaido be rescued? If we fight Kaido next time, how many people will die? Does the government know? When do they care how many deaths and injuries we will have? Don't dare to speak loudly, but in private, many Marines have very big opinions. It's a big deal about their lives. No matter how angry Kaido is, it is an unchangeable fact. New world. Wow. The huge blue dragon was flying in the clouds, and Kaido's terrifying dragon head poked out from the clouds, and the roar spread dozens of miles away. I, Kaido, am back again. Kaido is completely out of trouble. The sea stone chains on his body were also untied, and he completely regained his freedom. The injuries I suffered before have all healed during my time at N-Ice Lobby. Dragon is Kaido. Run, isn't it rumored that Kaido has been captured by Marine? Fake news. How could Marine catch the mighty Kaido? He won't destroy our island. The people on the island below looked at the green dragon Kaido flying across the sky in fear. For a moment, the news of Kaido's reappearance spread to the ears of all major forces. Kaido's reputation has risen again, reaching a higher level. Mentioning him, many powerful pirates all look in admiration and awe. Marine can't do anything to him, he is simply invincible. The pterosaur, Flame Calamity, Yin flies parallel to the blue dragon Kaido, reminding Kaido who is happy to fly in the wrong direction. Captain Kaido, you are flying in the wrong direction, this is not the direction to return to Ghost Island. Qinglong paused in the air. Kaido has an urge to make a scene and doesn't want to go back yet. Captain Kaido, we must send these 2 little guys back first. Dragon Disaster Yin raised his paw. On both paws. Each has a child. A teenage girl and an even younger boy. These 2, on the island where Kaido unlocked the sea stone chain before, found 2 good potential little ghosts, and witnessed 2 siblings chasing several tigers at a young age. Kaido who cherishes talents. So the 2 brothers and sisters were taken away forcibly, and they were going to bring them back to Chiu. After 10 years of training, they could become powerful subordinates in the future. 2 siblings. The names are Runty and Peggy Wan. Ben was in the forest, playing with the tiger, but unexpectedly, 2 villains suddenly appeared, and with irresistible strength, they forcibly captured them. Young them. Under the paws of the pterosaur, trembling. Peggy Wan's face was pale and bloodless. What to do? We will definitely be killed. Mom, come and save us. Peggy Wan, shut up. Runty reprimanded her younger brother. There's nothing to be afraid of, it's just being a pirate. It's okay, my sister will protect you. That's a good temper. Kaido lowered his head and looked at Runty in surprise, a little girl with a strong temper. Be watched by Kaido. Runty's small body trembled slightly, and he raised his head, with determination written all over his face. But sister, according to the legend of the sea, Kaido can eat people. He is the scariest and most powerful pirate, even stronger than Marine. Peggy Wan's voice was filled with fear. Ha ha ha, Laozi doesn't know how to eat people, others. You are right, Laozi is the most powerful. Kaido laughed triumphantly. I am very satisfied with my reputation in the sea, which is so high. So, we're joining the Beast's pirates, which is also pretty good. Since I can't resist. Then accept it. Runty sees very clearly that the Beast's pirates are so powerful, and they are also a good choice, which will help us improve our strength. It's smart, Laozi will become the strongest sooner or later, and Laozi's pirate group will become the strongest sooner or later. Now Laozi will take you back to the island of ghosts, let you experience it, and you will understand the true strength of Beast's pirates. To join the Beast's pirates, is the luckiest thing in your life. Kaido is in a good mood. Go back. Change direction. Decided to go back first, let these 2 little guys see our strength, let them be convinced to become Laozi's loyal subordinates. Qinglong and pterosaur. Along the way, a storm was set off, and the new world was shaken by it. quickly return to the island of ghosts. On the way, the two sisters and brothers Run, who were gradually no longer afraid, had already learned from Kaido's mouth a series of amazing feats, showing expressions of admiration and awe. Is Zhao Hao, a mere marine, sent two admirals, plus a mysterious strongman, thinking they could defeat Laozi, but unfortunately, Laozi was unscathed, and his strength seemed to increase, while Marine lost a lot. This once, Laozi made a profit and Marine lost a lot. Not bragging. Kaido really thinks that he has made money. Did you lose anything? No. Not at all. The long-lost extreme battle made him feel the long-lost promotion level. And once again become famous. Earn a lot. Wow. Peggy Wan made a voice of admiration, and looked at Kaido with twinkling eyes. This is our future boss, so strong and terrifying. Runty's expression couldn't hide her awe. Master Kaido is the true powerhouse of the sea. Arrive. Wanakuni in the distance has come into their eyes. Laozi is back. Qinglong let out Kaido's smug laugh. Chapter 92. Laozi is back. Kaido's voice spread throughout Wanakuni. The airwaves are like a strong wind, rolling up white clouds all over the sky. Kaido is back. Everyone in Wanakuni changed their faces when they heard Kaido's voice. The people of Wanakuni fled back home in fear. Just freed from the brutal rule of the big snake, the even more terrifying tyrant is back. Ghost Island. The pirates hear the voice of their captain Kaido. First of all, with an ecstatic look, our boss is finally back, and he no longer has to be afraid of anyone. Next moment, their expressions became terrified. It's a pity, Kaido is back, what can I do, how come back so fast this time? Plague Quinn trembled in fright. The bare look of the pirates. After Master Kaido finds out, will he throw me into the frying pan and fry me? In the past few days, I have tried my best to cover up the traces of the pirates being stolen. But they don't know what's in Kaido's treasure room at all, so even if they want to pretend, they can't pretend. The collection of more than 10 years is gone, and I don't know how much it is worth. Kurozumai Orokai is dead. Koja Kihiri and others ran. Even Master Kaido's daughter Yamato was taken away by the Navy 857, and several powerful devil fruits were also eaten. The historical text guide is also missing. Master Kaido, the thoughtful Black Maria, ran away with the young Deluo. Losing so much, any one of them, Plague Quinn estimated that Kaido would not easily get around him, so much added up, it would kill him. Officers of the Beast's pirates. Crowded together, they all have desperate expressions. How can this make a difference? Qinglong flew over the ghost island. Began to descend. What's the matter, man? Kaido looked at the earth. In the past when Laozi came back, all the pirates would come to the square obediently, and welcome your boss back most warmly. This time, there was no one there. Where did they all die? People are still there, and there is nothing wrong with it. Flame disaster, Yin's knowledge and perception of everything in Ghost Island. There were no traces of battle, Plague Quinn and the others were all inside. How is this going? Is this the Beast's pirates? Why is there no one? Could it be that the Beast's pirates are actually just two people? Runty, the two siblings, felt that they had been fooled. Could it be that the legendary Beast's pirates are empty shells? Get out of here. Kaido of the Beasts regained its human form. With a roar, the air wave kicked up rubble and shattered the glass. After counting interest, Plague Quinn and the others tiptoed out, and the middle and high-level staff, hundreds of pirates, stood dejectedly in front of Kaido. Captain Kaido, you are finally back, we miss you so much. Plague Quinn ran over like a ball. With a nose and a tear, he said with emotion, Captain Kaido, you don't know that after you left, the hateful Marine took the opportunity to invade us, after our bloody battle. Finally drove away Marine, and paid a certain price, but those costs are worth it. In order to protect the island of ghosts, even if we die, we must fight Marine to the end to protect our homeland. Has Marine been here? Kaido raised a violent breath. Damn Marine. They dared to take the opportunity to invade Laozi's lair, they were really brave, and they didn't know how to live or die. Flame disaster, Yin looked at Plague Quinn and the others, the main combat power was still there, not even injured, and he knew the result of the battle. It seems that Marine returned without success, with heavy casualties. Kaido thinks so too. He patted Plague Quinn on the shoulder, Queen, you did a good job. Plague Quinn showed a stiff smile. On the side, Runty's two brothers and sisters looked at Plague Quinn and the others with admiration in their eyes. They were so strong that they easily defeated the invading marine. The beast's pirates were too strong. What was lost? Kaido walked towards the palace. He estimated that there was no loss, some small losses, and it didn't matter. I am Kaido of the beasts, I have endless wealth and secret treasures, it doesn't matter, bag, if I lose a little bit, even if many houses collapse, just rebuild it. Little things. Don't worry about the little things. Not much, but the treasure room is gone. Epidemic Kuxian's voice was very low. The other pirates almost buried their heads in the ground. It's a small matter, isn't it, that the treasure room is gone? Laozi can snatch it back at will. What are you talking about? The treasure room is gone. Kaido didn't think so. His eyes were bigger than a bullseye, staring angrily at Plague Quinn, who lowered his head and dared not look at him. Plague Quinn nodded silently. Hateful. Kaido roared. Turning into a Tyrannosaurus, he smashed dozens of houses in an instant, and came to the highest point, in his unique palace, looking at the empty treasure room. It was dark. Laozi is such a big treasure room, why is it gone? Kaido himself doesn't know how much these treasures are worth. The incalculable wealth is accumulated by harvesting all the wealth of many countries. In the future, these wealth will be an important boost to the growth of the pirate group. Gone. There was nothing in it, not even a gold coin. Turning around, Kaido's eyes were bloodshot, and he crushed Plague Quinn and the others with a terrifying aura. Let you look after your house, what are you doing for food? Tens of thousands of pirates, many strong ones, their own lair. It can also make marine steal the house. You. Kaido almost couldn't bear it, and wanted to slap Plague Quinn and the others to death. A bunch of crap. Shame. Flame Calamity, Yin looked contemptuously at Plague Quinn and the others. What a shame. Walking in front of Kaido, he comforted him and said, Commander Kaido, the treasure is lost, we can just go and plunder it, and we can get a lot of wealth by robbing several forces. As long as the people are still there, the casualties are not serious, so it's not a big deal. Kaido glanced at Flame Calamity, Yin. Take a deep breath, try to take a deep breath. Now I can only comfort myself in this way. Although wealth is abundant, it is also the easiest to obtain. Master Kaido, are you not angry anymore? Quinn asked in a low voice. Kaido gave him a cold look. Still very angry. But fortunately, no one was killed or injured by the strong pirates, and there was no worse result. What Kaido could do was to accept it silently. Who is the marine who stole my treasure? How many of them have you killed? And, besides the treasure, there should be no other losses, right? As long as the enemy suffers more losses, that much can be accepted. From the perspective of visual observation, our side should have no other losses. Well. Plague Quinn was silent. Those who ask for help look to the other companions. Why don't you talk to Master Kaido? Everyone bowed their heads and became BA. Plague Quinn cried and said, there is not much loss, but the big snake is dead, and Yamato has run away. None of the enemies died. What did you say? Chapter 93. Kurozumai Orokai is dead? Yamato and Marine ran away, Kojiki Hiri and other culprits also ran away, Laozi's devil fruit is gone, the historical text guide is gone, the sea stone craft was robbed, and Black Maria also ran away. Kaido felt dizzy. Hold on to the side pillars quickly to avoid falling. Patting his head hard, he felt a pain in his head, worse than a big battle. It's about to explode. Plague Quinn nodded weakly. Right. That's all, other than that, there's nothing else to lose. What the hell are you doing? Are you letting Marine mess around in our headquarters and doing nothing? Yin, the fire disaster, was also angry. You are all intact. Are you not only not stopping, but even helping the enemy to steal the house? We did it, but it was useless. Plague Quinn and the others felt aggrieved. Neither do we. But the strength is not as good as others, what can we do? If you go shopping, you will die even worse. The arrogant guy who didn't see Orokai was instantly killed. Hoo. Kaido sat on the ground weakly, panting heavily, his head began to steam, his eyes stared straight ahead, lost his expression. Such a result. He couldn't accept such a loss, never had it before. Come here to Laozi, one by one, and explain clearly how the Kurozumai Orokai died. Kaido pulled Plague Quinn over and let him squat in front of him. Make it clear one by one, otherwise, today, he will start a killing spree. Kurozumi Orokai was instantly killed by Marine. Plague Quinn dared not hide it. Seeing Kurozumi Orokai being instantly killed, I was instantly imprisoned, unable to resist at all, and had to cooperate obediently, otherwise we would die too. Who is Marine, Akainu, and Kizaru against Laozi, just Aokiji? Does he really dare to lead the team here alone? Kaido doesn't believe it. Only the 3 admirals and the 2 Laozes held back. The last one, who dares to go deep into the new world without guarding the empty Marine headquarters, is he not afraid of being besieged by various forces in the new world? Then Admiral may not be able to go back alive. Marine couldn't have let an Admiral take such a risk. Marine Major Deluo, Marine Vice Admiral Jun, I don't know the others. Deluo has seen it with his own eyes. And Jun, who is very famous in the sea, was quickly recognized by Plague Quinn and the others. Jun, she alone is not enough. Kaido shook his head. And who is Deluo? Marine character? A mere major, how many? Flame Calamity, Yin would not take a major seriously. This is Deluo, it's scary, he's very strong, I think he's stronger than Admiral. Plague Quinn didn't lie, he really thought so. Really too pervert. Imprison me in an instant, decide my life or death, Admiral is not so terrible. Ha ha ha, stronger than Admiral, what are you kidding? Kaido couldn't help laughing out loud. Do you think Admiral is very common? You dare to say that it is stronger than Admiral? And the guy Laozi has never heard of, is stronger than Admiral, impossible. The figure of Tornado suddenly appeared in his mind. It seemed like he had never heard of her before. It is indeed terrifyingly strong. Is there not only a tornado inside the Marine, but also a mysterious monster? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Kaido never believes, if Marine is so strong, there is still a way for us to survive? Even if he is very strong and powerful, you choose to be patient temporarily in order to avoid greater losses, so why did Yamato run after him? Kaido gritted his teeth. It's okay to steal my house, it's okay to kill my partner, but even Laozi's daughter was taken away. Are you a robber if you step on a horse? He untied Yamato's explosive handcuffs. Yamato took the initiative to go with him, and Kojiki Hiri and other remnants also took the initiative to leave with him. Plague Quinn was even more helpless. Master Kaido, you can't educate your daughter well by yourself, and suddenly follow Deluo. What can we do? Only blame you for being unqualified as a father. Okay, they were dissatisfied with Laozi and left voluntarily. They can still explain, but what about Black Maria? Kaido's eyes had turned red. Those Yamato Kojiki Hiri are gone, just take them back. But Black Maria, Kaido has other ideas in his heart. Only wait for her to become stronger and meet her own requirements before attacking. Unexpectedly, she was kidnapped. Even if it is regained, will it have already been taken by that, and then Laozi Kaido has become the receiver? Think here. Kaido felt his head was about to explode again, turned around, looking for his mace. Where is my weapon? I'm going to kill him. Plague Quinn began to analyze. I don't know why Black Maria left with her. It stands to reason that our pirate team tried our best to cultivate her. Kaido, you have always cared about her life. There is no reason to betray us, but she is betrayed. I took the initiative to follow Marine and left without any souvenirs. I wondered if it was because Marine was so handsome. 0 for flowers. He looks Kaido over. I feel in my heart that if I were Black Maria and I had a choice, I would also leave with Marine. There is no comparison. What? Because of your looks. Kaido laughed angrily. What kind of bullshit reason is this? On the sea, strength is the most important thing. As long as the strength is strong enough, do you need looks? But Deluo is really strong. He not only has good looks, but also has strength. This is the gap. Damn it. Kaido felt insulted. He punched the ground cracked, and the whole palace collapsed. Don't run, keep talking. What's the matter with devil fruit? Marine secretly stole your precious devil fruit, Master Kaido, but fortunately, the ancient mammoth was obtained by Jack. Plague Quinn is most afraid and most worried it is devil fruit. Those devil fruits are too rare. He thinks Kaido is the most unacceptable. It's okay that the ancient mammoth was obtained by Jack. The sudden good news made Kaido feel less angry for a while. The most important ancient species in stock are not lost. It was originally intended to be given to Jack, nothing to lose. Ah? Master Kaido, aren't you angry? Plague Quinn was stunned. Could it be that there is too much bad news? Master Kaido is out of his mind. Kaido looked at the Plague Quinn in doubt. Should I be angry about devil fruit? Compared with the previous loss, it is nothing worth mentioning. That's one phantom beast, 3 ancient ones, they got it from Ashura boy Yamato, are you not angry? Phantom beast species, 3 ancient species. Kaido wondered if he heard it wrong. Do I have these rare devil fruits in stock? The phantom beast species was obtained by Yamato, and it seems to be similar in form to Kaido Governor, Ashura boy Denjiro, Black Maria all obtained rare ancient species. Plague Quay. Ha! Kaido stood up in shock. So many rare fruits are really in my inventory. Is it because too much wealth, no attention? That should be it. Thinking of those few rare fruits, Kaido felt his heart throbbing violently. There were so many devil fruits, they were gone. Thinking of the heavy losses, Kaido spurted out a mouthful of old blood and cursed, Marine, you are more robber than a pirate. Chapter 94. No one dares to approach the crazy Kaido. Before, hundreds of pirates screamed and were knocked into the air by the strong wind that Kaido arbitrarily set off, falling to the distance and unable to stand up. It's scary, sister, is it really okay for us to join the beast's pirates? Will such a moody boss accidentally tear us apart in the future? Peggy Wan hid behind Runty in a panic. And isn't it rumored that the beast's pirates are very powerful? Why was it so easy for Marine to invade the headquarters, and will Marine come again after that? Don't be afraid, I'm here. Run is to comfort his younger brother. The small face is also full of worries about the future. But, do we have any other options? Are you newcomers? Jack came to the 2 siblings. Master Jack, hello. The 2 sisters did not dare to ignore Jack, the young and strong beast's pirates cotter. Jack looked at the 2 of them. 767 is a character brought back by Kaido himself. He remembered that when he stayed in the beast's pirates, one of the most important tasks was to collect potential seeds for the master. Your name? Runty. Peggy Wan. Jack's pupils dilated slightly, and it turned out to be the 2 of them. The owner has left several people's names to focus on, and among them, Run is Peggy Wan's sister and brother. If you have any difficulties in the pirates in the future, please come to me. Jack didn't say much, he wanted to secretly report the situation to Diluo as soon as possible. Discover new seeds of potential. Master Jack is fine. I heard rumors just now that Mr. Jack is the most moody and irritable. It seems that the rumors are not credible. Kaido is still going crazy. Destroying the land, the whole of Wano Kuni shakes in the distance. He even transformed into a green dragon, took a breath, fell into the sea, and penetrated the sea. Let off steam for hours. Kaido calmed down slightly and fell to the ground. Come here all of them. Only a few high-level officials, such as Plague Quinn, Flame Calamity, Yin, have the guts to approach Kaido now. What do you say now? Kaido looked at the cotters. This matter, it is impossible to forget it like this. Kaido is not a character who suffers, and he still suffers a lot, and he will get revenge no matter what. I just had a battle with Marine, Master Kaido, do you want to wait a little longer? Fire Calamity, Yin was a little distressed, he didn't want to continue hunting people. Especially getting people from the government from the Marine is tiring and dangerous. At least give me some rest. Master Kaido, forget it, he is a Marine officer at the headquarters, and stays in Marineford. Plague Quinn also thought, forget it. Don't provoke that evil god. Never. What's more, the Marine headquarters not only has an evil god, but also Admiral, Marshal, and monsters like Garp, not to mention our beasts pirates, even 2 beasts pirates, going to the headquarters is also a death. Marineford. Kaido clenched his fists. Dread rose in his eyes. That is the scariest place in the sea. Even when he mentioned Marineford, he felt tremendous pressure rushing to his face. Invasion of Marineford? He had such an idea, but he was abandoned in an instant. Even if he invaded, with so many powerful people, Kaido knew that he had no chance to find Emperor's Fall hidden in Marineford. It will only give away people's heads in vain. It's impossible to forget about it like this. Laozi can do without other things, but Yamato, Ashura Boy, Black Maria, these people, I can't do without. If not do something about it. Kaido felt that he would go crazy sooner or later. Yamato, his daughter, just got a powerful phantom beast. Ashura boy, the subordinate who has always wanted to subdue, plus the ancient species obtained, the combat power is stronger, and the idea of subduing is stronger. Black Maria, you can get the rare ancient species, and you can start. These three people. Whatever you say, take it back. How to get it back is a difficult problem. Kaido doesn't take Deluo seriously, and Plague Quinn said that no matter how strong he is, Kaido doesn't believe that he can be stronger than himself. But Marine is strong, he dare not be careless. It can't just escape successfully and be caught by Marine again. Plague Quinn suggested, if you don't invade Marineford, then you have to wait until Deluo leaves the headquarters, and then we will attack. Wait. The ghost knows how long it will wait, and it is a little-known Major's unit. Even if they leave the headquarters, they will still feel their tracks. Even if they got a trace, by the time they arrived, others would have already run away. Plague Quinn felt that maybe it would never be possible to wait until the day when the two sides met, which would be the best. Wait? Wait how long? Kaido is not in the nature of passive waiting. His eyes swept over the other cotters. You guys think of a way. Kaido of the Beasts suddenly realized something was wrong. Where's Phospha? I was too emotional just now, so I didn't pay attention for a while, and Phosfu, who had just been subdued, was not there. At this time, I looked and looked. There is no Fuzifu among the cotters. Could it be that he also ran away with Marine? Kaido's eyes started to turn red again. Ah, did I forget to say, Phospha is going to attend the first meeting of Shichibukai. Plague Quinn slapped his brain and forgot such an important thing. Shichibukai. Plague Quinn told Kaido everything he knew. Well done Marine, the diggers are on my head, damn it. Governor Kaido, let Phosfu come back immediately. He shouldn't have arrived yet, and he can go back on his word. Plague Quinn has already taken out the phone bug, ready to contact Phospha who has been away for a few days. No. Kaido smashed the phone bug in Plague Quinn's hand. There is no need to let him come back, we will go too. Ha. Plague Quinn stared blankly at Kaido. You won't go crazy again, will you? That is the scene of Shichibukai, the 7 big pirates. The Marine government does not know how many strong people are still there. If we go, it will be too dangerous. Deluo, since he is one of the key figures in the formation of the Shichibukai organization, it is impossible for him to stop that day. No matter how many Marines there are, can they compare with Marineford? It's impossible. Marine doesn't even keep anyone in the old nest, so let's all come. 1 or 2 strong, Kaido of the Beasts is fearless, and 1 or 2 more, he also believes in 3.0, and he can take the opportunity to destroy the tower. What's more, those pirates are really willing to become the lackeys of the government Marine. Pirates are always pirates, and they are naturally opposed to Marine. You can also take advantage of Shichibukai several people. Breaking the government's Marine plan and destroying the establishment of the Shichibukai organization, Laozi has also done a good thing for the sea. Kaido has made up his mind. Go. Must go. The place, the time tell me. Pressed by Kaido, Plague Quinn obediently told the time and place. 3 days left. In time. Kaido waved his hand, assemble, let's have a big fight with Laozi. This time, he is not going to fight alone, but leads the Beast's pirates to participate, and the strong are like clouds. Even if the 3 admirals get together, Deluo cannot be kept. Chapter 95. Time is getting shorter and shorter until Shichibukai's inaugural meeting. The advance troops of the government and Marine have reached Kisaro Island. The Marine troop is about to set off. For this trip, Deluo's troops, Jun's troops, and Kaji's troops, will act with me, and Admiral will stay in Marineford. Sengoku began to order troops. This time, by the way, build momentum for the next generation of Marine leaders. For the first time, no active Admiral and Admiral troops participated in such a major event. But there is no objection. Akainu, who seemed to have come out of defeat, opened his mouth, but did not speak in the end. I want to question whether the combat power is enough. It can be seen that Deluo, and the tornado, Akainu did not have the courage to say this, saying it is just to bring shame on oneself. The government headquarters is also under intense preparation. You can use newspapers to publish some related content about Shichibukai. The 5 elders started building momentum for Shichibukai. At the moment when everything is under control, not only the newspapers will create momentum, but also live broadcasts will spread Shichibukai's reputation in an instant, shocking the world, and the greater the movement, the more obvious the effect will be. Also increases government and marine prestige. The large government marine forces have all set off. The 10 Beasts pirates also set off from the Island of Ghosts. Several well-known pirates from Shichibukai have arrived near Kazuro Island. A gathering of heroes. The latest newspaper that publishes Shichibukai-related content. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Instantly cover up the news of Kaido's escape. Shichibukai. Legal pirates, why does the government make pirates legal? After that, pirates rob us of our wealth, torture and kill us, and they are innocent. Protest, never allow legal pirates to appear. Won't Marines be able to protect us in the future? The people of all countries are filled with righteous indignation and fear. They don't want to know the deeper meaning of Shichibukai, they only know that if the pirates are legal, they will be more unscrupulous and our life will be more miserable. There were voices of protest everywhere. But it can't reach the ears of the high-level government, and it doesn't really care about the voices of the bottom. The major forces also got the news. Government Marine, it is not easy to accomplish such a major event without making a sound. Whitebeard was also shocked when he read the newspaper. I got some news from Jinbei not long ago. I thought it would take at least half a year and a year to succeed. It's so fast. Exceeded his expectations. Shichibukai formed the action man, is Marine Diluo, is he the reason? Marco thought of Diluo. Probably. It's possible that Marine really turned out to be something amazing. After Whitebeard knew it, he no longer took it to heart. Shichibukai only. Laozi is Whitebeard. Red hair pirates. The redhead already knew about this, and from my hawk, she had already obtained Diluo, the mysterious marine, and persuaded 7 people, and my hawk was the 7th. The appearance of Shichibukai is also good. It can stabilize the situation in the sea. The redhead is happy to see the Shichibukai organization succeed. The order of the sea would be better. Unfortunately, I still haven't gotten much news about Diluo, who is he, who harmed Mr. Rayleigh, who harmed Mr. My Hawk, and finally, it was me. The redhead gritted his teeth when he mentioned Diluo. There was an inexplicable urge to go to the Shichibukai meeting place and see for myself. Big Mom Pirates. Mom, the Shichibukai organization is clearly targeting us pirates. The ant's face became a little ugly. Marine is already very difficult to deal with, and adding Shichibukai will make it even more powerful. When we confront Marine head-on in the future, we will not only face Marine, but also Shichibukai. Trouble. These pirates are not so easy to tame. I don't believe that they are really willing to become lackeys. Whether they can succeed is another matter. If there is a guy who is willing to disrupt the Shichibukai meeting, it is best not to. Big Mom expects other powerful pirates to take action. Whitebeard, Kaido, are there any movements? If anyone comes up first. Big Mom doesn't mind throwing a fire in the back and ruining the Shichibukai formation. If she didn't show up, and the ant didn't want to be the first bird herself, then she would be the first target of Marine and the government, which is unnecessary. The Whitebeard pirates didn't move, but the Beasts pirates, they moved. Message back soon. Ant opened her eyes full of violence. Kaido, that guy really won't disappoint, ha ha ha. Only he is willing to do such a crazy thing and dare to do it. Since little brother Kaido has made his move, he will keep an eye on him and get ready. Yes. For a while, the sea was jittery. The keen pirates all sensed an impending storm, and hid. The sea became calm, but undercurrents surged. Become the Shichibukai of the main character. People started to land on Kazuro Island. There is Vice Admiral waiting here and a temporary house has been built. The huge square was covered with smooth blue stone floors by Marine in just a few days, and there was only a huge round conference table in the center of the square. Here, will become the focus of the sea. Are you early? Doflamingo landed on the island with aggressive steps. Look around, so this bunch of trash is here, where is Marshal Marine? Where's the senior government official? They haven't come yet. It's really slow. 700 told us to come as fast as possible, and the owner is not there. This is not the way to treat guests. Faced with the fact that there is only Vice Admiral here, Doflamingo's attitude is very arrogant. He walked to the round conference table alone. Sit in a relaxed position with your feet on the table. Soon after, footsteps were heard behind him. Smelly Crocodile, You're here too? I'm curious, how did you get persuaded by Diluo? Think about your own experiences. Doflamingo is extremely curious, how other people were persuaded by Diluo, and in what way will they be more miserable than themselves. In the case of, then he will be happy. As soon as these words came out, Crocodile's pupils constricted suddenly, and his expression became abnormal. Painful memories occupy my mind. Obviously, 3 months have passed. But this matter, he still thinks about it from time to time, and has had many nightmares. Clown, shut up. Crocodile stared at Doflamingo with a murderous face. You talk too much. A teasing smile appeared on the corner of Doflamingo's mouth. Smelly crocodile, I heard that in Sabayati Archipelago, you were miserable and were beaten by Diluo. Although I didn't see it with my own eyes. But Brother Ming can also guess some, and combined with his own experience, he is sure that the way Crocodile was persuaded is not so beautiful. Since it is not beautiful, he should speak out and let me be better. Chapter 96. Do you want to die? Crocodile made a move immediately without warning, slashing at Brother Ming with the gravel sword. When the two rebellious pirates met, they fought violently. Not far away, Vice Admiral's face changed drastically. You guys stop. This place is about to become the focus of the sea. How can you allow you to mess around? What is the face of the government and marine? Go away. Neither Doflamingo nor Crocodile are pirates who would give Vice Admiral face. The two shot at the same time and knocked Vice Admiral into the air. If it wasn't for the fear of the upcoming marine army, it would not be as simple as knocking into the air. The highest officer here was instantly knocked into the air. The other marine looked at the two of Doflamingo in horror. I began to feel uneasy. Can such a character really be subdued by our marine government? Even Vice Admiral couldn't stop it. The other marines stayed where they were, not daring to move. Stop. Suddenly a captain rushed out and stood up under the shocked and admiring eyes of the marines. It's Smoker. He volunteered to be the security guard for the shichibukai conference. See the world. Now, watching Marines' justice and dignity being trampled by Doflamingo and the others, he couldn't help but stand up. A mere ensign dares to come out and kill you here, and Marine won't blame us, believe it, or not. Doflamingo stared cruelly at Smoker. Vice Admiral did not dare to kill. Captain, this kind of garbage, kill it. If you continue to attack, our Marine will take coercive action. Smoker's eyes were firm and fearless, white smoke gushed out of his body. Logia? No wonder you dare to come out, but, such a rubbish Logia is your confidence, naive. Doflamingo moved 5 fingers slightly. A thread invisible to the naked eye cuts Smoker instantly. Unable to react, Smoker had a blood stain on his face. Boy, your strength is too bad. Doflamingo strode towards the dumbfounded Smoker with arrogant strides. Strength, the gap is too low. Smoker is too courageous. He dared to go out at this time. Don't you know that we just have to bear with it, and when the big troops come, these pirates will not dare to mess around. Hey, Smoker isn't naive enough to think that he has the same strength as Diluo, does he? The same recruit, the gap is a bit big. The Marines talked in low voices, a little disgusted with Smoker. But slowly take up arms, we can't let the pirates kill fellow Marines. Remember, if you encounter this situation in the future, just shut up. Doflamingo became even more insane, and suddenly he heard the discussions of the Marines around him. That familiar name, that name that made him terrified day and night. What's your relationship with Diluo? Doflamingo looked at Smoker with a stiff expression. Classmates, friends, what's the matter? Smoker is ready to fight to the death. Ha ha ha, misunderstood, you don't really think that I will hurt Marine? I was joking, I came to become shichibukai, and I will be a collaborator with Marine in the future. Misunderstanding and misunderstanding. Doflamingo stepped back with an awkward smile, praising Smoker, you are very good. In an instant, he returned to his position. Do it straight. Still, the most correct sitting posture is no longer the posture of putting your feet on the table just now. A drop of cold sweat slowly left Brother Ming's forehead. My heart is still shaking. Damn, how can I just pretend to be on Diluo's friend, it's too bad luck. You seem to be in a panic. Sand Crocodile looked at Brother Ming playfully. I don't. Really? Crocodile didn't believe it. From his own experience, plus the fact that Doflamingo panicked when he heard Diluo's name, he knew that perhaps, he was worse than himself. Joker, have you been beaten by Deluo? Crocodile doesn't save face for Doflamingo and speaks out. Straightforward. Doflamingo conditioned his body to shake, and his voice became sharp. What nonsense are you talking about? Crocodile pressed on step by step. Then tell me, how did you get persuaded by Deluo? Don't tell me, it was through a friendly conversation. If you want to know, then you tell me first. Brother Ming glanced at Crocodile. Come on, hurt each other. See if you dare. If you don't dare, then we will bypass this topic with a tacit understanding. There is nothing to say. After fighting Whitebeard, I was seriously injured. Sabayati met Deluo and Jun, two marine powerhouses. I was alone and lost. In addition, I am really interested in shichibukai. Agreed. Crocodile is slightly processed. Real. Doflamingo doesn't believe it. Just you, do you still need Deluo and Jun to join forces? Deluo alone can beat you with one hand and you can't take care of yourself. Since you were in the Sabayati Islands at the time, didn't you see the battle traces? Crocodile asked back. Jun did make shots, and she shot more. Brother Ming thought about it. There are indeed signs of Jun's attack in the traces of the battle. It is true. The sand crocodile is actually so strong. What a pity. Doflamingo's forehead started to sweat. What can I do? It turns out that I am the most embarrassing and unlucky. Deluo, why are you so cruel to me? It's your turn. Crocodile looks at Doflamingo. There's no reason now, is there? Doflamingo fell silent. I was talking about how to make myself less ashamed. If you don't say it, wait a while, and I'll ask Deluo myself. You're ruthless. Doflamingo gritted his teeth and stared at Crocodile. You're too ruthless. Doflamingo gritted his teeth and told his tragic experience. Even after deep processing. But still miserable. Soon, well done, Crocodile laughed mockingly. Ha ha ha. Doflamingo's face darkened. Darker than Kurozumai. Marine in the distance looked at the two puzzledly. What were they laughing at? They were so happy, but they didn't dare to go forward and eavesdrop. Smoker, you did a good job just now. Vice Admiral stepped forward and patted Smoker, who stood up just now. The latter still looked sluggish. Did Deluo's fame save me? Are they afraid of Deluo? Why? At this time. Suddenly, another ship docked by the sea, and another person came. Who is it? I don't know if he will be even more miserable. Doflamingo, who has died, has only one thought now, that is, he must find someone who is more miserable than himself. Will the coming one be even more miserable? Turning around, looking at the pirate who was coming down from the ship in the port, his pupils dilated. How could it be your claw? Chapter 97. How could there be him? Doflamingo stood up in shock. Fosfu, are you shichibukai too? It is already known that Fosfa became a Beast's Pirates officer. Kaido just escaped from Marine. Beast's Pirates cotters, become shichibukai? What a joke. Under Marine's panicked eyes, Fosfa came to the round table. Why is Fosfa still here? Vice Admiral panicked. At the moment when Kaido successfully escaped from prison, Sengoku was sure that Fosfu in the list would never become shichibukai again, and he had been kicked out of the list in his heart. What the hell are the Beast's Pirates for? Vice Admiral quickly took out the phone bug. He can't handle this matter. This must be reported to Marshal Sengoku immediately. Senior cotters of Beast's Pirates, become shichibukai, are you kidding me? Doflamingo's eyes under the sunglasses were flustered. He feels that today seems to be a big deal. With Kaido's lunatic personality, it is impossible to allow his subordinates to become lackeys of the government and Marine. The main role of shichibukai is to deter powerful pirates like Beast's Pirates. Not normal, very abnormal. 850. What do you want to do? Doflamingo whispered to Fosfa, who was sitting beside him. The latter puts his feet on the table leisurely. Of course I came to be a shichibukai. His attitude was even more arrogant than Brother Ming. He has nothing to fear. He got a call from Kaido himself 2 days ago. Beast's Pirates' actions are known. Looking forward to the moment of great chaos, we are here to make trouble and kill people, so why should we be afraid? It should be the opponent who is afraid. Will Kaido allow it? Brother Ming didn't believe it. You must have some conspiracy. Governor Kaido has agreed. Fosfos glanced at Doflamingo and the others, and Governor Kaido and the others were not far away. Fosfu's eyes made Brother Ming more and more uneasy. I don't believe it. You are the coder of the Beast's pirates. What did Deluo use to convince you? He couldn't come to you in person, could he? It's too weird. It couldn't be Deluo who went to the Beast's pirates to convince you in person. Could it be that Deluo is still persuading by force? No way. I voluntarily agree. Really, you didn't fight Deluo? No, not at all. Foz, Baff, recalled that he did not have any fight with Deluo, so he was frightened and obediently signed. But now, he is not afraid anymore. Governor Kaido is out and coming. Deluo? What the heck? Doflamingo took a deep look at Foz Fowler. She didn't take Deluo seriously at all, she was full of confidence. It turns out that Deluo can still speak well when he encounters such a powerful force. Why should he treat me so well that he can't discuss it well, and the more he thinks about it, the more aggrieved he becomes. Why are they treated better than me? The Marine Army is still more than 100 kilometers away from Kasuro Island. Foz Fu showed up, and he's going to the shichibukai meeting. Sengoku gets the message. Look dignified. I knew right away that this was not normal. What exactly are the Beast's pirates going to do? Sengoku looked at the intelligence department. What is the latest situation of the Beast's pirates at this time? Marine has no Beast's pirates update. Finally, it was learned through government intelligence that the Beast's pirates seemed to be making a big move. That guy Kaido, he didn't come here to sabotage the shichibukai meeting, he wanted to make a big fuss. Very likely. Can't that guy sit still for a while? Because of Deluo, destroyed the Beast's pirates. Sengoku suddenly thought of the reason. It must be so. Come to revenge on Deluo, revenge on Marine who caught him not long ago. He actually wants to seek revenge on Deluo. Sengoku couldn't help but smile. Kaido, this time, you chose the wrong target. You can choose Marine, anyone else, Admiral, but choose Deluo. That is asking for trouble. Mr. Sengoku, do you want to dispatch Admiral troops immediately? The adjutant suggested. It is very important to increase combat power. Sengoku is not worried at all now, but is looking forward to it. No, we have Deluo and Tornado in our army. Of these two, one actually defeated the highest combat power. One also fought against Kaido of the Beasts for a long time. They are not the combat power that Kaido of the Beasts can deal with, not to mention Sengoku himself, the strong man of the government, and middle and high-level combat power such as Jun, Cake, and Tsuru. Totally enough. Beast's pirates are coming, let him come, just take this opportunity, and let us, the next generation of Marine, make an official debut. What a stage. Shock the enemy of the sea. Deluo's reputation hasn't spread from within the Marine yet. Let the pirates in the sea experience the horror of our new generation of Marine. Isn't the sea handed down? Isn't one generation of Marine not as good as one generation after another? Every year, pirates emerge powerful supernovas, while the younger generation of Marines has not had a strong one emerge for several years. Marine's prestige has decreased. Many people expressed concern about the future of Marine. Today, Sengoku is going to show the sea, the new generation of Marine, infinitely more terrifying and powerful than you imagined. With our Marine here, a pirate will always be a thief. In the big army, Deluo learned from Sengoku to be careful, and Sengoku told him to be prepared that he might encounter a surprise attack from Kaido of the Beasts head-on. All the Marines in the large force have also heard the news. Kaido, is he looking for death? Marines are not worried at all. Instead, worry about Kaido. Akainu Admiral, if he hadn't surrendered in time, if he hadn't been a Marine, he wouldn't even be here anymore. You Kaido of the Beasts, dare to provoke Deluo. He's screwed. Marine begins a moment of silence for the Kaido of the Beasts. That monster with horns, is he coming? Hearing it, Tornado questioned like a soul, aren't these weirdos afraid of death? How can the brain be simpler and stupid than the weirdos in our world? Tornado request, let me try out the new weapon then. There are several huge weapons floating around her, a mace with a length of 10 meters, a giant hammer dozens of tons, all made of high-density sea stone. These days, it has become a new toy for Tornado. Deluo, lend me one of these weapons. Good. Deluo, it seems that some other big pirate groups have also moved. Jun was behind him, massaging Deluo and said softly, maybe, it's not just Kaido. Oh. Deluo and Longwan looked at each other without paying attention. There are so many people. Deluo, Suddenly a man jumped over from a distant warship and ran to Deluo's boat, ready to say something. Sudden. He saw Deluo's intimate behavior with Jun. The T-Dolphin added that his sky has collapsed. The sky is falling apart. Chapter 98. Come to Deluo for something. Calculation has been forgotten. There is only one image in his eyes, that is, Jun serving Deluo meekly like a little daughter-in-law. You. Jiaji clutched his throbbing heart, staggered back and forth, leaning his back against the railing. My heart was blocked and I couldn't breathe. The adjutant hurriedly supported the unbearable Jiaji. Chief Jiaji, are you okay? Addition. Dai Jun frowned and looked at Cake. What's the matter? Deluo's tone was flat. He knew that Jun had nothing to do with Cake, and it had always been Cake's wishful thinking. Getting Jun, Deluo didn't think he was sorry to anyone. I never thought about sneaking around with Jun. It's fair and square. Now that you have seen it, then just take this opportunity to tell you not to have any unreasonable thoughts about me in the future. Plus Vice Admiral, calm down. The adjutant kept reminding Jiaji in a low voice. But don't be impulsive. You can't beat Deluo, because if you rush forward, you will be abused, and the internal strife before the battle, this kind of responsibility is too big. He is afraid that he will rush forward desperately. I'm fine. Jiaji slowly stood up straight. He looked at Deluo and Jun with complicated expressions. Slowly bent down, since you are together, I only hope that you are well, in the future. I will never appear in front of Jun again, please rest assured. Ha! Deluo looked at Jiaji in surprise. Is this your reaction and attitude? It's not that he rushed forward desperately, or he should have left without saying a word. Unexpectedly, for a while, Deluo didn't know how to describe the extra plan. Suddenly, I found that this wretched-looking guy was much more pleasing to the eye than most people in the sea. Jiaji left silently. Don't sloppy. Back on my own boat, I smoked silently, wanted to drink because I was about to perform a big task, but I also endured it. Chief Jiaji, are you really willing? The adjutant looked at Jiaji. We all know that Chief Cake would give everything for Jun Vice Admiral. I have worked hard for so long. Just give up? Otherwise. Jiaji looked at the adjutant. In the past, Jun didn't have anyone he loved, so it was okay for me to stalk him, but now. I will look down on myself if I do this again. Chief Jiaji, I used to look down on you a little bit, but now, I find that you are a real man. The adjutant admired him very much. Such style. Rare. Fart, I'm rubbish. I also want to understand. Compared with Deluo, he is younger than me, handsomer than me, and stronger than me. There is no way, it is not as good as people recognize. Kakashi raised his head. Otherwise tears will flow down. Suddenly, I realized that I was too useless. Nose sour. Why do people like Deluo exist? Isn't this a bully? Suddenly the adjutant stood up, Executive Deluo. Deluo waved to him and told him to back off. On the Jiaji deck, only Deluo and Jiaji were left at the bow. Many Marines looked around curiously from a distance and heard some rumors. They won't fight, will they? Officer Deluo, are you here to show off in front of Chief Jiaji? It's really miserable, Chief Jiaji. A female soldier looked at Jiaji with heartache. If it were me. Actually, I would choose Deluo too. Jiaji looked at Deluo. With a bitter expression, brother, it's unnecessary, isn't it? I mean what I say, and I will never appear in front of Jun in the future, even in meetings, I will never take a second look. I'm so miserable. You are still here. Too much. Deluo looked at Jiaji and applauded him sincerely. You're fine. Compliments for the first time. Jiaji gave a wry smile, so don't wash me off, I'm good, so aren't you very, very, very good. You are the most unexpected thing for me. Deluo sat next to Jiaji. At first, Jun boarded Deluo's boat and tried to find him, thinking that he was coming to threaten him, a rookie who hadn't shown his true strength. I don't know that the attitude is very humble. Now, after knowing everything, it is even more rare to be able to afford it and let it go. If you want to continue to stalk, or play some dirty tricks behind your back. Deluo was prepared several times, in order to completely solve the problem once and for all, his reaction and attitude avoided it. Such a character. It's worth Deluo looking for in person. Subdue. What is your dream for the future? Goal. Jiaji asked himself in his heart. He had two dreams, one was Jun, and he had completely lost it and completely given up. One is to become stronger. This is also the dream of most people on the sea. It was a bit deserted before, and I will work hard to become stronger in the future. Otherwise, I will look too weak compared to you, and I will lose the face of the next generation of Marine. You really should become stronger. Having never tried it, Deluo can also vaguely perceive the strength of the added strength. In his eyes, it is already considered weak. Jiaji's complexion was even more bitter. Anyway, I am also an elite vice admiral, one of the strong admiral preliminaries named by the marshal himself. It can be said from Deluo's mouth. Jiaji found that he was powerless to refute. Want to become stronger? I definitely want to. Who doesn't want to become stronger? But when the strength reaches the step of adding, the speed of penance is already very slow, and it can only be accumulated little by little. For you. Deluo casually threw a devil fruit. It is the Zoanyu demon's pig demon form that has not found a suitable candidate for a long time. Zero looking for flowers. Jiaji caught it, looked at Deluo in surprise. Give me devil fruit? Zoan is in the form of a pig demon, a phantom beast, with a special gluttony ability, which can steal the enemy's physical strength during battle. I didn't pay much attention to it. Suddenly feeling the weight of the devil fruit in my hand, I hugged it quietly. Such fruit. For him, they are priceless treasures. The rarest phantom beast species, it devours the enemy's physical strength to supply itself, as long as it is not quickly defeated by the instant kill. Plus in the battle, the more you fight, the more courageous it is, the ability that can make Admiral jealous. This kind of fruit is too rare to come by. Give it to me. I dare not take it. Ordinary fruit ability, even if you add it up, you dare to ask for it. Such a pervert ability is very frightening. I'll continue with you. For me, it's average. Deluo stood up and patted him on the shoulder. Cultivate hard. Turned around and left. Jiaji was left alone, holding the phantom beast devil fruit alone. 0. True brother. Jiaji looked at Deluo, who was going away with emotion in his eyes. Although he didn't resent Deluo before, he competed fairly. If he lost, then he lost, and he was useless. But not much favor. Unexpectedly. Looking at the devil fruit in his hand. Jiaji felt warm in his heart. I actually felt a little wronged just now. Think about it carefully. What right do I have to be wronged? Jun has always hated me. On the contrary, it was Deluo who came to comfort me and gave me such a big gift. Jiaji felt ashamed. Brother, don't worry, you will always be my brother. In the future, I won't look at my sister-in-law again. No, I will only look at my sister-in-law. Jiaji felt that he had completely come out. In the distance, Marine looked at the excited Jiaji curiously. What happened? It seems that Chief Deluo gave Chief Jiaji a devil fruit, and he became very excited, as if he had a chicken blood. What is devil fruit? Marines are curious. Not long after, when they learned that it was a phantom beast. The exclamation spread across the sea. Deluo is too generous. It was admirable for the army of capable users to take the initiative to give it to the major troops before. Now, to comfort the injured Jiaji, he actually sent it to the sea of phantom beasts. Is there anyone more generous than him? I only have one idea now. Can I go to Deluo's army? Following such an officer will never suffer. Many Marines have thought this way and acted accordingly. After Sengoku heard it, can the plot develop like this? He was still a little worried that there would be a conflict between Jiaji and Deluo because of Jun, but he didn't expect the plot to take him completely by surprise. Better than expected best results. Deluo really deserves to be a role model for Marine. Compared with him, I, as a marshal, feel ashamed. That is a rare phantom beast species. 7. Chapter 99. Kasuro Island. My hawk, the last to arrive, also arrived. 8 pirates gathered together. The Marine and the high-level government officials have not yet arrived. This was done on purpose, using this attitude to sharpen the pirates' temperament first, and let them understand their status. 8 people. Hawkeye my hawk looked around. Shichibukai, the names are all 7, why there are 8 people? Why are there still people? Everyone also looked at my hawk in surprise, why there was one more person, and anxiety began to spread in the hearts of several people. Interesting, Shichibukai, 8 people here. Doflamingo glanced at the others amusedly. He's not worried at all. With his identity, he is not afraid that Marine and the government will embarrass him. Tyrant Bear also looked flat. His ability allows him to face any situation calmly, and if he wants to leave, it is difficult for anyone to 363 stop him. Mihawk is also very calm, with absolute confidence in his own strength, and he has no burdens such as relatives and subordinates, and is not afraid of any threats. Not only was Fuzfu not worried, but his expression was arrogant. Besides, Empress Hancock, Crocodile, Gecko Moria, Hixia Jinbei, and others. He looked a little flustered. Either their strength has not reached the point where they are not afraid of everything, or they are in danger of a country and a family. Deluo, he won't harm me, right? Empress Hancock panicked and began to feel unconfident. Gecko Moria's eyes began to look around. Where to escape in case of an accident? Hixia Jinbei plans the route, where is the closest to the sea. As long as he enters the sea, he will not be afraid. Crocodile is calm on the surface, but the hand under the table has been clenched unconsciously, and people's hearts have begun to be responsible. I don't know what kind of trick Marine is playing. There is one more person. Tell me, who among us will be kicked out? Can't shichibukai be changed to yabukai? What will happen to the one who gets kicked out? Doflamingo's evil voice made Hancock and the others even more flustered. Kick it out, will it end well? Is it really a trap? Since the Marine executives haven't come yet, why don't you tell me, were you all persuaded by Deluo? How did you convince me? Doflamingo talked the most and cared about these 10 points the most. He just wanted to know if anyone was more miserable than me. As soon as the words came out, many people's faces changed. Crocodile had already said that he could take it easy. But Empress Hancock, Gecko Moria, Hawkeye Mihawk, these people who had a head-to-head battle with Deluo, their faces changed slightly. Doflamingo has been paying attention to the changes in everyone's complexions. Noticed it? Mihawk, can't it, even you? Brother Ming looked at Hawkeye Mihawk in shock. Among this group of people, the only person who made Brother Ming afraid was Mihawk, a strong man. Has he even been beaten by Deluo? Impossible. Mihawk's sharp eyes swept over Brother Ming, and at a glance, Brother Ming didn't dare to beep anymore. Doflamingo, since you are so curious, how did you get persuaded by Deluo? Gecko Moria shifted the topic to Mingo. Brother Ming's expression froze, the smile on the corner of his mouth disappeared, and his face turned pale. I know. Crocodile took everything he knew and came out fast. Mingo is completely socially dead in Shichibukai. No, I was in the Fishman Island at that time, and later investigation revealed that Don Quixote family, it seems. Jinbei opened his mouth, and his explanation was closer to reality. Naturally, Brother Ming among them was even more miserable. The eyes of everyone looking at Doflamingo changed. His toes were digging awkwardly on the ground. I can't wait to get under the table and never come out again. Huh, you know me, how about you? Don't try to lie, whoever lies, I will ask Deluo personally later. Doflamingo is broken. Come on, don't even think about it. But with Doflamingo's most pitiful end, Gecko Moria and the others didn't feel ashamed, and spoke out openly. Anyway, someone is at the bottom. Swordsmanship is not as good as mine, but strength is stronger than mine. Eaglehawk has only one sentence. But it made everyone else stare at Hawkeye Mihawk dumbfounded. They are all big pirates, powerful, but they have calculated in their hearts, and almost all agree that Mihawk is the strongest person in our group. Deluo is stronger than him. Fa, who had always been arrogant, panicked. How can I notify Lord Kaido immediately? The idea is difficult, withdraw. No chance, this island is shielded from electromagnetic waves by the Marine, except for the Marine who can contact the outside world, other people cannot be contacted. At this time, on the horizon, a huge fleet appears. 0. Marine Brigade government troops, here we come. It's finally here, and we've been waiting for a few hours, as expected of a group of high-ranking people. After Doflamingo complained a few words, he looked at the other Shichibukai with teasing eyes. Marine is here, and the meeting will start soon. Before the meeting, we will definitely decide which one to kick out. Who do you think it will be? Anyway, anyone is possible, the least likely is me, Doflamingo. You can watch from the sidelines leisurely and comfortably. Everyone's heart sank. Even Hawkeye Mihawk, they feel the pressure, although fearless, but if kicked out, facing so many enemies, even Shichibukai in front of them. I don't know how much it will cost to leave. Can't even run away. But now the situation is that Marine is in the hands of the government. They can't decide, or even change. Now I can only comfort myself in my heart, that I should be more important than others, so that I won't become the unlucky ghost who was kicked out. The fleet docked. Just now Shichibukai, who was so arrogant and not afraid of Marine's eyes, sat there quietly at this moment, not daring to make unnecessary movements. The bald five elders, leading a number of senior government officials, represent the government headquarters. Marine Marshal Sengoku, leading strongmen such as Deluo, represents the Marine headquarters. Tens of thousands of Marines and dozens of warships densely covered the entire island in an instant, completely surrounding the island. On the outskirts of the island, 10 elite troops led by Vice Admiral formed an impregnable fortress. Bald head holding a sword 5 elders, 2 senior government officials 1.9. Sengoku, Crane Chief of Staff, Deluo. A total of 6 people, representing the government and Marine, came to the round table and sat opposite Shichibukai. Meetings that affect the world order. Here we go. As for the 8 Shichibukai, their eyes couldn't help but focus on Deluo, the Marine who brought them many memories. Meet again. 8 people are here, unexpected, but Shichibukai only has 7 people, so. The bald 5 elders glanced at Sengoku. The latter is clear in his chest, among you, 1 person is disqualified, as for who it is. Sengoku looked sideways at Deluo. Deluo, since you are the key figure in forming the Shichibukai organization, you decide. The eyes of the 8 people looking at Deluo changed rapidly, and their expressions also changed. The moment that decides the life and death of one of them, returned to the Emperor's way. Chapter 100. On the conference table, there are video phone bugs, filming both parties. All the details of the meeting were filmed. Immediately spread to nearby countries, large forces can watch the live broadcast through special channels, Dressrosa, Sabayati and other places. It belongs to the area where you can directly watch the live broadcast on the island. Under the huge screen, many people have gathered, ordinary people, pirates, businessmen, reporters. With a huge audience and the spread of newspapers, many kingdoms in remote areas can quickly learn the first information. On the screen, is it the Shichibukai meeting? Now Shichibukai is negotiating with the government Marine. An epoch-making organization, Pirates has unprecedented cooperation with the government Marine, can it succeed? Everyone cares. 8 pirates, how could there be 8? Shouldn't Shichibukai have 7? The government sent representatives from the 5 elders, and Marshal Sengoku acted in person. Looking at the meeting personnel on both sides. The weight of the meeting is very high. Each is a well-known figure in the sea, some of whom belong to the top of a certain area of the sea. Only one person. Most people don't know. Who is that boy, the 10th Marine Corps, with the rank of Major? Are Majors qualified to participate in such a meeting? Deluo's new rank, the Marine executives have not had time to discuss and decide the area he is facing. Deluo became the focus of everyone's attention. Only he is a nobody. Deluo in Shichibukai, in 4 emperors and in Marine, is already a well-known figure, but in the sea, he is not well-known and has hardly been heard of. The incidents that Deluo participated in were all aimed at the top forces in the sea, which were too far away from the middle and lower levels. A mere major, do you deserve to attend such a meeting? It's not that everyone looks down on the major, but that Rear Admiral is not eligible for such a meeting. It is estimated that he has a deep background in Marine. Everyone is guessing like this. It should be a remote person in the meeting. Marine brought a lot of insight and opened his eyes. The meeting must have nothing to do with him, and he should not have the right to speak. Is he Deluo? Hearing of Deluo's fame, he was curious to beat Deluo. It is obvious that he is a teenager. When seeing his young image, he still showed horror, he was too young. A great young man, interesting. Whitebeard opened his drunken eyes and looked at Deluo with a good demeanor. Captains of Whitebeard. Unlike a guy with great strength, Marco, he really defeated you easily. Actually, it's not considered defeated. I relied on special abilities to take advantage of it. I didn't pay attention and threw me into the sea. Marco actually felt a little dissatisfied. Didn't fight Deluo head on. He didn't fully display his true strength at all. A defeat is a defeat. He probably has a special ability. If you don't understand the situation, Marco, you have been recruited. It's normal. Whitebeard was not surprised. In this life, he has seen too many special ability holders. He has suffered many losses. But once you understand the principle of the opponent's ability and fight again, you can easily kill your opponent in seconds. Marco thought so too. If he fights Diluo head-on again, and he has precautions, he believes that he can win, and he will definitely win. It is impossible for Red Hair to be my current opponent when he was so young. And he is even more impossible. The red-haired Shanks can be called the fastest growing powerhouse in the sea in this decade. Big Mom Pirates. The ant pointed to Diluo, and commented, "This kid, with delicate skin and tender flesh, is a bit interesting." Mother. Her sons and daughters turned their heads and looked at Ant in horror. "Don't tell me you're interested. Being so small, we don't want to have another dad who is younger than us. It's a pity that it's so ordinary. I don't have any special physique, and my mother is not interested." There was a bit of regret in the ant's words. Katakuri and the others breathed a sigh of relief. "It's fine if you're not interested." The redhead is also observing Diluo, looking back at Beckman. "Can he really beat my hawk?" "Not like it. It's more like the trainee pirates that our pirate group just accepted." "Shanks, don't judge a book by its cover, Sahawk doesn't lie. Yes, I hope that after the meeting is over, I will have the opportunity to meet this Diluo in person." The red-haired Shanks began to grit his teeth again, accumulating a lot of resentment. Beasts pirates. The evil spirit in the eyes of Kaido of the beasts is even stronger. Just such a bad boy, Laozi can kill 10,000 people with a stick. He is also worthy of getting Laozi's daughter Yamato, and he is also worthy of letting Black Maria follow him. "Little ones, let me set out with all my might. Laozi is going to explode the hammer today. This little boy, tell him that the sea only strength is the only one." The focus of the sea is gathered here. Diluo attracted a lot of attention at the beginning, but soon, everyone's attention was on Sengoku Shichibukai and others. They were the protagonists. "You have one more person, Diluo. You persuaded these 8 people, and you decide who to kick out." Sengoku looked at Diluo. He had already negotiated with the Bald 5 Elders, and gave this right to Diluo. The Bald 5 Elders looked at Diluo from the corner of his eye. "Young Marine, would you choose this? No matter who you choose, you don't look so good in Shichibukai." This is the purpose of the 5 Elders and the government 233. Shichibukai was suddenly successfully formed by Diluo and Marine. 5 Elders were more shocked than surprised. They never wanted to see Shichibukai get too close to Marine, and their relationship was too good. Give this right to Diluo to Marine. One of them was executed indirectly, and the remaining 7 people would not be righteous, but it is inevitable that the rabbit will die and the fox will be sad. Regarding Marine's feelings for Diluo, okay? In this way, the government can block the connection between Shichibukai and Marine, and hold all the rights of Shichibukai in its hands. Diluo took an interesting look at Sengoku and the Bald 5 Elders. "Are you paving the way for me, or are you flattering me? It doesn't matter which one." Sengoku's voice reached the ears of Shichibukai's 8 people, and it was also transmitted to all parts of the sea through video. All eyes immediately focused on Diluo. He formed the Shichibukai? He decides who the Shichibukai will be. Seeing Diluo, many people's hearts trembled. He single-handedly contributed to the event that determined the future pattern of the sea. No wonder he's at the meeting, but he's only a major. Why? Diluo's eyes swept over the Shichibukai 8. Who should I choose? Everyone held their breath. The 8 Shichibukai looked at Diluo with different expressions. Who would you choose? It has become something that everyone is extremely curious about at this moment. Chapter 101. The 8 people are all famous monsters. Now, let a major decide their fate. Can they agree? Can they accept it? I'm sure, if they are chosen as goods like this, these pirates will immediately become violent, and that Major Diluo may be directly killed. Probably. In the eyes of everyone in the sea, which one of Doflamingo's characters is not superior, which one is not amazingly powerful, and will suffer such humiliation? If it's Marine Marshal Sengoku, the portion is enough, maybe it's still possible. A major, with what? Based on his special status? Pirates don't care about your status, they only look at your strength. The characters who died at their hands were somehow stronger and higher status than the major. The scene of the 8 Shichibukai running amok that everyone expected has never appeared. The 8 people looked at Diluo and waited quietly. Waiting for his choice. One is that they all believe that it is impossible for them to be the one who was kicked out. The second is to face Deluo, they really dare not go wild. In the past, they were the ones who decided the life and death of others. For the first time, facing themselves as the meat on the sticky board, this feeling was very uncomfortable and depressing. It's so quiet, are they still the monsters we know? Are they still those ferocious and terrifying pirates? People who know the fame and personalities of these 8 people. That boy Crocodile, when did he become so obedient? He was crazy when he was looking for Laozi. Whitebeard looked at Crocodile in amazement. Why did you become so obedient? Don Quixote family, Brother Ming, you actually have a quiet day. Luo, who was still young, looked at this scene, and he was always afraid of Brother Ming, who wanted to kill him all the time. In his heart, he could be called the most terrible enemy of the sea. And today? Nico Robin, who was terrified during the hunt, heard about shichibukai and learned of shichibukai's weight, and she had an idea in her heart, that is, to seek refuge with someone in shichibukai. In this way, I will no longer be afraid of being chased by the marine or being betrayed. But when she witnessed the situation at this time, she began to doubt. Shichibukai, who thought she would become the top force in the sea, did not dare to speak loudly when facing Major Marine, and she began to feel confused. Is it still necessary to seek refuge with a shichibukai? My enemy is not just a simple major, but even the most powerful admiral. Shichibukai is so humble in front of the major. In the face of Admiral, wouldn't it be the same as the forces that he took refuge in before, and he would immediately betray me to protect himself? They were all shocked. Surprised that the Marine government handed over such huge power to Deluo, and also shocked by the reaction of the 8 shichibukai. Deluo glanced at the 8 people. Feeling the eyes, the 8 people have different expressions. Being watched at this time is not a good thing. There is the tyrant bear Mihawk whose eyes are still relatively calm, and there is also Gecko Moria Hancock who has begun to show panic. There are also characters like Crocodile who pretend to be calm. What's more, Doflamingo looks confident and still arrogant. Doflamingo glanced at the other 7 people. You seemed worried. The corner of the mouth is hooked. I just saw my joke, now it's your turn, so I said. I want to know, what happened to the person who was kicked out? Kicked out? He is a pirate. Facing pirates, we Marines have the obligation and responsibility to catch them. Sengoku replied coldly. To this moment, whoever gets kicked out is of course dead. Anyway, if you kill a pirate, ordinary people in the sea will not only think that the government Marine is despicable, but will applaud it instead. There is never any need to pay attention to morality with Marine. Sengoku's words. Let everyone's heart skip a beat. Worst outcome. I thought that Marine would be scrupulous and let the kicked out go away, but I didn't expect to kill and catch directly. Tyrants Young and the others dare not be careless. The whole body tensed up. Get ready for a fight, just in case. The people in the sea applauded. Haki's powerful Marine, that's great, that's what it should be for pirates, and they have already seen that Shichibukai's status in the face of the government and Marine does not seem to be high. Invisibly, the prestige of the government and Marine began to increase. But the pirates began to scold the Marine government. Despicable, it's too despicable to trick them here, and then surround them with soldiers, and actually want to kill one of them. It's what they deserve, whoever made them want to become the lackeys of the government, it's not a pity to die. Isn't the Marine government afraid that 8 people will turn against the water at the same time? They join forces, and only Sengoku can stop them. Why do they dare to stand up and start a war with the Marine government? The pirates clamored, what are you talking about, shame on you. It's really good to catch and kill directly. The smile on the corner of Doflamingo's mouth grew stronger. The rest. His face became ugly and he was very angry. We choose to cooperate with your government, is this your attitude? Looking at Deluo, he couldn't help feeling resentful. There were only 7 people in Shichibukai, so why did he find 8 people? Was it on purpose? The killing spirit began to seep out from Shichibukai and the others. The bald 5 elders and Sengoku don't care about the reactions of the 8. Shichibukai succeeded suddenly when Marine was in the government and hadn't fully acted. The surprise and sudden success made the government pay less attention to Shichibukai than expected. It turns out that you are a group of pirates who can be persuaded by the major, but that's all. Even if the major is stronger than Admiral, in the eyes of 5 elders, Shichibukai is much less important than before. Can't fight. Sengoku narrowed his eyes slightly. He was sure that these people would not join hands to resist at the same time. It's all here. It has been agreed to cooperate with the government. There is no need to take the last step, and wager everything to start a war. It's not about killing all of you. It's just one of them, the resistance of one person, Sengoku 5 elders, they don't care at all. 8 people looked at Diluo. Hancock stared at Diluo. We have a bet, you will definitely not choose me, right? Inadvertently, looking at Diluo's eyes, eye waves, flow of Zhaoli. Choose him immediately, and then you will shoot him yourself to capture him. The bald 5 elders gave Diluo an order. Choose yourself. Catch it yourself. Enough for Diluo to make Marine, in the minds of the rest of the shichibukai pirates, reduce the senses to the worst. He will also be cast aside by other pirates. This is the best way, but it is easier to make him the most obedient Marine and the sharpest knife in the hands of the government. Diluo squinted at the bald 5 elders. He glanced at the flustered Hancock and the others again. Diluo slowly opened his mouth. At this moment, even the others watching the video in the distance clenched their fists nervously. Who will it be? Tyrant Bear had already taken off his gloves before he knew it. My hawk's palm seemed to be getting closer to the hilt of his sword, and the gravel oozed from Crocodile's feet. The moment of life and death has come. Diluo said. Don't worry, none of you will die. Chapter 102. The moment Diluo spoke. Already. Even Doflamingo, who is confident, has threads entangled between his fingertips. None of you will die. Diluo didn't name anyone, but made a promise. They won't die for it. Boom. The bald 5 elders slapped the table and asked Diluo, what did you say? Didn't you hear my order? I order you on behalf of the government, choose a man and capture him. If it wasn't for Diluo's strength, there would be strong players like Tornado behind him. At such moments, misinterpretation is against my orders. It is not a simple questioning, but a direct questioning or even killing. Diluo, don't mess around and obey the government's orders. Sengoku looked at Diluo very seriously. This is not inside the Marine. When there are representatives of high-ranking government officials present, they are live broadcasting across the sea, and the price paid for reckless behavior cannot be fully borne by relying on strength. Diluo ignored the angry bald 5 elders. Instead, he looked at Sengoku. I persuaded them, and I am responsible. Mr. Sengoku, I gave you a list and asked you to choose 7 people. This should not have happened. Why did they all come? Ask Sengoku back. The latter opened his mouth without explaining. The 8 shichibukai looked at Diluo with slight changes in their eyes. It turned out that it was not he who deliberately framed us, but Marshal Sengoku who put us in such a passive situation. Diluo stood up. Pointing to the 8 people in shichibukai, they are here, largely because of me, so I will be responsible for their safety. Now that I have backed it, one person is kicked out. It is okay, but the one who is kicked out must be given to me. Leave safely, even if you send more powerful people to chase after the incident, it doesn't matter, but here, I don't allow it. Not loud. But in everyone's heart, it roared like thunder. Shichibukai, 8 of them, looked at Diluo drunkenly. No one thought that Diluo's reaction would be like this, that he would fight the government and the marshal for the sake of us pirates. That's the world government, Marshal Marine, you are only a major, they are the officers who decide your fate. There was an uproar everywhere in the sea. Everyone stared at Diluo dumbfounded. Don't talk about the people. Whitebeard, the redhead Shanks, didn't quite expect Diluo to speak like that. Even they have never been so strong in 5 elders against Sengoku. Appetite, boy. Zizi couldn't help laughing, but he is in trouble. There's a good show to watch. I don't know how many people are gloating now. It should have never occurred to your government that it would be insulted by a major, and insulted in front of the whole world. Let's see how you step down. The best way is to deal directly with the major who does not obey orders. They estimate that the government will definitely do this, the simplest and most direct. Killing him will not make up for the shameful fact. He's dead. Everyone looked at Diluo sympathetically, as if he was dead. The bald 5 elders stared at Diluo with cold eyes. Do you know what you're talking about? What are you doing? Now the whole world is witnessing here. You actually disobeyed orders. Do you know how much the government's prestige and our 5 elders' prestige have been lost? Master 5 elders, don't get angry. Sengoku gently tugged at the sleeve of the bald five elders. The sea is watching. As for Deluo, he was not a simple major. If something happened, it would be a big deal, not just a reduction in prestige. The bald five elders tried to calm their anger. No more talking, leave it to Sengoku to deal with. He looked at Deluo, still full of coldness. Like Garp again, a guy who doesn't listen to discipline, no, a guy who is more excessive than Garp. Deluo, stop messing around, don't act recklessly, you should know that some of them didn't want to be shichibukai, choose him, kill, and it's over. While Sengoku was speaking, he pointed his eyes at Fozfu. Is the so-called morality more important than justice in obeying orders? Feel Sengoku's gaze. Fozfu shuddered. Exposed. Why hasn't Lord Kaido come here? If I attack, me, can I resist until the moment when the army arrives? Somewhat panicked, I can't help but look at Deluo, the only character who can save me now. I couldn't help but smile wryly. It's ridiculous that one day, I need a marine to help me. I would expect a marine to speak for me, is this the so-called sense of security? I know. Deluo looked at Fuzifu, if he dares to join the battle later, I will personally kill him, but now, you can't kill him. Sengoku's face was livid. Now I ask you, who is willing to withdraw automatically, and I will keep you safe. Deluo glanced at the 8 people. The bald 5 elders gritted their teeth, are you sure? Why do you guarantee that this is not a place where your major can make decisions, even if you are stronger than Admiral, it won't work. Deluo glanced at the nearest Doflamingo. Initially you were not on the list. Or you. Feeling Deluo's gaze, Doflamingo was stunned, why it was me again. 8 people, why do you insist on staring at me and persuading me in the most extreme way? If you still look at me now, do I just dislike you? Doflamingo moved the chair slowly, away from Deluo. Deluo, I don't want to quit, don't make such a joke, it's scary. Deluo looked at Crocodile. His face froze, and his voice became stiff, I am the first to become shichibukai, no matter how I choose, it shouldn't be me, right? I am the first to support you. The first to sign. Deluo looked at Jinbei. Jinbei sincerely said, Mr. Deluo, Princess Otom asked me to express my gratitude to you, thank you for helping the Fishman Island, you are an eternal friend of the Fishman Island and Mermaid. Look at Hancock again. Only female. Hancock whispered weakly, you are the only man who has entered the Amazon's daughter island. A lot of surprised and weird eyes turned on Hancock and Deluo, and they even looked at the tornado that was playing with the sea stone weapon thrown by telekinetic power in the distance. Deluo looked at Gecko Moria. His mouth moved. Don't know what to say. I don't seem to have anything to do with Deluo, even when I fight against myself, the main opponents are Jun and the army of capable users, and there is no connection at all. What to do? My heart is cold, it's over, it seems that my possibility is the highest. Deluo walked around Gecko Moria and looked at Tyrant Bear again. The expressionless Tyrant Xiong smiled slightly at Deluo, Mr. Deluo, please give me a chance to thank you after today is over. Deluo looked at my hawk again. He is still calm, if you agree to fight with me at any time in the future, I can agree to withdraw. Not interested in the second fight. Except for my hawk, others are unwilling to withdraw voluntarily, and CAI hawk is required to withdraw. Back to square one. No one is willing, so Deluo can only choose for himself. At the same time, everyone was also shocked by the gesture of Shichibukai and the others facing Deluo. Chapter 103. Their attitude. The bald 5 elders looked at Shichibukai and the others. Facing me and the government, your attitude is not so humble, and you have not taken the initiative to show closeness. You are Shichibukai, a department formed by our government, not belonging to Deluo, not belonging to Marine, but belonging to our government. His face became even uglier. But did not speak, did not intervene. Why do these big pirates treat a Marine major with such humility and gentleness? It's clearly an opposing enemy, why? All dumbfounded. It's not logical. When will the pirates be so polite? They are still the strongest among the pirates. Deluo violated government orders for them. Shichibukai has a crush on him. Is it normal? Then why did he dare to disobey the government's orders? So far, 5 elders haven't done anything. Even more puzzled. How can the domineering 5 elders and the government talk so easily? Even Marshal Marine, They reprimanded him casually. Facing the major, they gave him a huge face by giving him an extra look. Wasn't he just an ordinary major? He won't be a world noble. It's possible. Apart from Deluo's status as a world nobleman, they couldn't think of any reason why 5 elders and Martial Marine could endure it for so long without having an attack. By strength. Admiral does not have such weight. And he, no matter how strong he is, how strong can he be at such a young age? It must be his identity. Even Whitebeard the redhead shanks them. They all began to think that Deluo should be the status of the world's noble celestial dragons, otherwise why? With the tornado